While the world implores me to live, I resolutely choose death. When the world beckons my demise, I stubbornly cling to life. I am not a rebel, rather. I resist the whims of fate. No one stands as my equal, my ennui compels me to seek solitude. I am prepared to expend 3 millennia of my modest cultivation to alter the course of a single life, to assume the existence of a certain worthless individual. It is in truth a worthwhile endeavor. 3,000 years to transform the life of an ordinary soul, a mere moment in my vast existence, akin to the time it takes to sip a cup of tea. In the blink of an eye, he descended into the realm of the dead. With a flick of his wrist, the Lord of Fate began to doze off. He casually selected an unissued life ledger from the countless shelves, flipping through its pages. Emperor Shimin. How dull. This man, how tragic. Yu Fei. Mao. Run. Ji, later known as Mao Zedong. Remarkable. This individual led a life of immense virtue, a truly great figure. Never mind. I cannot afford to wait so long. Let us examine those already born. He turned to another shelf, opening a ledger of the already living. Yen Xiao, Imperial Prince, lost among the commoners. He turned to the next page. Guolin, the world's foremost healer. He continued to the next page. Feng Go Dan, parentage unknown, his mother, a mute slave, went blind in childhood due to a natural disaster and bore him out of wedlock, earning the scorn of the entire village. Just as he was about to turn the page, a figure clad in black rushed in, breathless. With a mere flick of his finger, the cloaked figure was hurled against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. In agony, the figure gasped, "Master, it is I. You startled me. I thought someone sought to conspire against me. Speak. What brings you to me after so many millennia? The one you dread has discovered your whereabouts and is closing in on you. What is there to fear? I am on the verge of rebirth. That individual will follow you to the mortal realm. My reborn body will elude him. Come, take a look." He gestured with his hand. "Master, your brilliance is unmatched. How can you so willingly go? Though the world deems him worthless, I shall elevate him to prominence across the 3 realms." He calculated with his fingers, furrowing his brow, committing the contents of the first shelf to memory before departing the underworld for the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, at Holy Spring Village. This village, abundant in hot springs, transforms into a paradise amidst the winter's snowy embrace, the steam from the springs elevating the scenery to ethereal heights. Yet, the great lake outside the village lay frozen, and women were chiseling holes in the ice to fetch water. The hot springs served for bathing, while the pristine lake water remained untainted, ideal for cooking. His presence was undetectable, as if he were a specter, gliding through the village in search of his host. The village was vast, and after a lengthy search, darkness began to descend. Approaching the lakeside, he climbed a grand tree and lay upon its branches, deciding to continue his search the following day. He had come to be reborn, forbidden from using divine powers. Lest he be discovered, his rebirth served both to reflect and to evade that individual. His chosen host would face their first brush with death at the tender age of 7, a calamity he had foreseen in the underworld, imminent within the next few days. As the moon ascended, the winter wind howled. Yet he felt no chill as he sat cross-legged in meditation, a practice unchanged for eons. Just then, a particularly frail boy, dragging a wooden bucket with a grass rope, made his way slowly toward the lake. Clad in thin garments, his nose dripped with mucus. Behind him trailed a group of older boys. The frail boy, with great effort, reached the lake's edge and cast the bucket into the water. His small hands were reddened by the cold as he struggled to retrieve it. After much toil, he filled the bucket and began his arduous journey back. Yet, barely 10 steps into his return, the older boys leaped out, startling him. The scrawny boy fell to the ground, spilling the water. He shot an angry glance at his tormentors before returning to the lake to refill the bucket. After another bout of labor, he managed to fill it once more, but the boys approached, kicking over the bucket and spilling the water again. Staring at the spilled water, The frail boy clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes. He felt utterly drained, consumed by sorrow and despair. "You are bullying me too harshly," he sniffled. The leader of the group sneered. "That's precisely what we're doing." "What of it?" He pushed the small boy back. "Your mother's ramshackle hut? It was provided by my family. What's wrong with that?" With that, he slapped the small boy across the face. A faint glow began to emanate from the frail boy. "What? Do you still wish to strike me? You worthless wretch! What's wrong with bullying you?" The boy dropped the bucket, attempting to flee, but the older boys encircled him. In the center of their circle, he appeared utterly helpless. The leader taunted, "Thinking of escaping, are you?" The small boy pleaded, "My mother is ill. She needs water for her medicine. Let me return to her. I will do anything you ask." The leader dismissed him. "Your mother's ailment is of no concern to me." With a glance at his companions, they all disrobed, urinating in the center of their circle. The leader boasted, "Those who urinate less will be punished. Those who urinate more will be rewarded handsomely." The frail boy cradled his head in despair, visions of his mother waiting for water and coughing on her sickbed flashing through his mind. Overcome with feelings of inadequacy, he collapsed on the ground in tears. From his perch in the tree, having lived for countless millennia, he had witnessed many such scenes and had no desire to intervene. So he continued his meditation, eyes wide open to the unfolding drama. After their act, the boys beat the frail child, leaving him bruised and bloodied. The leader jeered, "Worthless, hitting you truly dirties my hands." "Boss, we should have beaten him before urinating," one remarked. The leader retorted, "Do I need your advice on how to act? Come on, someone strike him." The one who spoke up was promptly hit. "Now, worthless one, you can fetch water for your mother," the leader sneered. The frail boy stood, wiping the tears from his eyes, and once more dragged the bucket toward the lake, his pace slower than before, weakened not only by exhaustion, but also by his injuries. The older boys did not leave, they lingered nearby. With his last ounce of strength, he filled the bucket, drawing energy from the thought of his mother, lying in bed and awaiting water. Having filled the bucket, a smile graced the boy's lips at the thought of his mother, finally having clean water to drink. At that moment, the leader approached him. "Phone go, Dan. Do you need help carrying it home? At this rate, you'll crawl back like a dog." Unable to contain himself any longer, the boy retorted, "Get lost. I can make it back myself." Perfectly agreeable to me. "Damn it," the leader snarled, delivering a powerful kick that sent the frail boy tumbling onto the frozen lake. The leader was a cultivator, and in his rage, his strength multiplied several times over, sending Fongo Dan crashing into the icy waters. Unable to remain still, he could no longer observe from the tree. With iron shoes worn to naught, the child who fell into the water is my host. Falling into an icy lake in the dead of winter was far from fortuitous. Fongo Dan struggled in the frigid water. "I can't swim. Help! Help! My mother is still waiting for me." The leader raised his hand. "You all saw it go. Dan fell in by himself. It's not my fault." The one who had been struck earlier protested, "Boss, what if he drowns? He truly cannot swim. Let a worthless life perish. It is of no consequence. If anyone asks, we'll say he slipped on the icy surface and fell in. Now, let's return home to drink and sleep." The group ignored Fongo Dawn's desperate cries, walking away with indifference. Chapter 2. The entity's demise and name change. He leapt down from the tree, calculating with a flick of his fingers. "Wind Dog Egg, alas, I cannot save you. This is your destined calamity. However, I shall ensure you are reborn into a fortunate life." He retrieved Wind Dog Egg's body, while the soul lingered nearby. "Wisdom brother, who are you?" asked Wind Dog Egg. "I have left a mark on your soul. Upon reaching the underworld, the king of hell will heed my words. You must prepare for your reincarnation," he replied. "Wisdom brother, I do not wish to die yet. I want to return to care for my mother. Fear not. I shall look after all your affairs in the afterlife. You have departed, you cannot linger here. Wisdom brother, I know you possess extraordinary abilities. Please assist me. Do not call me Wisdom brother. I am of an age that could be your ancestor. Understand this, due to my influence. Your next life shall be one of wealth and nobility, perhaps even royal lineage. Now, go forth and be reborn. I do not wish to be rich or royal. I only wish to care for my mother. Growing weary of the conversation, he waved his hand, sending Wind Dog Egg to the underworld. Where he arrived at the Hall of the King of Hell, he examined Wind Dog Egg's physical form, then sat in meditation, transforming into a golden elixir that entered Wind Dog Egg's body. As he merged, memories began to flood in. Wind Dog Egg had been bullied throughout his life. Growing up timid and weak, he inhabited Wind Dog Egg's flesh, his previous powers suppressed. To break free in one go would draw the attention of the heavens, resulting in his immediate destruction by divine wrath. Hence, he had to cultivate gradually. Sitting cross-legged, he found Wind Dog Egg's meridians utterly useless for cultivation. After hours of effort, he had only regained a modicum of strength, feeling the biting cold of the wind. Wind Dog Egg, what a dreadful name. I must choose a new one. Though a name is merely a label, I do not wish to be called Dog Egg for all my days. He gazed at the frozen lake, pondering. Having never named anyone before, he could not use his previous name, lest it be discovered. Looking up at the myriad stars, he mused. Wind reigns supreme, gazing down upon both demons and immortals. In the cold lake's rebirth, I shall eradicate all treachery. Wind Ao-Han, he declared, a name both noble and elegant. Just as he rose, preparing to depart, he glanced back at the water bucket and recalled Wind Dog Egg's earlier words. What if I cannot find Dog Egg's home? I cannot rely on divine powers. How could I forget? I can summon the local spirit. Having lived long, he chuckled at his forgetfulness. Using a minor divine incantation, he drew forth the earth spirit. Summoning a local spirit from a useless body is quite troublesome. In former times, I merely had to stomp my foot for them to appear. This is the life I have chosen, and I must endure it. Moments later, an old man wrapped in a cotton coat materialized at the center of the array. What do you require of me? The old man shivered. Can you assist me in delivering water to Wind Dog Egg's home? Wind Ao-Han inquired. The old man, huffing and rubbing his hands, replied, You exude no divine aura. How did you summon me? Wind Dog Egg, are you not Wind Dog Egg? I am but a minor celestial descended to undergo trials. I have just arrived at this blessed land, and I seek your guidance, Wind Ao-Han explained. Huh, a minor celestial dares command me, a recognized earth spirit? Bold indeed. You can find your own way. With that, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. I conceal my true identity. Even the Jade Emperor grants me respect, and Zeus acknowledges my presence. These lesser celestial beings shall be dealt with once I regain my true form. To think that such an age-old spirit would dare call himself old man. I could easily be his great-grandfather. He hoisted the bucket and trudged toward the village. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him from the tree. The figure's foot brushed against the branch, dislodging snow from the leaves. A smirk tugged at the corner of Wind Ao-Han's lips. The shadow nimbly leaped between the trees. Come forth. After millennia, you remain as reckless as ever. The figure descended. Master, is that truly you? Do not come seeking me so carelessly. That person may discover us. Understood. I shall depart at once. Wait. Wind Ao-Han called as the figure turned back. Leave your garments behind. Master, did you not achieve an impervious body to heat and cold eons ago? The figure remarked. I am now a mere mortal, devoid of any potential for cultivation. The figure chuckled sheepishly. Ah, I forgot. Quickly don this attire, lest you catch a chill. Go now. Find a way to obscure my presence. If that person seeks me, let them scour the underworld's tomes for answers. The figure smiled. No one can read all the tomes of the underworld, save for the King of Hell and you. There's one more, Wind Ao-Han added. The figure clasped his hands in respect. Forgive my ignorance. Who else? Genie Tian. Ah, the enchanting and wise lord of the underworld, my esteemed master, Acha. Acha and his brother share a profound bond with me. Master, here is the village map, along with the names of its inhabitants. Your home is marked by this red dot. With that, the figure departed, leaving Wind Ao-Han to study the map as he moved forward slowly. He and Wind Dog Egg's essence began to merge, and with each passing moment, he felt the fragility and insignificance of human existence in nature. Arriving at the village entrance, he found a century-old tree. His vision blurred, his strength waned, and his eyelids grew heavy. He set the bucket aside and collapsed, succumbing to the biting wind and lying in the icy snow. His hands turned crimson from the cold, each gust of wind slicing like a blade across his face. In anguish, he momentarily closed his eyes, muttering, Never have I felt so humiliated in thousands of years. Fainting from the cold, what a disgrace. Chapter 3. Sacred Spring Village. Wind Ao-Han opened his eyes to find several women seated beside him, as he lay upon a comfortable bed. Who are you? He inquired. A woman with rough, calloused hands placed her palm on his forehead. This child isn't suffering from a fever, is he? Feng Ao Han mused inwardly. Could this woman possibly be my mother? Mother, he exclaimed. The women nearby cast him curious glances. I am not your mother. Your mother remains at home. She replied. Clearly, he is quite ill. The others remarked. Dog Egg is gravely unwell. Where am I? Where's my home? Feng Ao Han asked. I am Aunt Wei, a dear friend of your mother. He recalled that during his time in the underworld, he had memorized every book on the first shelf. He remembered Aunt Wei and Dog Egg's South mother being close friends, and that Aunt Wei's family operated a restaurant, where she had a child who was a companion to Dog Egg. At that moment, a chubby boy dashed in. Dog Egg, you're awake. Feng Ao Han replied. I have a name. I am Feng Ao Han. Aunt Wei responded, your mother is mute. When you were born, the village chief named you Dog Egg. Claiming a humble name would ensure your survival. Where did you acquire the name Feng Ao Han? Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall return home to prepare medicine for my mother, who is still unwell. Thank you, Aunt Wei, for saving my life. The chubby boy chimed in. I'll go with you. Feng Ao Han nodded, and together they stepped outside. Although Sacred Spring Village was a small locale, it attracted many visitors due to its various therapeutic hot springs, drawing both royalty and commoners from distant lands. The streets were nearly bursting with carriages and people. Dog Egg, how did you faint at the village entrance yesterday? What were you doing out at such a late hour? Don't you know the mountains surrounding Sacred Spring Village are perilous? The chubby boy inquired. What kind of danger? Feng Ao Han asked. The hot springs within the village are well managed, and nearby springs are guarded by cultivators. However, the mountains are a different story. They harbor more extraordinary springs, yet are also home to fierce beasts. Do the villagers refrain from venturing out, child? Child, are you jesting? I was born a few days before you. You should address me as brother. Feng Ao Han's memories began to resurface. This chubby boy had always rushed to his aid whenever Dog Egg was bullied. His name was Wei Long due to their mothers being inseparable friends. The two had played together since they were 1 year old. Strangely, while Dog Egg was considered useless, Wei Long was not particularly suited for cultivation either. However, he possessed a latent killing intent, enabling him to establish a foundation if he applied himself. In this reincarnated world, ascension was achieved through the cultivation of killing intent, which was not malevolent, but rather powerful in attack. This energy, known as killing intent, had its origins in a time when the world was dominated by fighting spirit. Eventually, humanity evolved, merging fighting spirit with other elements, giving rise to killing intent. Feng Ao Han pondered. Killing intent progresses in 10 layers, each with a distinct title, ranging from the lowest to the highest. Killing Apprentice, Killing Path, Killing Demon, Killing Saint, Celestial Heir, Purple Mansion Demon Path, Transcending Demons to become Immortal, Honored Real Person. Honored Immortal Sovereign, and Emperor Sovereign. There are more stages beyond, but those belong to another realm. I wonder if Dog Egg's body can reach that far. Wei Long, the chubby boy, interrupted his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Do you wish to cultivate, Wei Long? Feng Ao Han asked. Cultivation? Those matters are beyond our reach. Let us not forget that when the village chief selected talented children, out of the 300 in the village, we ranked at the bottom. I was second to last, you were last. Times have changed. Just tell me affirmatively whether you wish to cultivate. What difference does it make? You are last. I am second to last. It is mere fantasy. Feng Ao Han regarded Wei Long with a smile. He had just examined a map, and his home was in that direction. He continued onward, while Wei Long, looking perplexed, hurried to keep up. At that moment, a group of women returning from the market approached, each one resembling a plump sow. They walked by, gossiping about Dog Egg's mother. The widow at the east end of the village is growing increasingly unattractive. Her skin appears more withered by the day. She was never beautiful to begin with, sporting a large scar on her face that is truly frightening. How could someone so hideous give birth to a child as handsome as Dog Egg? Yet, what good is being handsome when he is nothing but a useless being, destined for a lifetime of menial labor? What are they saying, those gossipy ants? Wei Long remarked. The group of women merely shot him disdainful glances before moving along. They arrived at a thatched cottage on the village's outskirts. Surrounding the cottage was a 2-meter-high fence intertwined with withered vines, with a thatched door at its center. The roof was blanketed in white snow. Feng Ao Han thought to himself, this is Dog Egg's home. It truly is desolate. The house seems on the verge of collapse. Wei Long gently pushed the door, which swung open. Dog Egg had forgotten to close it upon leaving yesterday. Feng Ao Han strode across the snow-covered yard, where 2 rooms, and a shed awaited him. The shed served as both kitchen and stable, while the larger room was where Dog Egg's mother resided, and the smaller room was designated for Dog Egg himself. Chapter 4. A young master by name, but not by power. As the grand door creaked open, a woman's voice emerged. Ahem. Feng Aohan. Having overheard the women gossiping about how exceedingly ugly the mother of Godan was, now felt a twinge of curiosity regarding her true appearance. He and Wei Long approached her, and the woman struggled to sit up. Contrary to the gossip, she was not ugly at all. In fact, she possessed a certain beauty. Though she appeared haggard, there was an essence reminiscent of a beautiful but ailing woman. Illness could not diminish her allure. Yet, a deep scar marred her face, a blemish that indeed detracted from her inherent beauty. Feng Aohan mused, perhaps the plump women of the village speak ill of Godan's mother out of jealousy. Wei Long exclaimed, Auntie, why have you sat up? You should take care of your health. Lie back down. We must fetch some medicine. Feng Aohan interjected, alas. I fainted last night. It was you who revived me. The water remains in your home. Wei Long replied, so you collapsed in the snow just to fetch water? Is there not a single drop left in your house? The woman lying in bed pointed towards the teapot by the bedside. Wei Long moved closer. Only half a pot remains, he declared. Feng Aohan suggested, your home is nearby. Go fetch some. Wei Long countered, why didn't you go to my house last night? Why venture so far alone to the river for water? We needn't go to my home. There's a tavern not far from here owned by my aunt. We can retrieve some food from there as well. Wei Long took a gourd from his pocket, poured out several colorful balls, and placed them in the hands of Aunt Feng. Here, eat these. They are candies infused with my killing intent. They may aid your condition somewhat. My killing intent is too feeble, so their efficacy pales in comparison to the traditional medicine you usually consume. Aunt Feng smiled and clasped her hands together in gratitude. Wei Long continued, you are my mother's sister, which makes Godan my brother. You are akin to my second mother, so there is no need for formality. Feng Aohan, standing at the door, urged, do not delay in taking your medicine. Hurry. Wei Long, goodbye, Auntie. The two exited, heading westward. After a few minutes, they arrived at the tavern, its sign reading 8 Treasures Pavilion. Upon entering, the shopkeeper greeted them. What brings the second young master here today? Aren't you supposed to be studying? Wei Long replied, the teacher is on sick leave. What would you like to eat? Please provide me with a bucket of water for medicine and several meat and vegetable dishes to take away. Whatever is delicious, just add it to my mother's tab. Certainly. Please have a seat, and I will be back shortly. Wei Long and Feng Aohan settled against the door as the shopkeeper went to fetch their order. The tavern had 2 stories. Upon entering, one found a hall with several redwood tables, while the second floor featured private rooms separated by beaded curtains, offering a view of the entire hall. Feng Aohan remarked, the person referred to you as a young master so casually. I have visited your home and did not perceive any signs of wealth. Wei Long responded, Godan, what is amiss? You have been speaking oddly since this morning, much like that ancient immortal. You know my family's situation well, do you not? Feng Aohan explained, I fell into the river last night, and since then, I have forgotten some things. You fell into the river, but you cannot swim. How did you survive? I learned to paddle desperately in a moment of peril and managed to survive. That doesn't make sense. When you fell into the river as a child, you didn't learn to swim then. You nearly drowned, but were saved by a passerby. Feng Aohan clarified, I fell at the riverbank, where branches were present, and I clung to one. Since you have lost your memory, I shall recount it again. My family was once a prominent clan. However, my father offended my grandfather for some reason and was exiled from the family. He came to Shunquan village to start anew, and now life is decent. My aunt, who is my father's sister, followed him here with her husband. My aunt is quite wealthy. My title as a young master is merely a formality. I do not enjoy the privileges of one. What are you saying, second young master? You will return to your family to reclaim your heritage. Easier said than done. Reclaiming my heritage requires strength. With my paltry killing intent, my father forbids me from training. This is your water, and here are your meals. We welcome you to visit again. At that moment, a group of youths surrounded a finely dressed young man entering the 8 Treasures Pavilion. Master Kalai, we heard the proprietress of the 8 Treasures Pavilion has returned with her daughter. Let us go see the spectacle and enjoy some food. Master Kalai has also heard that the 8 Treasures Pavilion has developed new dishes. Indeed, I am quite curious to see what the daughter of such an elegant proprietress looks like. Master, do you think the proprietress kept her daughter hidden away because she is too ugly to be seen, or perhaps she has some affliction? Fool, she sent her daughter to live with an immortal to learn. Feng Aohan gazed at the group of youths. a slight smirk gracing his lips. The very individuals before him were responsible for Godan's demise. Feng Ao muttered softly, Godan, since you have taken over this body, I shall take responsibility and avenge you. Kailai stared at Feng Ao in disbelief. As Feng Ao calmly walked past Kailai, carrying a bucket, Wei Long hurriedly followed behind him with the food. The group of bullies stood frozen in astonishment. Boss, last night. What about last night? Kailai turned around. Godan. Halt. They continued walking. Godan, he is calling for you. Kailai dashed out to block their path. Do you wish to die? You dare defy my orders? Feng Ao replied coolly. Why must I heed your commands? Your family's expenses are all borrowed from mine. If you refuse to obey, I shall have my father collect the debts early. Feng Ao thought to himself, so the arrogant Kailai from the death ledger is he. No wonder he remains unfazed after taking a life. Feng Ao turned his back to him. You called for Godan. I am Feng Ao. There is no obligation for me to respond to you. Chapter 5, A New Dispute. Kailai. Have you registered with the village chief? If not, you are still a worthless dog egg. Someone, come and beat him. Wei Long, hold on. Young Master Kailai, aren't you afraid of the village chief's wrath for being so reckless? Kailai, what is the village chief to me? He still has to listen to my father. Attack, and include Wei Long. With a bucket of water and vegetables in hand, escape was impossible. In the chaos, someone kicked Feng Ao, spilling half the water from his bucket, causing him to fall. Then, the group began to assault others. The onlookers on the street dared not intervene. Stop. They halted their fists, turning towards the source of the voice. A little girl in a blue dress stood at the entrance of Ba Bao Lu. Her eyes sparkled like freshly washed grapes, her teeth were as white as shells. Her skin fair as snow, and her cheeks flushed pink, exuding an adorable charm. Behind her trailed several maidservants. Feng Ao, having lived for thousands of years, had seen countless beauties, and found this child merely average in appearance. Who is this little girl? What does it have to do with young Master Kailai? The girl's tender voice chimed. Why are you causing a ruckus at my doorstep? It has everything to do with me. Kailai immediately smiled. Miss, we came to dine, but this young man offended me, hence my actions. The girl retorted, I've been watching from upstairs. He didn't offend you at all. You were the one who attacked him. Wei Long, bruised and battered. Sister, I am your cousin Wei Long. The girl commanded. Quickly fetch a bucket of water and some food, and have someone escort them home. Kailai protested. Miss, it's all a misunderstanding. Since it's a misunderstanding, we shall take our leave. The group swiftly departed. Boss, why are you so afraid of that girl? Kailai replied, you don't understand. That was called grace. I wanted to leave her with a good impression. Why leave grace? Kailai, did you not notice how beautiful that Wei girl is? Among the 300 children in this village, which girl can compare? Indeed, the girl was a beauty in the making. When she grew up, she would undoubtedly be stunning. Not only within Xinquan village, but within 100 miles. One could hardly find another so lovely. Kailai mused, I must leave a favorable impression now. For when I come of age, I shall court her as my wife. Boss, by the time you come of age, she may still be a child. Kailai, you don't understand. An old cow can graze on tender grass. Boss, what about that dog Egestat? Kailai, let him be happy for a while. When night falls, we shall act. At the entrance of Ba Bao Lu, Wei Long cheerfully remarked, Cousin, you've grown taller since we last met. Wei Long introduced, Dog Egg, this is my cousin Wei Jingling. In another world, thousands of years later, humanity invented a seasoning called monosodium glutamate. The Japanese created it, while the Chinese deemed it unhealthy and invented a substitute known as chicken essence. Feng Ao wiped the small trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. I will now be known as Feng Ao. No longer shall I be called Dog Egg. A gentle breeze tousled Feng Ao's hair, and Wei Jingling gazed at him, finding him somewhat handsome. Wei Jingling remarked, seeing your attire is so thin, Chui Hua, go and make a garment for him. Deliver it tomorrow. Feng Ao and Wei Long each held a roasted pig-s trotter, munching as they walked, followed by 2 guards, one carrying water, the other with food. Wei Long commented, my aunt's roasted pig-s trotters have become increasingly delicious. Having lived for thousands of years, Feng Ao had tasted everything imaginable. He would often disdain the peaches from the Queen Mother's garden. Yet, fearing exposure, he merely feigned, it's delicious, very tasty. Feng Ao queried, why does your cousin take her mother's surname? Wei Long explained, my uncle is a minor cultivator who married into our family, so his daughter naturally bears the Wei surname. Feng Ao thought to himself, Marrying into a family seems to render a man powerless. I shall never allow myself to be in such a position. Instead, I shall let the body of the dog egg roam freely, surrounded by beauties. As for matters of love, though I have lived for thousands of years, I have focused solely on cultivation and neglected the study of romance. What shall I do? The guards escorted the two to the door. Wei Long, thank you. The two guards departed after the polite exchange. Wei Long delivered the food to Feng's mother. As the snow on the roof began to melt, the medicinal herbs were stored in the dog egg's room, and Feng Aohan searched for a long time before finally locating them. In the small room, a large cabinet contained a drawer filled with bundles of herbs. Feng Aohan sniffed and recognized them as remedies for colds. He took the herbs to the stove beneath the shed to begin brewing the medicine. Feng Aohan rummaged through a pile of black pottery and found a medicinal jar. Feng Aohan, humans are troublesome. They need to boil medicine just to take it. A shadow flashed by. Feng Aohan whispered, Didn't I tell you not to come and see me casually? Master, I can become invisible. No one can see me. Here, I brought you some herbs. I saw you sprawled in the snow last time, so I guessed you might have caught a cold. These are human medicinal herbs. I took a few packs. You're brewing medicine for yourself, aren't you? Feng Aohan, what you brought is indeed better than what I have. But this medicine isn't for me. It's for the dog egg's mother. Your herbs have also been delivered. You should leave now. Let me stay with you for a while. I've broken up with the Rainbow Fairy. Feng Aohan, you've broken up again? Fine. You may stay for a while, but you must remain invisible. Feng Aohan resumed brewing the medicine. Master, I think dog egg's mother has such good fortune. Feng Aohan, why is that? Those inferior herbs you usually wouldn't even touch. When the Supreme Old Lord wishes to get a new formula for a pill from you, he must gauge your mood. The gods must bow down and worship you to request one of your pills. The key point is that to taste your concoctions, one must first find you. Feng Aohan, there are no inferior or superior herbs, only those with greater or lesser effects. You must first respect all the herbs around you for them to return the favor. I don't understand. Feng Aohan, having been with me for thousands of years, and then leaving to hone your skills for another 20,000, how can you still be the same? Come, use your celestial power to help me heat the medicine. Wei Long shouted, Dog egg, what are you babbling about outside? Is the medicine ready? Feng Aohan, almost. Master, who is that boy? Feng Aohan, he is the only friend of Dog egg. Time is getting late. You should head back. Next time you come, be cautious. Go and ask the Supreme Old Lord for some herbs to strengthen the body. Remember, it must be from the green checkered section, and bring them to me when you come next time. Understood, Master. I shall go. Feng Aohan poured the medicinal broth into a small bowl and carried it inside. He placed the bowl on the table. Wei Long, bring the medicine over. Feed it to your mother. Feng Aohan, astonished. How do I feed her? Wei Long, what? Did you forget how to feed someone after falling into the river? You used to do it every day? Inner monologue. I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. What scenes have I not experienced? It's just feeding medicine. Feng Aohan carefully approached the bedside with a small bowl and spoon, blowing on the medicine before offering it to his mother's lips. Chapter 6. The Dark and Windy Night. In truth, administering medication is not a daunting task. Rather, it is simply that he has never had the experience of feeding medicine to a woman, born amidst the heavens and the earth. With the sky as his father and the earth as his mother, he now exists as a mortal. This mortal mother has afforded him the opportunity to experience what it feels like to be a son. As the saying goes, darkness begets mischief. On dark moonless nights, nefarious individuals thrive. Having satiated his hunger, Kai is now in consultation with a group of dubious companions on how to deal with Feng Aohan. They await the fall of night, for once darkness descends, they will have the liberty to act without restraint. Inside a thatched cottage, Wei Long cheerfully states, It is still afternoon. I presume the village chief's door remains open. I shall assist you in registering your name. Feng Aohan replies, No need to trouble yourself. I shall handle it myself. Wei Long retorts, But haven't you never attended school? Aren't you illiterate? How shall you manage? Feng Aohan concedes, Indeed. You have a point. I must impose upon you then. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years and possessing knowledge of myriad languages, he has been compelled to feign illiteracy to conceal his true identity. In the past, he even authored educational materials for the demon and divine races, and many from the demon royal lineage would kneel before him, addressing him as their teacher. Wei Long, perplexed, inquires, after falling into the water, Why do you speak in such a peculiar manner, akin to that of a centenarian practitioner. Wei Long strides out, but pauses to turn back, asking, which character represents Ao and which Han? With composure, Feng Ao Han responds. Ao signifies one who gazes down upon the world, while Han embodies a chilling presence. Wei Long concludes, very well, I shall take my leave. There are still plenty of vegetables. Let us reheat them for dinner. As Wei Long departs, the snow in the courtyard begins to melt. Feng Ao Han takes a broom to tidy up the yard. There is a makeshift kitchen in the courtyard, accompanied by a sturdy tree that, stripped of its leaves in winter, remains unidentifiable to Feng Ao Han, a denizen of the mortal realm. He could discern any fallen leaves. Yet the ground is devoid of any, for Feng Godan is remarkably diligent. Having grown up in a poor household, he has learned responsibility early on, ensuring the yard is spotless as the leaves have all fallen. Feng Ao Han reflects, it has been tens of thousands of years since I last performed household chores. It appears I have been summoned here. Why do you still linger? He prompts. I ventured to the nearby city to procure a bag of fine rice, a bag of flour, and several pieces of quality cured meat. Here is a set of winter clothing for a child. Do wear it, lest you catch a chill. He adds. Feng Ao Han exclaims, such thoughtfulness. When Feng Godan was at home, the pantry contained only a few bags of potatoes, making this rice, flour, and meat quite timely. Feng Ao Han changes into the winter clothing, which, while not bulky, offers considerable warmth. Although the trousers are somewhat thin, they are stuffed with fine cotton, ensuring he remains warm. He picks up the broom, saying, this attire is quite comfortable, yet I must inquire about your preference for black. As I am but a 7-year-old child, dressing me in black makes me resemble a little assassin. The master once remarked that he preferred simple garments, devoid of excessive flamboyance or opulence, yet in Feng Ao Han's eyes, black is the epitome of simplicity. With a smile, he adds, I harbor no grievances against you. I do not complain. The clothing you purchased is indeed warm. Master, please prepare the dishes. I shall handle the sweeping. The meal you brought for lunch was delightful. He insists. Feng Ao Han, surprised, cautions, I fear that individual may discover you. You must depart quickly. A person of your stature should not engage in such trivial tasks. With a newfound seriousness, Feng Ao Han asserts, if one cannot sweep a room, how can they expect to sweep the world? Seeing that the master's mind is resolute, he declares, then I shall fetch the medicine for you. A shadow flits by, and the white snow cascades from the rooftop to the ground, dissipating into the snow. Feng Ao Han reheats the dishes and serves them to his mother. Initially intending to feed her, he observes that her condition has improved significantly. She sits up and takes the bowl from his hands, feeding herself. After serving himself a bowl of rice with some vegetables, Feng Ao Han sits beside her, devouring his meal with fervor. Once finished, he boils a pot of hot water. He prepares a basin for washing dishes and, after cleaning them, he fetches another basin for Feng Godan's mother. Placing the basin by the bedside, he remarks, soaking your feet in hot water is beneficial for your health. This water contains medicinal herbs. Feng Godan's mother regards Feng Ao Han with a peculiar look, slowly extracting her feet from beneath the covers. Feng Ao Han finds a small stool and sits down, ready to assist her in washing her feet. He is taken aback by the sight before him. Feng Godan's mother's feet are marred with scars, unrecognizable and pitiful. Any observer would feel a chill at the sight of such numerous wounds. It is evident that she has endured unspeakable hardships. Inner monologue. This is my first time feeding someone, my first time washing feet. I have lived long enough without any purpose, and now I engage in such tasks. Feng Godan's mother gestures for him to step aside, wishing to wash her feet herself. However, Feng Ao Han does not budge, and thus her feet remain outside the basin. Reluctantly, he sits quietly to the side. Noticing a book beneath the table, he retrieves it. It is a thin volume bound in animal skin, which he discreetly tucks into his bosom. As the sun sets and the northern winds howl, an oil lamp is lit within the house. The animal skin book belonged to Feng Godan's father. Having never seen his father since birth, Feng Godan perceives him as an irresponsible villain. Thus he destroys or burns anything left behind, save for this book, which his mother fiercely protects, ultimately leading Feng Godan to use it as a table prop. Feng Ao Han discards the foot-washing water outside. After his mother retires for the night, he secures the window, takes the lamp, and returns to his own room. He sets the lamp down and begins to read. The cover of the book bears no title. Upon opening it, he discovers it is a fragmented map. Unbeknownst to him, how could such a thing find its way into Feng Godan's household? He methodically tears the pages, laying the map out on the ground to piece it together. He realizes that it not only depicts the layout of the village but also the surrounding mountains, clearly marking the location of hot springs and the names of the springs alongside the wild beasts inhabiting the vicinity. From the cupboard, he retrieves needle and thread, stitching the map into a complete whole. Having completed this task, he conceals the map within his clothing and then retires to bed. The oil lamp flickers out. Suddenly, several shadows armed with clubs leap into Feng Aohan's courtyard. The water he had spilled earlier has frozen, and one of the intruders slips and falls comically on the icy ground. Muttering expletives, the fallen figure curses under his breath, "You fool," before striking the unfortunate one with his club. Feng Aohan awakens with a start. The shadows slowly pry open the window of Godin's humble abode. Though constructed of stone, the roof is thatched with straw due to financial constraints during its construction. Two shadows stealthily enter Feng Aohan's room, closing the window behind them, and raise their clubs to deliver a fierce blow to the bed. With a thud, the clubs strike, sending cotton flying. Upon lifting the blanket, they find only a pillow in place of its occupant. At that moment, a figure leaps from the cupboard, tackling the two intruders, none other than Feng Aohan himself. After subduing them, Feng Aohan makes a hasty exit, initially believing he might escape unscathed. Yet, to his dismay, a few masked individuals are waiting for him outside the house. Being small of stature, Feng Aohan pushes past a weaker youth, then swiftly darts beneath the armpit of another. He runs with all his might towards the exit, aware that his small frame cannot possibly outpace the group of masked pursuers. Chapter 7. The demon vine. He had just burst out the door when, after only a few strides, the group behind him caught up and forcefully pinned him to the snow-covered ground. One of the portly masked figures removed his sock and stuffed it into Feng Aohan's mouth. A robust masked man squatted down, pulling down his mask, revealing the face of K Lai, a wealthy scion. He slapped Feng Aohan and whispered, "Feng Dog Egg, you certainly know how to run. Go on, run, you wretched cur." Inner monologue. K Lai, such a person, is only alive because he was born into a fortunate family. Otherwise, he would have perished 100 times over. I will remember the grudge for killing Dog Egg and the act of stuffing the sock, and I shall avenge them all in due time. K Lai commanded, "Bring the ropes." The masked figures bound Feng Aohan tightly. They lit small torches and proceeded toward the outskirts of the village. The snowy path was slippery, and carrying a living person made it even more perilous. In a moment of carelessness, the portly figure stumbled and fell. K Lai exclaimed, "What a useless fool. Sir, I don't know how it happened. I keep tripping." "This is the second time," the man replied. K Lai warned, "Zhu Fei, if you are clumsy again, don't bother following me any longer. Nor should your father conduct business with my family." Zhu Fei pleaded, "Sir, it won't happen again." K Lai pondered, "Where shall we dispose of this wild spawn?" Zhu Fei suggested, "Surely we won't throw him back into the icy lake again." K Lai replied, "We cannot do that. If he dies, it will attract attention. Moreover, that lake is the drinking water for our entire Shunquan village. I wouldn't dare drink from it if he perished in there." Inner monologue. Worried about the body contaminating the water, this child truly has a way with words. He didn't even blink when he kicked Feng Dog Egg into the water back then. Zhu Fei asked, "Then where shall we throw him?" Feng Aohan responded, "Let us head south first. I need to think." As they walked further away, they gradually approached a small hill. Zhu Fei remarked, "Boss, we are quite far from the village now. Wild beasts often roam this area." K Lai insisted, "A bit further." "Sir, if I may suggest, we could do it nearby. There seems to be a small cliff over there. Though not very high, it could easily break a leg or leave him crippled," Zhu Fei reasoned. Indeed, K Lai agreed. Better to leave him crippled than dead. There were 7 of them in total, all scions of wealthy families. They followed K Lai because his family held significant influence, allowing their father's businesses to prosper under K Lai's father's patronage. Not all of them hailed from Shunquan village. Some were from neighboring villages. In Feng Aohan's eyes, K Lai and his entourage were hardly the elite. They were mere provincial gentry, at best. They carried Feng Aohan to the edge of the small cliff. The trees in the forest were lush and densely packed, but only a lone, crooked tree with tiny blue flowers grew at the cliff's edge. Standing solitary amidst the mud and snow, they untied the ropes binding Feng Aohan and removed the sock from his mouth. He gazed in astonishment at the tree adorned with blue flowers. Zhu Fei asked, "Do you have any final words?" Feng Aohan replied, "May you all seek your own blessings." He surveyed his surroundings, then closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Kalai taunted, "Once you fall, you'll either die or be crippled. Seek your own blessings. You really dare to speak so boldly." Fong Ahan smirked, maintaining an air of indifference. Dog Egg has changed. He isn't afraid anymore. I am Fong Ahan, not Fong Dog Egg. He stood at the tree's edge, his hand brushing against its bark. Kalai mocked, "If you fall from here, it's either death or disability. If you manage to return to Xinquan village alive, I shall consider your family's debts wiped clean. Especially since your ailing mother won't be able to earn any more." Fong Ahan retorted, "Words are worthless. Let us establish a written agreement." Zhu Fei interjected. Kalai was merely speaking off the cuff. You really believe him? If you fall and become a cripple, bleeding profusely, you want to even make it back to Xinquan village without being devoured whole? Fong Ahan challenged. What? The illustrious Kalai dares not to write an agreement? Kalai scoffed. What is there to fear in writing an agreement? You, a worthless being, think you can crawl back to Xinquan village as a cripple? Who would believe that? But I haven't brought any ink or paper. Boss, I've got some, said Swan Pan. I even brought red ink. Kalai asked, why on earth do you carry ink and paper? Swan Pan answered, my father always said a steward should carry paper and pen. Kalai questioned, but how do you carry an inkstone? Swan Pan replied, I ground the inkstone into liquid beforehand and stored it in this gourd. See? Kalai quickly wrote the agreement and stamped it with his hand. Why don't you leave your mark, Dog Egg? Kalai taunted. Fong Ahan stated, you haven't written your name. Kalai replied, didn't you say you couldn't read? Kalai wrote his name, and Fong Ahan followed suit, leaving his mark as well. After completing the document, Fong Ahan tucked it into his bosom. Zhu Fei whispered, boss, while this is called a cliff, it's really just a high ledge. But if he hits his head first, he could die. Perhaps we should be merciless. Kalai swiftly moved behind Fong Ahan and gave him a hard shove, sending him tumbling down. Fong Ahan's face was a mask of terror. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed nearby, sending the 7 men fleeing down the mountain. Kalai exclaimed, Zhu Fei, what if that brat survives? Zhu Fei urged, the wolves are coming. We must run. The moon was full, and the stars twinkled brightly. Fong Ahan plummeted downward. The cliff was covered with vines, which quickly ensnared him. Fong Ahan mused, I am truly gambling with my life. Moments ago, I saw a barren expanse, yet at the cliff's edge grew a crooked tree. After inspecting and touching it, I deduced it to be an unrefined demon vine. Fortunately, I had spent some time in the demon realm and knew that these vines thrive on living creatures. Otherwise, I would have perished today. However, such vines do not grow in the mortal realm. Who brought them out of the demon realm and planted them here? It is perplexing. Demon vines come in 2 varieties. One thrives in sunlight, while the other flourishes in darkness. Both types have exceptionally robust roots, often growing over 20 meters long, thriving near water like banyan trees, and they ensnare living beings, consuming them only after they die. This plant possesses significant medicinal value, but is as common as weeds in the demon realm, as it grows abundantly there. Fong Ahan thought, where there are demon vines, there is water, yet this is a cliff. Where would the water come from? The vines tightened their grip around him. Fong Ahan swiftly plucked the small flowers from the vines, which caused them to loosen their hold. You seek to consume humans before you have even matured? What would you do once you attain your full form? In the demon realm, I have encountered countless of your kin. Demon vines, prior to maturity, can be deterred by removing their flowers. Picking one flower will paralyze the vine for 5 minutes. Once matured, the vine must be severed. Immature demon vines typically only ensnare living beings without consuming them. They merely watch as their prey suffocates in their grasp. Fong Ahan continued to pluck flowers while climbing down the cliff. Gradually, warmth began to rise from the bottom of the cliff. Crack! The vine that Fong Ahan was holding suddenly broke for some reason, and he fell. Splash! Chapter 8. The 100 Suns Spring. Chapter 9. The heart of the guardian spirit. Fong Ahan arrived at the village entrance in the afternoon. A sedan chair, carried by 4 men, was slowly exiting the village, flanked by 4 guards in wooden armor clearing the way. To the left of the sedan stood a maid dressed in a chest-length skirt, her hair styled in twin cloud buns. 2 porters followed behind, carrying various items. Just then, a group of brightly dressed youths burst forth from the village. Miss Wei, wait. A cute little head peeked out from the sedan's window, glancing back before speaking. Suehua, who are those people behind? Suehua, reporting to you. Miss, those are the young Master K. Lai and his entourage who caused a disturbance at the tavern yesterday. There's no need to pay them any mind. Let us continue on our journey to avoid delaying grandfather's birthday celebration. The group led by Lai quickly approached the sedan chair with a menacing air, blocking the way. The sedan chair came to a halt, and a young girl in a blue outfit lifted the curtain and stepped out. Wei Jingling. Such audacity to obstruct my sedan. Lai. Miss, you have misunderstood. I merely wish to present some gifts to you. Behold, this is a necklace made of black pearls from the Xianming Sea. Wei Jingling clasped her hands together. Why do you wish to gift me something? Lai. I simply wish to befriend someone as remarkable as you. Wei Jingling. I appreciate your kind intentions, young master, but I must decline the pearls. My family has plenty. Lai. May I ask how long you shall be away? Wei Jingling. I am merely going to celebrate my grandfather's birthday before returning. Wei Jingling re-entered the sedan. Feng Aihan slowly approached. Zhu Fei, young master, look. Could it be a ghost? Lai. You have quite the luck, Dogdan. Upon hearing Dogdan, Wei Jingling immediately descended from the sedan, clutching a package. Wei Jingling, Feng Aihan. This is a garment I rushed to make for you overnight. I intended to deliver it to your home, but since no one was there, I brought it along, hoping to hand it to you personally next time we met. Feng Aihan, you are thoughtful. Thank you. Wei Jingling smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Lai, what is the nature of your relationship with her, Miss Wei? Wei Jingling, we are friends. Lai, yet you have only met once. Wei Jingling, you and I have also only met once. Lai fell silent, his heart seething with anger. He perceived a special bond between Wei Jingling and Feng Aihan. He offered her a pearl necklace, which she refused. Yet she crafted clothing for Feng Aihan, a stark contrast in treatment that left Lai feeling less than a mere servant's child in her eyes, nearly exploding with rage. Lai, let us go, brothers, to the hot springs. Miss Wei, please walk slowly. I shall not see you off. Feng Aihan accepted the garment, which was made of fine materials and vibrant colors, albeit the craftsmanship was somewhat lacking, given it was hastily made. Feng Aihan, I thought you merely spoke in jest yesterday. I did not expect you to truly make me a garment. Why are you so kind to me? Wei Jingling, I simply wish to treat you well. With that, she dashed back towards the sedan, which resumed its journey. Feng Aihan slowly made his way to the thatched cottage. Along the way, he encountered Wei Long. Wei Long, I came to find you at noon, but you were not home. Where did you go? Your mother has not cooked. Feng Aihan recounted the events of the previous day. Wei Long, how outrageous. They have gone too far. But how did you survive? You have no murderous aura. There are many ferocious beasts in the forest. Feng Aihan, I encountered someone along the way who saved me. Being just a child, Wei Long believed every word. The two returned home together, with Wei Long purchasing some vegetables. Upon entering the large house, Feng Dogan's mother lay peacefully in bed. Wei Long went to start a fire and prepare a meal while Feng Aihan brewed medicine. Although Wei Long held the title of young master, it was merely nominal. He wielded no real power. His greatest joys were practicing martial arts and cooking. Wei Long's murderous aura was scarce and difficult to consolidate. The family believed he should live a simple life as a merchant, without aspirations of becoming an immortal. However, in Wei Long's heart, he yearned for the chance to cultivate himself. He would gladly embrace any path to immortality. Through their conversations while cooking, Feng Aihan discerned Wei Long's aspirations. He resolved to nurture Wei Long, with his meager murderous aura, into an exceptional support-type immortal. It was not out of selfishness, but rather Wei Long's own disinterest in wielding weapons. There are many types of immortals. Aside from those with high offensive capabilities, there are also support types, like healers or cooks. In Feng Aihan's eyes, while Wei Long's murderous aura was average, his innate love for cooking made him a rare treasure among support-type immortals. With proper training, he would undoubtedly become a leader among them. In this world, 3 types of immortals are exceedingly rare. First, there are those skilled in alchemy. Second, the support types. The former is scarce due to the high demands of alchemy, which requires exceptional memory and a touch of fate. The latter is rare because support-type immortals often perish first in battle and are not respected by many, as some hold outdated beliefs, failing to understand the significance of support roles. In their eyes, those who serve as support are merely leeching off others and hold no value. Thus, few immortals pursue the path of support. The third type relies on fate. Without a master to guide you, even a century of self-study may yield only mediocre results. Having lived for tens of thousands of years and authored many texts, he now served as his own master. When the meal was ready, they brought it to the room. Wei Long, your mother is ill. Where did you find the money to buy meat and rice? Feng Ahan deceived him, saying, "It was given to me by the lifesaver from yesterday." Feng Dogen's mother gestured in sign language, but Wei Long did not understand. Having lived for millennia, Feng Ahan was versed in many languages, including sign language. Wei Long, Dog Dan, translate for me. Feng Ahan hesitated. Wei Long, what? Did you forget sign language after falling into the river? Feng Ahan, I still remember. Your mother moved too quickly. I did not see clearly. Please try again. Feng's mother gestured once more, indicating that she had heard a loud noise yesterday. She wanted to know what had happened. Chapter 10. Awakening Memory. Chapter 11. Transforming the defective body. The potency of the medicine was overwhelming. This body could bleed to death from an inability to absorb it. Hence, it was imperative to locate a truly gentle spring on the map, for only then could the body be transformed. Holding a torch, he walked slowly through the mountains as dusk approached, heading toward a spot on the map not far from the village, simply named Xianming Spring. Xian signifies black, and Ming signifies cool. He believed this spring should possess gentle medicinal properties. Observing the map, he noted that this spring was relatively close to Xinquan village, and he arrived at the location in just half an hour. After clearing away a tangle of weeds, he found no trace of the spring. After searching for a while, he finally discovered a spring head hidden among a thicket. This was hardly a spring. It was merely a small puddle surrounded by accumulated snow. The water was gray, muddied with leaves and sludge. Upon touching it, he found the water to be warm. Feng Ahan set the torch aside and began to clear the leaves and mud. He dug a small channel with his hands, and the water gradually became clearer, with wisps of steam rising from the spring head. He dipped his hand into the water, tasted it, and nodded in approval. After leaving Xianming Spring, he returned home. Night had fallen, and the number of pedestrians on the road had dwindled. But the hot spring market at the east end of the village remained open. In Dogden's memory, the night market was the most beautiful. Feng Ahan, armed with the money left to him, made his way to the market. He took a shortcut that took him 20 minutes. Finally, he arrived at this brightly lit locale, where the streets were bustling with crowds and various vendors selling their wares, some carrying goods on poles while others operated stalls. Relying on Feng Dogen's memory, he arrived at a large shop. Navigating through the throngs, he reached the entrance of refining workshop. Pushing open the wooden door, he found the hall filled with merchandise, with small and large immortals selecting items under the guidance of salespeople. A shop assistant approached him, coldly saying, "Dog Dan, is this where you belong?" Feng Ahan regarded the assistant's nose. "I am now called Feng Ahan." The shop assistant, "Regardless of your name, this is a place for the wealthy. What do you want here?" Feng Ahan, "I wish to purchase something." The shop assistant, "Can you afford it? Besides, you are merely a useless person. Selling anything would be of no use." Feng Ahan, "Bring me a wash basin with wheels, the small size. Take a medicinal cauldron and a ladle, and procure some black charcoal as well." The shopkeeper, hands on hips, remarked, "The items you seek are not inexpensive." Feng Ahan took out his coin pouch, weighing the coins in his hand. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I shall fetch them promptly." At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair entered the shop, surrounded by many attendants who were examining the merchandise. Through inquiry, the old man expressed his desire to purchase a medicinal cauldron. The shopkeeper intentionally presented the shoddiest wooden barrel and the most inferior cauldron to Feng Ahan, exclaiming, "Nonsense. No, esteemed guest, this is indeed the finest item in our establishment, and you need only pay 10 taels of gold." The shopkeeper deliberately offered the worst items at exorbitant prices. Feng Ahan calmly replied, "What you present is worthless. It is all second-hand and damaged goods. Do not attempt to deceive me." The shopkeeper thought to himself, "How could this be? The owner sells inferior goods as if they were premium. How does this well-known good-for-nothing see through the ruse?" Feng Ahan, "What are you dawdling for? It seems I must choose for myself." He approached the displayed items, disdainfully commenting, "What a fine alchemy shop this is, yet all the items on display are merely subpar." Feng Ahan took his time selecting goods. The old man interjected, "Young child, what do you mean by that? This alchemy shop is the best within 100 miles. An attendant chimed in, "This cauldron was left behind by the esteemed Jiang Mo. It is the pride of our establishment, perfect for alchemical processes." The old man took the bronze cauldron, preparing to pay. Feng Ahan remarked, "Seeing your attire, you must be an expert in alchemy." The attendant retorted, "Nonsense. You have no understanding. This is a renowned alchemist from a grand city." Feng Ahan responded, I beg your pardon. I failed to recognize you as a master alchemist from the city. With your vast experience, how is it that you cannot discern that this is a counterfeit? The old man asked, What do you mean by that? Feng Ahan replied, Believe it or not, it's your choice. The shopkeeper scoffed. Look at you, so full of yourself. Spouting nonsense. Feng Ahan mused inwardly. Jiang Zhenren is one of my disciples. 300 years ago, when he ascended to immortality, I witnessed him submerge that bronze cauldron in the volcanic fires of the demon realm for its destruction. How could this shabby little shop possess anything other than a counterfeit? The old man appeared doubtful, hesitating to make a purchase. At that moment, the shop owner emerged, smiling. Young one, if you can present a valid argument, I shall charge you nothing for your selection. However, if you cannot discern the authenticity of my Jiang cauldron, do not blame me for having you thrown out. Feng Ahan replied, You must not go back on your word. There are so many witnesses here. The onlooking alchemists nodded in agreement. Among them were those who had passed through this place, and others who had come to enjoy the hot springs and purchase souvenirs. They were unaware that Feng Ahan was the notorious good-for-nothing from Sacred Spring Village. The shopkeeper, munching on seeds, remarked, I am eager to see what this little pauper can possibly articulate. Feng Ahan climbed onto a table, declaring, The Jiang Zhenren's cauldron is crafted from a rare iron from the demon realm, a material steeped in malevolence. The Jiang cauldron possesses a unique characteristic. When blood is dripped into it, it emits purple smoke. The shopkeeper retorted, This is clearly a piece of bronze. Your claim of it being rare iron is laughable. An informed alchemist in attendance shouted, He speaks the truth. Jiang cauldrons were originally made of rare iron, but through alchemical processes, they transformed and were misidentified as bronze by the unlearned. Consider, how could the illustrious Jiang Zhenren utilize mere bronze? The proprietress of Baobao Tower added, The child is correct. I have indeed heard from my family's elder that blood can be used to identify a Jiang cauldron. Feng Ahan continued, You may drop blood into the cauldron now, and the truth will reveal itself. The old man pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the cauldron. Instead of purple smoke, white smoke billowed forth. The old man, disregarding his dignity, brandished the cauldron as if ready to strike. He shouted, How dare you deceive me? Feng Ahan interjected, Enough. They have not entirely deceived you. While this cauldron may not be a Jiang cauldron, it is still a fine alchemical treasure, as evidenced by the white smoke it produced. However, its price should be half compared to that of a Jiang cauldron. The old man replied, Child, I believe you, I will buy it. Feng Ahan remarked, Now that you have dripped blood into the cauldron, you must purchase it. This cauldron recognizes its master. The shopkeeper watched in dismay as the old man acquired his prized possession at half price, while also giving away numerous items to Feng Ahan. The shopkeeper's heart bled. Chapter 12. The Seed of Ambition. The shopkeeper, still munching on seeds, mused, How has Feng Ahan transformed into a clever young man? The owner, with tears in his eyes, lamented, It is not merely cleverness. Do you realize that everything Feng Ahan took was genuine? Most of the items in my shop are substandard. Yet this astute young lad has made off with so much of our capital. The proprietress of Baobao Tower yawned into her handkerchief. It is getting late. My husband awaits my return. The shopkeeper, puzzled, inquired, Ms. Wei, you have watched Wei Long and Feng Ahan grow up. Have you secretly taught Feng Ahan some tricks? The proprietress replied, I know not where Feng Ahan learned his craft. Certainly, it was not from me. That impoverished child must have no connection to my daughter, Wei Jingling. He has already led Wei Long astray. In her mind, the proprietress regarded her precious daughter, Wei Jingling, as her asset, hoping to arrange a marriage with a prominent family. Such a union would expand her influence. Thus, she would never permit Wei Jingling to marry a commoner, let alone a pauper. The shopkeeper pressed, Ms. Wei, if you despise Feng Ahan so much, why did you just defend him? The proprietress retorted, You misunderstand. Feng Ahan is a good-for-nothing. What use are those items to him? But consider who Feng Ahan's master truly is. The shopkeeper replied, The old matron of the K family. The proprietress continued, Do you now understand? Those items were not for Feng Ahan. They were purchased by the matron for young Master K Lai. It would be unwise to offend his family. Though the K family is not a prominent clan, they are nonetheless one of the wealthiest in the region. Consider your expenses today as a gesture of goodwill toward the K family. The proprietress added, My memory escapes me. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you? The shopkeeper replied, I am in the process of identifying prominent families. As you know, They all prefer to align with the imperial capital. I must send someone far afield to establish connections. The proprietress assured, I trust you with this matter. Once it is accomplished, I will reward you handsomely. The shopkeeper mused, once you have allied with those illustrious families, will you still care about money? At that point, the focus will be on cultivating power. The proprietress cautioned, some matters should remain in your heart and not be spoken aloud. The shopkeeper added, Miss Wei is still quite young. I fear that even if we connect with a prominent family, a marriage may not materialize immediately. The proprietress dismissed, that is for you to worry about. Just attend to your own responsibilities. With that, Miss Wei departed. Although the proprietress of Baobao Tower was clever, her cunning had misled her. She mistakenly believed that Feng Ayahan's purchases were for the K family. In truth, Feng Ayahan was on the path of resurgence, gradually awakening through the modest tools he acquired. The proprietress, Wei Qianxiu, was a woman of great ambition, and every step she took was a calculated maneuver, a true schemer. Under the moonlight, with a gentle breeze, Feng Ayahan smiled as he pushed a small wooden cart filled with the goods he had won, a lovely cloth lantern in hand, strolling leisurely through the mountainous landscape. He had not walked far when he arrived at the edge of the Xianming Spring, where he hung the lamp from a tree. He found a suitable spot to place the wooden bucket and took out its contents, setting them aside. With a flint, he ignited a fire, then produced a small medicinal pot, which he positioned over the flames. He poured spring water into the pot, followed by several kinds of dried herbs, and stirred slowly with a large spoon. Feng Ayahan sighed, reflecting on how, in the past, alchemy required no such elaborate process. All he needed was to pour the ingredients into the alchemical furnace and let it burn for about 100 days. Now, he found himself brewing concoctions like a witch from the demon realm. If this were to spread, he would surely be ridiculed by future generations. As dusk deepened, the aroma of the medicine intensified, transforming into a beautiful green hue. He extinguished the fire and poured the contents of the pot into the wooden bucket, ladling in spring water with care. Once finished, he shed his clothing and footwear, submerging himself in the bucket. The warm spring water enveloped him instantly, but within moments, he felt a cool sensation in his lower body, reminiscent of mint leaves. He shivered slightly in the warm water, sitting cross-legged and murmuring to himself. After half an hour, he felt a rush of blood to his head, nearly overwhelming him, prompting a hasty exit from the bucket. That was close, Feng Ayahan thought. The potency of the medicine is too intense. Can this Xianming Spring not serve as a suitable medium? Wrapping himself in a coat, he squatted down to contemplate the cause. Was it the proportions I mixed? This is the mortal realm. The ratios of herbs and water differ from those in the heavens. Feng Ayahan began scribbling arithmetic formulas in the snow with a branch. After about 10 minutes of calculations, he finally arrived at a conclusion. The mortal realm's ratios are the median between the demon and celestial realms. Concerned about errors, he meticulously calculated for each of the 9 great worlds, ultimately realizing that the correct answer was indeed the median between the demon and celestial realms. He felt foolish for overcomplicating such a simple matter. He discarded the water and reignited the fire to brew the medicine once more, repeating his previous actions. He submerged himself in the wooden bucket again. This time, while his lower body felt cool, the area around his dantian warmed significantly, revealing the efficacy of the Xianming Spring. He closed his eyes and smiled. As time passed, he felt the presence of qi, yet it remained unfocused. His skin grew increasingly resilient. The deadline given to him by the elderly lady of the K family was now only 4 days away. Chapter 13. Culinary surprise. The moon slowly ascended the branches as Feng Ayahan meditated in the water. However, the combination of the Xianming Spring and the herbs induced a hypnotic effect, and he gradually drifted into slumber. The winter wind, mingled with snowflakes, gently settled on his hair. Although his hair was not excessively short, it was neatly tied up. Having lived for thousands of years, he preferred to let his hair down, but as a mortal, he restrained it. The snowflakes melted upon contact with warmth, turning to water, which then cooled and solidified into ice. A thin layer of ice formed atop his head. The once green medicinal broth gradually became transparent, and the water in the bucket had become crystal clear. The next morning, as the effects of the medicine wore off, he opened his eyes to a chilling sensation on his head and hurriedly removed the ice. The water had turned icy, prompting a swift exit from the bucket. His clothes, hung on the tree, were now covered with a dusting of snow, which he brushed off before quickly dressing. After donning his attire, he began tidying up the area. only to discover that his wooden ladle and the lamp he had hung the previous day were missing. He poured out the remaining water, packed everything into the bucket, and began his journey home. By the time he returned, it was nearly noon, and he was famished. He placed the items in his room and opened the door to the main house, where his mother lay peacefully asleep in bed. He rushed to the stove to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. The fragrant smoke billowed gently, and after half an hour, a delicious feast was ready. He also boiled water for his mother to wash her face. Opening the door, he softly called to awaken her. His mother, a mute and blind woman, donned a coat and got out of bed. Feng Ahan wished to assist her in washing her face, but she resisted, adeptly taking the cloth from him to wash herself. Once they had finished their grooming, the mother and son began their meal. Previously, Wei Long had cooked, but this time it was his turn. After taking a bite of the dish, his mother suddenly furrowed her brow. Feng Ahan thought to himself, could she have realized that I am not her son? His mother conveyed through sign language, son, your cooking skills have improved. The food was difficult to eat before, but I sincerely find today's meal delicious. Feng Ahan, a man of culinary prowess, had a history that dated back long ago. He once accepted a disciple who was exceptionally diligent, preparing delightful meals every day. Over time, Feng Ahan grew accustomed to his disciple's cooking. Abstaining from it would leave him uncomfortable. One time, when his disciple went out to train, he endured 300 years of hunger. Although gods cannot die from starvation, they still require sustenance, albeit less frequently than mortals. Upon his disciple's return, aware of his master's predicament, he decided to impart his culinary skills to Feng Ahan. Feng Ahan's disciple was renowned as the god of cuisine across the 6 realms. While Feng Ahan had not fully mastered his disciple's culinary artistry, he possessed about 1/10 of the god's skill. The greatest lesson the culinary god learned from Feng Ahan was the integration of alchemical principles into dishes, enabling them to heal ailments. The benevolent monk Jikong had once utilized the culinary god's noodles to cure a mortal. The dishes on the table were swiftly devoured by his mother. After their meal, Feng Ahan pushed the remaining items out of the house, determined to seek another hot spring. The reaction between the Xianming spring water and the herbs had rendered him faint, subjecting him to a night of freezing temperatures, though he had thankfully not fallen ill. Navigating through the bustling streets with his wooden bucket, he suddenly encountered a grand 8-bearer bridal palanquin, adorned with lace and golden threads. The curtains were made of red beads strung with agate, and the poles were crafted from intricately carved pear wood. The bearers donned splendid attire embroidered with a crimson bird motif. Feng Ahan mused about whose daughter was being wed. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a cough emerged from within the palanquin. He swiftly moved the wooden bucket aside. Chapter 14. Bet on secrets. As the orange-red palanquin glided past, a ragged little girl suddenly dashed out, kneeling beside it, and crying out, "Please, grant me some elixir." The red agate curtain parted to reveal a stunning young woman, her beauty akin to a peony. It was difficult to reconcile her radiant visage with the frail voice that sounded like an elderly woman. The young woman descended from the palanquin, adorned with a crown of jeweled flowers, golden earrings, a luxurious red fur coat, and an embroidered orange-red robe. Around her neck hung a jade bird necklace, and her waistband was a golden thread adorned with green leaves. She wore a pale yellow skirt and red fish-shaped shoes, wielding a plush fan embroidered with birds, covering her face every few steps. "Please, I seek medicine," she implored. The little girl replied, "I thought you were the K family matriarch." The young woman retorted, "You seek medicine? I have some. What do you desire?" "My mother is gravely ill. Only the K family's resurrection pill can cure her," the girl pleaded. "And who is your mother, looking so disheveled?" she queried. "She is from the Bai Luo family by the river," the girl responded. "Ah, that wretched woman." The young woman coughed. "Bring me money. I have plenty of elixirs." "I have no money," the girl insisted. "I heard that the K family are all good-hearted people. Please, grant me just one." Feng Ahan stood nearby, a smirk forming as he recalled K Lai's malevolent face. The young woman continued, "Bow your head a few times, and I may consider it." Without hesitation, the little girl began to bow, 1, 2, 3 times, pressing her forehead hard against the ground until blood trickled down. A satisfied smile spread across the young woman's face. "Stop." The girl ceased her actions. The young woman crouched down, gently cradling the little girl's chin in her hand. The girl knelt, her knees aching. With a sardonic tone, the woman remarked, "What a beautiful face you have, so reminiscent of your wretched mother. Alas, the injury to your forehead may haunt you for a lifetime. Ha ha ha." Rising to her feet, she prepared to turn away, but the girl clung desperately to her leg. The woman was a fierce figure, and with a light kick, she sent the girl tumbling aside. In the memories of Dog Egg, this woman was a wicked one, prone to jealousy. "Get away," she commanded. Blood dripped from the girl's head, her eyes brimming with tears. "The medicine you promised," she pleaded. "I merely said I would consider it, not that I would certainly provide it," the woman retorted. The girl lay on the ground, weeping, her nails caked with dirt. Within 3 seconds, she rose again, continuing to beseech the cruel woman, who repeatedly kicked her away. She did not call for help, clearly relishing the torment she inflicted upon the child. Tears mingled with traces of blood on the girl's face. Standing nearby, Feng Aohan said, "Child, do not plead with her. I can cure your mother's ailment." The girl dried her tears and glanced at Feng Aohan. The beautiful woman from the K family looked over. "Oh, I thought I spotted an ignorant fool. It's just you, Dog Egg. You wish to heal her? What do you have to offer?" The matriarch of the K family continued. "The old lady has given you time to care for your mother, not to meddle." Feng Aohan replied, "If you refuse to provide the medicine, why torment this little girl? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at in public?" He set the wooden tub aside and walked over to help the girl up. The woman declared, "To save the White Luo family by the river. Aside from my K family, no one within 1,000 miles can help. If you dare use the resurrection pill on the White Luo family, I will break your legs." Feng Aohan countered, "I do not require the K family's elixirs. I have my own methods." The woman scoffed, "You, a mere wastrel, just don't die in the process." Feng Aohan challenged her, "Do you dare to wager with me?" "What a joke. I, the esteemed matriarch of the K family, would wager with you?" She replied. "It is indeed a joke that a dignified matriarch lacks the courage to wager with a servant," he retorted. "Even if I were to wager with you, what could you possibly stake?" She asked. "My life," he declared. "What worth is a servant's life?" She scoffed. "Then I wager a secret," he proposed. "What secret?" she inquired. "Come closer, and I shall whisper it to you." As she approached, Feng Aohan leaned in and whispered for a while, causing the woman to break into a cold sweat and then smile. "Interesting. Very well, I shall wager with you. What are the terms?" Feng Aohan stated, "I will not use any of the K family's medicinal materials. If I can cure her mother within the time limit, I win." The woman mused to herself. "This boy won't use the K family's materials. Where will he source his medicine? Even if he could cure her, I will ensure that no merchants within hundreds of miles will sell him anything, and when the time is up, he will still lose. I lack nothing. What do you wish to wager?" she asked. Feng Aohan pondered for a moment. "Money." The woman laughed heartily. "I thought it would be something of real value. Name your amount." As expected, the poor are all the same, always talking about money. Feng Aohan replied, 100,000 taels of gold. "You truly dare to say that? Your family still owes the K family a hefty debt," she retorted. Feng Aohan produced a piece of paper. "Your son has already cleared the debt, and here is the proof, with witnesses from his circle of friends. I owe your family nothing now." The document had been ruined when it fell into the spring water. The woman thought to herself, "Regardless, you cannot win. I bet 100,000 taels of gold." She declared, "Let us draft a written agreement. I have matters to attend to today. I will return home to draft the agreement and send it to you later." She replied, "No, I insist we sign it in front of everyone tomorrow," Feng Aohan insisted. He sought the money to procure materials for body transformation, as the costs of cultivation would steadily rise with increasing difficulty. The higher the quality of the materials, the more expensive they became. With urgent matters at hand, the wicked woman turned and boarded her sedan chair. Once inside, she pulled back the curtain and declared, "To save the White Luo family by the river. Aside from my K family, no one within 1,000 miles can assist. Just you." With that, she let the curtain fall. Feng Aohan instructed the little girl to lead the way as he pushed the wooden tub towards the home of the White Luo family by the river. The White Luo family resided on a large fishing boat, its walls worn and weathered by the water, with the door removed and replaced by a large cotton quilt. They walked along the dock and boarded the vessel. "What is your name, child?" Feng Aohan inquired. "By you," the girl replied. "You clearly have a home. Why do you appear so destitute?" he asked. "I have been without a father since childhood, and with my mother ill, no one is left to wash our clothes. Our family has no income, and I am left to beg on the streets daily to support my mother and myself," she explained. They pushed aside the quilt door and traversed a narrow corridor. Feng Aohan remarked, "Your boat is quite large, but it's a pity it has not been maintained for so long, falling into such disrepair." Chapter 15. The unexpected Feng Ao Han took the pulse of the ailing white Luo, then set her hand down and walked to the window, sighing deeply. Brother, what troubles you? You asked. He did not respond, gazing out the window for a long while. I shall return tomorrow, but for now, I must take my leave, he said. Feng Ao Han made his way to the refining shop, pushing open the door where the shopkeeper greeted him. Do you have any dragon-seeking roots? He asked. The shopkeeper looked puzzled. What do you need that for? Just bring it to me, he insisted. Just as the shopkeeper was about to retrieve it, the owner appeared, exclaiming, I'm sorry, but we don't have that item. As Feng Ao Han prepared to leave the shop, an elderly man entered, accidentally knocking him to the ground. The old man quickly helped him up, apologizing profusely. Thank you, Feng Ao Han said. What nonsense. How can a child address an elder so casually? The shopkeeper scolded. The owner asked, What does the master wish to purchase today? I have returned from my holiday and want to buy some dragon-seeking roots before I leave. The old man replied, That's easy. I still have a few left. Bring them all here. The owner shouted. Feng Ao Han exclaimed. Didn't you just say you didn't have any? How can there suddenly be a few left? The owner explained. Your wager with the K family matriarch has spread throughout the sacred spring village. Who dares to sell you anything now? Feng Ao Han pushed the door open and stepped outside, rolling the wooden tub as he headed out of the village. The waters of the Xianyuan spring, when combined with medicinal herbs, produce a hypnotic effect. Today, Feng Ao Han did not intend to visit there. He sought a new hot spring. That night at the Xianyuan spring, his ladle and lantern had mysteriously vanished. He drew a formation to summon the Earth God. The Earth God appeared in the snowy landscape. Soaking in a bathtub, the old man was busy creating bubbles. Feng Ao Han awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry. The old man froze. His bubble wand suspended in midair as he stared blankly at Feng Ao Han. After 3 seconds, he glanced around, noticing the change in his surroundings, and promptly sat back down in the tub. What the hell? Why did you summon me at this time? The Earth God exclaimed. Can you help me investigate something? Feng Ao Han asked. You little demon, don't try to deceive me. I've checked. No loose immortals have descended for trials in the past few centuries. You must have stolen this formation from somewhere. You summon me every day, the Earth God retorted. Feng Ao Han thought to himself, steal? Other deities require celestial energy to use this formation, but I alone know how to do it without any energy. This formation was clearly created by my disciple. I am indeed not a loose immortal undergoing trials, but I cannot disclose my identity to you. Just know that I am a deity, he replied. Liar. Don't disturb me while I bathe, or I will report you to the heavenly court, the Earth God threatened. With that, he vanished. Feng Ao Han pondered that he had originally descended secretly. If the celestial beings above were to discover this, word would spread like wildfire, and that individual would inevitably find him, rendering his desire to descend to the mortal realm futile. The power of this land was indeed formidable. It was better to let that matter rest. Perhaps it was merely a passerby who had pilfered the items, a water scoop and a lantern, nothing more. As he distanced himself from the village, the snowflakes from the trees began to gently fall. He felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone was trailing him. Pushing the wooden bucket ahead, he walked uneasily. Upon reaching a thicket, a black wolf with emerald eyes suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, its hind leg bleeding profusely, an arrow shaft embedded within. The wolf lunged towards Feng Ao Han, saliva dripping from its jaws. Clutching the bucket tightly, Feng Ao Han spoke in the language of wolves, urging it to depart swiftly, for he had no intention of harming it. The wolf, however, pounced upon him, pinning him to the ground. Wolves in this realm were notably larger. Lying in the snow, Feng Ao Han realized that while his true form could communicate with all beings, he had never diligently studied the language of beasts. He could utter a few phrases in wolf speak, yet understanding was beyond him, much like someone who knows a handful of English phrases but cannot comprehend when faced with fluent conversation. Droplets of saliva landed on his chest, and in that moment he felt utterly foolish, having forgotten that he was merely a child of the mortal realm. The night spent in the mysterious Xianming spring had only slightly altered his physique. His meridians and bones remained as feeble as before. In his heart, he felt no desire to kill. He could only rely on his strength. I cannot perish at this moment. Just as he prepared to resist, the wolf suddenly lay down, resting peacefully atop his chest. Looking up, Feng Ao Han noticed an arrow lodged in the tree above. Surrounding the arrow was a swirling aura, an indication of a cultivator's lethal intent. The wolf had not tackled him to devour him, but rather to protect him. Gently, Feng Ao Han caressed the wolf's head, taking a deep breath. The wolf descended. That arrow was truly shot from afar. As he rose, he said, "You saved me, and I shall repay you. That arrow was meant for you. How did it nearly claim my life?" The wolf approached and lay down quietly. Feng Ahan emptied the medicinal herbs from his chinkoan gourd. Discovering bandaging cloth within, his subordinate must have anticipated unforeseen circumstances and placed it there, overlooked due to the abundance of other herbs. He hurried to fetch water from a nearby hot spring. First, he fed the wolf a mystical flower, then disinfected its wound. Feng Ahan ground several herbs into a paste, removing the arrow, causing blood to flow forth. He quickly staunched the bleeding, applying the herbal paste to the injury and binding it with the cloth. If only you could understand human speech. The medicine I applied needs changing once a day, and you shall heal in 3 days. To his surprise, the wolf attempted to climb into the bucket. So you comprehend, he remarked, and the wolf nodded. Feng Ahan lifted it into the bucket, where the wolf nestled. Its head just submerged. Inside the bucket rested a pot, and the wolf became ensnared, unbeknownst to Feng Ahan. Just then, a group of brightly dressed individuals approached, clad in a soft yellow. Upon hearing their voices, the wolf crouched low, becoming thoroughly trapped within the pot. The leader inquired, "Child, have you seen a small wolf pass this way?" Feng Ahan replied, "I have seen nothing." A lean man exclaimed, "Look, our arrow is in that tree." The leader responded, "Only the arrow remains. Where is the wolf?" "Whose is this arrow?" The lean man claimed, "It is mine." The leader continued, "Child, are you unharmed?" "This arrow may shoot far, yet it cannot pursue its target. It seems it nearly harmed you." The lean man added, "I apologize, child. I recklessly fired several arrows." Feng Ahan reassured them, "It is nothing." The leader asked, "What brings you alone to this desolate wilderness on such a snowy day?" Feng Ahan explained, "My mother is afflicted with a grave illness. I require spring water for her treatment." The lean man interjected, "Doesn't Sacred Spring Village have a hot spring?" The crowd speculated. "This child appears poorly dressed. He likely possesses little wealth. If he has no money, how could he acquire spring water but come here to gather?" The lean man warned, "You seem devoid of any killing intent. Be cautious of being devoured by beasts." The leader produced a small pouch of coins. "I have a bit of spare change. It may not amount to much, but it can buy a few meals. Take it, buy something for your family." Feng Ahan replied, "I cannot accept money from strangers." The leader insisted, "I admire children with filial piety. My son is of your age. If he were half as dutiful, I would be content. Please. It is but a trifling sum." Feng Ahan reiterated, "I cannot accept this money." The leader pressed, "Please take it. I truly wish I had a son like you." Feng Ahan returned the coins to him. The leader remarked, "Children like you are rare. Please accept it." Feng Ahan pleaded, "Do not make it difficult for me." The leader relented, "Since the wolf is not here, let us head to Sacred Spring Village to find lodging." The brightly clad individuals departed swiftly. Feng Ahan called, "Wolf, the travelers have left. You may come out now." The wolf cautiously poked its head out, its gaze fixed intently on Feng Ahan. "What is it? Are you still afraid?" Feng Ahan approached, laughing heartily as he realized the wolf was stuck. "This is easily remedied. You shall endure a bit of discomfort." He tipped the bucket over and applied some ointment inside, allowing the wolf to wriggle free from the pot. The wolf gazed at him with a smile. Feng Ahan set the bucket upright and continued toward the hot spring marked on his map, with the wolf trotting alongside him. "I am going to bathe. You may accompany me, and later, I'll bring you some meat. Consider this the beginning of our friendship. What is your name?" he inquired. The wolf emitted a few low sounds. "I cannot understand the language of wolves. Let us pretend I did not ask." As they traversed a small grove, a fruit-bearing tree caught Feng Ahan's eye. It stood at the height of his chest, its leaves a deep green, with purple-red fruits resembling small grapes. The tree stood quietly amidst the snow. "Fruit in winter, yet such vibrant leaves," he remarked. He set down his belongings and immediately knelt to dig in the soil beside the tree. The wolf mimicked his actions, digging alongside him. Before long, he uncovered the roots. Overjoyed, he jumped up, embracing the wolf, laughing and kissing it. The wolf's expression remained calm and composed, observing the overly excited human, a somewhat amusing sight. Feng Ahan's elation stemmed from the presence of a rare plant, the immortal fate tree. This extraordinary tree was known to move, lingering only before those destined to find it. Akin to a sentient ginseng doll, consuming its fruit could aid the weak, bestowing them with the aptitude for cultivation. The fruit lacked the potency of the roots, which could elevate a person's latent energy significantly, However, the roots were crucial for the tree's survival. The fruit could regenerate if consumed, but the roots, once removed, would lead to the plant's demise. The fruit could not be plucked by force. Rather, it required persuasion. Kneeling before the tree, Feng Ahan implored, "O immortal fate tree, I earnestly request a few fruits." The tree merely swayed slightly, withholding its bounty. "I am of a naturally feeble constitution. For years, I have endured mistreatment," he recounted his tales of woe. The tree swayed again, dropping a single fruit. "One fruit is insufficient," he exclaimed, as the tree began to withdraw, its roots emerging from the snow. The wolf approached, howling loudly before barking several times. The tree surprisingly came to a halt, burying its roots deep into the earth. It shook off its fruits with fervor, causing them to tumble down in a cacophony, scattering numerous fruits around. Once the fruits had all fallen, the ethereal tree retained a few leaves. Having accomplished this task, the tree departed. Feng Ahan remarked, "How unfortunate you are. He has given you so much, even the leaves." The wolf pushed the fruits and leaves towards Feng Ahan, as if to convey that all of this was for him, while he only desired a few. Feng Ahan replied, "You truly possess a sense of conscience." He gathered all the fruits into a barrel. They continued their journey, finally arriving at their destination. As they cleared a tangle of long weeds, a vast pool of steaming water revealed itself, with a stone tablet beside the hot spring inscribed with the words "Wuxing Bai Wei Spring." Numerous spring channels flowed towards the center. This spring lacked a source. Its waters streamed in from distant places. Every 10 channels were accompanied by a stone, each intricately carved with unique symbols. Feng Ahan instantly recognized these symbols: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yang, wind, electricity, thunder. 10 stones, 10 small waterways. It was evident that this spring had been previously developed. Feng Ahan noted, "The map indicates that fierce lightning tigers roam this area at night. We should soak quickly and return soon." He consumed the fruits he had just gathered, removed his clothing, and plunged into the hot spring. The wolf took a sip of the spring water, only to spit it out, finding it quite unpalatable. The wolf then lay down on the grass, free of snow, and closed his eyes. Feng Ahan began to slowly condense his murderous intent within the water, strands of it gathering above his head. Astonishingly, the first layer of murderous energy crystallized within him. Indeed, this is a splendid spring. Were it not for the imminent dangers of nightfall, I would certainly relish soaking here for an entire night. As time passed and the day waned, he remembered he must return home to prepare a meal for his mother. He contemplated placing the wooden barrel into his universe gourd, but it only absorbed items imbued with celestial energy. The herbs from the old lordess' home, even if mundane, would absorb some celestial essence if left in the alchemy room long enough, thus becoming suitable for absorption. However, the wooden barrel and the nashi medicinal pot lacked such energy, leaving him with no choice but to painstakingly push it along. He donned his clothes and awakened the wolf. The wolf squinted as he followed Feng Ahan home. When they arrived at the village entrance, wary of being seen, the wolf climbed back into the wooden barrel, having learned to position himself on the edge this time, avoiding getting stuck inside. Feng Ahan pushed the barrel to the market, purchasing fresh vegetables and meat with the ample money left by his subordinates who were currently traveling the world with the flower fairy, intending to leave a little extra for their master. As he finished his shopping, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Upon returning home, the sun dipped below the horizon. He prepared to kindle a fire for cooking, but the firewood was scarce and soaked from the rain, rendering it unkindleable. In his despair, the little wolf approached, dropping a piece of wood at Feng Ahan's feet. "It won't catch fire," Feng Ahan remarked. The little wolf then picked up another damp log. Showcasing his abilities, he blew a breath onto the wetwood, then inhaled, causing the moisture to vanish, transforming the damp log into dry kindling. "Can you control water?" Feng Ahan asked in astonishment. The little wolf had dried half of the firewood. Feng Ahan ignited the fire and began to cook. Several delectable dishes emerged, and the rice was ready. He carried the food into the room, setting 2 sets of chopsticks on the table, with a large bowl on the floor. The table was adorned with braised ribs, mushrooms, stir-fried chicken, and a variety of side dishes. Feng Ahan, possessing a fraction of a culinary deity's skill, created dishes that were indeed works of art. The wolf slowly entered the house behind him. As soon as the wolf stepped inside, his mother frowned. In Chapter 17, the bet contract, he was proficient with various weapons, knives, guns, clubs, axes, and swords, but he preferred using his hands. After millennia of cultivation, he believed the body was the finest weapon. However, now he was merely an ordinary child, having recently transformed from a state of weakness, and he felt a reliable weapon would provide security. His immediate concern was to find medicinal herbs to cure by Yume's mother. As the wolf entered, his mother furrowed her brow. Using sign language, she inquired if anyone had visited. Feng Ahan replied, "Mother, your eyesight may fail you, but your nose is remarkably keen. Today, I went to buy vegetables and found a stray dog on my way home." The wolf looked at him in confusion, as if to say, "I am clearly a genuine wolf." His mother relaxed upon hearing his words. Had she known her son had soaked in a hot spring to improve his health and rescued a wolf being hunted, she would have been greatly alarmed, prompting Feng Ahan to concoct a benevolent lie. After dining and washing the dishes, he, as usual, prepared a medicinal foot soak for his mother. These herbs were no ordinary items. They could be described as, "This thing is rare in the world because it exists in the heavens." After just 2 foot soaks, his mother's condition improved significantly, and while cooking, Feng Ahan discreetly added herbs to the dishes. The complexity of the flavors was intentional, meant to mask the taste of the medicine. Once his mother retired for the night, he brought the large wolf into his small room. Feng Ahan retrieved a blanket and a summer quilt from the cupboard, placing the blanket on the floor and folding the quilt into a smaller covering. "You should rest on the floor for now. Once your wounds heal a bit, I'll help you bathe and then place you on the bed." The wolf lay on the blanket as Feng Ahan covered him with the quilt and returned to his own bed to sleep. Feng Ahan turned over and said, "The herbs I gave you are of celestial quality. You'll scab over by tomorrow afternoon, and I suspect you'll be healed by the day after." The wolf lay on the floor, eyes wide in surprise, astonished that this ordinary child possessed celestial herbs. This wolf, pursued by hunters, was not an ordinary creature. It possessed intelligence and the ability to manipulate water. Feng Ahan began to harbor doubts about the wolf's true identity. Having lived long, he understood the wisdom of caution. He closed his eyes, feigning sleep, and only after the wolf began to snort did he finally drift off. The night was cool, frost forming on the trees, while the wolf pondered and longed for its homeland. The next morning, Feng Ahan completed his morning routine, prepared breakfast for his mother, and then left the house. He ventured to the entrance of the K family estate. Nestled atop the highest point of Shengquan village, the K residents sprawled across the mountainside, with half the hillside developed for their estate. The K manor was divided into a main entrance and a side entrance, each guarded by 2 cultivators. As Feng Ahan approached the main gate, the 2 guards rushed inside to make a report. The K family's young mistress, adorned in gold and silver and draped in mink fur, slowly emerged from the manor, followed by 4 maids with their hair styled in single cloud buns. Behind the maids trailed 6 household attendants, 2 carrying a table, 2 with ink and brushes, and the others holding a chair. The display was modest, yet its presence overshadowed Feng Ahan. Feng Ahan mused inwardly, "Is it necessary to formalize a bet like this?" The young man stood resolutely in the wind as the table and chair were set before him, with the K family's young mistress taking her seat gracefully. Curious townsfolk gathered to witness the spectacle after hearing the rumors. The K family young mistress announced, "The contract is prepared. You need only sign." She presented it for his review. Feng Ahan replied, "You've even set a time frame." The young mistress responded, "My grandmother and I have secured a 10-day leave for you, adding it to your previous time, granting you a total of 12 days. Feng Ahan retorted, 12 days. The K family young mistress, shielding her face with a feather fan, teased, "What is the matter? Are you frightened? Do you find the time too short?" Feng Ahan countered, "I find it far too long." The young mistress replied, "Too long. Even the most formidable alchemist in my village, Sacred Spring, would not dare to utter such words, yet here you stand, a person devoid of murderous intent, boldly assuming a grandiose role." Feng Ahan declared, "Words are futile. I shall amend the deadline to 7 days. Should I cure the Bailuosher within this time frame? The reward of 100,000 taels of gold shall be doubled." In her inner thoughts, Madame K pondered, where does this young man derive his audacity? Could it be that he has the backing of a powerful benefactor? Alas, I overthink. What background could a mere slave son possibly possess? Madame K retorted, "Doubling the gold sounds simple enough. If my wager is to be doubled, yours must reflect the same." Feng Ahan replied, "What else do I possess to wager?" Madame K continued, "The contract states you are bound to servitude for a mere 10 years. Should you lose, you will be forever in the service of my K family." The household servant sneered, "You little brat, Enjoy these 7 days while you can. Once the time is up, do you think the lady truly needs a worthless waste like you? If you lose, the only outcome is death. Feng Ayahan insisted. Add a new clause to the agreement. Madam K, seated, inscribed the figure of 200,000 taels of gold. Feng Ayahan remarked, Madam, you truly possess remarkable daring, putting forth 200,000 taels without hesitation. The surrounding townsfolk were left in stunned silence. 200,000 taels represented over a decade's worth of their savings. Yet, contemplating further, they reasoned that this Feng Ayahan, a mere layman with no formal training in alchemy, could hardly hope to win the contest. Wei Long's mother exclaimed, Ayahan, have you lost your mind? How can you wager your life? Wei Long approached Feng Ayahan and whispered, Brother, do you truly have confidence? I have inquired within a 100-mile radius, and no one dares to sell you medicine. Feng Ayahan picked up the contract and signed it. 1 copy for you, 1 for me, he stated before turning to leave. As the snow began to melt, Wei Long followed him. Brother, why risk it when you have no knowledge of alchemy? Feng Ayahan replied, I shall give you some money. Arrange for me to acquire a cloak and a map of the nearby city. I am not being reckless. You must trust me. Feng Ayahan handed over the silver coins. Wei Long questioned, what do you need those for? How do you know I can procure them? Feng Ayahan explained, Wei Auntie is the architect behind the city's construction. She possesses the maps of this region. Wei Long was surprised. I never mentioned that to you. How could you possibly know? Feng Ayahan replied, that is not for you to concern yourself with. My time is limited to 7 days. With that, Wei Long took the money and departed. Feng Ayahan mused to himself, the records of life and death inscribed on the first shelf of the underworld are not to be disregarded. I should be able to recall the general whereabouts of people within 100 miles. Not only do I possess knowledge of my profession, but I am also aware of my destiny. Upon returning home, he found the wolf lazily nestled in the blankets, still asleep. He poured out the medicine from the chinkoing gourd, crushed it, and set it aside. He returned to his room, thinking, doesn't this wild wolf need to hunt? So lazy. While my mother is already awake, and here you are still asleep at noon. Feng Ayahan chastised, you ignore me still? He gently lifted the wolf's blanket, only to discover the lump was merely the pillow on the bed. He burst out of the door, searching for the wolf's whereabouts, muttering a curse. He rushed to his mother's room and lifted her blankets, finding only bloodstains on the bed. Chapter 0018. Murderous Intent. Chapter 0019. Sharing a bed. Zunlongen. An exceedingly peculiar medicinal herb. Why is it described as peculiar? Because its cultivation method is exceptionally bizarre. First, one must possess a dragon whip. Once acquired, locate soil imbued with the 5 elements, and plant the dragon whip within it. Daily, one must irrigate it with the blood of wild beasts. After 100 days, a wondrous demonic flower will bloom, known as Zunlongen. To cultivate this extraordinary herb, countless dragons have been rendered impotent, and many female dragons have gone unwed. He realized he had not fetched water in a while, yet the water tank remained perpetually full. For several days, they had an abundance of water, initially perplexing him until his mother conveyed through sign language that Wei Jingling sent someone every few days to deliver water, bringing a cart each time. After receiving the robe and city defense map from Wei Long, he prepared a pot of hot water for the large wolf's bath. Feng Ayahan stated, this is a medicinal bath. You have arrow wounds infused with murderous intent, and the scabs have formed. If you do not soak in this herbal bath now, you will be left with unsightly scars later. The wolf still turned its back to him. Feng Ayahan remarked, are you shy about bathing? Are you a she-wolf? The wolf turned and jumped into the water. Feng Ayahan chuckled, so you are a male wolf after all. The wolf frolicked joyfully in the tub, while Feng Ayahan readied a large towel for when it emerged. Before half an hour had passed, the wolf leaped out, wrapping itself in the towel and running off without allowing Feng Ayahan to dry it. Once everything was done, he placed the wolf on a mat on the floor and stepped outside to relieve himself. Upon returning to his room, he found the wolf asleep. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning. As Feng Ayahan lay on his bed, he felt an unusual sensation on his back, causing him to jump. Turning around, he saw the wolf had climbed onto the bed. With each clap of thunder, the wolf trembled, appearing quite pitiful. Feng Ayahan teased, what is this? A beast of cultivation fears the thunder? The wolf playfully swiped its tail across Feng Ayahan's face. Feng Ayahan quipped, you hit me. Am I wrong in saying so? As the thunder intensified, the rain poured harder, and the wolf shook with fear. Feng Ayahan embraced the wolf tightly. Do not be afraid. as long as I am here. No one can harm you, not even the heavens. The thunder will cease shortly, little wolf, do not fear. The wolf, feeling helpless, ceased its struggles, resigning itself to lie in Feng Ayahan's embrace. Due to this incident, Feng Ayahan unwittingly entangled himself in a complicated emotional debt that would resurface years later. The next morning, before dawn, Feng Ayahan placed the wolf on the bed, donned his winter attire, and set out with the map in hand. The robe was predominantly black with dark blue accents, short in length but with an exceptionally large hood capable of concealing his entire head. The winter attire he wore was procured by his subordinates, all in shades of black, from the outerwear to the inner garments. He exited and headed north, arriving at a place where carriages were rented. The carriages varied in style, differing only in fabric and model. The least expensive was made of grass matting, followed by hemp, then plush fabric, and lastly silk. Silk, still not widely produced in this world, remained relatively costly due to its scarcity. After surveying the options, everyone ignored him except for a driver of a silk carriage who greeted him with a smile. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wei Long cheerfully asked, "Would you like to board the carriage, esteemed guest?" Feng Ayahan lifted his robe and whispered, "What are you doing here?" Wei Long replied, "What a coincidence. I'm just filling in for my uncle. Who would have thought it would be you?" Feng Ayahan inquired, "You are so young yet can drive a carriage?" Wei Long explained, "I can't do much, but I love carriages, so I obtained a driving license ahead of time. Don't forget, I can cook too." Feng Ayahan asked, "How much will this cost?" Wei Long responded, "Since you are my brother, I won't charge you." Feng Ayahan grinned, "What a good brother." Feng Ayahan boarded and found a seat. Wei Long, with an air of professionalism, announced, "Please sit tight, esteemed guest." "Where shall we go?" Feng Ayahan replied, "To the nearby city." Wei Long, "Is it that far?" Feng Ayahan, "What, are you going to charge me?" Wei Long, "Just cover the cost for both my meal and that of my horse." Feng Ayahan, "No problem." With that, he pulled his hat down. Wei Long, "Hold on tight." Feng Ayahan, "If you leave, who will take care of my mother?" Wei Long, "Wei Jingling will." Feng Ayahan, "What about the wolf?" Wei Long, "What wolf?" Feng Ayahan, "I misspoke, I meant the wolf dog." Wei Long, "Aren't you afraid of dogs? Yet you have a wolf dog." The atmosphere turned awkward. Feng Ayahan exhibited numerous traits unlike Feng Godan. He quickly shifted the topic. Feng Ayahan, "The city of Jin Li is quite large." Wei Long, "Are you worried about getting lost, which is why you asked me for a map?" Feng Ayahan, "You were rather assertive. I asked for a map, and you handed me a city defense map." Wei Long, "Aren't they essentially the same?" Feng Ayahan, "This is far more complex than a mere map. What if a soldier catches me and thinks I'm planning to blow up the city?" Wei Long, "It's not like we're in chaotic times or at war. There aren't that many soldiers around to randomly apprehend people." Feng Ayahan, "Brother, are you foolish? Think carefully about what kind of place Jinli City is." Wei Long, "A convergence of 5 nations." Feng Ayahan shook his head in disbelief. Wei Long, "What are you afraid of? Just keep the map in the carriage. I'll remain inside, and no one will notice." Feng Ayahan, "Let us hope so." The carriage slowly departed from Shangquan village as the dawn began to break on the horizon. Once out of the village, Wei Long quickened the pace. Chapter 20. The Immortal Medicine. The carriage arrived at the main entrance of Jinli City. Wei Long, "So where do we go now?" Feng Ayahan, "Do you see that tree?" Wei Long nodded. Feng Ayahan, "You go buy some food first, and wait for me there at noon." A row of intimidating soldiers stood atop the city walls. The gates swung wide open, with no guards to stop the flow of people coming and going. Entirely unlike a border between 5 nations. Upon entering the city, a scene of prosperity unfolded before them. Wei Long, "Where do you want to go? Be careful not to get lost. It's your first time here." Feng Ayahan, "The map I asked you to find wasn't in vain. I've already memorized the general layout." Wei Long drove the carriage slowly away. Feng Ayahan pulled his hat down to cover his head and then vanished into the crowd. Feng Ayahan, clad in a grand cloak, walked for quite a while until he arrived at a bustling area, stopping before a magnificent building. He gently lifted his hat and looked up at a massive stone pillar, upon which 5 large characters were carved, Auto Auction House. Adjusting his cloak, Feng Ayahan proceeded inside. Just then, a burly man blocked his path. "Burly man, we're at full capacity today. You little brat, step aside." Feng Ayahan raised his head slightly to observe his surroundings. Indeed, noticing many people being turned away, he began to worry. His purpose for coming to Jinli was to obtain the dragon root, and this posed a significant problem. Feng Aohan lowered his cloak to cover his head completely. At that moment, several young gentlemen on horseback, surrounded by a throng of admirers, arrived at the entrance of Auto Auction House. Burly man, young Master K-Lai, you're too late today. You can't enter. Upon hearing the name K-Lai, Feng Aohan's anger flared, and he clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his composure. K-Lai, what can we do then? Burly man, you could apply for a VIP card, but that's quite troublesome. It takes several days. K-Lai, I have plenty of money. Why would I need a card? I can buy it directly. This Jinli City isn't too big or too small. Can't I even buy an auto VIP card? Let us go. Burly man, young Master K-Lai, if you wish to buy one, you can go to the pharmacy pavilion and find that peculiar-tempered owner. K-Lai, I didn't bring much money today, so you and Zhu Fei will accompany me inside later. K-Lai and his entourage rode off. Feng Aohan muttered, what a coincidence. How is it that you're everywhere? Feng Aohan edged along the wall and entered a large alley. He navigated through the alley and wound around several streets. Relying on his remarkable memory, he arrived at the pharmacy pavilion. 2 stone lions guarded the entrance, the doors wide open and unguarded. It appeared rather desolate. A few horses were tied to a large tree at the entrance, while 5 or 6 attendants casually chatted while munching on seeds. Feng Aohan hid behind one of the stone lions next to the pharmacy pavilion and shook the chinquan gourd, causing a medicinal herb and a small green lotus flower to tumble out. The lotus flower was no larger than a palm, its yellow seed pod already bearing yellow lotus seeds. Feng Aohan plucked a petal from the green lotus flower and placed it in his mouth, chewing for a few seconds before coughing a few times. The green lotus flower, known as the throat-sealing lotus, grows in the corners of the Yuchi, a mystical garden. This flower has no leaves and boasts 12 petals, its body a deep green, with only the seed pod and seeds being yellow, resembling yellow beans at first glance. Newly ascended fairy maidens, lacking sufficient cultivation and refinement, often gossip about the immortals behind their backs. This lotus flower serves to punish those who spread rumors. A single petal can render a person hoarse, akin to an elderly individual. A complete throat-sealing lotus can silence someone for 3 months. If the petals are likened to poison, the flower's heart acts as the antidote. Just one is enough to neutralize the toxin. Feng Aohan, with his head concealed, could only look at the ground as he walked, inadvertently bumping into several people. He apologized, his voice sounding aged yet powerful. Bystanders assumed this clumsy fellow was an old man, thus they did not hold it against him. Outside the pharmacy pavilion, there were indeed few people. However, inside, it could only be described as overcrowded. The pavilion featured 3 windows, 1 for receiving herbs and 2 for selling them. The herb receiving window was quite small, resembling a pawn shop, allowing only for the exchange of goods through a hand. In contrast, the selling windows were large counters, connected and constructed with wooden frames that created 2 spacious square openings. These openings could accommodate 2 individuals simultaneously. Feng Aohan queued at the herb receiving window, standing behind a middle-aged alchemist. Noticing the poor quality of Feng Aohan's robe, the alchemist mocked him. Alchemist, oh, being short is one thing, but being poor is another. Even as a killer, you lack the aura. Feng Aohan coughed a few times. Alchemist, so you are an old man. I'll have even more to say to you. At your age, and with such little aura, you don't deserve to be at the same window as me. Feng Aohan, we're all here to exchange herbs. What does it matter? Alchemist, a person like you, with so little aura, is surely here for cheap goods. Feng Aohan, I see that your herbs aren't very impressive either. Alchemist, just you wait, short old man. Appraiser, sir, please state your name. Alchemist, Yin Wu. Appraiser, Mr. Yin Wu, the fire ginseng you've brought is of medium quality, priced at 5 taels of silver. Yin Wu turned to Feng Aohan and said, see that, old man? My herb is medium quality, worth 5 taels of silver. Feng Aohan presented a herb at the receiving window. The appraiser first rubbed his eyes and then scrutinized the herb for a long time, nearly toppling over with his chair. Yin Wu, is his herb so cheap that you don't want to accept it? Appraiser, no. I want to ask your name. Yin Wu, I'm Yin Wu. Appraiser, not you. I'm asking about the esteemed guest on the ground. Feng Aohan, just call me Han Lao. Yin Wu, what could this Han Lao's herb possibly be worth? Look at how you're fawning over him. It's disgusting. Is it worth 5 taels of gold? Appraiser, Mr. Yin, you just claimed that this Han Lao is merely mountain goods. Although I am currently unaware of the precise value of this herbal material, I can assure you that Han Lao's herbs are worth 100 or even 1,000 times more than yours. In comparison to his materials, yours scarcely qualifies as mountain goods. Yen Wu felt somewhat embarrassed as he gazed at the cloaked Feng Ao Han. Appraiser, allow me to fetch my employer. Please take a seat, Mr. Han Lao. Feng Ao Han scanned the hall for a place to sit, while Kai and his companions awaited on a bench. Kai, Wan Qian, how long until your friend arrives? With such a large establishment, why is there no private room? Wan Qian stroked his beard. Kai, my friend is rather peculiar. After all, this is a pharmacy. What use would a private room serve? I apologize for the inconvenience of making you gentlemen wait here. Zhu Fei, boss, it's quite uncomfortable being with these impoverished folk. Kai, fool, be quiet. The people here are not to be trifled with. This is the border of 5 nations. If you offend someone, it could be disastrous. Wan Qian, young Zhu Fei, mind your tongue. Amidst this crowd of ordinary folk, there may very well be nobility from other countries. Zhu Fei quickly covered his mouth. Feng Ao Han slowly walked past Kai. Kai, hey, stop. Haven't we met somewhere before? Chapter 21. Unequal treatment. Feng Ao Han continued to walk past Kai. Kai, hey, halt. Haven't we encountered each other before? Feng Ao Han's fists clenched at first and then relaxed. The youthful face hidden beneath the black robe wore a complex expression. Feng Ao Han calmly replied, I am a wandering alchemist, newly arrived in this esteemed place. You must have mistaken me for someone else. His voice, having consumed the sealed throat lotus, was hoarse yet carried a hint of weariness. It was difficult for Kai to associate this aged tone with the youthful Feng Ao Han from Shengquan village. Not wishing to press further, Kai refrained from questioning him further. This was the border of 5 nations, and he was wary of offending anyone. Feng Ao Han sat alone in a corner. Yen Wu approached. Old man, what herbal material did you just present? Feng Ao Han remained silent. At that moment, a staff member brought tea. Staff, Mr. Han, our boss will be here shortly. Please enjoy some tea. Yen Wu, why do I not have tea? I am an alchemist. Feng Ao Han, might I ask why there is no tea for him? Staff, your ranks differ. How could that fellow drink our tea? The staff left. Yen Wu, I find this quite strange. Who are you, old man? And what herbal material were you holding? Answer me. Feng Ao Han retorted with composure. What kind of world is this, lacking in manners? Are you asking questions, or are you robbing me like a mountain bandit? Yen Wu, grandfather, may I inquire what herbal material you were holding? Feng Ao Han declared emphatically, snow blue mushroom. Yen Wu squatted down, astonished, eager to glimpse the face behind the mask. Among the crowd in the hall were those who had slain immortals, and they too turned their gaze toward him. Their actions were driven solely by the mention of snow blue mushroom. With a murderous aura of 10 layers, Yen Wu, at just 30, had a murderous aura of 35 layers, qualifying him as a slayer of demons. Being a slayer of immortals was a highly coveted profession, but not everyone could attain it. It was further divided into various categories, the rarest of which comprised 3 types, the support type, the alchemy type, and the formation type. Yen Wu, before arriving in Jinli City, I inquired and learned that there are only 2 alchemical slayers here, one named Wan Qian and the other Mei Yuan. If it is not those 2 who possess the snow blue mushroom, it must be a traveling merchant. Feng Ao Han, I am a wandering alchemist. I am not a merchant. Yen Wu's eyes widened. Would you be willing to join Jinli City? To be honest, I was invited by the city lord to settle here. Feng Ao Han, I am accustomed to wandering. I have no desire to settle down. Yen Wu, I apologize for my earlier presumption. Please forgive me, old sir. In Yen Wu's mind, Feng Ao Han was an elder alchemist who intentionally concealed his murderous aura. The youthful face behind the black robe smiled. Feng Ao Han, go on. Yen Wu performed a bow and then exited the pharmacy. Kai and his companions observed the spectacle from the sidelines. Swan Pan, boss, do you think that fellow named Yen Wu is the city lord's nephew? Zhu Fei nephew? They are merely from the same clan. The city lord's nephew is far away in a distant land engaged in battle. Swan Pan, this is a significant investment from the Yen family. Wan Qian, the Yen family's power is vast. A slayer of demons like Yen Wu is but a trivial matter to them. I do not regard him highly. Just a mere slayer of demons. Kai, no wonder the city lord of Jinli has never allowed any of the 5 nations to seize it all these years. This old man Han truly lacks social awareness. A family of such magnitude, and yet fails to curry favor. After half a tea's worth of time, the boss returned unnoticed through the back door, immediately arranging to meet with Feng Ao Han. Kai and his companions continued to be left waiting in the hall. Guided by the staff, Feng Ao Han entered a room adorned with a large screen, though only half of it depicted winter plum blossoms. Behind the screen, a bed lay partially concealed, and in front of the screen was a square table adorned with plum blossoms and 2 chairs. Feng Ao Han seated himself, and the staff poured him tea. Having already consumed a cup in the hall, he refrained from drinking more, not wishing to search for a restroom later. Staff, my boss has no private rooms, so he has repurposed his usual resting place to meet with guests. I hope you find it amusing, Mr. Han. Feng Ao Han, no matter. You may leave now. After a while, an elderly man entered. Middle-aged man, I am Malwan. Feng Ao Han, your name is quite unique. Malwan, my mother gave birth to me while fleeing from war. Feng Ao Han, was your mother named Chaos of War? Malwan, how did you know? Feng Ao Han, Chaos of War indeed. Malwan, you jest, Mr. Han. My mother's surname is Bing, which signifies ice and snow. The term Bing Huang refers to warmth. Feng Ao Han, let us not stray from the topic. Let us discuss business. Malwan, regarding the snow blue mushroom, what price do you intend to set? It is not an everyday item. Feng Ao Han, provide me with 2 VIP cards for the auto auction house. The remaining payment is at your discretion. Feng Ao Han realized he had been taken advantage of. He understood that the snow blue mushroom might fetch a good price in the mortal realm. Yet he was unaware that its true worth was incalculable. Malwan's heart was filled with joy. Although the 2 VIP cards were costly, their value paled in comparison to that of the snow blue mushroom. Malwan stood to gain a significant profit, recognizing that Feng Ao Han was indifferent to the price. Malwan, being a businessman, prepared a small bag of gold and dispatched someone to procure 2 unnamed VIP cards. Feng Ao Han, having received the items, prepared to leave the pharmacy. Malwan, sir, should you have goods in the future, please remember to visit my pharmacy again. Kailai possessed wealth. Yet Malwan was not in need of money. It took over half an hour for Kailai to haggle with Malwan, who eventually conceded to give him a VIP card, although the price was inflated. This was not due to Malwan's penchant for trickery, but rather his disdain for Kailai's character. He deliberately overcharged him. Feng Ao Han, clutching the VIP card, ventured to the outskirts of the city to find Wei Long. Upon exiting the city, Feng Ao Han lifted his robe and approached a tree, where he found Wei Long sleeping on a cart, clutching a roast chicken wrapped in lotus leaves. Feng Ao Han, in this early thaw of winter snow, sleeping like this will surely lead to catching a chill. This child doesn't even realize he should sleep inside the cart. Feng Ao Han, Wei Long, little fatty. Wei Long wiped away drool. Wei Long, you finally arrived. Now we can eat. Come over quickly. Feng Ao Han climbed onto the cart. Let us head into the city together. I shall take you somewhere delightful. Wei Long, why does your voice sound different? It resembles that of an old man. Feng Ao Han, I've caught a cold. Wei Long is not easily deceived. Rather, Feng Ao Han is his soul brother, and he trusts every word Feng Ao Han utters. As Wei Long drives and snacks, he mutters, had I known, I would have waited in the city instead of out here. It's such a hassle. Feng Ao Han replies, I have my own plans. Wei Long retorts, I don't know many routes. I just drove to the city entrance and bought a roast chicken. You can navigate the rest. Feng Ao Han states, your mother's city defense map is as clear as a regular map. Everything is marked plainly. Just follow the instructions I give you. First, go left, then right. Yes. Continue straight ahead. The two soon arrive at their destination, the auto auction house. They tether their carriage aside and head straight for the auction hall. Wei Long remarks, no one is watching the carriage. I could just go back. Feng Ao Han counters, there's nothing valuable in the carriage. Come, let me show you something. He produces 2 VIP cards. Wei Long exclaims, though I don't know what these are, they sparkle beautifully. Feng Ao Han explains, that place restricts the number of visitors daily. With these, you can enter whenever you wish. Wei Long asks, impressive. How did you acquire them? Feng Ao Han responds, why ask so many questions? Wait until you grow up. I'll tell you in due time. Wei Long quips, we're both kids. Why do you always present yourself as an adult? Ever since you fell into the ice river, you've changed, become quite peculiar. Feng Ao Han shoves a chicken leg into Wei Long's mouth. Stop overthinking. Just enjoy the meat, he says, covering his face with his robe. At the entrance, a burly man blocks their way. Little fellow, didn't I tell you not to come in? And you brought a chubby one along. Feng Ao Han replies, I possess this. Is that acceptable? Upon seeing the VIP card, the man steps aside. Ah, it's you, elder. I thought you were just a child. Since you have a card, please enter. Feng Ao Han leads Wei Long into the grand hall. The auto auction house is brilliantly lit. with a group of ancient maidens standing at the entrance. They have their hair styled up, adorned in sheer white garments above and short skirts below, exuding an alluring charm. Upon seeing visitors, regardless of age, they flaunt their beauty. Feng Ahan lifts his robe slightly and glances up, only to be met with a view of numerous bare thighs. To him, this is not an auction house, but rather a house of ill repute. At this hour, the auction has commenced, with 3 signboards placed in the center of the hall. The first signifies medicinal items, the second denotes tools, and the third indicates treasures. Behind each sign is a grand door, approximately 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, each adorned with today's highlight for auction. Feng Ahan reads the sign and is taken aback to find the words Snow Bluegrass prominently displayed, along with a small note indicating it belongs to the owner of the apothecary pavilion. Feng Ahan whispers, "These items are being auctioned off quickly. They've barely arrived and are already up for bid." Wei Long inquires, "What are you saying?" Feng Ahan admonishes, "Do not ask so many questions. From now on, you shall call me Elder Han. Never refer to me as Feng Ahan or Dog Egg." Wei Long retorts, "Understood, Dog Egg." Feng Ahan playfully pokes him, and Wei Long covers his mouth, smiling. As they enter the room, a group of charming maidens approaches, led by a man. "May I ask what you 2 gentlemen seek today?" Wei Long tugs at Feng Ahan's robe. In an elderly voice, Feng Ahan replies, "I'm a wandering alchemist here to auction some items." The man, somewhat taken aback, says, "Forgive my boldness, but the auto auction house does not accept just anything. You don't seem to possess much murderous intent. May I have someone assess your items first?" Although Wei Long had noticed Feng Ahan's hoarse voice earlier, he was genuinely startled when Feng Ahan deliberately deepened his tone, making him sound more like an old man. He thought, had he not known the figure behind the robe was a young boy of similar stature to himself, he would have surely believed the face hidden beneath the robe was that of an elderly man. Wei Long pulls at Feng Ahan's robe again. The maidens lead them to a waiting area. No sooner had they sat down than someone calls for Feng Ahan to step out. "You wait here. I'll be back shortly," he instructs Wei Long. Feng Ahan enters another room adorned with a screen depicting plum blossoms, intricately painted to resemble stars in the night sky. Beyond the screen, the room is small, containing just a table, which, of course, lacks the opulence of the apothecary pavilion's table. Feng Ahan takes a seat. "Please wait a moment, Elder. My master will arrive soon," says an attendant, placing a cup of tea before him. Just as Feng Ahan raises the cup to his lips, a graceful young lady enters, her hair styled into a bun with a silver plum blossom hairpin, draped in a white fur coat and a plum-patterned silk dress. She walks with an air of regality, her simple adornments enhancing her extraordinary beauty. Feng Ahan quickly pulls his hat down to further conceal his face. The lady introduces herself. "I am Mei Yuan. May I inquire as to which esteemed guest you are?" Feng Ahan responds, "I am known as Elder Han." Mei Yuan, with a voice like a bell, asks, "What treasures has Elder Han brought?" The auto auction house does not accept ordinary items. At this moment, the previously mentioned young man strides in, followed by a throng of maidens. Though he commands a significant presence, it pales in comparison to the regal aura Mei Yuan exudes upon entering. Mei Yuan possesses both youth and strength. She is the only female alchemist in the region and a prodigious young alchemist. Such prowess at her age is a rarity. Consequently, her speech carries an innate superiority. Feng Ahan discreetly shakes his magic gourd, and a medicinal herb materializes in his palm. He places it on the table, a gnarled, crimson root. "Is this suitable for auction?" he queries. The man, clearly uninformed, scoffs. "What is this?" "A worthless root." Mei Yuan's eyes widen. Feng Ahan assumes the item is undervalued and presents another herb, a blue lotus, its petals as blue as ocean waves, with a heart of vibrant green like spring willow leaves. "How about this flower?" he asks. Once again, the man dismisses it, not sufficient. Mei Yuan's eyes grow wider still, her mouth agape. Feng Ahan clenches his fist and then places another herb on the table, slamming his palm down, causing a resounding echo in the room. This time, it is a red herb with 3 luminous blossoms. "Is this satisfactory?" he inquires calmly. The man retorts, "Old man, is this all you have? You'd best leave. This is no charity." Mei Yuan kicks the man aside. "This is what happens when you neglect your studies." Turning to Feng Ahan, she adopts a flattering demeanor. "Elder, you are a distinguished guest. I shall have this herb appraised and arranged for you promptly. Would you like to sell all 3, or just the first?" The man scoffs. "What is so special about 3 worthless herbs?" Mei Yuan replies, if my master hears you, you'll be in trouble for your ignorance, you fool. Feng Aohan chuckles to himself. I suppose I'll sell the gnarled root then. He places the other 2 herbs back into his sleeve and discreetly returns them to the magic gourd. Mei Yuan exclaims, Elder, your insight is remarkable. This item could purchase an entire forest. A gnarled root is not worth that. As she exits, Feng Aohan returns to the previous room. Upon entering, Wei Long asks, Brother, where did you go just now? Feng Aohan replies, to sell treasures. Wei Long, your family is utterly impoverished. Where could you possibly find treasures? Feng Aohan, do not concern yourself with that for now. He closed the door. Wei Long stood up and rushed towards Feng Aohan, lifting the hem of his robe. Feng Aohan, what are you doing? Wei Long, just taking a look at your face. Feng Aohan joked, have I become handsome again? Wei Long, your voice sounds too much like an old man's. How do you manage that? Feng Aohan, let us discuss it slowly when we return. Little girl, let me have a look. Wei Long, who is that outside? It sounds so familiar. Feng Aohan fell silent. Is it the typical scenario of a villain harassing a virtuous maiden from a play? How tiresome. Wei Long, the people outside seem very familiar. Let us go take a look. Feng Aohan, what is so interesting about it? Wei Long pushed open the door. Chapter 0023, The Auction House Outside. Someone was harassing a virtuous girl. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, Feng Aohan had no intention of meddling in such murky waters. Wei Long stepped outside, and Feng Aohan, unable to resist, followed suit. Little girl, give me a smile. I have plenty of money. This young master, please spare me, I beg you. Her red dress was torn. I paid for her. The girl slapped back fiercely, her red sleeves swirling in the air. How dare you hit me? The young man kicked the girl down to the ground. She lay there sobbing, pretending to be pure while dressed like this. Wei Long stepped outside. Feng Aohan hid behind the door, lifting his robe slightly to observe the situation outside. The source of that familiar voice turned out to be the debauched young master of the K family, K Lai. Wei Long, let go of that girl. K Lai, chubby boy, this auto auction house is no place for the likes of you. Why don't you get out of here? K Lai paused for a moment before continuing. How did you even get in here? Are you perhaps here to sell yourself as a slave? Haha. Wei Long's face turned red with anger as he helped the little girl up. He took out a handkerchief given to him by his mother to wipe her tears, his cheeks trembling. Wei Long, please stop crying, miss. K Lai, a child like you should just focus on playing in the mud. Hurry up and get lost. Your poor aura is suffocating the entire hall. Wei Long seemed not to hear K Lai's words, gently placing the little girl on a stool to sit, still crying. K Lai, I paid for her. She is my property. He kicked towards Wei Long, who fell to the ground in pain. Feng Aohan consumed a medicinal herb and then stepped outside. In his haste, his dark blue robe stirred up a gust of wind. K Lai, such a strong aura of menace. Feng Aohan feigned an elderly voice. You bold scoundrel, how dare you lay a hand on my disciple? K Lai, old man, are you blind? This is a useless waste. Feng Aohan, useless? In my eyes, he possesses great talent. K Lai pretended to bow. Old sir, let us not waste time discussing this. This girl is my property. I can do as I please, and it's not up to your disciple to discipline her. Mei Yuan and her entourage approached the hall. A calm smile appeared on Feng Aohan's youthful face. Feng Aohan, you claim that girl is your property, right? Have you paid for her? K Lai, I just won her in the auction. I haven't settled the payment yet. Feng Aohan smiled calmly. Wei Long, take this girl and leave here. Wei Long stood frozen, and the girl looked equally stunned. Feng Aohan, did you not understand? Leave now. K Lai, old sir. What do you mean by that? Feng Aohan, this girl has been purchased by Wei Long. K Lai. This woman is mine. Feng Aohan, until payment is made and she leaves, she is not yours. Miss Mei, is this not the rule of your auction house? Mei Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. What Elder Han said is correct. People began leaving the rooms for the hall, most likely wanting to change rooms. Isn't that the young master of the K family from Shengquan village? Who was that figure in the black robe? The aura of menace feels powerful. In truth, Feng Aohan had merely consumed a medicinal herb to create a facade of overwhelming menace, which could only last for an hour. K Lai, this. I am a member of the K family. Old man, I will remember you. Feng Aohan, I am but a speck of dust in this vast world. Why should the young master wish to remember someone like me? Let it be. It only highlights your grandeur and the K family's generosity. The man beside Mei Yuan spoke. Young Master K, please return. Mei Yuan, if you continue to be obstinate, the K family's reputation may suffer. K Lai, angrily storms off. Mei Yuan approached Feng Ao Han. Mei Yuan, please, Elder Han, come inside to discuss the pricing. Wei Long sat in the hall with the little girl, who was still crying. He remained by her side, waiting for her to stop crying before he would leave. A perceptive attendant brought tea for the two. Feng Ao Han entered a room to negotiate prices with Mei Yuan. Wei Long, miss, please stop crying. What is your name? Hong Sha. Wei Long, you wear a red dress, so I shall call you Hong Sha. If I wear a blue outfit, should I be called Lan Bu? Hong Sha sniffled. Chubby boy, what is your name? Wei Long, Wei Long. Hong Sha, was that old man your master? Wei Long whispered. Please don't tell anyone. That person is my brother. He has the same age as me. You can call him brother. Hong Sha, he clearly looks like an old man. Wei Long, he deliberately altered his voice to sound like an old man. Do you know why he covers his face? Hong Sha, the old man has wrinkles and doesn't he like too many people looking at him? Or perhaps he prefers to remain hidden while wandering the world. Wei Long, once you see my brother's fair face, you will understand. We must both call him brother. Hong Sha, brother. He is clearly taller than you. You must be joking. Wei Long, you will see when we go out. In the room. Feng Ao Han. Miss Mei Yuan, could you assist me with one more matter? Mei Yuan, Elder Han's offered price is so generous. For a long-term partnership, of course, I can assist. What else do you require? Feng Ao Han, could you help me find a medicinal herb? Mei Yuan, if Elder Han cannot find it, how can I at the auto auction house? Feng Ao Han, I seek the dragon root. Mei Yuan's eyes widened. What a coincidence. I happen to have a piece. It was a gift from my master. Intended as a dowry. Feng Ao Han, a dowry? Then I shall forego it. Please keep an eye out for anyone selling dragon root. Mei Yuan, Elder, you misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say I can give you the dragon root. However, you must frequent my auto auction house. Feng Ao Han, Miss Mei, you manage this auction house at such a young age. You appear to be no more than a teenager, and it thrives splendidly. Mei Yuan, the auction house was opened by that incompetent young man. His name is Yin Guang, a minor young master of the Yin family. I am merely a guest invited by his father. Elder Han, you jest. Feng Ao Han, since it is your dowry, it would be better to sell it as a businessman. A gift is too extravagant. Mei Yuan, a single herb in exchange for your continued patronage is worth it. The medicinal herb you provided has already been auctioned off. I will retrieve the dragon root tonight. I estimate I can deliver both the medicinal materials and the payment to Elder Han the day after tomorrow. Feng Ao Han, count the money for that dancer as part of my share of the medicinal materials. Mei Yuan nodded. Feng Ao Han, thank you, Miss Mei. I have other matters, so I shall take my leave. Mei Yuan escorted Feng Ao Han out of the auto auction house. Wei Long and the little girl boarded the carriage. As twilight descended, Feng Ao Han resolved to spend the night in the nearby city. Within the carriage, he continued to shroud his face with his robe. Thank you, benefactor, said Hong Sha. Here, take some silver and return home, Feng Ao Han replied. To be honest, benefactor, I am a dancer from the Wang family. I fled alongside the princess and became separated in the chaos. I joined a troupe and performed for a living. But the proprietor attempted to take advantage of me one fateful night. His wife discovered this and saved me, though she accused me of seducing him and sold me to the auto auction house. I have only been in this city for 3 days and have nowhere else to go. Feng Ao Han suggested, the Wei family runs a restaurant. You can accompany him. Oh. Dear sir, I wish to stay with you. I am diligent and can cook and wash clothes. With a swift motion, Feng Ao Han lifted his robe, revealing a youthful visage with distinct features, deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and an air of authority despite his slender frame. Am I an old man to you? He quipped. Wei Long, you weren't lying. You are indeed a young lad. With nowhere else to go, you should work for the Wei family, Feng Ao Han advised. What is your benefactor's true name? Hong Sha inquired. Feng Ao Han was lost in thought, pondering how to deal with this girl. Would Wei Long's mother accept her? How could he explain her origins? He mused. Ordinary families seldom welcome girls from the brothel. She possesses an innate charm. If she attracts the wrong kind of attention, it could spell trouble. That foolish Wei Long will surely end up getting himself beaten for trying to help her. What troubles you, brother? Wei Long asked. Nothing. I'm contemplating how to help you enhance your strength, Feng Ao Han replied. Wei Long suddenly embraced Feng Ao Han's arm. You misunderstand. I simply wanted to hold your hand, nothing more. He clarified. Oh, next time I practice, I shall bring you along. Do not neglect your training, Feng Ahan responded. Good brother. Wei Long grinned. Hongsha. Upon reaching the Wei residence, what are your plans? Feng Ahan inquired. You are my benefactor, and so is Wei Long. I shall repay your kindness for 10 years and then depart, she answered. Feng Ahan mused. In tales written by the Star Lord, such girls often pledge themselves. This child merely intends to repay for 10 years. She seems rather sensible. How old are you? He asked. 13, she replied. I am 12, and Feng Ahan is 11. Wei Long added. 10 years of youth. How about we reduce it to 5? Time is the most precious commodity for a girl. Do you understand? Feng Ahan suggested. Thank you. Benefactor. I have my own thoughts. I shall repay for 7 years, Hongsha replied. The trio took up residence in an ordinary tavern, sharing a room due to their limited funds. To avoid revealing his identity, Feng Ahan ordered their meals to be served in their room. After dining, he requested blankets and mats from the innkeeper, establishing sleeping arrangements. Hongsha on the bed, Wei Long on the table, and himself on the floor. Once his companions fell asleep, Feng Ahan uncovered his quilt and began meditating. For him, time equated to wealth. Human life is but a fleeting span. And only through relentless cultivation and defiance against fate could one transcend the cycle of reincarnation. Though he had already modified his body, he had yet to achieve complete success. Now, he required time and effort for further growth. Feng Ahan did not practice blindly. He possessed superior cultivation methods. Let us not forget his primordial spirit, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, outlasting time itself. His status across celestial realms, demon realms, and mortal realms remained unassailable. He had shared drinks with the Jade Emperor, conversed with the Buddha, and forged bonds with Zeus. The levels of killing intent were categorized into 10 stages: killing disciples, killing paths, killing beasts, killing saints, and so forth. Feng Ahan had successfully reached the killing disciple stage, with his killing intent at the 19th level. Yet he hesitated to break through to the final layer. Why? Because if he did, he would enter the realm of killing paths, and should he fail, he would revert to being an ordinary person with but a single layer of killing intent. He did not wish to squander his hard work. Thus he retained this layer of killing intent to cultivate further in Xinquan village. At dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, the three embarked on their journey home. Along the way, Hongsha recounted more of her experiences, yet Feng Ahan remained skeptical, sensing inconsistencies in her tale that rendered it implausible. Though he saw through her fabrications, he chose to remain silent, for he felt pity for the girl and wished to spare her discomfort by not exposing her deceit. With haste, they arrived beneath the great tree in Xinquan village. Hongsha, you must pretend not to know Wei Long. Let him return home first, and then you can seek employment, thus sparing him the burden of explaining your background, Feng Ahan instructed. I shall follow your lead, benefactor, she replied. I shall alight here at the village entrance. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave, Feng Ahan declared. Sister, I will return the carriage first, and then we shall head home. You can follow at a distance, and all will be well, Wei Long suggested. Tomorrow, Wei Long will accompany me back to the nearby city, Feng Ahan added. He then shed his dark blue cloak, holding it in hand as he departed. The snow had melted into water, turning the earth soft and muddy beneath his shoes. Upon returning home and pushing open the door, a wolf lunged at him, knocking him down and soiling his clothes. A day without seeing me is fine, but do not be overly enthusiastic, he chided. The wolf, drooling, leaped aside, its stomach growling. Feng Ahan entered the room to search for his mother, but the cane was missing, and she was nowhere to be found, leading him to conclude she had stepped out. He changed into a fresh outfit, one hastily made by Wei Jingling, then tended to the wolf's wounds before inspecting the water tank, which was still full. He surmised that Wei Jingling must have arranged for water deliveries to his home daily. He also noticed a large water tank beside the stove, which contained koi fish, and various spices lay atop the cooking area. He chopped wood and stoked the fire to prepare a meal. Just as he finished slicing the spices and bent down to catch a fish, a pair of hands covered his eyes. Time seemed to freeze as he remained in that position for several seconds. When he finally reacted, he swung back a punch with force. A woman's cry echoed as she fell to the ground, her sleeves swirling through the air like a severed string on a musical instrument. As he turned around, he beheld a figure in green, sprawled in the mud. Upon closer inspection, her teeth resembled scallops, her skin was snow white, her cheeks flushed, and her demeanor was charming. It was none other than Wei Long's cousin, Wei Jingling. Forgive me, what brings you here, young lady? Feng Aohan inquired. Wei Jingling rose, indignant. I came to check on you out of kindness, and you struck me. Feng Aohan. That was merely an instinctive reaction, not deliberate. Anyone standing behind me would have met the same fate. Wei Jingling. Auntie, I'll be back shortly. The wolf had departed the courtyard unnoticed. So when Wei Jingling entered, it remained silent. Feng Aohan's inner monologue. This girl, is she truly a child? How does she comprehend so much propriety? She is kind to me, as well as to my mother. Is it not evident that she harbors feelings for me? I do not fancy such girls. Alas, I am old enough to be her great-great-grandfather. Externally, Feng Aohan appears as an 11-year-old boy. Yet within him resides an ancient deity who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, one who exists alongside the heavens and the earth, shining with the sun and moon. Feng Aohan's mother entered the courtyard, her face veiled with a delicate purple cloth, holding a cane wrapped in rustic fabric. A maid accompanied her, carrying a basket of vegetables. Feng Aohan took the basket and headed towards the stove. His mother conveyed through sign language, "Son, let this young lady stay for lunch today." Wei Jingling, what did your mother say? Feng Aohan replied nonchalantly. She said, it's getting late. Miss Wei should head home soon. Wei Jingling, it's only noon. She rushed to Aunt Feng, grasping her hand. Please let me stay for lunch. Aunt Feng nodded. Feng Aohan, feeling helpless, began to prepare the meal. Cooking for his mother is an act of filial piety. Yet preparing a meal for this little girl was begrudgingly unwelcome. His mother returned indoors, while Wei Jingling instructed the maid to eat something nearby and return for her later in the afternoon. Feng Aohan, why are you standing there? Come and assist me. Wei Jingling, I don't know how. Feng Aohan, can you wash vegetables? Wei Jingling, the servants usually handle those tasks. Feng Aohan, why are you so kind to me? Why did you give me clothes and choose to stay for lunch? Wei Jingling's face flushed crimson. And after a moment's pause, she replied, I am the sister of your good friend. Feng Aohan, is that all? Wei Jingling nodded in affirmation. Feng Aohan shook his head, then smiled inwardly. This girl may be young, yet her thoughts are surprisingly mature. Feng Aohan, you can't wash vegetables. But surely you can add firewood to the stove. Wei Jingling, the firewood might prick my hands. Feng Aohan, then, go set the table. Wei Jingling went to arrange the tableware. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. As the three sat down, Wei Jingling took a bite of fish. Brother Han, your culinary skills surpass even those of my family's chef. Perhaps I should tell my mother to hire you as our cook. Feng Aohan, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I do not enjoy cooking. I only do it for sustenance. Before they could eat much more, Cui Hua rushed into the main house. Miss, Wei Jingling, speak slowly. Cui Hua gasped. The lady wishes for you to return quickly. It seems urgent. Wei Jingling set down her bowl. Brother Han, Auntie, I must leave now. Feng's mother nodded. Wei Jingling hurried out. The sedan chair awaited outside the courtyard, and she climbed aboard as the bearers swiftly carried her towards Babao Lu. After her departure, the wolf reappeared in the courtyard, quietly approaching the house. Feng's mother gestured. Feed him something. Feng Aohan, Mother, your hearing is remarkable. Feng's mother sighed. My sense of smell is sharp. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Feng Aohan wrapped the wolf's head in a large floral cloth, revealing only its face. They made their way towards the riverbank. The wolf, obscured by the cloth, went unnoticed on the street. As they walked, a child in yellow clothing approached, wearing fabric identical to that of those who had pursued the wolf. The boy, holding a candied hawthorn, licked it while fixating on the wolf. After a moment, he dropped the treat and began to run, shouting, Master. Feng Aohan arrived at the dock, where the dilapidated ship remained moored, and a frail girl lay unconscious on the sandy ground by the pier. Initially intending to board the ship directly, he noticed the wolf clearly wished to rescue the girl. The wolf rushed over to her, nudging her with its nose. The girl rolled over, her hair dampened by river water. To his astonishment, Feng Aohan exclaimed, By you. He helped her sit up, and she appeared to regain a flicker of consciousness. By you. Once I finish washing those clothes, I can earn some money. Feng Aohan touched her forehead. So hot. He checked her pulse, recognizing the warmth and rapidity indicative of a fever. Feng Aohan mused. Winter can cause harm from cold. Spring must bring illness. Poor Baiyu. In such frigid weather, she washes clothes with icy water, and on that snowy day, she was dressed so lightly. He carried Baiyu into the cabin, where her mother lay peacefully on the bed. At Bai Luo's bedside, he brought in a small bed, gently placing Bai Yu down, and slightly adjusted her clothing. Feng Aohan's inner thoughts. Child, I am here to save you, yet I have offended you. He quickly covered her with a blanket and brought in a basin of warm water. Bai Yu, still young and undeveloped, bore a flat chest. He used the warm water to sponge her shoulders, forehead, underarms, back, palms, and backs of her hands. Feng Aohan. The body burns like charcoal, and sweat must be released. He hurried to a nearby apothecary to procure some herbs. Upon returning, he combined common herbs such as ephedra, cinnamon twig, and notopterygium in the correct proportions and brewed a potion. Once prepared, he fed it to Bai Yu. After all this, he added another blanket over her. Bai Yu's condition improved significantly. Only then did he begin to check her mother's pulse. Feng Aohan found himself once again engulfed in gloom, as Bai Luo's ailment was entirely different from what Bai Yu had described. He was deeply astonished by the true mystery surrounding Bai Luo's state. Feng Aohan sat by the riverbank, awaiting Bai Yu's awakening, and began to break the seal. He released it slowly, cautious of drawing attention from the heavens, with the wolf silently observing him. He had no intention of breaking through the 20th layer of murderous intent just yet. Failure would send him back to the beginning. Thus, he chose to first activate the seal. Chapter 26. Between brothers and disciples, Feng Aohan stood, brushed off his sleeves, and retrieved a needle from the Chinquan gourd, piercing several acupuncture points on Bai Luo. A surge of energy burst forth from her body, sending the needle flying from his hand, nearly blinding him. He stepped back just in time, avoiding disaster as the needle clattered to the ground. He sensed that the woman lying on the bed was no ordinary individual. A multitude of questions flooded Feng Aohan's mind. First, why had Bai Luo not perished from the potent poison she had endured for years, instead lying peacefully in slumber? Second, who would go to such lengths to poison this impoverished widow? Third, why did this destitute woman possess such pure murderous intent, rivaling that of true qi? Feng Aohan. To survive for so many years without dying from poison, and yet harbor such pure murderous intent within her. Bai Luo had been poisoned with the third most lethal toxin in the world, the heavenly illusionary lotus. This poison was not only costly but often unavailable, even to those with wealth. The tendrils and leaves of the Tianhuan Chiloa are adorned in vibrant colors, while its blossoms are a deep purple, flourishing at the heart of the Ghost Valley, blooming once every decade and bearing fruit only after 50 years. Those poisoned, if deprived of the antidote within half an hour, will succumb to bloodletting from their 7 orifices. However, if the antidote is consumed within the stipulated time frame, although the victim's life is spared, they are left with lifelong disabilities or blindness. While perusing the ledger of the living in the underworld, Feng Aohan, with his remarkable memory, had already committed the names of the entire village to memory. Yet, the name Bai Luoshi did not appear in the records, signifying that Bai Luoshi was not a native of this place. Feng Aohan shook his head and proceeded to purchase some cooked food to place on the boat. Having completed these tasks, he departed from the dock, making his way to Wei Long's location, with the wolf following closely behind. Feng Aohan, you may return. I have matters of importance to attend to. In 2 days, your wounds will heal, and then you may leave my side. The wolf nudged Feng Aohan's knee affectionately. Feng Aohan, what is it? Do you wish to accompany me? The wolf shook its head and then licked Feng Aohan's foot. Feng Aohan failed to comprehend the wolf's intentions. After a brief walk, the man and the wolf arrived at Wei Long's small eatery. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a cash register, and just a few steps further revealed the entire establishment. The dining area contained only 5 tables, yet the small shop was bustling with patrons. Wei Long was busy serving dishes and pouring tea, while Aunt Wei tapped away at an abacus, presumably keeping accounts. The moment Feng Aohan stepped inside, the sound of the abacus ceased. Aunt Wei exclaimed, "Go Dan, aren't you terrified of dogs? Why do you keep such a large one? It looks fierce." Feng Aohan replied, "One must grow up and confront their fears. This dog serves to guard the home." Aunt Wei retorted, "No need for a guard. There's nothing worth stealing in your home." Aunt Wei was straightforward, being the closest friend of Feng Aohan's mother in Shengquan village. Her words were merely in jest, devoid of malice. "Feng Aohan, you jest, Aunt Wei. Aunt Wei, you must be here to find Wei Long. He doesn't have to practice calligraphy today. Take him out to play." Upon hearing about going out to play, Wei Long casually tossed the braised pork he was holding onto a table and dashed toward the door, playfully patting Feng Aohan on the shoulder en route. "Wei Long, hurry up." Aunt Wei shouted, "You little rascal, where's that braised pork from? Return and serve it properly." Wei Long, Aohan, Why are you dawdling? Run. Feng Ayahan approached the table to retrieve the dish. Feng Ayahan, where should this go? Aunt Wei, at table number 3. At least you know what to do. After placing the dish appropriately, Feng Ayahan stepped outside. The trio, one man and one wolf, strolled down the street as the winter chill began to dissipate, with the snow nearly melted. Wei Long whispered, "What is going on today?" Feng Ayahan, "Do you remember our conversation about training?" Wei Long, "What about it?" Feng Ayahan, "Today, I will take you somewhere. If you pledge to be my disciple, I can help you cultivate like an ordinary immortal slayer." Wei Long scoffed, "You're just boasting. You're just as useless as I am. You can't even protect yourself, let alone teach me." At that moment, a group of elegantly dressed youths approached, led by a particularly opulent young man adorned with golden thread. Wei Long, "Oh no, it's K Lai." Feng Ayahan smiled. Wei Long, "Feng Ayahan, stand behind me. I'll protect you." Feng Ayahan, "I am not useless. In this world, there exists an unspoken rule. Those under 16 who challenge another on the street, should they accidentally kill their opponent, face no imprisonment, merely a monetary compensation." With the memories of Feng Go Dan flooding his mind, Feng Ayahan was consumed by a singular thought: to defeat K Lai. He raised his hand to deliver a powerful strike, but just then, a pair of delicate hands pushed him aside, causing him to crash against the eatery's sign. Whereupon he coughed blood. As he fell to the ground, Wei Long helped him up. It was then that Feng Ayahan realized the assailant had been a woman. Clad in an exquisite green robe, with a dazzling flower hairpin, her every movement exuded an alluring charm. The woman descended gracefully from the air, drawing gasps from the onlookers. What remarkable lightness of foot! Upon landing, Feng Ayahan recognized her as Wei Qianxiu, the mother of Wei Jingling. Wei Long, why did you strike one of your own? Wei Qianxiu, though we are kin, Feng Ayahan is merely the descendant of a slave, while K Lai is the son of my business partner. How could I stand by and watch? Feng Ayahan, blood trickling from his lips, retorted, "To save someone, must you exude such murderous intent? Are you certain this isn't an attempt on my life?" Wei Qianxiu, the primary goal is to save lives. Secondary is to warn you against approaching my daughter, Wei Jingling. Feng Ayahan, I assure you, it is your daughter who, out of kindness for Wei Long, has been looking after me. Wei Qianxiu unsheathed a sword and advanced threateningly toward Feng Ayahan, the blade poised at his throat. Wei Qianxiu, my daughter is of noble lineage. How dare a pauper like you utter such nonsense regarding her? Feng Ayahan, let me first settle the score with K Lai before we discuss your daughter. Just then, a young lady clad in pink approached. Madam, please hold. Wei Long, Hong Sha, Wei Qianxiu, Hong Hong, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be teaching the young lady to dance today? Hong Sha whispered something into Wei Qianxiu's ear, leading the latter to lower her sword. Wei Qianxiu, consider yourself fortunate. K Lai, aided by several individuals, rose to his feet. K Lai, Feng Ayahan, you've got some skill. Today was indeed a miscalculation on my part. Let us settle this in a duel beneath the great tree at the village entrance in 4 days. Feng Ayahan crossed his arms calmly. Feng Ayahan, you have already lost. K Lai, though you no longer owe my family money. The slave contract you signed with my grandmother still has 3 years remaining. Feng Ayahan, once I defeat your mother, that contract will be nothing more than a scrap of paper. Wei Long watched Hong Sha's retreating figure, captivated by her enchanting silhouette. Though the street was thronged with people, to him, it appeared as a black and white photograph, with only the red-clad figure of Hong Sha standing out in vibrant color. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Feng Ayahan and Wei Long made their way out of the village, walking along a narrow path outside. Wei Long, brother, you weren't just boasting. You truly are impressive. Feng Ayahan smiled and nodded in response. Wei Long, we are brothers. How could I not become your disciple? Feng Ayahan, you've already made your promise. There is no turning back. Feng Ayahan glanced around, searching for his wolf. Wei Long, are you referring to your dog? It disappeared during the fight. Feng Ayahan, it never truly belonged to me. It's better this way. Wei Long, tomorrow I must venture into town again. Could you lend me your uncle's cart once more? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Ayahan suddenly coughed up blood. Wei Long, brother, we should return. Feng Ayahan, support me. I shall lead the way. Wei Long, where are we headed? Feng Ayahan, just hold me up. The two traversed the mountain path. Wei Long, there is a good road over there. Why not take it instead of this muddy path? Feng Ayahan, taking that route would invite dangers from the wild beasts lurking about. They crossed a dense forest and continued along the mountain trail until they finally reached their destination. Feng Ayahan pushed aside a thicket of grass, and a wave of warm air surged forth. Wei Long stood in awe. He had never witnessed such a magnificent hot spring. Numerous sources converged into a warm lake. Wei Long, how can there be a hot spring here? Feng Aohan, pledge to be my disciple and step onto the path of cultivation. Wei Long, we are brothers. Why make it so formal? Feng Aohan, if you do not bow, there are many secrets I cannot share with you, and my knowledge shall remain untaught. Wei Long, how troublesome. Wei Long impatiently bowed to Feng Aohan, muttering a barely audible, "Master." Feng Aohan removed his garments and leaped into the Baihui spring. Feng Aohan, your voice is too soft. I cannot hear you. Wei Long, Master. Feng Aohan, place this flower upon my clothing, and once you consume it, come down to soak in the hot spring. Wei Long, I fear the water. Never mind. You are taller than I, so of course, the water seems shallow to you. I am but a short winter melon. Feng Aohan, soaking in the hot spring is also part of cultivation. Wei Long, do not deceive me. I am not well read. Feng Aohan, consume this, and you will be able to protect Hongsha in the future. Without hesitation, Wei Long swallowed the flower. It was exceedingly bitter. He could only manage a few chews. Meanwhile, Feng Aohan savored the herbs as if they were a gourmet feast. Wei Long, aren't you afraid of the bitterness? Feng Aohan, enough nonsense. Quickly come down. We must leave before nightfall. It is dangerous here after dark. Wei Long loosened his garments and entered the water, which barely covered his neck. Wei Long, sometimes I feel you are not just a simpleton, but then I look at you and realize you truly are a simpleton. It is quite strange. Feng Aohan closed his eyes. What is so strange? I am certainly not a fool. Feng Aohan's inner monologue. Oh no. I let something slip. Wei Long, huh? Feng Aohan quickly clarified. I am not a fool. I am Feng Aohan now. By the way, how did Hongsha end up with the owner of Babao Lu? Wei Long began recounting that day's events. That day, Hongsha came to Wei Long's home to apply for a job, coinciding with Wei Qianqiu's visit to Wei Denyang for tea. Wei Qianqiu, a worldly individual, could assess a girl's capabilities merely by observing her figure. Wei Long returned home, and soon after, Hongsha arrived for her interview. Hongsha stepped into the small eatery. Wei Denyang, we are closed for lunch and not selling food. Hongsha, I am here to apply for the position of waitress. Wei Denyang, what skills do you possess? Hongsha listed them one by one. Wei Denyang, all you know are dishes from the southern fairy continent. I do not hire those. Hongsha clutched the corner of her dress tightly. She turned to leave, yearning to seek refuge with Feng Aohan. Wei Qianqiu, wait, young lady. Hongsha turned back, her graceful figure causing the nearby servant to drool. Wei Qianqiu, have you studied dance? Hongsha knelt down. To be frank, madam, I am a dancer, but now I am destitute and wandering. Wei Qianqiu, what is your name? Look up. Hongsha, the red of Hong Mei Ao Shui, the silk of the dancing veil. My name is Hongsha. Wei Qianqiu, from today onward, come to my house and teach my daughter. She must become a dancer of remarkable skill. Hongsha obeys and thanks you, madam. Wei Qianqiu sipped her tea. This red dress is too eye-catching. Wear something lighter in the future. Hongsha, red is the color my mother loved most in her lifetime. I believe she watches over me in heaven. I wear this red clothing for her. Wei Qianqiu, then wear pale pink or peach blossom red. After Wei Long finished speaking, time had passed considerably. Feng Aohan, is that all? Wei Long, indeed, that is all. Feng Aohan, Hongsha has found a place to stay. Yet now she cannot repay her gratitude. Wei Long, clearly, you saved her. Why must she repay me? Feng Aohan, the chubby one, asked, are you perhaps infatuated with that girl? Wei Long, nonsense. How could I fancy a woman of such dubious repute? Feng Aohan sensed a pair of eyes watching them from the woods. The sun was setting. Chapter 29. A serendipitous encounter at Baihui Spring as the sun dipped lower. The two remained immersed in the heart of Baihui Spring. Feng Aohan, little chubby, are you smitten with that girl? Wei Long, nonsense. How could I admire a woman of the streets? Feng Aohan felt the gaze of unseen eyes in the woods. Wei Long, my mother said that upon returning to the family, I should marry only a girl who can assist me. Women like Hongsha would only tarnish my standing within the family. In that clan, I have a cousin. I am the second young master. Feng Aohan, what kind of girl would be beneficial to you? Wei Long, either a young lady from a prominent family or a fierce warrior maiden. In any case, I would never dare to marry Hongsha. Feng Aohan, if you desire to marry Hongsha, she might not even wish to wed you. How have you become so pragmatic? Wei Long, That night when Hong Sha left, my mother spoke at length. Feng Ao Han. Today's adults certainly dare to teach. The day was waning, yet Feng Ao Han noticed his body was visibly healing. The earlier strike from Wei Qianxiu had caused chaos within him, nearly leading to his demise. Fortunately, he possessed a primordial spirit. Otherwise, he would have suffered more than mere blood loss. The chaotic aura within Feng Ao Han increased, forming a vortex. He sensed he might break through to the 19th level of killing intent. If the vortex did not stabilize, it would revert to the first level. In 4 days, he was to compete with K Lai, and he did not wish to become a cripple at such a critical moment. The fruit of the celestial fate tree was running low, and he was uncertain when he would encounter it again. Though nightfall brought danger, he was unwilling to squander this opportunity. Feng Ao Han. Is it at this moment that my body seeks to break through? Could Wei Qianxiu's strike have stimulated my inner aura? Feng Ao Han pondered, having passed many nights in the outskirts without incident. Today, he planned only to linger a little longer at Baihui Spring before returning, believing it would pose no significant risk. He climbed ashore, donned his clothes, and began to meditate. Feng Ao Han, you stay by the side while I don my robes. Do not disturb me, and whatever happens, do not awaken me, understood? Wei Long, relaxing in the water, replied, all right. Feng Ao Han focused his aura. Though his eyes were shut, he felt the melting snow water around him. He clearly saw droplets sliding down the leaves. He sensed the direction of the wind, gradually entering a realm of white void. He fell into deep meditation. 10 levels of killing intent comprise a stage. Killing disciples, killing paths, killing demons, killing saints, inheritors of the heavenly source, the Purple Mansion demon path, transforming demons into immortals. Attaining the title of true immortal, attaining the title of immortal, attaining the title of immortal sovereign, and emperor sovereign. Feng Ao Han was now entering the realm of killing paths, a superficial stage of formally engaging with killing intent. Upon entering this state, regardless of being human, demon, or devil, one could sprout a weapon from the primordial spirit, known as a soul weapon. Generally, killing immortals would not utilize this, as damage to a soul weapon would harm the primordial spirit, leading to either idiocy or disability. Wei Long soaked in the hot spring, sweating profusely. His stomach began to grumble. As he watched the sunset, he contemplated awakening Feng Ao Han, but hesitated at the latter's previous words. Wei Long squatted down, and after tiring, he spotted a large vine nearby. It looked soft and inviting. He wished to climb it and rest. The vine was a vibrant green, abundant and intertwined like tangled wires or shoelaces. A third of it grew on the stones, another half on the ground, and the rest submerged in the spring. Wei Long, I saw you when I first arrived at Baihui Spring. I wanted to climb up and lie down. Wei Long surveyed his surroundings, then chose the largest and thickest vine to sit upon. Wei Long, it's so soft and comfortable. He bounced on the vine, as joyful as a child on a trampoline. He observed a particularly large leaf on the great vine. Its center was a vibrant lemon hue, while its edges shimmered a rich emerald green, exuding a robust texture. Wei Long mused, such a splendid leaf would make a delightful fan. Miss Hansha would surely adore it. He reached up to pluck it, exerting all his strength for several minutes, yet it remained steadfast. Suddenly, he recalled the small knife that Feng Ao Han carried at his waist. The agile little chubby boy descended the vine to retrieve the blade. He dashed to Feng Ao Han's side, who remained oblivious to the world, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Swiftly, he grasped the knife and raced back toward the leaf. This knife, one from the refining workshop, possessed the ability to sever any plant's stem or leaf. Wei Long attempted to cut the leaf, but it merely bore scratches from his efforts. Frustrated, he began to slash wildly and, in a moment of carelessness, cut his own finger. A drop of crimson blood fell onto the leaf, and within seconds, a transformation occurred. The leaf withered before igniting into flames. At that moment, the entire vine trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Wei Long tumbled down the vine, landing on the ground, yet he clutched the knife tightly in his hand. Sensing something amiss, he rushed back to Feng Ao Han, shouting loudly. But Feng Ao Han seemed impervious to the surrounding clamor, motionless as ever. Wei Long pushed him again, but there was no response. In a panic, he hastily tore off several vines to bind Feng Ao Han, intending to drag him to safety. I'm sorry, brother, he uttered. Just as he began to pull, a chilling breeze swept in from behind, carrying with it a putrid stench and a sickly sweet aroma. Wei Long turned, his pupils dilating in horror. What had once been the vine he lay upon had morphed into a massive green python. Its eyes were a blood red, with a sinister black line running through the center, reminiscent of a cat's gaze. The serpent's upper jaw harbored two sharp, white fangs, and it flicked its tongue menacingly toward Wei Long, a viscous liquid oozing from its red appendage. The young boy, only 12, found himself utterly terrified, and in his fright, he wet his pants. With newfound strength, Wei Long began to run, dragging Feng Ao Han behind him at an astonishing speed. "Brother, Feng Ao Han, we're doomed," he cried. "I haven't even returned to my family to inherit my fortune. I refuse to die without having seen my grandfather." Feng Ao Han's eyebrows twitched, yet he remained ensnared in that white void. The giant python slithered slowly, as if certain of its prey, following behind Wei Long with deliberate ease. Suddenly, Wei Long halted, realizing in his haste he had cornered himself against a precipice. With no other options, he released Feng Ao Han and summoned his latent energy. "Dog Dan, you must wake up quickly," he implored. Gathering his meager strength, he concentrated it into his fists as the python drew nearer. The serpent, languidly flicking its tongue, approached Wei Long with alarming calmness. "It's time to gamble everything, brother," he declared, seizing a stick and fashioning a makeshift spear by binding the knife to it. He charged at the python, which lowered its body, slithering along the ground, creating deep furrows in the earth as it moved. Wei Long lunged forward, thrusting his spear into the serpent's face. For a brief moment, the beast halted, but then it violently flung Wei Long into the air. As he descended, the creature opened its cavernous maw, and Wei Long's landing point was perilously close to its jaws. Just as he was 2 meters away from the serpent's mouth, a flash of yellow light erupted from the forest, gently placing him safely on the ground. Wei Long opened his eyes to find a masked girl in yellow standing beside him. "Thank you, miss," he exclaimed. The girl had her hair simply styled in a bun, devoid of any adornments, cascading black locks reminiscent of a waterfall. Despite the chill of early spring, she wore only a thin gauzy dress. Her face was partially obscured by a light yellow veil, adorned with 2 pearls that danced behind her ears. A pink flower was painted on her brow, its center housing a white crystal, accentuating her eyes like the most exquisite jewels, her yellow attire reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Chapter 0030, Green Python and Silver Pill. The girl brandished 2 blue feather fans, engaging in combat with the giant python. In a childlike voice, she declared, "Wretched beast. Having been released, you repay kindness with malice and dare to seek human prey." Wei Long recalled the striking green leaf from earlier. Could it have been freed by his actions? "Little chubby boy, you've stirred up trouble," the girl remarked. The giant python clearly dismissed the girl, launching a fierce assault. Its tail whipped through the air, uprooting trees and churning the earth into a muddy battlefield. Wei Long, still dragging Feng Ao Han, attempted to flee, but the python's tail struck him back. As he continued his escape, the tail rebuffed them once more, the serpent simultaneously obstructing their path while contending with the girl. Suddenly, the girl fused the 2 fans into a singular circle, which hurtled toward the serpent. The python recoiled, wounded, and in a fit of rage, it sent the girl crashing into a tree, nearly impaling her with branches as she lost her weapon. The 2 fans continued their assault on the python, but the girl's injuries diminished the speed and strength of their attacks. Wei Long, still dragging Feng Ao Han, prepared to flee again, but this time the python directly slammed them against a rocky wall, scattering debris everywhere. The violent impact stirred Feng Ao Han from his stupor, his eyelids fluttering open. The giant python turned to the girl, whose veil had slipped to one side, revealing her face partially as she emitted a piercing scream that echoed through the air. The beast ensnared her with its tail, and she began to weep. As the python slowly drew her toward its gaping maw, she cried out, "I don't want to die," shutting her eyes tightly. In that dire moment, a flash of white light darted before the python's eyes, followed by a streak of crimson. Blood sprayed across the ground as a segment of the python's tail was severed, causing the girl to plummet. A man in plain attire caught her just in time. The girl, peering through her veil, met the man's deep, steady gaze. "You're safe now. Do not panic," he reassured her calmly. Wei Long shouted, "Well done, brother. That was splendid." Feng Ao Han set the girl aside, stepping into the realm of combat. Having forged a weapon from his spiritual essence, he was a mere mortal in form, yet his spirit was that of an ancient deity revered by the Jade Emperor, worshipped across the 9 realms. The weapon he conjured was no ordinary tool. It manifested as a dark staff, shadows of various weapons, axes, swords, hammers, and bows, flickering in and out of existence upon it. Disciple, come protect this girl, Feng Aohan commanded, uncertain of the unfolding events. He had just opened his eyes to see a massive green python poised to devour a girl in yellow. A surge of righteous fury ignited within him, propelling him toward the serpent with a singular purpose, to save her. On Earth, snakes communicate through scent and pheromones, devoid of vocalization or spoken language. However, in the 9 realms, snakes not only use scent, but have also developed a form of serpentine language. Feng Aohan, possessing knowledge of myriad tongues, could communicate, albeit imperfectly, with these creatures. He had never learned wolf language, believing he would never encounter such beasts in his lifetime, thus neglecting to study it. By a curious coincidence, serpentine giants are quite fashionable in the demon realm. Nearly every noble possesses one as a steed. Feng Aohan frequently ventures into the demon world to instruct his students, and thus he has acquired the ability to communicate with snakes. Holding a shape-shifting object, he approached the injured serpent and began conversing. Giant Python, how do you speak our tongue? Feng Aohan, why have you harmed us? Why did you consume that girl? Giant Python, the great Peng sealed me here for a century to dissipate my malevolent energy. In another 200 years, he shall take me as his mount, allowing me to acquire true skills. That chubby boy broke my seal with his blood, and now I belong to him. Feng Aohan, why do you seek to kill Wei Long? Are you not already his? Giant Python, I wish to be the great Peng's mount. That chubby boy lacks sufficient killing intent. I refuse to submit. Feng Aohan, will killing Wei Long resolve your predicament? Giant Python, if I slay that chubby boy before dawn, our contract will become void. At that point, I can either wait here for the great Peng or flee. I would be free. Feng Aohan, he is my friend. Do not harm him. Giant Python, your killing intent is feeble. You are but a worthless being. I fear you not. Concern yourself instead. Wei Long stood in astonishment, perceiving Feng Aohan as akin to a demon. The python grew silent as Feng Aohan flicked his tongue, mirroring the serpent, as if they were engaged in a dialogue. Wei Long, utterly bewildered, felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Wei Long, good heavens. Dog Dan, it has come to life. Just moments prior, the interaction between the python and Feng Aohan seemed harmonious. However, upon Wei Long's exclamation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The python lunged at Feng Aohan, who evaded the attack with swift movements. The python swiftly coiled a tree with its tail, anticipating Feng Aohan's trajectory, ultimately trapping him beneath the massive trunk. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Feng Aohan had collided with it of his own accord. The python was singularly focused on eliminating Wei Long and the girl in yellow. Like a darting dragon, it swiftly approached their feet, flicking its tongue as if articulating something. Feng Aohan, cease your obstinacy. This is fate. Why not acquiesce to the will of heaven? Giant Python, begone. Worthless creature. I refuse to be the mount of that rotund fool. With a flick of its tail, a bundle of leaves was hurled towards Feng Aohan, burying him beneath the foliage, stifling his voice. At that moment, a surge of heat coursed through Feng Aohan's dantian, coalescing into a vortex of killing intent. Feng Aohan's inner monologue. Should I break through this bottleneck, those individuals will surely notice. If I do not overcome it, that foolish boy Wei Long faces certain death. What am I to do? Must I truly resort to utilizing killing intent like a mere mortal? Is this not the very purpose of my descent into the mortal realm? The girl in yellow grasped her twin fans, preparing for a desperate struggle. Enveloping herself in her full killing intent, she resembled a cocooned silkworm. Girl in yellow, abominable beast. My master will find you. The python disdainfully exhaled, effortlessly reducing the girl's defenses to ash, scattering it in all directions. As Wei Long drew his spear to protect her, the python regarded him with utter disdain. With another swish of its tail, Wei Long was sent flying against a stone wall, spitting blood before closing his eyes in defeat. The python coiled the girl, preparing to devour her. Its sharp fangs glistened in the sunlight, and its tongue exuded a foul odor. The girl was placed upon its tongue, and the python readied to swallow her. Her shoes became soaked in repulsive saliva. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she donned her veil anew. Girl in yellow, Master, I am an unfilial disciple. In that fleeting moment, just as the python was about to lower its upper jaw, a beam of yellow light pried its mouth open. As the light faded, a youth clad in simple garments appeared, holding a mysterious black object. His face was smeared with dirt, and his clothes were tattered. Giant Python, In snake language with such meager killing intent, you dare disturb my mouth? Feng Ao Han. I am a worthless being. My killing you requires no intent. Just watch. The Qian Kuan gourd emerged, and with a shake, an otherworldly flower materialized in Feng Ao Han's grasp. The python caught the fragrance of the flower, beginning to tremble. Its mouth was forcibly held open. To those who understood snake language, the python's words became indistinct and slurred. Feng Ao Han, girl, come here and toss this into its mouth. The python began to thrash. The girl in yellow cautiously approached Feng Ao Han. Feng Ao Han, remain composed. I am currently within your mouth. Giant python, young hero, wait. I shall spare him, but may I inquire your name? Feng Ao Han, I am but a worthless being. What is there to say? Giant python, even a worthless being possesses a heart. Do not deceive me. Feng Ao Han, Feng Lin Tianxia, gazing down upon demons and immortals. Han Hun Yapan, vanquishing all treachery. Giant python, young master, spare me. Can I not be released from your mouth? The weapon lodged between my teeth is quite painful. Feng Ao Han, I am but a worthless being. If I were to leap down, you would still kill me. Instead, I shall celebrate the new year within your mouth. Giant python, what must I do for you to descend? Feng Ao Han, hand over your silver pill to me. Giant python, that is my lifeblood. Feng Ao Han, just lend it to me for 10 days. I swear to return it afterward. If you do not grant it, I fear you may renege and slay me. Giant python, lend this. Feng Ao Han, if you refuse, I shall remain in your mouth for the new year. Giant python, who exactly are you? Feng Ao Han, how many times must I say it? I am a worthless being. The python gently swayed its lower body, and a brilliant orb of light slowly approached its tongue. Its eyes suddenly dimmed, losing all semblance of life. Feng Ao Han, 10 days hence, await me here. Without your killing intent, refrain from roaming too much to avoid being slain by others. Volume 2. Chapter 31. The hidden line. After acquiring the silver Dan from the colossal python, it departed, leaving behind several vibrant green scales. While these scales would merely serve as decoration in the hands of other alchemists, in the possession of Feng Ao Han, they could wield far greater power. Although Feng Ao Han was currently rendered powerless, this scale would enable him to commence his studies on formations. With these formations, his strength would surpass that of others at the same level, rivaling even the might of demon slayers. Wei Long had succumbed to unconsciousness, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As the woman in yellow prepared to depart, her veil concealed a countenance of extraordinary beauty. She turned and posed a query. Woman in yellow, may I know your name? I heard you refer to yourself as a useless person. Feng Ao Han, you comprehend the language of serpents? Woman in yellow, a little. Feng Ao Han, I am a person of killing intent, not a useless one. The woman, observing his formidable strength, questioned how he could possibly be deemed useless and pressed for his true name. Feng Ao Han replied, it is a long tale. You may simply call me Feng Ao Han. The woman nodded thoughtfully, softly repeating, Feng Ao Han. With that, she soared into the depths of the forest, gradually vanishing from sight. Feng Ao Han lightly pressed on Wei Long's acupoint, then retrieved a medicinal herb from his cosmic gourd. He hoisted the plump Wei Long onto his back. Upon entering the realm of slayers, his arms were now veined and possessed more strength than those of his peers. As twilight descended, he realized he must lead Wei Long out of the forest. Feng Ao Han grumbled, heavy as a pig. I must devise a proper weight loss regimen for you. They reached the pine grove just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Danger enveloping the entire forest. Feng Ao Han clutched the azure python's silver Dan. The python's inner Dan was a type of demon Dan, capable of healing various ailments when introduced into the human body. Without the demon Dan, a demon would be as powerless as a common beast, relying solely on brute strength. Demon Dan. A demon requires 300 years of cultivation to form an inner Dan, and 500 years for it to mutate into a silver Dan. The silver Dan can heal and enhance one's killing intent. However, excessive greed may lead one down a path of demonic descent. Mortal cultivation comprises 11 stages, with 10 layers of killing intent constituting a single rank: Slayer, Killing Path, Demon Slayer, Saint Slayer, Celestial Heir, Purple Mansion Demonic Path, Transcend from Demon to Immortal. Title holder of True Immortal, Title holder of Immortal, Title holder of Immortal Sovereign, and Emperor Sovereign. Demon Realm cultivation is divided into 4 stages. 1. Foundation Establishment refers to the cultivation of killing intent into an inner Dan, generally requiring 300 years. 2. Silver Dan signifies the mutation of the inner Dan, necessitating 500 years. 3. Great Luo Golden Dan is the ultimate form of mutation, requiring a millennium. 4. Transcendence to Immortal is the most precarious stage, where failure may result in either demonic transformation or the end of life. Once, the unparalleled Demon Emperor, by Suzhin, fell into demonic descent due to the trials of love, ultimately choosing to be with the mortal Su Xian, bearing a child that was half human, half demon, a revelation that astonished the celestial realm. By Suzhin, endowed with celestial affinity and wisdom, had once been prophesied by Guanyin Bodhisattva to ascend to immortality, but for love, she relinquished that opportunity. Bai Suzhin had a male disciple named Shaoqing, often depicted in legends as female, but in truth, Shaoqing was male, merely disguising himself as a maid to repay Bai Suzhin's kindness. The azure python Feng Ayahan encountered earlier was the reincarnation of Shaoqing. As the leaves rustled, Feng Ayahan, bearing Wei Long, was drenched in sweat. The surrounding woods echoed with the sound of crunching dried leaves beneath his feet. With each step he took, the sound intensified. 1 crunch for 1 step, 2 for 2 steps. Feng Ayahan set Wei Long down against a nearby tree. Feng Ayahan, who is there? A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, followed by a low growl from a beast. A pair of green eyes glimmered in the dimness of the woods. Feng Ayahan's inner monologue betrayed his apprehension. My killing intent is depleted. Please let it not be something formidable. The creature with the green eyes emerged, and Feng Ayahan smiled. It approached, nuzzling against his knee. Feng Ayahan feigned indifference. Why have you returned? You are healed and can walk now. The wolf, adorned with a floral cloth on its head, gazed at Feng Ayahan with its vibrant green eyes, which sparkled like glistening grapes, utterly adorable. Feng Ayahan reached down to stroke the wolf's head. Good wolf. Come home for dinner. What a relief it was. Feng Ayahan resumed his journey, carrying Wei Long toward the village of Holy Spring. Upon arriving home, he was surprised to find his mother seated in the yard, wielding a cane wrapped in rustic fabric, clad in a flowing purple dress. She would have been the most beautiful woman in Holy Spring Village, were it not for the scar marring her visage. Her beauty was not adorned with opulent jewelry, but was rather an unrefined natural charm. It was her youthful beauty that had blessed Feng Ayahan with his striking looks. His mother gestured in sign language, questioning his tardiness. Feng Ayahan, I accompanied Wei Long to gather firewood. He fell, and it took me some time to carry him back. His mother nodded in understanding. Feng Ayahan placed Wei Long in a room, then hurried out to procure some food for his mother and the wolf. After his mother retired for the night, he tended to both his and Wei Long's wounds, concocting a small pot of medicinal brew. He drank a bowl and then administered some to Wei Long. The first spoonful was refused. Feng Ayahan utilized a funnel to facilitate the process. After just 1 spoonful, Wei Long began to cough, sending the funnel flying to the ground. Wei Long, what on earth was that? Feng Ayahan, you're awake? Wei Long, Ayahan, what happened to that snake? And the girl in yellow? Feng Ayahan, don't worry about that now. Rest well. Tomorrow, we shall head to the nearby city. Wei Long, have you any humanity? I just spat blood, and now you expect me to drive tomorrow. Is this how you treat your brother? Feng Ayahan, it was only blood. Your injuries are not as severe as mine. Besides, I am now your master. You must obey my orders. He gestured toward his own attire, which bore more bloodstains than Wei Long's. Wei Long, how did I return? Feng Ayahan, I carried you back. Wei Long, do not deceive me. With your little arms and legs, how could you possibly carry me? Feng Ayahan, I possess muscle. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal his toned arm. Wei Long, come now? You are not my master. I am older than you by a year. Feng Ayahan, what does age matter? You still kneel before me as your master. Feng Ayahan placed the medicinal bowl in Wei Long's hands. Finish this medicine and then rest. Wei Long, where will I sleep? I'll take your bed. Feng Ayahan, I shall sleep on the ground with the wolf. Wei Long, your dog has returned. Feng Ayahan, why do you always call this dog a wolf? To be honest, at a glance, it does resemble a wolf. Feng Ayahan, now that you are my disciple, I shall reveal the truth. As Wei Long took a sip of the medicinal brew, he promptly spat it out. Wei Long, ugh, it's horridly bitter. Feng Ayahan, bitter medicine is beneficial for illness. Refrain from cursing. Here, take this. It's a sweet treat. Consume it alongside the medicine. Wei Long, what is it you wish to tell me? Feng Ayahan, what lies before you is not a dog, but a true wild wolf. Wei Long, are you jesting? Feng Aihan removed the floral cloth from the wolf's head, exposing its true features. The wolf opened its mouth, gazing intently at Wei Long with its piercing eyes. Wei Long, startled, pressed himself against the wall. Wei Long, what are you doing? Feng Aihan, do not be afraid. This wolf is one I rescued. She will not bite. Volume 2, Chapter 32. Heritage. Wei Long remarked. Feng Aihan, you are quite remarkable, sharing your bed with such a formidable wolf. Feng Aihan's inner monologue reflected, there is nothing peculiar about sleeping with a wolf. A millennium ago, I routinely shared my slumber with the mystical beast, the Tiang. Near Cha-Cha's abode. Cha-Cha, whose true name is Cha-Jian Itian, also known as my Lord Acha, is the resplendent and sagacious ruler of the underworld. Possessing mastery over melodies in the dominion of life and death, she is venerated in the industry as the most exquisite woman in both the realms of the living and the dead. The Tiang is a spiritual beast, ascribed to the teachings of the Itagarbo Bodhisattva, characterized by a tiger's head, a unicorn's horn, canine ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and the feet of a qilin. It embodies qualities of various mythical creatures, yet does not wholly resemble any. When Feng Aihan visited the king of hell, he frequently found warmth in the presence of the Tiang, which, despite its ferocity, offered a cozy respite in the frigid underworld. Wei Long exhibited a grimace with each sip of medicine, and once he finished, Feng Aihan reclined on the woolen mat with the wolf. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, after procuring some steamed buns, Feng Aihan and Wei Long sought out Wei Long's relatives to borrow a cart, embarking towards the nearby city. The wolf trailed closely behind, concealing itself beneath the cart's seat. Wei Long returned home to change into a clean outfit, while Feng Aihan donned a cloak. As Feng Aihan settled in the cart, he began contemplating a perplexing matter. Upon descending to the mortal realm, he had carefully chosen the year. Feng Guden was evidently around 7 years of age, yet Wei Long had claimed he was already 11 during their encounter near the auction house. This discrepancy left Feng Aihan in a state of bewilderment. At noon, the trio arrived at the auto auction house. Wei Long sipped tea in the side hall, while Feng Aihan enjoyed tea and pastries in a prearranged private room. In this moment of leisure, he pondered the earlier conundrum. The records of the living offered scant details about his mother and merely stated unknown regarding his father. The Book of the Living chronicles the affairs of the three realms, and the absence of his father's record cast a shadow of uncertainty over Feng Aihan's lineage. He found himself beset with questions. Was the artist of the drawing beneath the table his father? Where was his father now, alive or deceased? Who had planted the demon night vine that had once destroyed the Longnong flower overnight? Who had taken his medicinal ladle and lantern that fateful night in the forest? The door creaked open, and Mei Yuan entered, carrying an intricately carved wooden box. Mei Yuan announced, "Old man, your goods have arrived." Feng Aihan retrieved the previously displayed medicinal herbs. The blue lotus, with 3 layers of thick petals, shimmered like the ocean, while its heart was a vibrant green, reminiscent of willow leaves in February. Mei Yuan continued, "This box contains the profits from the last auction after commissions have been deducted. There is a hidden compartment at the bottom where your desired goods are stored." Feng Aihan replied, "This treasure is your dowry. Are you truly unrepentant for bestowing it upon this old man?" Mei Yuan quipped, "What you have offered is far more valuable than the dowry my master gifted me." Feng Aihan accepted the box and prepared to depart with Wei Long. He approached the side hall, handing the box to Wei Long to carry, and together they exited the auto auction house. From the second-floor tea room, the owner Yin Guang observed Feng Aihan's departure. The waiter inquired, "Young master, what does Miss Mei mean by this?" Yin Guang responded, "What is it?" The waiter explained, "The seeking dragon root was a gift from you to Miss Mei. Yet she has given it to an old man, claiming it as her master's dowry." Yin Guang mused, "Women are inherently cunning creatures. Mei Yuan is the most deceitful among them. Her actions likely serve a greater purpose." The maid, Jin Ju, interjected, "I beg to differ. She clutches that silk handkerchief tightly." Yin Guang probed, "What do you mean?" Jin Ju elaborated, "The old man is accompanied by a portly fellow who exudes an air of nobility. I suspect Miss Mei is seeking refuge with him. Consider this. How could that formidable cold elder possibly accept just anyone as a disciple? The signs suggest Wei Long is an ordinary person, and ordinary people require wealth for such privileges." The waiter speculated, "So Wei Long is a scion of a prominent family, and the cold elder is a seated elder." Yin Guang concluded, "Are you insinuating that Mei Yuan has conspired with other families to bring about my downfall?" The waiter replied, Not necessarily to that extent, but it could indeed jeopardize your business. Yan Guang stated. Mei Yuan is a shrewd woman. Relay orders to closely monitor the cold elder and his companions, but refrain from any hasty actions. Mere observation will suffice. Jinju inquired, what shall I do next? Yan Guang instructed, continue to stay close to Mei Yuan. Jinju requested, might the young master grant me some reward? Yan Guang smirked. Why not come to my room tonight, and I shall reward you at my leisure. Jinju nodded in agreement. Yan Guang unfurled a folding fan, gently fanning himself. An expression of lewdness etched across his face. The maid, enchanted by his handsome appearance, had betrayed her benefactor, Mei Yuan, out of affection for Yan Guang, who viewed Jinju merely as a pawn to be exploited. In his eyes, she was an unremarkable and foolish woman. While a man with cunning is not to be feared, a handsome man with guile is truly perilous. A multitude of women, enamored by him, willingly devoted themselves to his service. As Feng Ahan settled into the cart, he removed his robe. Wei Long steadied himself, and as the reins crackled against the ground, the cart began its journey homeward. Feng Ahan called out, Wei Long, how did your mother come to know mine? Is there any connection between the Bailuo clan and your mother? Have you ever met my father? Wei Long replied, why not ask my mother? I am in the dark. The wolf lay quietly upon Feng Ahan's lap, its inner thoughts revealing, in a few days, I shall reveal myself. Until then, let me accompany you, Feng Ahan. The wolf nestled against him like a cat, seeking warmth. Volume 2. Chapter 33, Prelude to Enrollment. Just 100 meters beyond the borders of Jinxili City, Feng Ahan discerned the presence of two elusive figures known as the Xintian Ku. Feng Ahan, I shall shake off those who follow. You take the money and wait for me at my residence. The Xintian Ku, renowned for their prowess in tracking, were established to prevent treachery between the human and demon realms, with the Divine Eagle sect overseeing the nobility. Wei Long, where are these followers? I see none. Feng Ahan, when my master has leisure, I shall teach you slowly. Wei Long, we are of the same age. Do not feign age before me. Wei Long clutched a pink silk scarf, evidently a girl's possession, intricately embroidered with golden characters. Feng Ahan, where did you acquire that scarf? Wei Long, that afternoon. Suen Pan's mother visited our home for dinner. She mocked me as a useless person. When Hansha came to collect pastries, she stumbled upon it and gifted it to me, claiming it was for cultivation. However, I cannot comprehend the characters inscribed upon it. Hansha informed me they are from the Xianman continent. Feng Ahan, this is not the script of the Xianman continent. It is demonic text. Wei Long, are you speaking nonsense? You cannot even recognize human characters. Yet you claim to know demonic script. Feng Ahan, I mentioned Hansha, and you seem displeased? Wei Long, Miss Hansha is someone you rescued. Now you cast doubt upon her. Feng Ahan, she is but a pitiful woman. Her nature, whether human or demon, is of no concern to me. Feng Ahan, slow the carriage. Wei Long complied, but unexpectedly. As he slowed down, Feng Ahan leapt from the vehicle. Initially astonished, Wei Long quickly regained his composure. Feng Ahan, depart swiftly. The transformation in Feng Ahan over these past few days was staggering, leaving Wei Long somewhat bewildered. The once notorious figure of the village. Now not only had he thwarted K Lai, but dared to confront Madame K directly. Wei Long, Feng Ahan lacks a master and has never been educated. How does he possess such an abundance of herbs? How can he recognize so many characters? The two Xintian Ku followed closely behind, but dared not approach too closely. Feng Ahan picked up a twig and inscribed a series of characters in the earth. Shortly, a plume of white smoke arose from the center of the writing. The smoke dissipated, revealing a diminutive elder. The elder, with a bamboo staff in hand and a string of dried gourds at his waist, wore a benevolent expression with rosy cheeks. Elder, what brings you, young one? Feng Ahan, in terms of land, you surpass the one from Shengquan village by far. Observing your lack of celestial aura and your murderous intent only reaching the level of the killing path, how did you manage to rescue me? Feng Ahan, that is of no concern to you. I have a query. Are there any large caves nearby? Elder, how large must it be? Feng Ahan, sufficient for a person to enter. Elder, 1,000 paces to the left, there lies a cat-eared cave. Feng Ahan, thank you. Elder, farewell. I wish you success in your cultivation. As the white smoke dissipated, Feng Ahan erased the characters from the ground and hastened towards the cat-eared cave. The underbrush along the way was prickly, yet he sprinted with fervor, sweat trailing behind him. The spring sunlight illuminated the perspiration, casting a unique glow. Feng Aihan arranged another formation on the ground where the carriage had passed. The two Xintian Ku, known as Che Qian and Lu Wu, though at the killing path level, possessed tracking skills akin to the killing demon realm, making them formidable within the Xintian Ku profession. Had they not encountered Feng Aihan, they would not have stumbled. Che Qian, the carriage has vanished. Lu Wu, perhaps the grass obscured our view. Che Qian, that robed figure resembles the Elder Han. Lu Wu, where is the carriage? Che Qian, in the wilderness. It is improbable for one to act alone. We need only follow that figure in the black robe. The Xintian Ku closely trailed Feng Aihan, who had already been waiting in the cat-eared cave for some time. Che Qian, well done. We have discovered the old man's lair. Lu Wu, you mean that cave? Che Qian, a master of the killing immortals, indeed resides beyond the mountains. Feng Aihan produced a medicinal cauldron to create smoke. The cat-eared cave became shrouded in dense mist, thick yet not suffocating. An inexplicable chill ignited within the hearts of the two Xintian Ku as they concealed themselves outside the cave. Time slowly passed, and the smoke began to spread outward. Che Qian, at midday, where does this fog come from? Lu Wu, this is bad. It's a miasma formation. Feng Aihan, youngsters, take your time. I have left provisions for you here. You may exit once you break the formation, even if you do not. It will dissipate in 2 days. Lu Wu, thank you, old sir. Feng Aihan, with the visage of a youthful child, smiled, his tone calm. No need for gratitude. No need for gratitude. Depart. Feng Aihan exited. Che Qian, why do you thank him? He has trapped us here. Lu Wu, you understand nothing. To set up a miasma formation in such a short time, his mercy lies in sparing our lives. Being trapped for 2 days is our fortune. Che Qian, are you implying that a miasma formation typically ensnares individuals for several days? Lu Wu, if he wished, he could confine us for 30 years. Yet Elder Han has only kept us for 2 days and even provided food. Che Qian, if that is the case, perhaps we should genuinely thank him. The formation laid by Feng Aihan was constructed using true energy. The reason he confined these two Xintian Ku for only 2 days was solely that his true energy could only sustain the trap for that duration. His provision of food stemmed from a desire to protect them from the miasma. He merely wished to confine, not to kill. The food he left was, in fact, a collection of herbs. When the two Xintian Ku discovered the truth, tears streamed from their eyes. Che Qian shouted, the city is fraught with schemes. I yearn to return to the countryside. Lu Wu, this Elder Han is truly enigmatic. Feng Aihan, donning his robe, returned to Jinxili City. He rented a carriage, preparing to leave the city when he noticed a notice affixed to the city wall. With the advent of spring, the 6 major sects have commenced enrollment. Any youth aspiring to become a killer may participate. They need only fill out a registration form at the market and proceed to the assessment grounds. If successful, they may receive governmental financial aid for their studies. Each form costs 10 coins. Feng Aihan acquired 12 forms, also registering Wei Long. The assessment date was set for 1 month later. After completing the forms, he embarked on his journey home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he returned to Shengquan village. He paid the fare, waited for the carriage to depart, then lowered the hood of his robe and consumed the lotus seed of the faux herb to restore his youthful voice. Upon arriving home, Feng Aihan began to prepare dinner. As the sun set, the meal was served. During dinner, Feng Aihan mentioned the enrollment forms. Wei Long, how did you manage to evade those individuals? Feng Dama, though blind, was not deaf. Feng Aihan could only whisper softly in Wei Long's ear. Upon hearing, Wei Long gazed at the boy before him in astonishment, feeling as though Feng Aihan had transformed into an entirely different person. Wei Long, you register me as well? I only possess a mere layer of murderous intent. Feng Aihan, do not worry, the assessment is a month away. Wei Long, no, what if we fail to qualify for a sect? Feng Aihan, I have researched. These sects gather newcomers in one city. Even if we do not join the same sect, we can still convene after classes. Upon hearing Feng Aihan's intentions to participate in the assessment, Feng Dama's brow furrowed, her chopsticks clattering to the ground, her face clouded with worry. Feng Aihan, mother, what troubles you? Feng Mu gestured in sign language. I hope you do not go. Feng Aihan, why not? Feng Mu signed. It is forbidden. This relates to your father. Feng Aihan, you have never mentioned my father in all these years. Feng Mu gestured. Your father is a good man, but your heritage must remain concealed from many. I will explain later. Wei Long, Feng Aihan, what did your mother just say? Feng Aihan, she wished you good fortune in your studies. After dinner, Feng Aihan prepared a herbal foot soak for his mother. Once he cleared the table, he ventured out with Wei Long and the wolf. Wei Long, in this darkness, where are we headed? Feng Aohan shook his head, as if to imply that Wei Long lacked foresight. They traversed the bustling streets. A group of individuals clad in yellow began to trail the two and the wolf. They arrived at the dock, where the shore glimmered with lights, and Baiyu was preparing porridge at the bow of the ship. Upon seeing Feng Aohan approach, Baiyu hurriedly descended from the vessel. Baiyu, Brother Han. Brother Han. The wolf's inner monologue. Such affectionate calls. Could this Baiyu have developed feelings for Feng Aohan? I wish to shred her to pieces. Baiyu. That day it was you who saved me, right? Thank you. Feng Aohan. It was the wolf who discovered you. You should thank him. Baiyu raised her arms to embrace the wolf, then nuzzled against his thigh. The wolf's inner monologue. Such clinginess is revolting. Alas, I cannot endure it. Feng Aohan. Take down the pot. I am going to concoct medicine. Wei Long. You can concoct medicine? Feng Aohan. If I couldn't, how could I be your master? Once the porridge was served, Baiyu took several bowls to share with everyone. However, as they had just eaten, Feng Aohan abstained. Wei Long, being a glutton, had an insatiable appetite. Feng Aohan. Baiyu, stay here. The rest of you may go inside. One person and one wolf entered the cabin. Feng Aohan retrieved the Xuanlong root from an intricately carved box. Feng Aohan. No wonder the master of Mei Yuan intended to give this to her as a dowry. It turns out to be a valuable item that has not lost its essence. Baiyu, what are you talking about, Brother Han? Feng Aohan. What food has your mother consumed in the past few days? Baiyu. She didn't eat anything for the first 2 days of her fainting spell. Recently, she has only been able to sip on some porridge. Feng Aohan. Did she eat today? Baiyu, not yet. Feng Aohan. Prepare a bowl of water first to feed your mother. He set the pot and added materials to boil water. After a dozen minutes, the water began to bubble. Feng Aohan. The sky is dark. I will take out a few leaves. Baiyu, what are these? They feel cool like mint leaves, and they smell delightful. Feng Aohan. Let the water cool down, then give these leaves to your mother along with the bowl of water. Wei Long shouted from inside the cabin. Wei Long, it stinks. What is that smell? Baiyu, holding the water, explained, my mother has been bettered in these past few days and has had some incontinence. Wei Long, master, can I go outside? Feng Aohan was at the bow of the ship, dealing with the Xuanlong root. Feng Aohan, sure. Take the wolf for a stroll, or you can return home. Wei Long, I want to go home. I want to follow you to practice. Feng Aohan. So, this little rascal finally admits that I am your master? There is no rush in practicing. Wei Long, then I will return home to rest. Feng Aohan. Wait for me at the village entrance tomorrow morning. The first lesson will commence. Wei Long, what do you mean? Didn't you say there's no rush? Feng Aohan. Indeed, there is no rush. I practice slowly. I must go every day. Besides, I have a duel with Kai the day after tomorrow. Wei Long, it's all a ploy. I can't get up early. I might as well stay with you. Feng Aohan here. He handed over a small pouch of coins. Wei Long, thank you, master, for the pocket money. Feng Aohan, what are you thinking? I am sending you to buy a toothbrush. Toothbrush. In ancient times, there were 2 methods for dental hygiene. One was mouthwash, typically made from tea leaves. The other was a toothbrush, which was far less comfortable than those we use today. Ancient toothbrush bristles were made from soft tree bark, usually from trees that grew by the riverside. Wei Long, can I use mouthwash instead? Give me a few more coins. The toothbrush is too uncomfortable. Feng Aohan, you want mouthwash? I can prepare it. No need to buy. Return the money. Wei Long, your mouthwash has medicine in it. I dare not use it. Feng Aohan, what do you understand? The Tianqi and Jian-Hua I added are beneficial for the mouth. Look at my radiant white teeth. Feng Aohan grinned widely, his expression comical. Baiyu smiled in response. Wei Long, they are indeed white, but your mouthwash is too bitter. I will go out and buy a toothbrush. The wolf and Baiyu remained in the cabin, where Baiyu helped her mother change the bedsheets and clothing, soaking them in a basin. Feng Aohan had already divided the Xuanlong root into 3 portions. He began to brew the medicine, starting with the flour today. While brewing, he also took a celestial herb from the Qinkuan gourd to simmer alongside it. Xuanlong root. First, one must find a dragon whip. After obtaining the dragon whip, locate 5 elements of soil, and then plant the dragon whip in the earth. Water it daily with the fresh blood of beasts. After 100 days, it will blossom into a wondrous demon flower known as the Xuanlong root. To cultivate this extraordinary herb, how many dragon clansmen have been rendered eunuchs? leaving many dragonesses without suitors? The dragon flower possesses the most potent medicinal properties. Feng Aohan chose to brew the dragon flower first today. Once prepared, he carried the medicine bowl into the room, whereby you had fallen asleep at the bedside. Feng Aohan applied the medicinal paste to Bai Luoshir's forehead and nose, then fed her the concoction. Bai Luoshir, useless, I seek only death. Feng Aohan, think of your daughter. Bai Luoshir, she is not my daughter. Feng Aohan, what nonsense are you speaking? Bai Luoshir, Bai Yu is human. I am not. Feng Aohan, from the first day I took your pulse, I knew you were a demon. Volume 2. Chapter 0035. The Heart's Treatment, Second Update. Feng Aohan spoke calmly. The first time I took your pulse, I discerned that you are a demon. I also recognized that the poison coursing through your veins is one of the world's rarest, the Tianhuan Chiluo. Bai Luoshir replied coldly, who exactly are you? Feng Aohan responded with nonchalance. I am Feng Godin. Bai Luoshir gasped in terror. No. You cannot be Feng Godin. You merely inhabit his body. The formidable consciousness within you has already been revealed. Feng Aohan remained unfazed. Indeed, you are a demon with secrets. Here, take this. He placed a bowl into her hands. Bai Luoshir turned her head away. This potion goes against the heavens. It will shorten your life. Feng Aohan replied. While you were unconscious, I administered it to you. For Bai Yu, will you not drink it? Bai Luoshir countered. Even if I drink it, it may prove futile. If you are determined, I shall give it a try. Feng Aohan questioned. If Bai Yu is not your daughter, then whose is she? Bai Luoshir stated. The implications involve too many people. Since you are not Godin, why wade into murky waters? Feng Aohan inquired. How did you fall victim to such poison? The purity of the killing intent within you is exceptionally high. May I ask your origins? Footsteps echoed from outside the ship. After consuming the potion, Bai Luoshir lay down, and Wei Long entered, holding a toothbrush, panting and sweating profusely. Wei Long exclaimed, Feng Aohan. Feng Aohan. Something has gone wrong. Feng Aohan urged, speak slowly. What has occurred? Wei Long set aside the toothbrush and wiped his brow. A group of people dressed in yellow has suddenly set up tents near the dock. Feng Aohan remarked, what is so peculiar about that? Wei Long insisted, they are only pitching tents around this ship. Feng Aohan decided, I shall go take a look. He swiftly exited the cabin and approached the bow of the ship. Gazing out, he observed a row of tents neatly arranged along the dock, some surrounded by flickering campfires. Feng Aohan asked, how long have they been here? Wei Long replied, they had not arrived when I went to buy my toothbrush. Feng Aohan dismissed the concern. Do not mind them. It may simply be a coincidence. We shall rest here peacefully tonight. Wei Long's eyes widened. Why not simply weigh anchor and sail away? Feng Aohan chided. Do not overreact. Sleep soundly. He returned to the cabin and gently laid Bai Yu down in a room. As he cradled her, Feng Aohan noticed something in her eyes. His instinct, honed over hundreds of thousands of years, told him that it was a talisman. Unease washed over him as he set Bai Yu down and proceeded to help Wei Long find a room on the second floor. That room housed a table draped in cobwebs, upon which rested an intricately carved bronze mirror. Wei Long remarked, though this ship is somewhat dilapidated, it is indeed spacious. Feng Aohan replied, this room, though small, possesses a certain charm. We shall sleep here. Wei Long protested, it is too small for the two of us. Feng Aohan asserted, I will guard the bow tonight. This room is for you. Wei Long queried, are there not other rooms? Feng Aohan explained, all are locked. How can we sleep there? I will retrieve some blankets from that room. After Wei Long cleaned up, he lay down, with the wolf settling beneath his small bed. Feng Aohan fashioned a cozy nest for the wolf with a small blanket, then closed the door. Feng Aohan approached Bai Luoshir's room. Lady Bai Luoshir, who exactly are you? He inquired. I am weary. This young man should retire early, she replied. Feng Aohan pressed. Is the talisman in Bai Yu's possession connected to you? Bai Luoshir responded. I am tired. Although I cannot discern your true age, I can see that you recognize the talisman on Bai Yu. You, hidden within this youthful guise, must be an extraordinary master. Having settled everything, Feng Aohan reached the entrance of the cabin, carrying 2 blankets. He placed one on the ground, sitting cross-legged, while wrapping the other around himself. Feng Aohan closed his eyes, attempting to release his second layer of true energy. The power of the first layer was comparable to that of 10 layers of killing intent. In this world, only he had fully mastered the cultivation of true energy. Others refined their energies from killing intent, but he could directly harness the essence of heaven and earth. His cultivation was now simpler. for he already possessed a wealth of true energy within him, though it was sealed and unusable. All he needed to do was to break through that seal. Step by step, after consuming 3 fruits from the immortal fate tree, Feng Aohan effortlessly ascended to the second layer of true energy. A faint glow emanated from his body, lasting a few seconds before fading. A thin sheen of sweat glimmered on his brow. As he prepared to lie down, he suddenly sensed a furry presence beside him. Turning, he discovered it was the wolf. Feng Aohan remarked, "Did you not sleep with Wei Long? Why have you come to my feet?" The wolf nuzzled against his face. Feng Aohan chided, "Why are you so affectionate these days? You are not a she-wolf. Must you always be by my side? Show a bit of the dignity of a male wolf, if you please." The wolf's inner monologue. "I am indeed a she-wolf, such an unseeing fool. Who would want to be by your side? Once my moment arrives in a few days, I shall depart swiftly." As Feng Aohan prepared to sleep, a woman approached him. Upon closer inspection, it was Bai Luoshi. Bai Luoshi queried, "Why is the potion's effect so extraordinary? In just half an hour, I am already able to rise. Besides the Xianlong root, what else did you use?" Feng Aohan explained, "You are a demon. So the medicine must differ from that used on ordinary people. I utilized a demon core as a vessel." He replayed the scene of concocting the medicine in his mind. He had carefully segmented the Xianlong root, then extracted the inner core of a green python. A segment of the Xianlong root was placed within the demon core. As he heated the demon core over the fire, it began to levitate. At this moment, he took a handful of redwood from his Qinkuan gourd and tossed it into the flames. The demon core showed no change. Yet the flames transformed into a pure blue hue. Minutes later, the demon core gradually turned blue under the azure flames, then reverted to silver. Feng Aohan extracted the demon core from the fire using his true energy. He then took a small bowl and created an invisible conduit with his true energy, allowing the potion to flow from the demon core into the bowl. At the moment the potion entered the bowl, a surge of black energy erupted from the Xianlong root, burrowing into Feng Aohan's body. Bai Luoshi's lips turned pale. "Thank you," Feng Aohan replied. "There is no need for thanks. You sought death with a singular focus. Only upon realizing your path to life did you gain a second chance. If gratitude is due, let it be for your good daughter." Bai Luoshi inquired, "Is the demon core yours? Are you of the demon clan? I sense no demonic energy within you." Feng Aohan clarified, "This core is not mine. I borrowed it." Bai Luoshi cautioned, "Those who cultivate Xianlong roots may remain unscathed, but those who use them for alchemy will shorten their lives. If I am not mistaken, the poison of the Xianlong root has already entered your fate." Feng Aohan asked, "Why do I not feel it?" Bai Luoshi explained, "Your body has yet to reach even the level of slaying demons. No matter how powerful your consciousness, you can only grasp the heavenly mysteries when you attain the rank of Tianyuan heir." Feng Aohan acknowledged, "I appreciate your guidance." Feng Aohan's inner thoughts. "I already knew Feng Godin's fate before coming here. I wonder how his fate has altered after my intervention." Bai Luoshi nodded and walked toward her bed, contemplating silently. "This demon core, 500 years old, can be borrowed at will. This Feng Godin is no ordinary individual." Bai Luoshi lay down, while the wolf nestled beside Feng Aohan, wagging its tail. Feng Aohan whispered, "The day after tomorrow is the duel. Winning one match proves nothing. That rebellious young master may very well have a trump card." He reclined and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber for half an hour. In his dreams, a biting wind swept through a snowy expanse. Feng Aohan envisioned a colossal black dragon, its gaping maw poised to swallow him whole. With sharp teeth slicing through the air and claws tearing through the clouds, he fled. Suddenly, the snowy ground beneath him transformed into a vibrant spring meadow. As he ran across the boundless grassland, the beauty of the verdant landscape was overshadowed by the looming threat behind him. The black dragon pursued slowly yet relentlessly. As Feng Aohan ran, he felt his left leg ensnared by suddenly sprouting vines from the ground, which then pulled him into the earth. In that moment, a dark dragon took the opportunity to swallow him whole. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. It had been tens of thousands of years since he had dreamt like a mere mortal, and despite the nightmare, he felt a surge of excitement. Awaking from the tormenting dream, he sensed a searing pain in his left leg, which had been entangled in the vines and deeply buried in the ground. Feng Aohan mused, "Could the malevolent energy have latched onto my leg? I have no desire to become disabled." The intense pain rendered him unable to sleep peacefully. On the shore, the lights blazed and the bonfire crackled. The group of individuals clad in yellow showed no inclination to rest. Feng Aohan sat on his bedding, beginning to dress himself. The wolf, with keen ears, also awoke, stretching lazily. His left foot, however, seemed to possess a will of its own, beginning to wander. A look of terror crossed Feng Ahan's face as he swiftly leapt from the boat, gazing at the cluster of yellow-clad figures encircling the bonfire. The wolf retracted her paw back onto the vessel, watching Feng Ahan approach the shore step by step. Feng Ahan pondered, the poison is a curse. How can it possess thought and control my movements? Having departed the dock, he encountered a row of 5 or 6 neatly arranged tents. Each tent was illuminated by a bonfire, around which the yellow-clad individuals sat. Feng Ahan's errant leg halted, awkwardly positioning him within the small circle formed by the yellow figures. Uncomfortably close to the fire, a young man in yellow drew his sword, demanding, "Who are you to come here at such an hour?" Feng Ahan's leg felt like a concrete pillar, rooted in place. Internally, he exclaimed, "Leg, do not stop here. You are ruining me. Move." The yellow-clad man stood, a fierce expression crossing his face as the river breeze tousled his hair. The sword remained sheathed, yet his grip on the hilt was firm. It was a curved sword rarely seen, more akin to a knife than a traditional blade. "Do not blame me for being impolite," he declared. Feng Ahan, perspiration trickling from his palms and his voice trembling, replied, "The early spring air is quite cold. I merely seek warmth by your fire." The yellow-clad man retorted, "Then sit and warm yourself. Do not obstruct my fish roasting." He took a swig from his flask, with his hair unbound as he stood in the chill. Feng Ahan's strands danced in the wind. By the bonfire, some wooden fish were being roasted. The poison leg, now imbued with a will of its own, eluded his control. As a mysterious force governed it, he stood there immobilized. "Why are you still standing? You are in my way," the yellow-clad man urged. Inwardly, Feng Ahan protested, "I do not wish to sit." At that moment, his left leg regained its autonomy, stepping forward towards the fire, drawing nearer and closer. Terror etched on his face as he neared the flames. In desperation, he raised his right hand, releasing his vital energy, which blossomed like a resplendent white lotus. Swiftly darting towards the bonfire, a thunderous explosion erupted. The burning wood and fish were blasted into the air, scales scattering and sparks dancing in the sky. Moments later, fish scales rained down upon the yellow-clad figures, rendering them quite disheveled, while Feng Ahan remained unscathed, surrounded by a mess of wood chips and ash. "What do you mean by this?" the yellow-clad man inquired. A child in yellow, munching on candied hawthorn, lamented, "After roasting for so long, the fish is ruined." An elderly man with a white beard remarked, "Such pure murderous intent." The explosion attracted the attention of several individuals from nearby tents, who encircled the scene in a semicircle. In truth, Feng Ahan had utilized his vital energy, but in this world, few wielded such power. Thus, the white-bearded elder assumed Feng Ahan was exuding murderous intent, which, when refined, could produce vital energy. Feng Ahan's leg throbbed with excruciating pain, causing him to collapse, sweat beading on his forehead. He writhed in agony on the ground. But moments later, he regained composure, rising swiftly, his leg now once again under his command. He muttered softly, "Why must it be this way, neither early nor late?" "But precisely now?" the yellow-clad man warned. "You, boy, are you here to cause trouble?" His sharp sword, like a swift gale, was pressed against Feng Ahan's shoulder. A mere shift could sever his life. With humor, Feng Ahan replied, "My good fellow, do not be so impulsive. You appear to be a person of stature. Such rudeness is unbecoming." The yellow-clad man snapped back, "Do not chatter nonsense, or I shall make you regret it." The white-bearded elder cleared his throat several times. Feng Ahan offered, "I shall compensate you for the fish at a later date." The elder whispered a few words into the ear of the yellow-clad man, who then lowered the sword from Feng Ahan's shoulder. "Bah!" he spat, then added, "Boy, join our Flame Soul Hall, and you need not repay." Feng Ahan's inner thoughts raced. Why the sudden shift, now inviting me? He bowed gracefully, expressing, "I appreciate your kindness, but I am a man of the wild, accustomed to solitude and disinterested in joining any faction." His gesture was executed with elegance, reminiscent of the countless deities who once bowed before him. The elder remarked, "If you had not received training from a faction, how could you perform such etiquette? Speak, are you a spy from another sect?" Feng Ahan retorted, "Have you never seen a pig run if you have not eaten one? I have witnessed others perform such bows." The curved sword was drawn once more, now pressed against his neck. The white-bearded elder stood coldly beside them, declaring, "Unless you reveal your faction and intentions, you shall meet your demise here." With a swift motion, He struck Feng Ayahan's Dantian, temporarily sealing his murderous energy. Feng Ayahan thought, why am I devoid of strength? That old man's strike struck my energy gate. The elder scoffed, merely a small path of murderous intent. The yellow-clad man lowered his sword, kicking Feng Ayahan behind the knee, causing him to kneel. Ha ha ha. Feng Ayahan scrambled to his feet, feeling utterly weakened. He shouted defiantly, a man may be killed, but not humiliated. The yellow-clad man retorted, regardless of which faction you belong to, if you fall into my hands, I shall strike when I wish and kill if I desire. Feng Ayahan, unperturbed, smiled calmly. You are unwell. At that moment, the yellow-clad man signaled, and several individuals emerged from the crowd. Surrounding Feng Ayahan and delivering a flurry of blows, iron fists landing on his face, chest, and back. Each hit left him with bruises and welts. Let you laugh. Let you laugh. The yellow-clad man jeered. Speak, or do not speak, the elder demanded. Feng Ayahan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retorting, how absurd. There is nothing to say. The elder turned away, commanding, proceed. Strike until he speaks. A barrage of fists rained down upon Feng Ayahan, who was now battered and bruised. In the chaos, a yellow-clad figure spat at him. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck Feng Ayahan, snapping his left hand with a sickening crack, summoning his last ounce of strength. He glanced towards the source, realizing it was the white-bearded elder. The elder, known as Vulture, was the most inept elder in the Flame Soul Hall. His inadequacy measured not only by his abilities, but also by his character. With a single palm, he had sealed Feng Ayahan's murderous energy and effortlessly broken his hand. Though deemed weak in the Flame Soul Hall, his prowess was formidable in this confrontation. Boy, Vulture taunted, if you do not speak now, will you only confess when it is your leg that is broken? Feng Ayahan's inner thoughts spiraled. Could it be that the ancient deity who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years meets his end in such an inexplicable manner? Just then, an eerie sound echoed from the riverbank, sending chills down spines. The cacophony, crack, crack, snap, drew everyone's attention as they turned to behold radiant orbs ascending from the river. The brilliance of these lights was blinding, as if they were vying with the sun and moon for supremacy. A brilliant light converged into a colossal entity, gradually drifting swiftly towards the shore. Beneath the luminous orb appeared a small shadow, also hastening towards this direction. As the radiant mass approached the shoreline, one looked up to discover that the suspended light was, in fact, a multitude of sharp ice pillars, arranged with precision, numbering in the thousands, each radiating a dazzling brilliance. The figure clad in yellow at the forefront rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The shadow beneath the glowing sphere was revealed to be the wolf, now more imposing than before. Its emerald eyes glimmered with an otherworldly glow, reminiscent of exquisite jade, clear and flawless. The child in yellow, savoring a candied hawthorn, exclaimed, Master, I did not deceive you. Behold, that magnificent wolf. I truly saw it at the market that day. The yellow-clad man, acknowledging the child's honesty, grasped his sword. Suddenly, the ice pillars above transformed into a flurry of sharp ice blades. Wind Ayahan, already battered and bruised, gazed calmly at the descending blades. The group from the Flame Soul Palace looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with terror, while Wind Ayahan seemed to revel in the spectacle, likening it to fireworks. He calmly remarked, in the distance, the luminous fireflies, close by, the icy blossoms. With my head raised to the myriad ice blades, it resembles a celestial array. Elder Vulture retorted, even with death imminent, you maintain your poise. Wind Ayahan responded, since you wish for my demise, why not let the ice blades do the deed? At least it would be swift. I only hope the blood does not stain this river. As he spoke, Wind Ayahan discerned that the creature beneath the light was indeed the wolf he had once rescued. Elder Vulture bellowed, forget about this useless one. Let us unite against the wolf. The crowd unsheathed their swords, save for the boy with the candied hawthorn, who began to flee towards the village. A flash of red suddenly flickered in the wolf's jade-like eyes. Wind Ayahan, raising his fractured arm, shouted, Brother Wolf, will you come to my aid? The wolf mused internally. What a foolish yet skillful medic. After all this time, you still haven't realized I am a female wolf. The wolf licked her paw. Elder Vulture struck Wind Ayahan, rendering him unconscious. Upon seeing Wind Ayahan down, the wolf was filled with fury. The yellow-clad man began to arrange a sword formation. An ice pillar transformed into a torrent of water, racing towards the wolf, enveloping her in radiant liquid that quickly dissipated. When the water vanished, the wolf had transformed into a charming young girl in white, adorned with a red ribbon in her hair. She possessed an air of elegance, her eyes sparkling like jewels, exuding grace in every gesture. The girl, swirling her white dress, warned, "Elder Vulture, if you harm my brother Han, you shall rue the day." Elder Vulture retorted, "Little child, even your father would not dare speak to me so. Return, and allow me to cultivate you into a golden elixir for the benefit of humanity." The girl replied, "My father was betrayed." The memories of her father's death and Wind Aohan's defeat surged in her mind, transforming her fury into a lethal intent that infused the ice blades above. Several yellow-clad individuals charged at the girl, but after only a few steps, they were pierced by the ice blades. The followers of the Flame Soul Palace quickly formed a sword formation, resembling a circus pyramid. Elder Vulture directed the formation, while the individual who had forced Wind Aohan to kneel and spat at him now stood atop the pyramid. As he spoke, the suspended ice blades descended in unison towards the ground. Initially, the yellow-clad swordsman managed to contest the ice blades, but within a minute, they crumbled. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the harder one falls, and the yellow-clad men receive their due retribution, crashing to the ground, their legs broken. One of the yellow-clad men, collapsing beside Wind Aohan, seized his sword and aimed a strike at the unconscious figure. In a heartbeat, an ice blade pierced through the yellow-clad man's chest, ripping his heart from within, splattering blood upon Wind Aohan. The young girl in white remarked, "I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it." The yellow-clad individuals fell one after another, those pierced by the ice blades turning to blood within 3 minutes. The shoreline was soon awash in crimson. Elder Vulture fled as the sword formation collapsed, leaving only 2 or 3 individuals to escape. Now, the shoreline was left with a row of neatly arranged tents. The young girl transformed the blood into water, cleansing the shore, then froze the blood into ice, gathering it in her palm, where it formed a whirlwind. Moments later, a small blood bead materialized in her hand. She returned the ice back to the river before donning the blood bead around her neck. She then approached Wind Aohan, lifting her skirt and squatting down to gaze adorably at the unconscious figure on the ground, gently touching his body. "Why did that Elder Vulture break your arm?" "Thankfully, it is merely fractured." She settled cross-legged upon a stone by the shore, channeling her energy into Wind Aohan. A white stream of energy flowed into him, enveloping his injured arm, and within moments, the girl's lips began to pale. "I employed an energy-draining formation just before the grand reveal. It seems I will have to remain a wolf for a few more days. I hope Brother Han's hand will be all right. Why am I feeling so dizzy? It has been 500 years since I last used this formation. How could it be so taxing?" Slowly descending from the stone, her eyelids grew heavy, and she collapsed onto Wind Aohan's chest. With her frail hand, she caressed his jaw. The girl smiled and called out, "Brother Aohan," before closing her eyes. In Sacred Spring Village, Elder Vulture located OUTLAW and the yellow-clad man wielding a curved blade. The man's leg was broken, and the blade was extraordinary, encrusted with gems. OUTLAW, munching on candied hawthorn, inquired, "Master, what shall we do?" The yellow-clad man replied, "Elder Vulture, let's retreat. This girl, we shall not capture her. You saw it yourself. We are no match for her." Elder Vulture insisted, "We must return to the sect and summon assistance. This girl must be captured." The yellow-clad man countered, "It is a costly endeavor, let it be. We were the ones who slaughtered her kin. We hold the fault." Elder Vulture responded, "Young master, I apologize." With all his might, Elder Vulture leaped, his gray-white beard swirling in the air as he unleashed a powerful strike upon the yellow-clad man's crown, killing him instantly, blood spilling from his eyes and dribbling from his mouth. OUTLAW dropped his candied hawthorn in shock, exclaiming, "Master, Elder Vulture, why did you kill my master?" Elder Vulture replied, "The Lord of Flame Soul Palace has 3 children. Your master was the least formidable. If he does not perish, the sect will not send anyone to deal with this little demoness." OUTLAW protested, "Elder, but must you kill my master? Is it worth it to slay him for that little demoness?" Elder Vulture admonished, "OUTLAW, you are still young. There are things you do not yet comprehend. Once we return to the sect, say that your master was killed by that girl." OUTLAW questioned, "Why say it was the demoness who killed him when it was you?" Elder Vulture feigned tears, lifting the boy into his arms. "Elder OUTLAW, I rescued you from the iron chains, and I have raised you for 6 years. Please heed my words. If that girl lives, I shall perish. Will you merely watch your grandfather die? Will you run to the sect to say, I was the one who killed him? Are you prepared to protect that little demoness?" OUTLAW responded, "My master often enjoyed beating me. Last time, I couldn't leave my bed for a month. Now that he is dead, no one will strike me anymore. Grandfather, I will listen to you. Elder Vulture pretended to wipe away tears. Asoa, good boy. Do you know what to say? Asoa affirmed. It was that demoness who killed my master. Elder Vulture praised. Good boy. I shall buy you candied hawthorn. Just then, several yellow-clad individuals approached. Elder Vulture. We finally found you. Elder Vulture inquired. How many of us remain? 200 brethren. Only 3 of us are left. Jiang has perished. Elder Vulture stated. He was killed by that demoness. Asoa stammered. I saw the demoness kill my master. Blood has been shed among our brethren. And now that little girl has killed the 3rd young master Jiang. This girl is doomed. Elder, let us return and summon aid. Elder Vulture advised. The branches of the Flame's Soul Palace lack strength. I suggest we hasten to the main camp for half a month. 5 individuals nodded in unison and departed from the village of Sacred Spring. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and as the sun rose, heralding a new day, Feng Aohan awoke, reclining on a pristine bed. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the wolf sprawled on the ground, while Wei Long sat at the bedside with a small stool. And Bai Yu held a glutinous rice dumpling in her hand. Wei Long remarked, Brother, at last, you have awakened. Where did you wander off to yesterday? Fortunately, I have a habit of eating breakfast. Otherwise, you might have been taken away as a slave. Feng Aohan replied, I just went out to enjoy the breeze. Wei Long teased, that breeze must have been quite invigorating to leave you in such a daze. Feng Aohan glanced at the wolf on the ground, his mind drifting to the bloody scenes of the previous night. He quickly leapt from the bed, rushing out of the room without even putting on his shoes. Standing on the boat, he looked toward the shore, where tranquility reigned and not a trace of blood marred the pristine ground. The dock bustled with people unloading and carrying goods. Inwardly, Feng Aohan mused, what is the origin of this wolf? So formidable, it has slain so many. And yet the scene has been meticulously cleaned up overnight. Amazing, truly amazing, he exclaimed. Wei Long and Bai Yu followed him out of the room. Wei Long exclaimed, Brother, are you possessed or something? Gazing at the shore and repeating amazing over and over. Feng Aohan chuckled, enough of the banter. After freshening up, we shall pay a visit to the K family. Wei Long asked, what is the purpose of that visit? Feng Aohan replied, to collect some money. Wei Long remarked, Aunt Luo has yet to recover, hasn't she? It's only been one night. Feng Aohan thought to himself, what do you know? The medicine I concocted came at the cost of my own lifespan, and that Bai Luo clan member is indeed a monster. Bai Yu interjected. When you went out to buy breakfast, my mother had already awoken and has since left. Wei Long said, Feng Aohan, impressive. Your alchemical skills are quite extraordinary. Feng Aohan smiled. How else could I be your master? The wolf stretched languidly. Feng Aohan instructed, you should head home and rest. We must still visit the K family. The wolf nodded. Feng Aohan wrapped the wolf's head in a floral cloth to prevent it from being recognized. During the wrapping, he noticed a necklace hanging around the wolf's neck, adorned with a highly pure blood crystal. Where did you acquire this gem? Feng Aohan inquired. In his thoughts, he reflected, the malevolence radiating from this gem surpasses the poison coursing through my leg. The wolf mused internally, I never kill indiscriminately. I only took the lives of 201 to save you. This gem is the blood of 200 souls. The wolf broke free from Feng Aohan's grasp and dashed toward the bow of the boat, preparing to leap onto the dock. Thank you, Brother Wolf. Feng Aohan called out. In her thoughts, the wolf retorted, I am a female wolf. Have you not realized this after all this time? Fool. This was an ancient long-haired wolf. Its fur long and smooth, making it difficult to ascertain its gender unless one examined closely. The wolf sprinted back to Feng Aohan's humble abode. After freshening up, the two made their way to the grand residence of the K family, situated at the highest point of Sacred Spring Village. The estate was built into the mountainside. With half of the hillside developed for the K family, the estate featured a main entrance and a side entrance, each guarded by 2 cultivators. As they walked, munching on glutinous rice dumplings, Wei Long commented, Brother, ever since you fell into the icy lake, you have transformed completely, not only in mannerisms and knowledge, but even in character. Feng Aohan, feeling anxious, asked, Really? Is that so? Inwardly, he worried. Has he discovered that I am not Feng God Egg? Wei Long continued. You used to have a rather annoying demeanor. Feng Aohan sighed in relief. And now? Wei Long grinned. Even more so? With that, he playfully shoved a rice dumpling into Feng Aohan's mouth and raced ahead. Feng Aohan raised his hand, calling out, Little fatty, stop right there. Wei Long, still grinning, taunted. Master, come and catch me if you dare. Feng Ahan shook his head and muttered quietly, "This little fatty is still just a child." While Wei Long was an ordinary human child, the soul within Feng Ahan was that of an ancient deity who had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Given Feng Ahan's true age, Wei Long would have to refer to him as the ancestor of ancestors. "Damn it, how blind can you be?" Wei Long apologized. I'm sorry. As Feng Ahan lifted his head, he noticed Wei Long had collided with someone. By sheer coincidence, it was Zhu Fei, the eldest son of the Zhu family, accompanied by Zhu Lai and his entourage. Zhu Lai's hair was tied with a golden ribbon, and he wore a satin-embroidered robe, wielding a water-ink folding fan, fanning himself every 3 steps, much like his mother. Beside him, a fellow named Swan Pan donned a black hat trimmed with gold and wore plain clothing, clutching a small abacus, his gaze dazed yet oddly shrewd. Zhu Lai exclaimed, "Oh, I thought it was someone of importance. Turns out it's Wei Long and that slave. Feng Ahan, come here." As Wei Long turned around, he was seized by one of Zhu Lai's guards. Feng Ahan questioned, "Zhu family young master, what is the meaning of this?" Zhu Lai retorted, "Is it your right to bump into my people? After causing such a scene, are you not going to compensate for medical expenses?" Feng Ahan replied, "There is no injury. Why would there be any need for medical expenses?" Zhu Lai shouted, "Zhu Fei?" At this, Zhu Fei feigned injury, collapsing to the ground, wailing dramatically, "Ouch! Ouch! It hurts so much." Feng Ahan continued, "Zhu family young master, what is this performance?" Zhu Lai repeated, "Is it your right to bump into my people? After causing such a scene, are you not going to compensate for medical expenses?" Feng Ahan reiterated, "There is no injury. Why would there be any need for medical expenses?" Zhu Lai yelled again, "Zhu Fei?" Zhu Fei immediately resumed his act, rolling on the ground in agony. Wei Long remarked, "Master, look at this acting. It's truly impressive." Feng Ahan, understanding the ruse, thought, "This is clearly a deliberate ploy to provoke me." Wei Long nodded in agreement. Zhu Lai proclaimed, "You've harmed my brother. Unless you produce some money, you shan't leave." He smirked as he fanned himself with the water-ink fan. Inwardly, Feng Ahan thought, "Today, I have pressing matters to attend to, and this fool is obstructing me." As an ancient deity who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, money had once been a triviality, merely a means of exchange among humans. However, now, in this world, in this frail body, lacking funds would hinder his ability to procure the resources necessary for refining his physique. Thus, the value of money began to weigh heavily on his mind. Feng Ahan contemplated. Perhaps sacrificing a small amount for a greater gain is a wise choice. He retrieved a pouch of money from beside his magical gourd, revealing a substantial sum, which he then handed over to Zhu Lai and his entourage. Zhu Lai scoffed, "I no longer want it." Feng Ahan realized that Zhu Lai was merely seeking trouble. Although Feng Ahan was taller than most of his peers, standing beside the 6 years older Zhu Lai made him appear shorter, as Zhu Lai looked down upon him condescendingly. Zhu Lai carelessly tossed the pouch to the ground. As Feng Ahan bent to retrieve it, Zhu Lai pressed his foot firmly on Feng Ahan's hand. Feng Ahan crouched down, saying, "Please remove your foot." Zhu Lai feigned innocence. "Oh dear, I accidentally stepped on your hand. My apologies." Feng Ahan insisted, "Kindly lift your foot." Zhu Lai smirked. "My foot is on you. I can place it wherever I wish." Just as he finished speaking, Feng Ahan maintained a calm demeanor, unleashing his murderous intent. Swiftly thrusting Zhu Lai aside, Zhu Lai crashed into a large tree by the roadside, his calf tingling with discomfort. Onlookers gasped at the energy contained within Feng Ahan's seemingly diminutive frame. Feng Ahan declared, "I have offered you a chance for redemption, yet you failed to seize it." Zhu Lai retorted, "You've embarrassed me publicly. I demand a duel." Feng Ahan replied, "There is no need to rush. Tomorrow is the day of the duel." Zhu Lai called out, "Bring it on, strike him." 2 guards, their faces twisted with malice, charged toward Feng Ahan wielding wooden clubs. Feng Ahan lightly tapped his feet, deftly evading the blows aimed at his head and left side. As the clubs continued to rain down with ferocity, the sticks swung through the air, producing a piercing sound. Each strike aimed at the vital points of Feng Ahan. The 2 guards relied solely on brute strength. Yet they were outmaneuvered by Feng Ahan's agile 7 steps blooming flowers technique. After only a brief struggle, they were left as wilted as sun-scorched vegetables, devoid of energy. This technique, originally rooted in the release of true energy, was now being executed with a blend of killing intent and true chi, a revelation Feng Ahan had recently made. The guards, robust yet clumsy, fell to the ground in no time at all. Kali lay beneath a tree, still unable to regain his mobility, while Swan Pan squatted beside him, offering care, and Zhu Fei had long since fled the scene. Kali, you imbeciles. You too can't even handle a child? Garde exclaimed. We are new recruits. Our training is still lacking, came the response. The 7 steps blooming flowers was a technique Feng Aihan had perfected after witnessing the ethereal dance of the moon goddess Chang'e at the Peach Blossom Festival thousands of years ago. Captivated by her grace, he diligently researched and transformed her dance into a martial art that not only evaded attacks, but could also be wielded offensively at higher levels. Each step of the 7 steps blooming flowers resembled a blooming petal. Feng Aihan brushed off the dust from his hands, realizing that the guard's imposing appearance was merely for show, lacking substance. Inwardly, he mused, such feeble killing intent. With the 7 steps blooming flowers, I can only unleash 2 steps. Wei Long found himself pinned down by another guard. He managed to free a hand and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Master is impressive. Feng Aihan found it effortless to deal with these guards, whose killing intent barely reached 4 levels. How does he know our killing intent is only at 4 levels? Garde questioned. Kali, still on the ground, declared, I will expel you from the K family. We do not need useless individuals. Swan Pan interjected, Young master, not everyone has the opportunity to cultivate, nor the innate talent. Kali spat, and Feng Aihan calmly approached the K family's guard. You. To his surprise, the guard immediately crouched down, clutching his head in fear. Spare me. I am just a country bumpkin. This is my first day as a guard for the K family. Please let me go. I do not wish to be harmed. Wei Long, don't forget about the duel with my master tomorrow, Kali reminded. With that, Feng Aihan led Wei Long toward the grand entrance of the K estate. Under the great tree, Kali complained, Why are you just sitting there? Help me up. Swan Pan replied, Young Master K. It seems Feng Aihan is heading towards your family's direction. Kali peered. Indeed, what does that boy want? Swan Pan suggested, Should we follow and see? Kali retorted, Easier said than done. Do you not think he has not already done enough damage? What are you planning to do? Swan Pan inquired. I need to gather some medicine. Kali stated. Otherwise, how can I face him tomorrow? The K family estate sat atop the highest point of Shengquan village, its premises built into the mountainside, effectively carving out a significant portion of the hill. The estate had a grand entrance and a side entrance, each guarded by 2 cultivators. Further inside, additional guards patrolled the grounds. Although not as formidable as immortal slayers, they were all robust and powerful. Upon reaching the entrance, Feng Aihan explained their purpose to the guards, who did not impede their entry. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man with a turtle-like beard emerged, flanked by 2 elegantly dressed maidens, one carrying tea and the other a chair. What business does this yellow-haired boy have wanting to see the matriarch? The turtle-bearded man scoffed. This wager has spread throughout Shengquan village. You cannot possibly be unaware, Feng Aihan retorted. I am not like you lowly peasants from Tang Mountain, the man replied. I hail from a world beyond Tang Mountain, which, while not as grand as the imperial capital, is certainly wealthier than your impoverished backwater. Tang Mountain stretched for hundreds of miles, dotted with numerous towns and countless villages. Shengquan village was merely one among them. Due to its proximity to the border and abundant tourism resources, it had flourished into a thriving locale. In truth, Shengquan village possessed the economic strength to expand into a town, yet the village chief had refrained from doing so. The primary reason was the presence of ferocious beasts on every mountain surrounding the village. The turtle-bearded man sneered. Look at how poorly dressed you are. If you want to beg, do it elsewhere. You are causing trouble in the wrong place. Wei Long whispered, Master, he looks down on us. Feng Aihan replied, Wei Long, would you like to see the world beyond Tang Mountain? I would eagerly leave this place. Then my father would not discover my cultivation, Wei Long confessed. The outside world is filled with countless strong individuals, more suited for our training. When the time is right, I shall take you out to explore, Feng Aihan assured him. Wei Long nodded. Thank you, brother. The turtle-bearded man interrupted. What are you chattering about? Hurry and leave. At that moment, the matriarch of the K family appeared, adorned with golden hairpins shaped like birds and floral motifs, elegant earrings, and a floor-length embroidered gown of vibrant orange, complemented by a jade necklace and a gold-threaded belt. She carried a plush fan decorated with embroidered birds, shielding her face with it as she walked. Trailing behind her was an elderly steward and a woman with painted features, her cheeks bright red. Has the matriarch come early because she knows she cannot cure my son? Is she here to become a servant? The turtle-bearded man quipped. Who is this wretched child? The matriarch inquired. Mo Gong is a distinguished guest. Do not interfere with this matter. Please proceed to the hall while I settle these affairs. She instructed. Very well. Mo Gong agreed, as the attendants led him to the hall. Once Mo Gong had departed, the matriarch turned to Feng Ayahan. I have heard that you injured my son. Since you have come to admit defeat, you shall be punished to serve him for 3 years. Wei Long protested. Why are you so self-absorbed, madam? My master has not spoken a word, yet you have already spoken 1,000. The one who admits defeat has no right to speak. She retorted. Madam, when did we say we surrendered? You have been the only one talking since the beginning. Wei Long countered. If you did not come to admit defeat, then. She waved her feather fan, fixing her gaze on Feng Ayahan. Feng Ayahan replied. I have allowed Bai Luoshi to walk freely within 7 days. With less than 7 days remaining, I believe 200,000 gold is excessive. I am informing you early, so you can prepare. Nonsense. If Bai Luoshi could walk, how could there be no word of it in Shengquan village? The matriarch exclaimed. At that moment, a sweating servant rushed to the elderly woman, whispering urgently in her ear. She immediately tugged at the matriarch's sleeve, and the matriarch leaned slightly to listen. Miss Wu. The servant who just returned from the market reports that Bai Luoshi is already on her feet, wandering around the vegetable market, the elderly woman relayed. The matriarch covered her mouth with her fan. What should we do now? 200,000 taels of gold is no trifling sum. The elderly woman, with a sly grin and gleaming eyes, whispered a flurry of suggestions into the matriarch's ear. The matriarch's face turned pale with fear. Is that even possible? A mere slave? You should negotiate with Mo Gong. Leave this to me, the elderly woman insisted. The matriarch pondered. Feng Ayahan, you truly are a youth of remarkable talent. 200,000 taels of gold is but a trifle compared to my family's 1,000,000 assets. You may proceed with the elderly woman to collect the money. Master, why has that domineering matriarch suddenly become so accommodating? Is it a ruse? Wei Long questioned. Do not worry, my master understands these matters well, Feng Ayahan assured him. As Feng Ayahan and Wei Long ascended the steps, the matriarch departed with her entourage, leaving only the elderly woman and the 2 guards at the entrance. Feng Ayahan lifted his foot, preparing to step over the threshold, with Wei Long closely following. The elderly woman, her eyes glinting like a cat's, bore a sly smile. Young Master Wei, you appear to be quite the promising youth, she remarked. Uncertain of what casual conversations young Master Wei might have shared with his parents today, Wei Long remarked, I often stay outside, so I have little to say in terms of family matters. Aunt Kai responded, Young Master Wei, while you are still young, once you reach my age, and your children seldom return home, parents will inevitably worry. You must make an effort to visit more often. Wei Long acknowledged her wisdom, stating, Your words are indeed reasonable. I shall take them to heart. As Feng Ayahan perused the bookshelf in the netherworld, he noted the ledger of the living. Fully aware that Aunt Kai was not someone to underestimate. She was known for her ruthless nature and had lived a life filled with misdeeds. Feng Ayahan, Aunt Kai inquired, How is your mother's health these days? Feng Ayahan replied, Might you first escort us to the restroom? Nodding, Aunt Kai led the 2 to the lavatory. The lavatory at the K residence was spacious, with 3 stalls arranged side by side. Aunt Kai, would you mind stepping outside? Feng Ayahan requested, and she complied. Once alone, Feng Ayahan called for Wei Long. Come here. Wei Long hesitated, fearing a trick. I urgently need assistance. Feng Ayahan exclaimed. Wei Long rushed over, questioning, What? You went to the restroom without any paper? This Aunt Kai has ulterior motives. Be cautious, warned Feng Ayahan. Wei Long scoffed. What can an old woman do to us? Besides, look at her. She shows concern for me despite not being related. Hand me the paper, no more discussion, insisted Feng Ayahan. Wei Long teased. You summoned me just to deliver paper, didn't you? He placed a stack of paper in Feng Ayahan's hand. Please do not question my every request, Feng Ayahan replied calmly. Enough, brother, Wei Long retorted. After a brief moment, Aunt Kai led Feng Ayahan and Wei Long onward. They traversed a long corridor, passed through a courtyard, and arrived at a well-appointed garden. Feng Ayahan mused to himself. The K residence is built halfway up the mountain, yet this direction leads further up. Who would construct a treasury so far from the heart of the estate? They entered a well-furnished courtyard. Gentlemen, please proceed inside, Aunt Kai gestured. What is this place? Wei Long inquired. This is the side room. We need to transport 200,000 taels of gold, and preparations are underway. It is getting late. Please enjoy your lunch first, Aunt Kai explained. Perfect timing, I am quite hungry, Feng Ayahan replied. Wei Long discreetly tugged at Feng Ayahan's sleeve and whispered, Ayahan, you warned me to be cautious, yet here you are indulging. Let us go inside, Feng Ayahan urged. Upon entering, they found a table draped in crimson cloth, impeccably cascading to the floor, surrounded by 4 chairs. Behind the table stood a screen, and a painting adorned the wall. Aside from these items, the room was bare. Shortly after, a dozen maids appeared, each carrying a redwood serving tray laden with dishes, 1 dish per tray. The maids, well trained, set the table in an instant. 2 platters of meat, 1 chicken and 1 rib, sat alongside 5 platters of vegetables and an assortment of exquisite pastries. Feng Ayahan inhaled the aroma of each dish, then discreetly retrieved a mystical gourd from beneath the table and shook it gently, producing a plant, which he nibbled on. Once the maids finished arranging the table, they closed the door, leaving 1 maid and Aunt Kai outside. Feng Ayahan began to eat voraciously. Aren't you concerned they might poison the food? Whispered Wei Long. Feng Ayahan swiftly collected the remaining leaves with his chopsticks and placed them on the plate. There are toxins in these dishes. Consume this leaf quickly, he urged, without hesitation. Wei Long grabbed the leaf, appearing as if he were merely selecting food from the plate. He consumed the leaf but hesitated to reach for the meat. Feng Ayahan seized a chicken leg, exclaiming, This chicken is excellently cooked, crispy on the outside and tender within. Little fatty, if you don't eat, I want to hold back. Wei Long sealed his lips, shaking his head vigorously. The only safe dish is the pastries. Eat the herbs I provided, and you can indulge without worry. Feng Ayahan reassured him. Wei Long moved the 2 platters of pastries in front of himself and pushed the remaining dishes toward Feng Ayahan. With such a timid disposition, how can I ever take you on adventures? You'll be a burden, Feng Ayahan teased. Wei Long quickly tore off half a duck and shoved it into his mouth, grease spilling everywhere, completely lacking in decorum. Feng Ayahan exclaimed in astonishment, Slow down, little fatty, leave some for me. Moments later, the table was cleared, and Wei Long carefully wrapped the remaining pastries in cloth, stowing them away in his robe. The table was left littered with dirty dishes, and to the maid outside, the 2 boys resembled ravenous spirits who had never tasted a meal. Feng Ayahan shot Wei Long a glance. Seated on the stool, Wei Long appeared uncertain of his next move. Shall we pretend to be poisoned? Can you manage it? Like this, Feng Ayahan said, collapsing onto the table in feigned distress. I can't do that, but I can give it a try, Wei Long replied. Just then, he raised his voice in a wail. Mother, I feel terribly ill. Help. It's cold. It's hot. My insides are aflame. Feng Ayahan regarded the chubby boy with incredulity, akin to observing a fool. Do not be overly dramatic. Just faint already, Feng Ayahan urged, as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Wei Long continued to lament and overturned the table, falling to the floor. 3 minutes later, Aunt Kai, accompanied by servants, burst through the door. She checked both boys' wrists and instructed, while they are still unconscious, dispose of them on the mountain to feed the beasts. Once there, ensure to deliver a couple of slashes to their necks, just to be safe. One of the servants hesitated. Why not act now? Their blood will stain. It will be difficult to transport, Aunt Kai replied before turning to leave. The servants lifted the boys, but at that moment, Wei Long let out a resounding fart. The sound was thunderous, and the stench was unbearable. Feng Ayahan thought to himself, what a wasteful little glutton. With a surge of determination, he executed a leap, performing a split mid-air, landing a kick on each of the 2 servants, sending them tumbling. Wei Long, stop feigning, Feng Ayahan called out. Before Wei Long could comprehend, he was slammed to the ground by the 2 servants. My backside, he cried. The servants threw him down, brandishing a stool to confront Feng Ayahan. Lacking malice and being mere mortals, the servants relied solely on brute strength. Before they could even engage, Feng Ayahan swiftly knocked them down. Get up, he urged Wei Long, and together they dashed for the exit. How could you 2 children fail to capture them? Aunt Kai scolded the servants. They are cultivators. One retorted. We have cultivators too. Summon the guards. Aunt Kai commanded. Feng Ayahan sprinted with great urgency. Master, we are still within the estate. What do we do? There are many guards ahead. Wei Long voiced his concern. Murder must remain a secret. The guards at the entrance are likely privy to Aunt Kai's schemes. We can escape, Feng Ayahan reassured him. They reached the corridor, nearly breaking free, when suddenly Aunt Kai and 3 guards blocked their path. A shortcut is indeed a wonderful thing, she remarked. As her words faded, the 2 dark-clad figures surged forward with lethal intent. With the flower bed beside them, Feng Ahan grasped Wei Long's hand, and together they vaulted over the corridor, fleeing through the flower bed. The three guards pursued closely, while Aunt Kai strolled leisurely behind. The guards exuded a menacing aura, rivaling that of Feng Ahan. If combined, they would undoubtedly overpower him. Though Feng Ahan was swift, Wei Long's weight impeded their escape, and before long, the guards captured him. Feng Ahan, hurry! Go find my parents! Wei Long yelled. Feng Ahan, if you flee now, I will immediately kill this little fatty. Aunt Kai threatened, brandishing scissors. Upon seeing the scissors, Feng Ahan halted, recalling that Wei Long was destined to face a calamity, seemingly imminent. If he survived this trial, he would encounter a significant crisis only at the age of 40. Otherwise, death awaited him. Feng Ahan murmured, "Is it my arrival that has brought about this misfortune? If I were to leave, would he perish here?" The prophecy indicated that in his youth, he would meet his demise beneath the scissors, the cause being an accidental injury. Feng Ahan pondered, "I escaped the cycles of life and death, evading the grasp of fate eons ago. Why then is Wei Long's calamity instigated by my presence?" Turning away, he whispered to himself, "What if both Wei Long and I were captured? What would transpire next?" Kaigu approached, declaring, "I am a reasonable person. Come closer, and I shall not harm you, so long as you forget today's events." A fierce glint ignited in her eyes as Feng Ahan, filled with murderous intent, slowly advanced towards her. Kaigu relinquished her weapon, and Feng Ahan strode purposefully to Wei Long's side, ready to unleash his pent-up fury. However, unexpectedly, a guard behind Wei Long threw a handful of white powder at Feng Ahan, rendering him instantly powerless. The remaining attendants hurried towards them. "Capture them," commanded Kaigu. "What shall we do now?" a guard asked. Kaigu whispered furtively into the guard's ear. The guard, uncertain, shook his head, and they bound both Feng Ahan and Wei Long. Wei Long had not succumbed to the scissors. Henceforth, regardless of what he faced, he would not perish, for the prophecy indicated he could live to at least 40 years. Feng Ahan smiled calmly, though his mouth was silenced with a cloth. "Wei Long, why do you smile? Have you lost your mind?" The powder had rendered Feng Ahan weak, and now his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. His mind clouded as if he had not slept properly for days. Gradually, he closed his eyes. "Brother Wei Long, what is amiss? You must not sleep," the guard interjected. "Save your breath. He won't wake anytime soon." A cloth was stuffed into Wei Long's mouth. "Behave, or you'll find yourself in dire straits," the guard warned, as they hoisted the two youths and proceeded directly up the mountain. The K family estate was built upon the mountainside, and the peak was seldom visited, designated as a forbidden area since the village's inception by the first village chief. No one knew the reason for this prohibition, and for centuries, it remained untraveled. Local legends spoke of terrifying entities residing atop the mountain, sealed away. Only during changes of leadership would the village chief ascend for sacrificial rites, and even then, from a considerable distance. After a lengthy trek, the guards began to tremble as they neared the summit. "Stop here," Kaigu ordered, binding Feng Ahan and Wei Long to a tree close to the peak before tearing the cloth from their mouths. "What place is this?" Wei Long inquired. "The Forbidden Grounds." Kaigu replied, "Are you not afraid of retribution for your actions?" As a guard brandished a knife, preparing to strike, a sudden mist appeared nearby, expanding ominously. A large hare, enveloped in the fog, exploded moments later, scattering flesh. "Run! The mist is approaching," Kaigu shouted. "Shall we not attack?" the guard questioned. "No need for us to act. Remaining here is tantamount to death," Kaigu explained, gesturing towards the rabbit. Without hesitation, the group fled, leaving Wei Long bound and helpless. "Feng Ahan, wake up. What shall we do?" Wei Long urged. "Feng Ahan, please awaken. We are in peril." Feng Ahan, eyes closed, murmured in a half-dream state. "Let me rest a moment longer." "Alas, what kind of substance did the guards use?" "It is overwhelmingly potent," Wei Long lamented. "By the time you awaken, we may already be dead." The white mist had engulfed them, but as it approached an invisible barrier, it recoiled, slowly retreating back to the mountaintop. Kaigu, having distanced herself, observed that the mist did not follow. She sighed in relief. "What now?" "We did not finish off those two," a guard remarked. "Do not concern yourself. Their demise is assured," Kaigu replied as they returned to the K estate. Inside, the matriarch of the K family and Mo Gong were dining, while the family patriarch was still out conducting business. Only the matriarch, K Lai, Mo Gong, and a few attendants remained in the hall. Whether K. Lai gains admission to a prestigious academy rests upon your influence, Mo Gong. The matriarch stated. I heard you are hosting a congratulatory banquet? Mo Gong inquired. The invitations have already been sent, she replied. Did you send them early to prepare some enhancements for your son? Mo Gong suggested. Your insight is commendable, she acknowledged. K. Lai, you must strive for excellence. With my father present, I, K. Lai, have no cause for concern, he boasted. After the meal, Mo Gong expressed gratitude for the hospitality shown during his first visit to Xinquan village, promising to attend the banquet. The matriarch, concealing her face with a fan, urged. Why not stay a few more days? I have pressing matters to attend to. Next time, I shall enjoy Xinquan village, he replied, and with that, he departed, leaving the estate behind. That Mo Gong is quite audacious, the matriarch scoffed. Mother, he is merely a man who purchased his title. What is there to be proud of? K. Lai retorted. Though I detest him, he is the key to your academic success. Do not offend him, she cautioned. Since when has the K family bowed to others? I shall not attend, he declared. Lai, do not act foolishly. That academy is not one you can simply enter. Kaigu hurried through the back door into the K estate as the matriarch and K. Lai strolled towards the garden, attended only by two maids carrying fruit trays. Matriarch, Kaigu called out, rushing over. It is done, she whispered in the matriarch's ear, who nodded in response. Regardless of the outcome, Feng Ayahan's death is most welcome, she murmured. Mother, if Feng Ayahan is dead, then I need not attend tomorrow's duel, K. Lai exclaimed. No, you must go, and with great fanfare, the matriarch insisted. But why? Isn't he dead? He protested. We must act as if we are unaware of his death. It is the best way to evade blame, she explained. I understand, mother, he replied. Kaigu, ensure that those who witness my son's duel tomorrow are exempt from rent for 3 months. Shouldn't we consult father about this? K. Lai questioned. 3 months is a trivial matter. I can decide, the matriarch asserted. Feng Ayahan, awaken, Wei Long implored as the sun set. Casting a rosy hue across the horizon, Feng Ayahan slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? The Forbidden Grounds. The Sacred Springs Forbidden Area, Wei Long exclaimed. Feng Ayahan quickly recalled the vague accounts from his readings about the Forbidden Area, noting that it was said to be a one-way trip. Centuries ago, 200 immortals ventured into the Forbidden Grounds, yet only Elder Miejian emerged alive, having sealed the area with his life and leaving behind a stone tablet. For hundreds of years, no one dared to transgress this taboo. Once one enters the Forbidden Ground, they vanish without a trace. Feng Ayahan, calm and composed, remarked, We are atop a mountain. I have long desired to behold the scenery here. Wei Long exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? We are on the brink of death, and you still have the leisure to admire the view. Feng Ayahan reassured him, There is no need for concern. With me here, you need not fear. Wei Long retorted, Master, it is easier said than done. We are still bound to this tree. I am merely a teenager. I do not wish to die. That money-grubbing woman is ruthless. Had it not been for that strange fog this afternoon, she would have dismembered us. Feng Ayahan lamented, Alas, my killing intent has not yet returned. Though his murderous aura was diminished, his genuine energy had just returned. With 10 layers of killing intent, he could refine it into 1 layer of genuine energy. Suddenly, he produced a small object, akin to a nail clipper, and began to cut the ropes binding him. As the sun set behind the mountains, the sky darkened, and stars ascended into the night. A gentle spring breeze rustled the leaves. Wei Long cried out, Help! Is there anyone out there? Feng Ayahan, unfazed, replied, In this desolate wilderness, who could possibly come to your aid? Be cautious lest you attract a ferocious beast. Wei Long continued to shout for help, and from the bushes came a low growl reminiscent of a lion's deep rumble before an attack. The sound, lodged in the throat, was quite fearsome. Master, you jinxed us, Wei Long exclaimed. Feng Ayahan stated, I merely speak the truth. You chose not to heed my warning. Wei Long, in panic, noted, It appears to be approaching. Feng Ayahan's brow furrowed. What shall we do now? Master, could you at least say something? Feng Ayahan remained serene. Master, it has emerged from the bushes right in front of me. A pair of emerald green eyes, deep and frigid, glistened under the moonlight, revealing a fearsome set of teeth. Wei Long, trembling, cried, Brother, a leopard, a leopard. Bound to Wei Long's back, Feng Ayahan could not see the creature's visage. With a sudden roar, the beast lunged at Wei Long. In a split second, Feng Ayahan broke free from his bindings and confronted the ferocious creature. concentrating his genuine energy into his fist and delivering a powerful blow, sending the beast tumbling aside. He then handed the small blade to Wei Long, drawing out a dagger from his waist. As Wei Long watched the struggle between Feng Aohan and the creature, his legs quaked in fear. The beast Feng Aohan faced was not a true leopard, it merely bore a resemblance. A closer inspection revealed its jagged, exposed teeth and fur longer than a leopardess, yet shorter than a lioness. Feng Aohan, wielding the dagger, urged, Wei Long, we have exhausted our strength. Free my bindings. The creature was terrifying. Feng Aohan's inner thoughts reflected, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's emissary is far more fearsome than this creature. I would dare to sleep alongside that emissary. What is this little beast in comparison? The emissary was a mystical beast lying beneath the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's altar, resembling a blend of tiger, unicorn, canine, dragon, lion, and Qilin. Feng Aohan declared, Wei Long, I cannot come to you. He picked up a stick from the ground and began to fight the creature. Initially, Feng Aohan held the advantage, but the creature's head was as hard as stone. When he struck it with the stick, it shattered, a mere twig, after all. Without a weapon, Feng Aohan executed the 7 steps of blooming flowers and began to flee. He currently possessed only 2 layers of genuine energy and could not sustain this for long. His movements were no longer as light as they had been during his duel with the guards. Each step seemed laborious. Wei Long, my killing intent has not yet returned. I cannot hold out much longer. Come and assist me. Wei Long stammered, I am too afraid. I dread furry creatures. No sooner had he spoken than the beast lunged at Feng Aohan. He dodged to the side and leapt onto the creature's neck. The action seemed effortless, but one misstep could have led to him being crushed and becoming a meal. He grasped the long fur atop the beast's head with his left hand while wielding the dagger in his right, maintaining a calm expression and steady heartbeat. With the dagger raised high, he plunged it into the creature's neck. In pain, the beast began to roar, thrashing left and right. Feng Aohan was flung 5 meters away. The beast, now bleeding from its neck, bared its fangs and charged at Feng Aohan. This creature was the weakest in the Forbidden Ground. Nonetheless, given Feng Aohan's current abilities, he still struggled to defeat it. Wei Long was still using the small weapon to cut his bindings. As Feng Aohan was on the verge of being torn apart by the beast, a gray-black creature suddenly pounced on the beast, diverting its attention. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Aohan stood up and re-entered the fray. Upon closer inspection, he realized the black creature was the wolf he had previously saved. The wolf thought to itself, Foolish Feng Aohan, luckily I recognize your scent. Feng Aohan coated his dagger with poison. The beast and the wolf began their primal clash, using teeth, claws, and sheer force. The wolf, being female and already injured from a prior encounter in the harbor, was quickly overpowered. The beast pinned her down, preparing to bite her neck. Feng Aohan rushed to the wolf's side, plunging his dagger into the beast's mouth, saving her but sustaining a gash on his arm. The wolf seized the moment, attacking the beast and killing it in a gruesome manner. The wolf thought, I absolutely detest the blood of such beasts. Ugh, the stench is unbearable. With the wolf's blood splattering everywhere, Feng Aohan and his companions prepared to leave when they discovered that the path down the mountain had vanished, overtaken by dense vegetation. Feng Aohan was perplexed. The wolf's neck adorned with a bead emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the area. Feng Aohan scrutinized his surroundings, his pupils dilating as he cautiously descended a few steps down the mountain, only to be repelled by a luminous barrier that sent him tumbling to the ground. Rising and brushing off the dust, he proclaimed, The stars shift, the universe is boundless, in the face of eternity, let the spirit be as a sword. Wei Long inquired, What are you saying? Feng Aohan replied, We cannot linger here, follow me. He pulled Wei Long toward the mountain peak. In the darkness, Feng Aohan quietly retrieved several leaves from a celestial tree from his pocket. A faint light emanated from the mountain's summit, gradually revealing a mystical white glow, encircled by shimmering halos that seemed to guard the mountain. Feng Aohan gazed up at the sky, feeling the vast chaos above. Wei Long, hurry up the mountain. Wei Long protested. We are on the brink of danger. Climbing to the summit could lead to our demise. Feng Aohan insisted, If you wish to survive, heed my words. Follow my path. The lofty mountains loomed ominously, and the forest seemed fraught with peril. The mountain was eerily silent as Feng Aohan and his companions treaded through the inky darkness, the crunch of dry leaves echoing beneath their feet. Wei Long, feeling apprehensive, asked, Feng Aohan, do you think we might perish? Feng Aohan smiled gently and replied, Life and death are determined by fate. In truth, he understood that if Wei Long could survive this childhood ordeal, he would live to see his 40s. Only upon reaching that age would he face another life and death trial. Feng Ayahan merely wished to tease the boy. "I do not wish to die," Wei Long responded. Feng Ayahan smiled. "Do not worry, and you shall not perish." Wei Long nodded in agreement, aligning himself with Feng Ayahan's resolve. Half an hour later, Feng Ayahan reassured him, "We shall be safe after just 100 more steps." Wei Long questioned, "Isn't this a bit redundant? Not long ago, we stood beside the mountain peak. Master, you guided me to the summit, and then we descended on the other side. What does it signify?" The summit of Feng Ayahan has been ensnared by a formation. If one remains still, they will become a part of that very formation. What does Wei Long mean? For Feng Ayahan, remaining motionless equates to death, while movement signifies life. Is Wei Long not sleeping tonight? Feng Ayahan replied, "If you have the luxury to sleep, do so, but we must first locate our position, otherwise, we may find ourselves without a grave." Wei Long touched his chest, and then produced a package. "Master, would you like some?" "What is this?" Feng Ayahan inquired. "These are pastries from the K family. Give me a few more." Feng Ayahan exclaimed. "Let us share equally." Wei Long responded. Feng Ayahan accepted the pastries, first feeding a piece to the wolf before savoring the remaining morsels himself. The trio meandered through the mountains, munching as they went. After traversing for half an hour, Feng Ayahan abruptly halted. "This is the spot. Stop." "What is it?" Wei Long asked. "Hold this leaf and take 3 steps forward," Feng Ayahan instructed. Wei Long complied. Striding ahead. "Stop, right there," Feng Ayahan commanded. Wei Long stood by a rock holding the leaf, while Feng Ayahan placed the leaf into the wolf's mouth. "You understand my words, do you not? Remain still." As he spoke, Feng Ayahan walked southward for about 10 paces, then sliced his finger, releasing his vital energy, which he used to inscribe a spell. He had discovered a flaw in the formation and intended to rest here for the night. Place the leaf down. As the leaf touched the ground, the vital energy flowed forth. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the sound of tumbling rocks filled the air, causing the trio to sway unsteadily. "What is happening, Feng Ayahan? Is the situation changing?" "Master Wei Long, save me," Wei Long cried, glancing back to see a circular center forming on the ground. The center began to sink gradually, creating a large pit. Wei Long fell into the pit, desperately grasping a nearby tree branch, dangling precariously at the edge. The wolf, quick to react, had already escaped danger. The pit continued to take shape, and a dark abyss expanded ominously, emanating a chilling aura of malice. The abyss resembled a gateway to hell, akin to the gaping maw of a monster. Feng Ayahan rushed to seize Wei Long's hand. Wei Long, being a chubby lad, was in peril of plummeting into the abyss, while Feng Ayahan's slender physique struggled to save him. As Feng Ayahan's aura of malice surged back, he utilized it to pull Wei Long up. The two exchanged glances, staring into the depths of the gaping pit. "Wei Long, what lies beneath? Why is this hole so cold?" Feng Ayahan replied, "There is something amiss here. Legend has it that the Longhuan Mountain is the sacred repository of celestial texts, accessible only to those of great virtue and high cultivation. The mountain is riddled with traps and contains temporal wormholes. Those of lesser cultivation who ascend may either meet a tragic end or be drawn into another world, or perish in the rifts of time and space." Residing within Feng Ayahan is an ancient deity who has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. A century ago, he and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva ventured to Longhuan Mountain to search for scriptures to save souls. Though they did not find the sought-after texts, he inadvertently acquired a manual on formation arrays. Upon completing the reading, he realized that to dismantle a formation, one must disrupt its core. Survival within the formation necessitates locating its weakest point, essentially identifying its flaws. Once a flaw is found, one can establish a rudimentary formation to barely endure. The formation Feng Ayahan had set was compromised, and he glanced at the wolf, noticing its front paw was bleeding. His expression turned grave. He knew his formation was sound. He had sustained minor injuries during a skirmish with a ferocious beast, with traces of blood upon his hands. His blood, being human, bore no effect on the formation, leading him to suspect the source of the wolf's blood. "What shall we do now, Wei Long?" Feng Ayahan retrieved medicinal herbs and bandages from his Chinquan gourd. The potency of these herbs is formidable, requiring only a small amount to heal ailments. Feng Ayahan staunched the wolf's bleeding, resolving to leave this place by the next day. Otherwise, the wolf's wound might become infected. The wolf, with a murderous glint in its eyes, stared intently at Wei Long. A shiver ran down Wei Long's spine. Brother Henin, do you think this wolf might be too hungry and want to eat me? The wolf silently thought, I would eat you? Dream on, you chubby fool. I detest fatty meat. Attempting to frighten Wei Long, the wolf suppressed its growl, producing a menacing sound akin to that of a wolf or dog facing an adversary. Feng Ahan, I don't quite understand. Surely not. My wolf possesses a keen sense of understanding. Feng Ahan patted the wolf's head and continued bandaging. Inwardly, Feng Ahan pondered. The formation I just laid can only be unraveled by demonic blood. Could this wolf have transformed into a demon? If so, why does it still humbly follow me? A mere human? Is it truly only in gratitude for saving its life? Having tended to the wolf's wound, Wei Long remained in a state of uncertainty. Will we survive this night? The elders say that entering forbidden grounds is tantamount to certain death. Tears streamed down his face. A man sheds blood, not tears. Feng Ahan declared. Wei Long lamented. I haven't even married yet, and now I face death. How utterly disheartening. Do not weep. Do not despair. Master is here. Feng Ahan reassured him. This is all you're doing. Had you not offended the K family, we would not have been bound to this accursed place. Above, the sky appeared chaotic, and Feng Ahan realized this was not the heavens, but the star formations within the array, enveloping the entire mountaintop in a formidable spell. A thunderous roar erupted from the pit once more. In the darkness, a vine adorned with small red flowers rapidly emerged from the ground, pulling Wei Long into the abyss. The flower's center resembled an eye. Help! Wei Long cried. Feng Ahan rushed to the edge of the pit, yet Wei Long's cries soon faded into silence. Without delay, Feng Ahan laid down an extraordinarily complex formation to pull the Earth God upwards. The Earth God cradled an elderly woman, seated at the bedside in an affectionate embrace. The bed was a simple wooden structure, and though the woman was aged, her skin bore no wrinkles. Earth God, should you live another 300 years? You shall remain my dearest. Feng Ahan awkwardly interjected. I apologize for the intrusion. Do not bother me. I am preoccupied, the Earth God retorted. It was then that both the Earth God and the elderly woman realized their surroundings had changed. The Earth God scowled. Why must it always be you, this demon? Are you not weary of interrupting me during such awkward moments? Did I? Feng Ahan replied. Last time, I was bathing, and this time I. The Earth God trailed off, flustered. I truly apologize. May I ask you one question? We do not share the same path. We are not allies. The Earth Goddess responded. Demon, this is my limit. I shall report this to the heavenly court tomorrow. Come, my dear. The Earth God attempted to cast a spell, but found himself unable to return. The two, still in bed, exchanged awkward glances at Feng Ahan. Demon, where is this place? And why can I not return? Volume 2, Chapter 48. The Path in the Stone Wall, First Update, Volume 2. Chapter 49. Effortlessly, the figure cloaked in black tilted his head back and chuckled, his face obscured by the shadows of the dimly lit tomb. It was evident that he was male. He stood over the elderly woman, then brandished a gleaming knife, its tip poised menacingly against the throat of the landlady. Feng Ahan scrutinized the wooden coffin beneath his feet. It was no ordinary casket, but one crafted from the rare and esteemed Inshan wood. Inshan wood is defined as wood from trees that grow in the northern mountains or during the autumn and winter months, while In wood refers to those that thrive above ground. The distinction is significant, as Inshan wood is that which has long been buried underground. Such a coffin ensures preservation for a millennium. Where exactly was Feng Ahan? 6 diagrams, Inshan wood. What did the land deity intend to do? The cloaked figure. Noticing the red manuscript in Feng Ahan's grasp, sheathed his knife and released the landlady. Like a swift swallow, he leaped from the coffin and seized Feng Ahan, propelling both of them onto the coffin. With a swift kick, he sent the elderly woman tumbling down. The land deity caught her as she half-fainted. The black-clad man gestured, and the door to the south suddenly swung open, as though he meant to liberate the land deity and his companion. Feng Ahan, unconscious in his arms, was soon met with a yellow flower that the cloaked figure produced. The flower's heart was a vibrant orange sphere, with petals resembling a fairy's dance skirt, and its leaves of verdant green. Let us depart, commanded the cloaked figure, his voice altered, reminiscent of electronic modulation. The land deity carried the landlady away. Release Feng Ahan. Who are you? Shouted Wei Long. The cloaked figure ignored him, addressing the flower instead. I told you, once the time is right, I will set you free. From the flower emerged a luminous shadow of a girl. Her hair was simply arranged, devoid of ornamentation, cascading like a dark waterfall. In the chill of early spring, with snow still melting, she wore nothing but a delicate gauze dress. A pale yellow veil adorned her face, held in place by two pearls that sparkled behind her ears. A pink flower was painted on her brow, with a white crystal nestled at its center, enhancing her gaze like the most exquisite jewels. Clad in yellow, she resembled a celestial maiden. This young woman was the one who had fought alongside Feng Aohan on that fateful day. "Why is it him?" the girl in yellow exclaimed. "The current situation is sufficient. I will provide you with better in due time," replied the cloaked figure. "Stop. It cannot be him," protested the young woman. "Do not kill Feng Aohan?" The cloaked figure inquired of the flower. "Why not? It simply cannot be. If you do not let them go, I shall self-destruct," she declared. In a swift motion, the cloaked figure leapt down from the coffin and struck Wei Long unconscious. "You released the old woman, and now you free this prodigy. What are your intentions, Lingo?" At that moment, a wolf burst into the chamber. "This creature possesses a fine physique," the cloaked figure remarked. "She is the one," the girl in yellow responded. The wolf, sensing the gravity of the situation, transformed in a flash of white light into a girl clad in flowing white fabric, exuding an ethereal presence. Her hair was as dark as the night, tied with a red ribbon, her eyes twinkling like stars, and her lips a delicate shade of pink, reminiscent of unripe cherries. "Such a delightful form," the girl in yellow exclaimed. With authority, the wolf declared, "My identity is illustrious. I shall not allow you demons to usurp my body." The wolf touched the blood droplets on her neck, and the ground began to tremble. The cloaked figure's blood seemed to boil, no longer belonging to him. "You are not a wolf. What are you? What have you done to me?" he demanded. The wolf retorted, "I am your ancestor. How dare you strike down my brother, Henin?" The girl in yellow whispered, "Let it be. We are no match for this girl. Your wounds have yet to heal." The girl in white waved her light gauze, indicating that they should leave. Without hesitation, the cloaked figure escorted the two out of the tomb. They arrived at the place marked by the sword of extinction. Outside, the land deity and landlady lay upon the ground. Witnessing the black-clad figure escorting Wei Long and Feng Aohan, the land deity's eyes widened in shock. After delivering them, the cloaked figure scattered salt into the tomb, causing the flowers to burrow into the earth instantaneously. He then cast another handful of salt at the entrance before departing. The girl in white transformed back into the wolf. "Rest assured, remain here. It is safe now," the cloaked figure assured them. Feng Aohan and Wei Long slumbered on the grass. The land deity retrieved a sheet from the bed to cover them. The landlady wept silently, mourning her pet pangolin, which had perished within the underground tomb. From the moment Feng Aohan and his companions entered the cave, the wolf had followed closely behind. Feng Aohan had sensed a presence trailing them, but could not discern its nature in the darkness. The wolf's origin remained a mystery, one that only Feng Aohan could unravel in time. In his dreams, Feng Aohan began to decipher the inscriptions on the stone wall, gradually grasping the meaning of the first character. The night passed in silence. Feng Aohan awoke to find Wei Long and the wolf flanking him, squeezed between them. He rose and nudged the wolf aside. "Land deity," he called, rousing the elder. "The seal at the mountain's peak is weakened during the day. We must hurry." "You are gods, yet why do you still sleep?" The land deity replied, "Our cultivation is limited. We are still akin to mortals." "What transpired last night?" Feng Aohan inquired. "Are you not aware?" The land deity responded. Feng Aohan nodded. "You should express gratitude to that spirit beast beside you." With that, the land deity left behind a map for descending the mountain, and then vanished along with the bed. Feng Aohan regarded the wolf on the ground. "I witnessed your strength previously. It is no surprise that you could save me. Thank you, brother wolf." He patted the wolf's head and then examined his own hands. Feng Aohan's true energy was nearing 3 levels, and his killing intent had also seen a breakthrough. Truly, surviving great peril brings great fortune. Both the wolf and Wei Long awakened. "Daylight has arrived. We can descend the mountain now," Feng Aohan announced. "Why the hurry?" Wei Long inquired. "If we must rest, let us do so at home. This place is far too dangerous. Besides, I have a duel with K-Lai today." "All right. How did we escape yesterday? Was it all just a dream? After I was knocked unconscious, what happened afterward?" "My head aches. I can't recall much, only that there was a girl in yellow. The same one who fought alongside us against the silver python. Could it be she who rescued me? I must express my gratitude next time." The wolf internally mused. "Do you not know? That girl in yellow sought to take your body. I am the one who saved you." I wish to tell you, yet I cannot transform back into human form. Feng Aohan pondered. Why must I thank that wolf? Following the map, the trio ventured through the forest. As dawn broke, they descended the mountain, taking a shortcut through the back village entrance, returning to Feng Aohan's home. Upon opening the courtyard gate, they found his mother unconscious on the ground. Together, Feng Aohan and Wei Long lifted her back to the house. She was frail, allowing the two youths to carry her with ease. Feng Aohan hurried to the nearest apothecary to procure some medicinal herbs and buns, returning home to prepare the medicine for his mother. Wei Long lay asleep in Feng Aohan's room. As the sun climbed to its zenith, Feng Aohan poured the medicine into a bowl, consuming a few of the purchased buns before preparing to depart for battle. Before I leave, Wei Long, administer the medicine to my mother, Feng Aohan instructed. Wei Long, still resting, acknowledged him with a nod. Feng Aohan took 2 bowls, one filled with water and the other with buns, placing them before the wolf, who eagerly began to eat. Only then did Feng Aohan exit his home, heading toward the village entrance. The K family had issued a decree exempting those who came to witness the competition of their young master from taxes for 3 months. Half the population within a 10-mile radius had gathered, many arriving hastily through the night, while others were still racing along the road to reach the venue. The matriarch of the K family sat gracefully beneath the erected canopy, sipping tea, fully aware that Feng Aohan had been eliminated by her subordinates. Her son's arrival today was merely a pretense, while her own presence served to exonerate her from suspicion. In this manner, Feng Aohan's demise would be misconstrued as a cowardly retreat in the face of battle. As this thought crossed her mind, a beguiling smile graced her enchanting visage. Little did she anticipate that Feng Aohan, entirely unscathed, was making his way toward the village entrance. Volume 2. Chapter 50. A turnaround in battle. The Chu family has issued a decree that those who come to witness the young master of the Chu family compete shall enjoy a 3-month tax exemption. Half of the populace within a 10-mile radius has gathered, many having hastened through the night to arrive. The matriarch of the Chu family sits gracefully beneath the tent, sipping tea with a smile, fully aware that Feng Aohan has been eliminated by her subordinates. Her son's presence here is merely for show, while her own attendance serves to exonerate herself from suspicion. Thus, Feng Aohan's demise will be misconstrued as a cowardly retreat. The thought brings a smile to her alluring face. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Aohan approaches the village entrance unscathed. Underneath the large tree at the village's edge, a throng has amassed. The Chu family has hastily constructed a platform for the combat. This platform is of a size comparable to that used for martial contests. Zhu Fei and the Chu family's eldest son are seated at the tea area beneath the platform. The matriarch enjoys her tea, flanked by a row of maids and attendants, creating an impressive spectacle. Chu Lai approaches his mother and whispers, "Mother, that slave is dead. We've been feigning this all morning. Can we not return now?" Zhu Fei, standing beside Chu Lai, interjects, "What of the medicinal herbs bought at such great expense?" The matriarch nods, setting her teacup down and adjusting her dress. The steward, sensing the shift in atmosphere, declares, "Hear me. Feng Aohan, in fear of the competition, has fled. The young master of the Chu family achieves victory without contest." The crowd begins to stir, a cacophony of disbelief. The slave's son has escaped? Poor blind mother. The steward continues, "Feng Aohan has fled out of fear. He has abandoned his parents and is unworthy of being a child of the sacred spring. Even if he returns, he shall not enter our gates. You may disperse." Among the attendees are those from afar, drawn by the promise of a tax exemption, with no contest to witness. Remaining in this desolate place feels like a waste of time, and the crowd scatters like fish escaping a broken net. At that moment, Feng Aohan surges against the tide, standing amidst the crowd and proclaiming, "Who claims I have fled? Am I not here?" With his words, the villagers of Sacred Spring turn back, while those who had retreated continue their departure, and those not far away reluctantly return to their original spots. The Chu matriarch's eyes widen in shock, resembling that of a dead fish, as she gazes at Feng Aohan. The maid, adorned in red and green, turns pale with fright as though her soul has departed. "Didn't you say that boy was eliminated by your people?" The Chu matriarch exclaims. "A ghost. It must be a ghost." The matriarch retorts, in broad daylight, "There are no ghosts. How has this boy survived?" Feng Aohan strides toward the wooden platform they have erected, moving forward unimpeded by the bustling crowd, as though a barrier surrounds him. Despite the throng, none dare to make contact with him. Upon reaching the platform, Chu Lai drops his teacup in astonishment. Mother, wasn't he supposed to be dealt with by your people? The Chu matriarch is bewildered, pondering how this boy could have survived the forbidden grounds and emerged alive the next day. Chu Lai, with a smug smile, sips his tea but does not swallow, holding it in his mouth as he ascends the platform. Feng Ao Han stands effortlessly at the corner of the stage. The steward steps to the center of the platform, clearing his throat. Now that all are present, let us proceed to sign the death warrant as per the agreement between the two. Feng Ao Han internally muses. When did I ever agree to a death warrant with that arrogant young master? The steward, with a sardonic tone, questions, what? Are you afraid? Feng Ao Han, having arrived, feels no fear. However, he cannot sign such a document. Why not? The steward presses. Is the young master truly the sole heir of the Chu family? Feng Ao Han inquires. The steward feigns ignorance, clearly aware of the implications. Feng Ao Han fears the extinguishing of the Chu family lineage. The steward scoffs. With your meager stature, how could you possibly threaten the Chu family's lineage? You barely defeated my young master with a mere move. Look at your audacity. From the audience, Zhu Fei mocks. You are afraid of death, yet claim it is to preserve the Chu family line. What a farce. Feng Ao Han shakes his head in resignation. With calm determination, he signs the death warrant, warning them not to blame him for their impending fate. Volume 2, Chapter 51. The light shatters the clouds. The strong encounter. Feng Ao Han calmly signed the death warrant, warning them not to blame him for the impending consequences. K. Lai, with water held in his mouth, swiftly inscribed his name. The steward took the signed document away, leaving only the two youths locked in a gaze atop the wooden platform. A hint of winter's lingering chill mingled with the spring breeze that caressed their hair and garments. Feng Ao Han arrived at the competition, his torn clothes still unaltered, the gentle spring wind brushing against his tattered attire. Kailai could not help but chuckle. Approaching Feng Ao Han, Kailai spat water at him and scornfully declared, the offspring of a slave dares to dream of defeating the powerful. Feng Ao Han shook his head, unperturbed, and replied, how rude. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he had encountered countless malevolent beings. To him, Kailai was merely a minor character. Individuals like Kailai would face only light punishment in the underworld, reincarnating as beasts. True villains would ultimately avoid reincarnation, descending directly into the depths of hell to suffer eternally. Wiping the water from his face, Feng Ao Han noticed Kailai step back. After narrowly escaping death in the Forbidden Zone, he contemplated profound truths before the stone wall. Though it took merely one night, Feng Ao Han's consciousness was extraordinary. He had witnessed 6 paths among the myriad, including the paths of demon, monster, mystery, heaven, earth, and immortality. He transcribed the incomprehensible characters, and though incomplete, this fragment of arcane knowledge sufficed to elevate his strength, albeit slightly. Kailai, from Sacred Spring Village, aged 16, possessed a murderous aura at the 18th level. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, recognizing Kailai as a genius, having advanced from the 15th to the 18th level in mere days. At 16, with an 18th level murderous aura, impressive indeed. No wonder he is hailed as a prodigy. They exclaimed, he is on the brink of entering the path of killing. Feng Ao Han refrained from disclosing his own strength. He smiled calmly. Let the contest begin. The spectators assumed Feng Ao Han's silence stemmed from fear of revealing his level and murderous aura, prompting laughter from the crowd, with Zhu Fei inciting further mockery. Come down. You worthless wretch. You are no match for Kailai. He possesses an 18th level murderous aura. Amidst the onlookers, Aunt Wei feared for Feng Ao Han's fate against such a genius. What should I do? I must find the village chief, she resolved. Rushing through the crowd towards the chief's residence, Wei Long had already arisen. After administering medicine to Aunt Wei, he hurried to the village entrance. Upon arrival, he overheard discussions about Kailai. Inwardly, he scoffed. What is Kailai so proud of? Has he merely advanced to an 18th level murderous aura? My master Feng Ao Han has already attained the path of killing. If Kailai was a genius, then Feng Ao Han's cultivation could only be described as monstrous. His primordial spirit was that of an ancient deity, self-proclaimed in its mastery of spells. Faced with this so-called genius, Feng Ao Han merely wore a serene smile. Kailai, with a stoic expression, arrogantly remarked, dare to underestimate me? You, a slave, are doomed. Feng Ao Han, unfazed, responded, such childish banter. Let us commence. Kailai's formidable murderous aura reflected his rapid cultivation, Lacking the comprehension of the aura's spirals, he relied solely on brute force. Channeling his murderous energy into his fist, he charged at Feng Aohan like a galloping steed. Kai reveled in his own confidence. I, having procured a myriad of energy-boosting pills overnight, have significantly enhanced my strength. Feng Aohan, prepare to meet your demise. His fist, imbued with a white spiral of energy, appeared as if he wielded 2 cotton balls. Feng Aohan stood firm, shaking his head. Employing the 7 steps of the lotus, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Kai, overexerting himself, nearly tumbled off the platform. Though Feng Aohan's physical form resembled that of an 11-year-old, his mind was that of an ancient sage. With a mere 2 levels of true energy, he was more than capable of handling Kai, whose murderous aura had reached 18 levels. Feng Aohan's had already ascended to 25. Kai gathered his murderous energy beneath his feet, feigning a move to mislead Feng Aohan. However, Feng Aohan's awareness surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He discerned Kai's intentions and deliberately played along, pretending to fall for the ruse. A smile spread across Kai's face as he exclaimed, "Fool, take this." Kai's foot connected with Feng Aohan's abdomen, which he intentionally absorbed. Although Kai anticipated the outcome, he remained oblivious to the final result. Feng Aohan swiftly seized the foot suspended in midair and hurled Kai to the ground, nearly fracturing his bones. Lying on the ground, Kai gazed at Feng Aohan in disbelief, muttering, "How could he be so fast?" He recalled the method of concentrating murderous energy, realizing that to step into the path of killing, one must condense the energy spirals. Failure meant starting anew, explaining the rarity of those who achieve the path of killing. Secretly consuming a pill while on the ground, Kai touched his chest. "Feng, can you still stand?" Feng Aohan replied, "If you remain silent, I shall consider your defeat and take my leave." Seizing the moment when Feng Aohan turned, Kai swiftly rose, unleashing his murderous aura and brandishing hidden weapons. He launched 3 projectiles toward Feng Aohan. "Watch out!" cried Wei Long. Feng Aohan dodged the first 2, but the last was aimed at Wei Long. If Feng Aohan evaded, Wei Long would undoubtedly perish. For the sake of his brother, Feng Aohan resolutely blocked the needle with his arm. Among the spectators, there were few masters of killing, and the ordinary onlookers merely perceived Feng Aohan's slight movement as a mere bend. The experts present, however, uttered a single phrase, "Truly ruthless." "Kai, may you perish." "Feng Aohan," Kai declared. Being struck by hidden weapons was insignificant, but being hit by poison ones was dire. The projectile Feng Aohan received was known as the 3-tailed dragon, consisting of 3 needles. The first induced paralysis, the second dispelled energy, and the third was lethal poison. The 3-tailed dragon was ranked 6th among the concealed weapons of the gunman. Its lethality varied based on the user. As the world around Feng Aohan began to blur, he pondered, "What poison is this?" Kai, wielding a dagger, lunged at Feng Aohan like a ferocious tiger. The world before Feng Aohan faded into obscurity as Kai thrust the dagger towards his forehead. Feng Aohan stepped back, leaving a red mark on his brow, which suddenly erupted with golden light, causing him to crash violently to the ground. This golden radiance drew back those who had fled, piercing the heavens with an imposing presence. Distant powerful beings, miles away, marveled at the brilliance of this light. In a city 100 miles away, the alchemist Mei Yuan mused, "A remarkable individual has emerged." In Longdu, 1,000 miles away, an elderly man with white hair grasped a staff, exclaiming, "This light is no ordinary phenomenon." In the demon realm, the high priest of the demon lord questioned, "Why does this light induce dizziness among thousands in the demon realm?" The high priest may be a harbinger of calamity. On a celestial mountain, 10,000 miles away, an elderly man donned in a dragon robe declared, "This light is ominous. Upon finding the source, there shall be no mercy." Feng Aohan pondered within, "What is this light? My true form is sealed. What entity is this? Is Feng Aohan not human?" Volume 2. Chapter 52. A familiar tactic resurfaces. Second update. Volume 2. Chapter 0053. Revenge unfulfilled. A fortnight ago, the timid and cowardly wind dog egg was nothing but a frail being. Yet, behold the transformation of Feng Aohan. He now appears to be an entirely different entity. One must ponder, how could a normal individual ascend from such a state of helplessness to the pinnacle of lethal prowess in merely 2 weeks? If he is not a monster, what is he? Kai rose to his feet and declared, "Indeed, my mother was correct. I was misled, and my previous words were insincere. Feng Ahan retorted. Do you not reflect upon the sins you have committed? How dare you accuse me of manipulating hearts? Hong Sha hastened to the stage, exclaiming, Listen to me, everyone. In the inner city, the young master of the K family attempted to take advantage of me. It was Feng Ahan who saved me. He is no monster. Madame Wei Qianxiu rushed to pull Hong Sha down. Wei Long approached Feng Ahan and said, Brother, no matter how you have changed, I will always believe in you. Feng Ahan nodded in acknowledgement. The village chief addressed Feng Ahan. I wish to lodge a complaint against the matriarch of the K family. The matriarch, wielding a fan adorned with bird feathers, inquired, What do you intend to accuse me of? Speak, child. Feng Ahan boldly asserted. I accuse the matriarch of the K family for permitting her subordinates to commit acts of violence at will. They owe me a gambling debt and sought to take my life. Last night, Wei Long and I spent the night in the forbidden area. Wei Long affirmed. I can testify. Yesterday, members of the K family bound Feng Ahan and me in the forbidden zone, intending to harm us. However, when the fog enveloped the mountain, they fled. The chief's mother, alarmed, exclaimed, What transpired? Come here, let me see if you are injured. Village chief, you must take responsibility for my son. The matriarch of the K family protested, I am innocent. If I had truly harmed Feng Ahan yesterday, why would I have summoned my son to await his match today? Though my son has erred, he is still but a child. Bai Luo's mother timidly approached the stage. Bai Luo said, I am Bai Luo, and the wager between Feng Ahan and the matriarch of the K family is well known. Consider this, Feng Ahan has already cured my ailment. Why would he flee with 20,000 taels of gold? It is evident that the K family seeks to stage this grand farce to evade suspicion. The matriarch of the K family hissed, Wretched woman, what business do you have here? She struck Bai Luo across the face, causing her to crouch on the ground, shielding her face. Bai Yu, are you unharmed? Bai Luo retorted, Matriarch, you know well what you've done. The village chief interjected, Traditionally, only masters deal with their servants. How can a servant accuse their master? A wolf darted behind the grass and transformed into a girl clad in flowing white garments. In agony, she extracted a pearl from within her body, beads of sweat forming on her brow as her expression contorted in pain. She shaped the pearl into a pill and proceeded towards the stage. Do you have any evidence, Miss Kai? Wei Long challenged. You vile woman, do you claim that slaves belong to you? Am I to be considered your servant as well? This is nothing but senseless murder. The village chief commanded, Take her away. Kai's astonishment was palpable as she cried, Madam, save me. Madam, save me. The matriarch of the K family laughed maniacally, akin to a madwoman. Kai, I am powerless to assist you. Kai responded, Wooer, you. Nevertheless, the matriarch concealed her hand within her voluminous sleeves, her heart silently calling out Kai's name. Her fingers gradually forming a fist. The bond between Kai and her mistress could not be succinctly articulated in mere words. The matriarch whispered, Kai, I am sorry. Wooer will avenge you. Kai declared, Village chief, I alone am culpable for all that has transpired. The K family bears no responsibility. The old woman was escorted away. The matriarch of the K family composed herself and proclaimed, Listen, everyone. 2 children emerged alive from the forbidden area. What else could they be but monsters? If Feng Ahan is not a monster, then what is he? The village chief inquired, Feng Ahan, how did you escape? Feng Ahan replied, The words of the dying are often kind. Let us first address K Lai's predicament. The wolf, now a girl in white, ascended the platform. Who are you? The village chief asked. The girl in white paid him no mind, her gaze solely fixed upon Feng Ahan, adorned in garments as radiant as glassy starlight. Her eyes seemed to rival the brilliance of the moon. Her every movement exuded grace and elegance. Though her features were youthful, it was clear she would blossom into a stunning beauty. Her lips appeared pale from the extraction of the pearl, yet her allure remained undeniable. Brother Han, take this medicine. It will cure your poison. Feng Ahan queried. Who are you, little girl? The girl urged. First, you must take the medicine. Wei Long cautioned, do not consume it. Feng Ahan accepted the pill and gazed into the girl's eyes, a flicker of familiarity igniting within him. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive trust in this child, a feeling he could not articulate. Despite the poison coursing through his veins, he resolved to take the risk. He swallowed the pill decisively. Wei Long's mother interjected, Village chief, regarding K Lai's situation. The chief announced, Send K Lai to the inner city for trial. The onlookers understood the grim reality. Should K Lai be sent for judgment, a mere bribe would secure his release within a fortnight. The financial cloud of the K family was overwhelming, their influence nearly omnipotent. The isolated Shunquan village, far removed from the emperor's grasp, was beyond his reach. Shunquan village is a veritable treasure trove within the confines of Tangshan, frequented by the royal families of various nations under the guise of leisure and relaxation. To escort Feng Aihan for trial was tantamount to granting him another chance at freedom. The village chief cautioned, "Young man, heed my advice." It seemed he recognized the difference between Feng Aihan and Windog Egg. Volume 2, Chapter 54. A heartfelt satisfaction. The village chief of Holy Spring, Air, is a sagacious individual. Having arrived in this ruthless world where the strong prevail over the weak, one must adhere to its laws. If Feng Aihan dares to defy the heavens, then the village chief of Holy Spring shall meet a fate worse than death. Do you comprehend why I have chosen the name Feng Aihan? The name Feng Gooden, a gift I once bestowed upon you, has been discarded merely for its lack of elegance. With a calm smile, Feng Aihan declared, "Upon the pinnacle of the world, I shall stand proud, looking down upon both demons and immortals. As the cold lake undergoes rebirth, I shall eliminate all treachery from the realm. It all began with that wretched young master. I shall indeed go against the heavens." As he spoke, Feng Aihan raised his hand, poised to slay Kai. At that moment, a flash of purple darted across the scene. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Feng Aihan's blind mother, who leapt onto the battle stage. Despite her blindness, her agility surpassed that of many. This indicated a singular truth. Feng Aihan's mother was also a practitioner of immortality. She swiftly intervened to shield her son. Why did she come to his aid? Her speed eclipsed that of Feng Aihan, thwarting his every attempt to strike. As she donned a flowing purple gown that resembled a streak of violet lightning. From the crowd, a figure clad in black murmured, "The woman in purple, though aged, still possesses an alluring charm, albeit marred by a scar upon her visage." Feng Aihan mused internally, "What manner of person is my mother? Having lived with her for so long, I had presumed her to be an ordinary individual, only to discover the depths of her concealment. How formidable is her killing intent?" Wei whispered, "I wonder how long it has been since you last made a move." Meanwhile, a woman in white standing nearby reflected, "Now I understand why Feng Aihan's mother instilled such fear in me. If my intuition serves me correctly, she is one of the 10 formidable experts who once dominated half the continent, Shui Yuega. These 10 individuals vanished without a trace over a decade ago." "Mother, what are you doing?" Feng Aihan implored. His mother communicated through sign language, comprehensible only to Feng Aihan and the Wei family. Her message conveyed that his father was akin to him, yet met a gruesome end, advising him against treading the same path of peril and living in constant fear of pursuit. The K family prepared to retreat, with Kai being escorted away by the village chief. One by one, the onlookers began to disperse, including dignitaries from foreign lands, some harboring thoughts of taking Feng Aihan under their wing for cultivation. At that moment, the woman in white, transformed from a wolf, gracefully leapt into the air, performing an inverted stance before striking down upon Kai's crown. He fell lifeless, blood gushing from his orifices, his demise a ghastly sight. The blood pooled on the steps, resembling a narrow stream of crimson, while his once magnificent robe appeared akin to a finely crafted burial shroud. After delivering the fatal blow, the white-clad girl swiftly withdrew and fled the scene. K family's matriarch, how audacious. Previously, during a wager with the K family's matriarch, Feng Aihan had bet on a secret. She maintained her beauty by consuming the unborn from the wombs of young maidens, commonly referred to as embryos. The matriarch had a particular penchant for the embryos of unsuspecting young girls. Feng Aihan uncovered this secret through her scent, and thus devised a potion to wager against her. As retribution for her heinous deeds, she was condemned by fate to a life of infertility, having birthed only Kai in her lifetime. The girl in white resonated a voice from afar. "I shall bear witness to your son's transgressions, since humanity has failed to administer justice. I shall act on behalf of the heavens to execute this vile creature." The K family's matriarch clenched her fist within her sleeves, gritting her teeth as she unleashed a vengeful arrow towards the source of the voice. The distant white-clad girl was struck, a crimson gash appearing on her ankle as she fled to the lakeside to cleanse her wound. "Feng Aihan, return my son," the matriarch cried in furious desperation. Indifferently, Feng Aihan replied, "I would indeed wish to settle matters with your son myself, but fate has other plans. The heavens are watching. May you find peace in your grief." The matriarch retorted, "That girl gave you the antidote. calling you brother. She is in league with you. Feng Ahan insisted. I truly do not know that girl. Do not feign ignorance. The matriarch spat. It is this demon that has severed my family's lineage. The village chief noted that with the death of the man, no witnesses remained, leaving only the implication that Feng Guden knew the girl, yet failing to implicate Feng Ahan as the orchestrator of the murder. The matriarch crumpled to the ground, weeping for her son. Oh, how unjustly you have perished. Your father shall seek retribution. Her lamentations stirred the crowd, prompting those who had previously departed to turn back and witness the spectacle. What has transpired? Who has met their demise? Kai is dead. The news spread like wildfire, eliciting smiles from those who had suffered at his hands, as they expressed their joy in silent satisfaction. Let us not attract the ire of the K family. We should depart, they murmured. Feng Ahan and his mother returned home. She surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of the wolf, while Shui Yuega shook her head and continued onward with her cane. Wei Long and his mother made their way back, while Hong Sha and Wei Qianqiu returned to the 8 Treasure Pavilion, and Bai Yu and Bai Luoshi returned to the Great Broken Ship. As the sun set, casting golden rays upon the river, it transformed into a serene sea of light. The K family's matriarch remained seated, cradling the lifeless body of her son, her anguished cries piercing the air. The maidservants and household guards stood in a row, paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to move. Volume 2, Chapter 55. Serenity. Madame K sat motionless, cradling the gradually cooling body of her son, her anguished cries piercing the air. The servants and guards of the K household stood in a row, paralyzed by fear. Madame K raised her voice, vowing vengeance upon Feng Ahan. I shall tear you to shreds. Back at home, a wolf sat quietly in the courtyard, awaiting Feng Ahan's return. A wound marred the creature's ankle. Where had Feng Ahan gone, and how had he sustained such an injury? Inwardly, Shui Yuega reflected. That girl in white was actually the wolf my son raised. No wonder she provided him with an antidote and assisted him in avenging his enemies. Feng Ahan's mother. You are a practitioner. Why did you not confide in me? Shui Yuega smiled knowingly before entering the house. She gestured with sign language, indicating that a large pot of food was simmering. Your son cooked. His clothes are tattered. Quickly take them off so I can mend them. Feng Ahan nodded in acknowledgement. As Shui Yuega stepped inside, he consumed the medicinal herbs offered by the girl in white, which not only detoxified him, but also invigorated his strength. He first bandaged the wolf's wound before proceeding to wash vegetables and prepare a meal. Feng Ahan mused to himself. The mother of this wolf is a practitioner. It makes sense that Feng Dongdan's father left that map. But why is Feng Dongdan considered a waste? And what was that golden light within his body? Despite using this body daily, I remain utterly ignorant of it. Oh, wolf, have you offended a formidable cultivator? I witnessed how formidable you were at the dock. Who could possibly harm you? The wolf leaned into Feng Ahan's palm, playfully nuzzling. At that moment, Wei Long arrived with Wei Jingling to visit Feng Ahan. Just as Feng Ahan finished bandaging the wolf's injury, Wei Long exclaimed, My cousin rushed here upon hearing you were hurt. Brother Ahan, are you all right? I brought plenty of food for you and Auntie. Wei Jingling chirped. Thank you for coming. Wei Long. But you should go back, little sister, Feng Ahan replied. Wei Jingling, shaking her azure dress, declared, I like you. You like me? Thank you. But I already have someone I admire, Feng Ahan responded. Wei Jingling took a step back, her eyes wide with surprise. Who is she? The girl in white from the arena, Feng Ahan replied. The wolf thought to himself, so you have feelings for me. At least you have good taste. Wei Long interjected. You've only met her once. Besides, you don't even know her name. The entire Tongshan is currently searching for that girl. Brother, is that girl in white beautiful? Wei Jingling asked eagerly. Not just beautiful, she's extraordinarily stunning. More beautiful than a celestial maiden, Wei Long answered. Wei Jingling huffed in frustration. Have you even seen a celestial maiden? You resemble one. But that girl in white surpasses you by 1,000-fold. Wei Long retorted. Where is that woman? I want to mar her face. Wei Jingling exclaimed. The wolf thought, go ahead. Your threats are nothing but empty bluster. Do you dare? Feng Ahan challenged. Humph. I dislike you both. I met brother Ahan first. With that, Wei Jingling stormed off. Wei Long handed the food in his hands to Feng Ahan. Mother prepared this. You and Annie should eat first while I chase after Wei Jingling. The wolf mused. You met Feng Ahan first? Are you certain? I was the one who encountered him first. I saw those people push him into the icy lake, and I rescued him from those who sought to harm him at the cliff of Greenvine Slope. I called out, and the villains fled. I also saved him in the forbidden area. Feng Aihan, little wolf, let us dine, he said, as they entered the house together, beginning their meal. Shui Yuega approached the wolf, who bristled with unease. She gently stroked its head, and the wolf felt a change within itself. It is so hot, so uncomfortable, the wolf thought. A voice echoed, even in discomfort, you must endure. I am saving you. That arrow was coated with slow-acting poison. Who speaks? The wolf questioned. Shui Yuega replied, only we can hear this conversation. I am Feng Aihan's mother. Your debt of gratitude has been repaid. When the time comes, you must depart. I had no intention of staying. I will leave, the wolf asserted. Shui Yuega returned to the dining table. Feng Aihan, what are you doing? She gestured with her hands, indicating that she was serving the wolf vegetables. Mother, you are so kind to remember that little creature. Feng Aihan remarked. The wolf thought, you call me a creature. As the three of them continued their meal, the bond between them deepened. Volume 2 Chapter 0056 The Claw and the Conspiracy. Wei Long chased after Wei Jingling, sprinting out of the sacred spring village. Just after exiting the village, within a mere 100 meters, Wei Jingling vanished into thin air, clad in a flowing azure veil. Wei Jingling ran through the early spring woods, the remnants of the setting sun casting a warm glow. With tears brimming in her eyes, overwhelmed by despair, she unknowingly found herself by an unfamiliar lake. Exhausted from her frantic run, she leaned against a grand tree and wept bitterly. At that moment, a voice, deep and resonant, emerged from the shadows. Child, it must be painful indeed. Share your troubles with me. Startled, Wei Jingling halted her sobs. Who are you? Where are you? Child, your suffering is evident. The people of this world do not cherish you, do they? Do not attempt to deceive me. She retorted. You fancy Feng Aihan, don't you? You care for him more than your own kin, yet he remains oblivious to your affections, instead drawn to a nameless maiden in white. Indeed. Wei Jingling replied, what must I do? There lies a luminous circle before you. Step within it, and offer your blood, and your wish shall be granted. Why would you assist me? She questioned. The secrets of the heavens are not to be revealed. I shall ensure that Feng Aihan is by your side, but you must exchange something of utmost value, whatever it may be, as long as it brings me closer to that elder brother. As her words fell, a plume of white smoke enveloped her, revealing a radiant circle. Without a second thought, she stepped inside. What lay beyond the circle was not merely a river, but a tumultuous torrent, fierce and wild. Her vision obscured, she saw only the circle, unaware of the raging waters beyond. With a swift motion, she sliced her finger, allowing 3 drops of her precious blood to fall, and as she stepped further into the circle, she plunged into the depths of the river. She struggled, calling for help. Yet no one came to her aid. A colossal wave engulfed her, pulling her under. From above, a figure in a black robe descended, holding a yellow long-yong flower. Its core was a vibrant orange, while the petals, reminiscent of a fairy's dance, embraced slender green leaves. Your most cherished possession is your life, he declared. Upon finishing his words, he leaped into the surging waters, retrieving the lifeless girl and bringing her ashore. From the long-yong flower emerged a shadow, the shadowy girl. Her hair, simply styled and unadorned, cascaded down her back like a dark waterfall. A pale yellow veil adorned her face, with 2 pearls glimmering delicately at her ears. A pink flower was painted at her brow, its center holding a white crystal, enhancing her eyes to resemble the most exquisite jewels, while her yellow attire resembled that of a celestial being. As she unveiled her veil, Wei Jingling's visage mirrored that of my own. No, the figure in black protested. My Ling heir possesses a beauty surpassing hers. Ling heir's eyes and the flower upon her head. She adores yellow, while this child favors azure. Once you merge with her, you must adopt her traits, lest her family discovers your true identity. Her name is Wei Jingling. Mine is Long Ling. What a coincidence. The essence of her soul has already been ensnared within my alchemical furnace. This body now belongs entirely to you. Begin at once, or it shall cease to function. What had appeared to be a tumultuous river was but an illusion conjured by the alchemical furnace. Wei Jingling had not leapt into a river, but rather into the furnace itself. The circle was not a portal of light, but the entrance to the furnace. Now, her soul was confined within the black-robed man's alchemical realm. A cold aura ignited in the man's palm, transforming into a blaze of azure flame, reducing the flower to golden dust. This powder gradually seeped into Wei Jingling's being, subtly altering her essence. A pink flower appeared on her forehead, her hair dark as a waterfall, and her eyes glimmered with newfound brilliance. Wei Jingling rose, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for accompanying me for over 130 years. I have finally been reborn. Congratulations, Ling Heir, on acquiring this vessel. It will experience the cycle of life and death, and in a century I shall assist you in finding a new form. As long as I cultivate within this body, I shall not require a new one every 100 years. I sense this child possesses great talent. Her innate aura, guided by a prominent sect, can allow her to escape the cycle of reincarnation with diligent effort. Yet, why did those instructed by such a sect fall so easily into my grasp? The black-robed man removed his hat and mask, revealing a visage aged with deep-set wrinkles, resembling twisting earthworms encircling his eyes, a man well into his twilight years. This Wei Jingling is not but a prodigal daughter. Her parents enrolled her in a prestigious sect for training, yet she squandered her time in frivolity, hence her vulnerability. Although she possesses a potent aura, her lack of dedication made her susceptible. Wei Jingling took a step forward, sighing. What troubles you? He inquired. This child has learned defensive techniques. Her memories lie dormant within her mind. I cannot breach them all at once. It requires gradual exploration. For now, I only know where she resides. Should I return, what if I am discovered? Furthermore, should I embody Wei Jingling, how shall we meet? Fear not. The talents of the Tang Mountain are few. I shall accompany you home. Inform your mother that you seek to hire a bodyguard. I shall apply for the position, ensuring I remain by your side. The black-robed man produced a vial of potion, splashing it across his face. Instantly, his worm-like wrinkles transformed into the countenance of a suave gentleman. Wei Jingling nodded in approval. This potion will bring you pain on full moon nights. I am truly grateful. We need not express gratitude between us. You have lived for over 1,000 years and accompanied me for 130. Soon, you will partake in human life. Bestow upon me a name. You once told me you were a garment of the Buddha, taking a millennium to attain human form. How about Buddha Garment? Buddha Garment is a splendid name. With joy, Wei Jingling and the black-clad man traversed the woods. The voice of Wei Long echoed through the trees. Wei Long, Wei Jingling, Wei Jingling. Buddha Garment, you may go ahead. He is Wei Jingling's cousin. That chubby boy from the ancient tomb. Buddha Garment made his way toward Baiyang Spring to gather his belongings. Wei Jingling sought out Wei Long. Upon finding him beneath a tree, she noticed her clothes were drenched. Where have you been? You nearly drove your brother to despair. Why are your clothes soaked? I fell into the river earlier but managed to swim back up, she explained. Wei Long helped her to her feet. What is that flower on your forehead? Did you paint it? I don't know. Together, they made their way back to Sacred Spring Village. Wei Long's thoughts. Isn't Wei Jingling supposed to be unable to swim like Feng Ao Han? How did she manage to emerge? After escorting Wei Jingling home, Wei Long hurried off to join Feng Ao Han for dinner. As Wei Jingling entered her home, a maid swiftly led her to change her clothes. Volume 2, Chapter 57. Beneath the Gold Miss Wei, what is your name again? I often forget such things. The maid, with a look of surprise, replied, I am your devoted maid, Sawa, whom you have known since childhood. Miss Wei, I was merely jesting. Quickly, take me to change my clothes. Suehua led Miss Wei into a spacious room and pushed open the door, revealing an array of children's garments hanging inside. Which one would you like to wear, miss? Suehua inquired. Bring me that light yellow dress. Miss Wei commanded. Suehua was taken aback. But miss, what has come over you today? You have always despised yellow. You once declared that anything yellow should be smashed. How dare you speak to me like that? Hurry and have a custom yellow dress made for me. Do you wish to lose your life? Suehua hastily dashed out. Suehua's inner thoughts echoed. What has happened to my lady? Her temper has changed. She used to cherish us servants dearly. In the Feng family residence, Wei Long and Feng Ahan were merrily drinking, while their mother, Shui Yuega, had already retired for the night. Drink less, Ahan. I have training tasks to attend to tomorrow, Wei Long suggested. Take a day off, master. Wei Long had already succumbed to intoxication, while Feng Ahan continued to drink undeterred. If one day, you discover that I am not the person you believe me to be, what would you do? Feng Ahan asked calmly. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Long replied. Feng Ahan maintained his composure. If I were not Feng Ahan, but someone else, would you still consider me your brother? Wei Long chuckled. How could that be? You are Feng Ahan. Even if you weren't, I would still regard you as my brother. For you have saved my life and rescued Sister Ha Sha. Having drunk too much, Wei Long collapsed onto the table. and Feng Ayahan helped him to rest before tidying up the dining area. Feeling somewhat weary, Feng Ayahan noticed that the table remained messy and the dishes unwashed, prompting a sigh of despair. Just then, a familiar voice chimed in. To think that a person who could call the Jade Emperor brother now finds himself washing dishes and clearing tables. Once, countless deities knelt before you, seeking remedies and wisdom. Now, your tasks resemble those of the lesser gods in the heavenly realm. Well, I thought you had forgotten your master and would not visit me. Feng Ayahan retorted. Master, you missed me, didn't you? Feng Ayahan observed the forlorn expression on his face. What has happened now? Have you quarreled with the flower fairy again? Master, the rainbow fairy called me colorblind. The flower fairy and I haven't broken up. We merely had a disagreement. She said I couldn't tell the difference between peonies and peonies. Later, I spent a fortune to attend a class taught by Taishang Laojun, and now I can distinguish them. Look at the samples I brought. Where are the samples? Feng Ayahan asked. I just brought a pot of peonies to show you. It's in the courtyard. Take a look. As Feng Ayahan stepped into the yard, he shook his head in disbelief. You deserve to be scolded. This is not peony. It's still a peony. Did Taishang Laojun deceive me for money? All deities are honest. Who would deceive you? It must be that you did not study diligently. Master, it's springtime. The flower fairy has descended to scatter celestial energy, and I am bored. May I stay with you for a few days? Feng Ayahan replied. Although it is said that one day in heaven equals a year on earth, I still prefer not to be discovered. Keep a low profile. I am not ready to be found by the heavens just yet. Feng Ayahan exchanged glances with him. What do you mean, master? Feng Ayahan looked at him. You are so busy, yet you do not help me tidy up. Master, allow me to handle this. You rest. I heard you say on the roof that you would be training tomorrow. Feng Ayahan returned to his room to sleep, while the wolf in the courtyard drank water. You must be the one my master rescued. With your formidable strength, why do you lurk beside him? What is your purpose? The wolf thought, he saved me. It is only right that I protect him for a time. He approached the wolf and placed his hand on its forehead, delving into its memories. Moments later, vivid and bloody battle scenes flooded his mind, as though he had experienced them firsthand, witnessing the moments shared between the wolf and Feng Ayahan. I had no idea you saved my master so many times. Thank you. He withdrew his hand and offered a piece of cake to the wolf. Eat this. You're injured but still enduring. This celestial cake can alleviate pain. The wolf nodded in gratitude. Inwardly, the wolf mused. This man appears to be a powerful deity. Why does such a formidable being call Feng Ayahan master? What is the true nature of Feng Ayahan? He sat on a small stool washing dishes. You would do well not to lay your sights on my master. Regardless of his origins, he is not someone you can provoke. The wolf jumped in surprise. This fellow can read minds. Mind reading is an exaggeration. I can only sense the thoughts of animals and demons, not those of humans or deities. The wolf retreated into the house to rest. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, before dawn, Feng Ayahan rose to prepare breakfast in the kitchen constructed of makeshift shelters. Upon stepping out of his room, he was met with an enticing aroma. Good morning, master. There is congee, red date cakes, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, eggs, meat, and fermented bean curd. Please eat, as you wish. Can you eat what you have cooked? Feng Ayahan asked. Though it may not compare to the food of the god of cuisine, I assure you, one bowl will leave you craving a second. Feng Ayahan picked up a bun and chewed a few bites. Have you taken lessons from the god of cuisine? Weren't you the one who abhorred the ways of the kitchen? The flower fairy wanted to taste earthly cuisine, so I learned a few simple dishes. As Feng Ayahan continued to eat, he remarked, this white bun is far from ordinary. The selection of flour and water ratios, kneading, fermentation, clearly, you stayed up all night. Have you forgotten, master? I am a deity. Ah, my poor memory. Feng Ayahan chuckled. Wei Long, who are you talking to? What do you mean by old man? Aren't you just an 11-year-old child? You misheard. Once you are cleaned up, come for breakfast, and then we shall train outside. Their mother awoke, and the three gathered around the table outside to eat. At that moment, several carriages arrived, laden with heavy boxes, each inscribed with the character for Sparrow. The steward of the K family led the way. The steward pushed open the door. The matriarch of the K family, being a woman of honor, does not hold grudges over her son's demise. In accordance with the wager signed a few days prior, she graciously offers 20,000 taels of gold, hoping that Feng Ayahan will accept. The news of the gold offering had spread throughout Shengquan village, akin to a royal edict. Within 3 days, all of Tang Mountain would be aware of this event. Is this true? Let me see. Wei Long exclaimed. The steward opened a box for him to inspect. As the carriage was opened, a dazzling array of gold revealed itself to the onlookers. Feng Aihan, once an ancient deity, had not been particularly tempted by wealth. However, for the sake of cultivation and purchasing medicinal materials, he began to appreciate the value of money, realizing that it afforded the ability to pursue countless desires. What shall I do with all this gold? Feng Aihan pondered. You could deposit it in a silver bank, but those are only found in the nearby city. The steward began to carry the gold into the courtyard. One box after another filled the cramped yard with gleaming treasures. Once the gold was delivered, the K family members departed. Wei Long eagerly gazed at the wealth, while Feng Aihan's subordinates fell into contemplation. Feng Aihan too was lost in thought. Master, we have struck gold. Share some with me, Wei Long urged. Take what you like, Feng Aihan replied. Why do you not seem pleased, master? Wei Long asked. This gold is both a blessing and a curse. Alone, how can I withstand the imminent dangers? Feng Aihan mused. What dangers do you speak of? Wei Long inquired. Tang Mountain is vast. I fear someone may come to seize this wealth. Their mother, leaning on her cane, returned to the house. Master, there is something beneath the gold. Volume 2, Chapter 58. Blue Eyes, my master. There is something beneath those gold coins. What is it? Feng Aihan. Gunpowder. I now understand the intentions of the K family. Wei Long, whom are you conversing with? I am merely speaking to myself. You should take some money and return home. Do you not need to cultivate? Training is about perseverance. One cannot cease. Come find me in the evening. As Wei Long departed, Feng Aihan began to persist with the boxes. I am fortunate to have you. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. Each box of gold conceals gunpowder underneath, with 2 layers of gold above. Taking a few pieces poses no risk, but if one takes too many, it will explode. The K family has announced this to the entire Tang Mountain. When the time comes, those individuals will come to seize the gold. If my master is blown up, his death will be labeled as the work of robbers destroying evidence and setting fire to the house. Feng Aihan has become astute. After following my master for millennia, the petty tricks of the K family are easily thwarted. He whispered a series of secrets into Wei Long's ear. Half an hour later, Wei Long returned to Feng Aihan's residence. Feng Aihan, why have you come so soon? Wei Long, the Wei family's spirit is recruiting bodyguards. Would you like to see? It's quite lively. My master, you go enjoy yourself. I will take care of things here. Feng Aihan nodded, and then walked with Wei Long towards the venue for the martial arts competition. Wei Qianxiu set up a platform in a hot spring square at Sacred Spring for the martial arts competition and bodyguard recruitment. The village of Sacred Spring has regulations that any contest resulting in bloodshed must occur outside the village, while bodyguard recruitment and marriage competitions may take place within. The platform stood 2 meters high, draped in red velvet, and the decorations were similar to those for a marriage contest. Were it not for a sign indicating it was for recruiting bodyguards, passers-by might mistakenly believe the Wei family was seeking a bride. Why did Wei Qianxiu decide to abandon the red veil? Wei Ling, I do not wish to learn dancing. Mother is recruiting a bodyguard today, starting from now. I must devote myself to cultivation. Wei Qianxiu, Linger has matured and understands her mother's intentions. Cultivation is essential, but so is learning to dance. Do not forget that mother wishes for you to ally with a prominent family, not to become a mere standout among the assassins. Wei Ling, without becoming a powerful assassin. Given our family's background, even if I possess the world's finest dancing skills, the elders of prominent families would never accept me as their daughter-in-law. Dance can only bewitch wealthy young masters. Our goal is to gain the respect of the elders in those prominent families. If my daughter is to marry, she must become a matriarch, never a concubine or secondary wife. If I do not become a formidable assassin, those elders would not even glance in our direction. Wei Qianxiu, who taught you these notions? Wei Ling, I enjoy reading, and I have come to understand these principles on my own. Internally, Wei Qianxiu mused. My daughter was once so playful. How has she transformed into such a mature young lady? Perhaps she has truly grown up. Feng Aihan and Wei Long stood amidst the crowd. Wei Long, Master, I heard from my mother that many skilled individuals have arrived. It is the first time so many assassins have gathered in our small locale. Feng Aihan reflected. Tang Mountain is not large. News travels swiftly. Wei Long, I heard this competition will last 3 days. Among the crowd, an elderly woman in a tattered robe clutched a small boy. Old woman, show her. If I win second prize, we will have something to eat. Show her, grandmother. Your health is failing. Allow me to go. Feng Aihan observed. These two do not appear to be locals. Their clothing is somewhat ragged. They must be facing difficulties and require funds. Xiao'er, though simply dressed, was remarkably clean. His features bore a certain delicacy, and his blue eyes resembled icy caverns, sending chills through those who dared to gaze upon them. He kept his head bowed, fearful of drawing attention. On stage, the combatants unleashed their lethal intent, creating a thrilling spectacle. The audience watched with rapt attention. Yet Feng Ayahan's gaze remained fixed on the small boy. The boy met Feng Ayahan's eyes for a few moments before laughing with his grandmother. Feng Ayahan pondered. What is it about this child that makes me tremble? Why do his eyes seem so frigid, akin to an ice cavern? At the edge of the stage, Wei Qinxiu. Why has that scoundrel Feng Ayahan also arrived? Wei Ling. What is it, mother? Wei Qinxiu. Do not associate with children from lowly families like Feng Ayahan. Wei Ling. Do not worry. I will not mingle with that slave. Wei Qinxiu slowly polished her treasured sword, nodding in satisfaction at Wei Ling internally. Wei Ling thought. Wei Ling. My dragon spirit promised to assist you in uniting with Feng Ayahan. What shall I do now? I can only proceed step by step. On the fighting platform, a slender figure fell, leaving only a stout individual standing in celebration. Stout man, who is next? Wei Ling reflected. Buddha's garments. You must be the last to take the stage. Feng Ayahan remarked. Did they not say many skilled fighters have arrived? Why are they all mere novices? There are 10 levels of murderous intent. Novice, assassin, demon slayer, holy slayer, celestial descendant, purple mansion demon path, transcending demons to become immortal, titled real person, titled immortal, titled celestial sovereign, and imperial sovereign. At that moment, the boy named Xiao'er collapsed into his grandmother's arms, his lips turning pale and trembling uncontrollably. Xiao'er, grandmother, I feel unwell. Grandmother, is it happening again? Volume 2 Chapter 0059. Zone in Xiao'er. Grandmother, I am in pain. Grandmother, this ailment of yours has returned. Feng Ayahan, intrigued by the boy's eyes that changed colors, approached. However, as he neared the young lad, the old woman grasped his hand firmly. Grandmother, kind-hearted stranger, is there a warm place nearby? Feng Ayahan pondered for a moment. A hot spring. Xiao'er weakly remarked. Grandmother, our funds are insufficient. Feng Ayahan maintained a calm demeanor, generously producing a gold ingot and offering it to her. Grandmother, this. It is far too much. She hesitated to accept, her face filled with alarm. Xiao'er, frail, we shall accept it for now. One day, we will repay you. Thank you, big brother. Feng Ayahan. In this world, who does not face difficulties? It is merely a matter of timing. Upon hearing this, the old woman felt emboldened to accept the gold ingot. Grandmother, thank you. Xiao'er trembled as he spoke. Anyone could see he was enduring great pain. Feng Ayahan nodded, and the grandmother took Xiao'er away. After walking a few steps, the old woman suddenly paused. Grandmother turned back. Young hero, what is your esteemed name? Feng Ayahan. I am but a rustic person. What esteemed name could I claim? You may call me Feng Ayahan. The old woman donned her cloak, nodding meaningfully, and hoisted Xiao'er onto her back as they departed, her stooped figure gradually disappearing into the throng. The arena was alive with excitement as the combatants fought fiercely. The victors stood on the platform, cheering, while the defeated were carried off. Though ostensibly a selection of bodyguards, many who came to apply had ulterior motives, swayed by the beauty of Wei Jingling. On one side of the combat stage, Hong Sha and Wei Jingling found themselves alone together. Wei Jingling, I will soon have my mother dismiss you. Hong Sha scoffed. Is that all you can muster? Are you not afraid I will expose your true identity? Wei Jingling, are you not afraid I could end your life? Besides, who would believe your words? Do not forget, you are merely a dancer raised by my family. Hong Sha, Miss in Yellow, though you may bear her likeness, you are incomparable in spirit. Wei Jingling kicked her, retorting, do not speak to me in such a tone. Who do you think you are? You are just a dancer, a profession of the lowest class. Merely a companion to men. Fury ignited within Hong Sha as she swung her red sleeves and approached Long Ling, delivering a resounding slap. Hong Sha, if you enjoy acting, continue your charade. I shall no longer serve you. Just as Hong Sha prepared to leave, Wei Jingling feigned a fall, crying out for her mother, her brows furrowed, appearing genuinely distressed. Those unaware would undoubtedly believe the girl had been brutally beaten. Before Wei Qinxiu could arrive, Wei Jingling unleashed her fury, striking herself several times. Wei Qinxiu, Linger, what has happened to you? Wei Jingling, mother, this shameless dancer, Upon hearing I wished to focus on my training and cease dancing. Has harbored resentment and struck me fiercely. Wei Qianqiu, Hong Hong, I have treated you well. Why do you act thus? Why harmling her? Hong Sha, I did not. Wei Qianqiu, did you slap her? Hong Sha nodded. Hong Sha, but I did not injure her. Wei Qianqiu, no more excuses. I am deeply disappointed in you. Leave at once. Furious, Hong Sha exited the scene. Wei Qianqiu, how could she be so cruel as to strike you like this? These lowly people. It is my fault for being too kind, allowing her to become insolent. Wei Jingling, mother. Servants are still human. I believe she did not intend it. Please. Help me to watch the match. Mother. Wei Qianqiu nodded. Wei Qianqiu, after her treatment of you, it is a wonder you still plead for her. I shall send someone to dismiss her today. Volume 2. Chapter 60. Gilded Wei Qianqiu. Send someone to inquire whether that white jade is willing to serve as the young lady's accompanying maid. As time draws near, we cannot allow SUSI-MANHUA to accompany the young lady alone. Steward, madam, I fear this decision may be unwise. The K family harbors a deep aversion towards the Bai family. Is this not tantamount to courting disaster? Wei Qianqiu, if the K family perishes, the family estate will undoubtedly be bequeathed to their cousin, who resides 1,000 miles away. Should they consume the assets, we shall gain not a single benefit. A mere semblance of compliance suffices. The steward nodded in agreement. Wei Qianqiu, next year marks the family's ancestral rites. Keep a close watch on that lad, Wei Long. Ensure he is not afforded any opportunity to showcase his talents. Due to Feng Ayahan's influence, Wei Long has undergone significant changes, which is indeed alarming. Steward, madam, there is no need for concern. Do not forget, your brother has forbidden Wei Long from practicing. Wei Qianqiu, I have much on my plate these days. Remember my words. You may leave now. At the base of the battle platform, watching the crimson silhouette gradually fade into the crowd, Wei Long felt his spirit wane. He prepared to follow her away from the clamor of the square. Wei Long, master, I shall return shortly. Feng Ayahan, as the academy's enrollment approaches. Neglecting practice may result in your exclusion. Await the sunset at the village entrance. Among the crowd, a well-dressed individual sneered at Feng Ayahan. You villagers dare to aspire to enter the academy? What a daydream. Feng Ayahan appraised him. The youth, in his early 20s, appeared not to be a local from Tangshan. Though his attire was simple, it exuded an air of distinction. Flanking the youth were two muscular servants, clad in exquisite garments. Feng Ayahan paid little heed to the man's taunts, yet the individual persisted in provoking him. Brat, if you're unconvinced, let us have a match. Feng Ayahan observed the youth's refined attire, reminiscent of the K family's young master. 3 sentences, and you resort to threats of violence. Bodyguard, do you know who stands before you? How dare you compare him to that useless young master? Feng Ayahan, what does it matter to a humble villager like me if I know your identity? Ignorance of it is equally inconsequential. Humph, I am weary. I shall return to the inn. The group departed. Feng Ayahan continued to watch the matches, which were merely exhibitions of those who thrived on bloodshed. The victors were soon defeated by the subsequent challengers, a relentless cycle culminating in emptiness. Shaking his head, he left for the village entrance. Around him, a bustling throng surged forth. The number of contestants arriving at Shengquan village had increased. It was apparent how many coveted the vast family wealth behind Wei Qianqiu. It also indicated that she was not merely a small businesswoman. Feng Ayahan arrived beneath the ancient tree where K Lai had perished. Wei Long had yet to arrive. Leaving him idle, gazing at the ancient tree, his mind replayed the image of the white-clad maiden from that day. How ethereal and otherworldly she was. During his time in the divine realm, he had encountered the most beautiful goddess, Venus, followed by Bai Qian. The girl he saw that day was a harmonious blend of both Western charm and Eastern beauty. At that moment, several unfamiliar faces appeared at the village entrance. Beside the 2 servants and their master, yet another figure joined them. Feng Ayahan, what a refined gathering. You come to admire the village scenery? Bodyguard, who says we are here for the scenery? We are here to intercept you. Feng Ayahan, smiling, replied, I possess neither wealth nor allure. Your efforts to rob me would be in vain. Bodyguard, we are not robbing you. We are intercepting you. Feng Ayahan feigned innocence. What do you mean by intercepting? Bodyguard, it means we intend to incapacitate you. The young master coughed a few times, prompting Bodyguard to silence himself. He then murmured, what have I taught you? Maintain a low profile, do you understand? Feng Ayahan walked towards the more populated areas. Stop right there, brat. Are you afraid of me? Feng Aohan did not turn but paused. Why should I fear you? I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Brat, halt. It has come to my attention that you intend to take the Academy's entrance examination. Coincidentally, I have an examiner here. Let us see how you fare. Feng Aohan disregarded the young master's words, proceeding to a clear area where he sat cross-legged. The young master followed. Brat, are you so unperturbed that you fear I will incite a crowd to assault you? Feng Aohan, I am a wise individual. In such a tumultuous setting, are you truly certain? Brat, will you fight or not? Feng Aohan, why must I engage in combat? If you win, I shall never insult you Tongshan folk again. If you lose, you must shout that Tongshan people are all useless. Feng Aohan, how childish. Set the stakes. Feng Aohan, if I win, you shall pay me 20 taels. Should I lose, we shall adhere to your prior wager. Little trash, you are destined to lose. I am a genius among geniuses. 20 taels, you say? I shall wager 200 against you. Feng Aohan calmly remarked. Is that so? I am quite curious to witness the genius you speak of. You, a poor wretch, dare to speak of witnessing? I wager not because I am devoid of other uses for my wealth. I am undefeated in 100 matches. Feng Aohan, I admire your confidence. Bodyguard, eh? Brat, you are sure to lose. My young master is indeed a true genius. 10 levels of killing intent, 1 stage. Kill disciples, kill paths, kill demons, kill saints, heirs of the heavenly origin, practitioners of the purple mansion's demonic path, transcending demons to become immortals, titles of true immortal. Immortal, immortal sovereign, and emperor sovereign. I possess a soul artifact. Feng Aohan, only those who step into the path of killing may cultivate a soul artifact within their core. His arrogance is justified. He and I both tread the path of killing. Volume 2, Chapter 61, Willing to Gamble. Unyielding in defeat, Feng Aohan mused that only those who tread the path of slaughter with a heart steeped in murderous intent could hope to cultivate a soul weapon within their very being. His pride was not unfounded. Like him, he too was a practitioner of the path of killing. How delightful it must be for Guijin to flaunt his superiority. Yet how surprising it must be for this impoverished youth. In his inner thoughts, Feng Aohan reflected, if one were to cultivate in my manner. Reaching Guijin's age while still immersed in the path of killing would merely attest to mediocrity. Should I possess the same age as Guijin, he would be no match for me. Alas, I have only recently embarked upon this path, and if he is indeed a practitioner of the killing arts, then I must be wary. Should he transcend that realm, my situation could turn dire. Guijin proclaimed, there lies an open space over yonder. Rise, and let us compete. With audacity, Feng Aohan inquired, what is your rank? Guijin, observing Feng's youth, replied, you must be a novice in the art of killing. I am far superior to you. I will spare your life in this contest. Feng Aohan rose, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He retrieved a plant with anesthetic properties from his Qiankuan gourd. They made their way to a nearby clearing, far from the village, where few souls wandered. Guijin assumed a battle stance, while Feng Aohan felt the weight of doubt pressing upon him. Guijin planted a half-burned incense stick into the ground. Once the incense has extinguished, whoever remains on the ground is the loser. As Guijin's murderous aura radiated, Feng Aohan sensed a formidable pressure. This time, luck might not be on his side. Guijin's killing intent coalesced into a slender sword, its blade seemingly capable of cleaving the very fabric of reality. The speed with which he moved was as swift as lightning itself. Leaping into the air, Guijin aimed to pierce Feng Aohan's ear with his sword, intending to sever it. Lacking strength, Feng Aohan relied on his perception. Anticipating the sword's trajectory, he conjured a shield from his own killing intent, deflecting Guijin's strike. Guijin landed, striking a pose in triumph. Huh, how impressive. I underestimated you. You've indeed reached the realm of killing, Guijin exclaimed, launching into a fluid series of sword strikes that dazzled the onlookers. Feng Aohan activated his 7 steps of blossoming, evading the onslaught. With the sword to his left, Feng Aohan deftly stepped back to avoid the blow. With the sword to his right, he deflected it with his shield. Observing Feng Aohan's movements, Guijin found an opening. Performing a feint with his right hand while delivering a vicious kick to Feng Aohan's thigh with his left foot, sending him crashing to the ground, Guijin seized the opportunity to deliver another kick. Feng Aohan felt as if a massive stone had smashed into his chest. Guijin stood over him, disdainfully spitting on his face. Do you understand why you lost, boy? At your age, attaining the path of killing is commendable, yet you are a fool. In a duel of experts, One must strike swiftly. Does your chest ache? That was a full-force blow. Feng Ahan glanced at the incense, then smiled calmly. What are you laughing at, fool? Guojin retorted. Amidst the laughter, Feng Ahan seized Guojin's foot and hurled him down, catching the unprepared Guojin off guard. With the agility of a monkey, Feng Ahan sprang to his feet, transforming his shield into a broad sword, poised at Guojin's neck. I shall strike, should you not yield, Feng Ahan declared. Guojin scoffed. You, a mere killer. Think you can threaten me? I am a slayer of demons. Your end is nigh. Is that so? Let us see if you can still muster strength. Feng Ahan countered. Guojin attempted to move, only to discover he was utterly drained. Damn it! What have you done? The incense is nearly extinguished. One must show courtesy, do you understand? You just warned me that in a duel of experts, one must act decisively. Allow me to impart another lesson. Do not underestimate your opponent. You are a slayer of demons, while I am a killer. You have truly lost face. With those words, the incense turned to ash. I accept defeat, exclaimed Feng Ahan. Guojin lay on the ground, cursing, damn it. Why aren't you attacking? Get him. Upon hearing the command, Feng Ahan wasted no time, fleeing towards the village. The three burly men pursued him. Though individually they were no match for Feng Ahan, collectively they posed a significant threat. Lacking their stature, he could not outrun them and was soon brought down. Guojin was assisted by others as the three strongmen pinned Feng Ahan to the ground. Guojin crouched down, glaring at Feng Ahan. Damn it, I will spit on you. Feng Ahan retorted, you shameless brat. Shameless, you say? I can be even more so. Guojin commanded his men to strip Feng Ahan of his trousers. You think you're so proud? Let us see your expression when you are made a eunuch. Stop. Otherwise, you shall not leave here alive. Feng Ahan threatened. As Guojin prepared to act, he ordered, heat the blade red. Strike quickly and accurately, but do not kill him. I intend to torment him. I have never lost in my life, and I will not be the first to be defeated by a cheat. Suddenly, the grass began to rustle, though no wind was present. A sweet, pungent aroma enveloped the clearing. A fierce beast's roar echoed, and Guojin, startled, accidentally stabbed himself in the thigh. Feng Ahan let out a low groan. From the underbrush emerged a woman clad in white. Feng Ahan lay on the ground, his lower half exposed. The woman, exuding an aura of authority, declared, Dare to harm my man? Do you wish to perish? Guojin halted his actions. Beautiful lady, why not join me instead? Why suffer with this scum? He is merely delicate in appearance. Upon seeing the blood on Feng Ahan, the woman assumed the worst, believing he had been rendered a eunuch. Unaware of Guojin's mishap, her fury ignited. You all shall perish. With an ice-cold blade appearing in her hand, she gracefully swung it, severing the head of one of the burly men. Guojin, taken aback, stood frozen in fear. This girl is formidable. I dare not provoke her. Miss, there is no turning back, Guojin exclaimed, as he and his companions fled in a panic. The woman prepared to pursue, but an old injury in her ankle flared up. Miss Feng Ahan, do not chase them, she called out, her gaze averted. They have severed your lineage, she exclaimed. Feng Ahan reassured her, Guojin's hand simply straight. He merely struck my thigh. Is that true? She turned back, only to see Feng Ahan, trousers absent, and quickly covered her eyes. Do not worry. I will put them back on, Feng Ahan replied, using his clothing to shield himself before tending to his wounds. The young woman lowered her hands, her cheeks flushed. As long as you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. With her sword in hand, she limped across the grass. Miss, are you injured? I can heal, Feng Ahan offered. She returned, perhaps you should tend to your own wounds first. Sitting nearby, she observed as he gradually cleaned and bandaged his injuries. Once finished, he donned his trousers and attempted to stand, managing a few faltering steps. Miss, I am well now. May I take your foot? She extended her leg, revealing the injured one. The girl was barefoot. Your injury is superficial, but the weapon that struck you was imbued with poison. Your wound has healed, yet your foot is swollen. Allow me to apply some ointment. Feng Ahan retrieved several leaves and began to massage her foot. Thank you, Feng Ahan, she said gratefully. Feng Ahan paused his ministrations, asking, Earlier, you declared, Dare to harm my man? Do you wish to perish? What prompted that? And how did you learn my name? At that moment, Wei Long appeared, having somehow tracked them down. Wei Long observed the bloodstains on the ground and misinterpreted the situation between the two individuals, assuming they were engaged in something unspeakable. I won't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave, he declared. The woman in white reassured him. You have misunderstood. He was merely helping me with my foot. Wei Long, noticing the blood, asked, what happened here? The woman in white thought to herself, I must flee before I transform into a wolf again, and darted towards the bushes. Feng Aihan, help me up. I am injured. All right, replied Wei Long. Last time, I didn't even know your name, and now you're here on a date with someone in the bushes? You misunderstand. I was attacked earlier, and this young lady saved me from severe injury, Feng Aihan clarified. She has assisted you twice now. Do you even know her name? Wei Long pressed. That is my fault. I forgot to ask. Feng Aihan lamented. Wei Long, how did you find this place? Feng Aihan inquired. I was merely relieving myself when I stumbled upon you both. By the way, who were those who harmed you? Wei Long asked. The leader is called Gold-Plated, Feng Aihan answered. What enmity do they have with you? Wei Long further questioned. That gold-plated young master challenged me to a duel. He did not honor his wager and sought to intimidate me with his numbers, Feng Aihan explained. I have never heard of anyone named Gold-Plated in 100 miles. Wei Long exclaimed. It seems they are from out of town, Feng Aihan noted. Isn't he your defeated foe? Wei Long pressed. His subordinates are all formidable fighters, Feng Aihan replied. Gold-Plated is quite impressive. It appears his family is wealthy. I will keep an eye out for them. Master, shall we continue our training today? My leg injury is not severe. It is merely a scratch. Of course, we shall proceed with our training. Let us run to Baihui Spring. Feng Aihan instructed. Why? We have a direct route, yet we always take the long way around. Wei Long protested. Once you become stronger, I will guide you through the shortcut, Feng Aihan promised. Master, you are injured. May I assist you in walking slowly? Wei Long offered. Quickly go to Old Wang's house and buy some candles. I will wait for you here, Feng Aihan commanded. Wei Long nodded and departed. After walking a few steps, he arrived at the village's main road, bustling with activity. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in yellow approached, escorting several large treasure chests toward the village. The yellow-clad individuals marched in a neat formation, riders in front, treasure bearers in the middle, and foot soldiers at the rear. Leading the procession was an elderly man, accompanied by a striking Taoist maiden in yellow, who rode with an air of authority. This old man seems familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before. Feng Aihan mused. The yellow-clad group advanced with purpose and soon entered the village of Shenquan. Wei Long, having purchased the candles, approached Feng Aihan. Look at those unfamiliar faces. Wei Long exclaimed. With so many people, the inns may not have enough room. Do not worry. They are merely here to apply for bodyguard positions, Feng Aihan reassured him. The Wei family would not employ individuals of elder status for such a role. Look closely. They appear to be a well-organized team, Feng Aihan instructed. They must be here for a tour, Wei Long suggested. Feng Aihan shook his head. Let us proceed with our training, he said. Wei Long helped Feng Aihan toward the forest. Master, why go through all this trouble? He asked. Though there are few slayers among practitioners, the competition is fierce. I fear you may not succeed, Feng Aihan explained. Master, getting into the academy is enough for me. My father forbids me from training. I have been practicing in secret. If I enter the academy, I won't even have the tuition fees, Wei Long lamented. You are a rare half-support, half-offensive slayer. Do not give up. As for tuition, you need not worry. I will provide for you, Feng Aihan encouraged. Wei Long embraced Feng Aihan tightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. Such displays of affection between men are excessive. Feng Aihan chided lightly. Understood, Wei Long replied, performing an ancient salute. The master and disciple ventured deeper into the forest, gradually disappearing from sight. The sun lingered behind the mountains, reluctant to set. They reached a familiar place, pushing aside the tall wild grass, revealing a vast pool of steaming water. Beside the hot spring stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Wuxing Baihui Spring. Numerous springs flowed toward the center, though this particular hot spring had no visible source. The water streamed in from elsewhere. Each 10 springs had a stone engraved with unique symbols, which Feng Aihan promptly recognized. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, wind, lightning, thunder. These stones correspond to the 10 small rivers, indicating that this spring has indeed been developed, he observed. During Wei Long's previous visit, he had been captivated by the withered vines and had not paid attention to the small pools. Master, where do these rivers originate? He inquired. I am not certain, Feng Aihan admitted. Wei Long, how did you discover these hot springs? How have you progressed so rapidly in your training? Feng Aihan asked. Child, you talk too much. Feng Aihan retorted. I am about to begin your instruction. Wei Long rolled his eyes. We are of similar age. Do not act like an adult. What is your favorite food? Feng Ahan asked. Candy. Pastries. Wei Long replied. Now I understand why you are so plump. Feng Ahan teased, covering his eyes with one hand. Why do you ask me this? Wei Long queried. You are not combative. You prefer tranquility. I intend to cultivate you as a support-type slayer, Feng Ahan stated. Wei Long burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Feng Ahan questioned. I am laughing because it tickles my stomach. Had I not grown up playing with you, I might have believed your words. A support slayer. In this world of 8 continents, support slayers often lack prospects and find it challenging to train. If I were to become one, I would not need to apply to the academy. Various sects would vie for my allegiance. Feng Ahan, surprised by Wei Long's insight, remarked. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge despite your lack of diligence. It is difficult to train as a support slayer because there is no comprehensive method for cultivation. You are merely boasting, my friend. Wei Long challenged. I genuinely have a way for you to dominate at least one continent under the title of support slayer, Feng Ahan asserted. If you are so capable, why do you not train to become a support slayer yourself? Wei Long inquired. I intend to focus on offensive and formation techniques, Feng Ahan replied. That sounds plausible, Wei Long conceded. It is indeed true. My ambitions extend beyond mere continents. I aspire to encompass the entire world, Feng Ahan declared. Wei Long rushed over and touched Feng Ahan's forehead. You are not feverish, are you? One continent is already quite remarkable, and you, with your current state, aspire to conquer the world? One continent is home to countless nations and numerous sections. To gain even a modicum of fame on a single continent is no small feat, Feng Ahan questioned. Do you doubt your master? If so, you may leave. Trust me, or depart as you wish. I will not force you. Wei Long's inner monologue reflected. In just half a month, he has progressed remarkably. Feng Ahan is no longer the same old dog Dan. Perhaps I should trust him. If I do not learn, I may never have another opportunity. My father only wishes for me to live a peaceful life. I will trust you this once, Wei Long decided. Feng Ahan assumed a horse stance. Quickly, why must I also assume a horse stance to train as a support slayer? Wei Long inquired. Do not concern yourself with that. As you grow older, I will gradually explain these principles to you, Feng Ahan replied. In early spring, new grass sprouted while the winter grass withered. Feng Ahan, dragging his injured leg, used a small knife to cut the surrounding dried grass. While Wei Long practiced his horse stance, Feng Ahan fashioned the dried grass into scarecrows. Master, how much longer will this take? My leg is going numb. What are you doing? Wei Long asked. Given the circumstances, we may need to spend the night here. I am gathering materials, Feng Ahan explained. How much longer until I can get up? Wei Long pressed. Just a few more moments. Continue. Feng Ahan encouraged. The sky is nearly dark. We should return. We haven't even had dinner. Wei Long protested. Feng Ahan arranged the scarecrows into a grand circle and seated himself at the center. He let his blood drip onto the scarecrows and retrieved a dry straw from the Qiankuan gourd, inscribing characters upon the ground. He was astounded to witness the scarecrows come to life. Rise, my soldiers of withered grass, he commanded. How did Wei Long accomplish such a feat? Remarkable. What prowess does Feng Ahan possess? Merely some trivial tricks of the Mao Shantal. Wei Long exclaimed, his legs aching. I wish to learn. I wish to learn. To master this, one must cultivate their spirit. Once your consciousness is sufficiently powerful, then you may learn. Feng Ahan replied. How long must I train? How did you train? Wei Long inquired. Apologies, it is a natural gift, Feng Ahan answered. You're bragging. I never saw you display such talent before. Wei Long retorted. Feng Ahan hastily fabricated an excuse, claiming it was a hidden strength. Brag all you want. Remember when you were drenched in urine by Zhu Fei's gang? You didn't even resist. Inside, Feng Ahan thought. I will settle the score with Zhu Fei for the death of K Lai, but I am not one to hold grudges. At that moment, memories of Feng Godin surged through his mind, igniting a flame of vengeance. The scarecrows he controlled collapsed, turning back into mere weeds. What shall I do with my impure thoughts? He pondered. Wei Long, may I take a break? Feng Ahan asked. Planning to soak in the golden pool for half an hour. Wei Long looked up at the towering height. How do I get up there? Climb, Feng Ahan instructed. I'm up. Where are you going? Wei Long queried. To soak in the water, Feng Ahan replied. That's too high. Can I soak down here with you? Wei Long asked. If you don't soak in the golden pool, don't blame me for your legs being sore in the morning. Besides, isn't it lower than the vines I pulled off the green python seal last time? Feng Aohan remarked. Wei Long had no retort and began to climb. Just then, Feng Aohan felt a chill breeze on his back, causing the hairs to stand on end. He sensed something watching him from behind, yet upon turning, there was nothing. A mysterious pressure gripped his chest, a sensation he hadn't encountered in eons, the last time being before a foreign deity of death. As he sensed the chilling breeze again, Wei Long had already immersed himself in the golden pool. Master, this water is miraculous, Wei Long exclaimed. Stay up there, do not come down. Meditate and recite the incantations I taught you, Feng Aohan instructed. But when did you teach me? Wei Long protested. Now, pay close attention, Feng Aohan insisted. The hairs on Wei Long's back bristled with fear, as he had never experienced such dread before. The stronger his consciousness grew, the more uneasy he became. For he could sense greater details. He knew that whatever lurked in the forest was far more powerful than anything he had encountered. Feng Aohan began to harmonize his spirit with the universe. The spirit connects all things. The Dantian falls into the realm of the celestial. Flames rise from the soles of the feet. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. Empty your heart and marvel at all things. Drift as you will, freely you float. Observe the tranquility, and your own summons shall arise. Wander as you might, with the sorrows of heaven and earth. Only in freedom shall you not grow old. Wei Long's eyes widened in astonishment, completely bewildered by Feng Aohan's words. How much did you grasp? How much did you understand? Feng Aohan questioned. I remembered 2 lines, but I do not know how to apply them, Wei Long replied. Merely telling you the incantation is futile. You are no genius. I shall teach you line by line. Mimic my movements, Feng Aohan instructed, beginning to move his arms in a Tai Chi pattern, drawing shapes with his wrists before tapping his acupoints with his fists. Master, why must I strike myself? This is foolish, Wei Long protested. Feng Aohan, with a serious expression, asked, will you learn or not? Wei Long nodded and began to strike himself. Add preliminary movements, focus your mind, and exert more force, Feng Aohan guided. Isn't this going to make me foolish? Wei Long questioned. You must strike the acupoints. It is not true self-harm, Feng Aohan clarified. Wei Long grimaced as he began to react. Master, I feel so hot. A wave of heat. Quickly, sit cross-legged and meditate. Clear your mind of distractions, Feng Aohan urged. As Wei Long hurriedly complied, Feng Aohan's inner thoughts were filled with concern. I hope this crash course doesn't go awry. Otherwise, this lad may end up dead or worse. Feng Aohan sensed an increasing unease behind him, but he didn't want to distract Wei Long from his training. He arranged the scarecrows, preparing for the impending crisis. His awareness alerted him to a formidable opponent. Wei Long, close your eyes, regardless of what transpires. Do not cease your actions. If I do not call you, you must not descend. Wei Long nodded. Feng Aohan let his vibrant blood drip, its essence shimmering with a faint glow. Since K Lai's sword had pierced his brow, a beam of light had erupted from his forehead, and Feng Aohan felt his body transforming into an exceptional vessel for cultivation. He had sealed his soul, thus that radiance was certainly not his true essence. It emanated from within. As he ignited a murderous aura, Feng Aohan sat cross-legged, having just chanted 2 lines of the formation incantation, and the scarecrows sprang to life. He orchestrated their movements towards a nearby tree, directing them with his intent. The scarecrow's fist struck the tree, creating a small hole. Indeed, my mortal form is still too feeble. Gazing ahead, he observed the verdant grass stirring without a breeze, a sense of dread enveloping the forest. Blood-red liquid seeped from the ground beneath the formation. Feng Aohan widened his eyes at the scene, for his spirit had once belonged to an ancient deity, and such trivialities did not instill fear in him, merely bewilderment. However, several positions in his formation had been compromised by unknown factors. Now, as a mere mortal, he lacked the ability to mend even this small formation. In an instant, the 2-meter-high spring grass ceased to quiver, and an eerie calm settled over the surroundings. Feng Aohan sensed an unsettling quietude. Suddenly, a monstrous pink creature charged forth, filling the air with a putrid stench reminiscent of decaying flesh or rotting rodents. At first glance, the creature resembled an earthworm, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a large, flesh-colored python, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Feng Aohan had never encountered such a beast, and terror flickered across his youthful visage. What in the world is that? Truly revolting, he exclaimed. With a powerful push from his knees, he sprang to his feet, leaping sideways as he commanded a scarecrow to intercept the creature, successfully dodging a strike. This maneuver Seemingly simple, required precise coordination of the thighs and calves. Had it been Wei Long, he would not have been able to rise swiftly enough to evade the attack. The creature writhed, its eyes resembling lychee seeds, its flesh adorned with white hairs and centipede-like tendrils. Though its appearance was deceptively cute, its gaping maw revealed a terrifying array of fangs as it unleashed a foul breath upon Feng Ahan. The creature bore a small wound on its back, indicating prior injury, and it sought to devour Feng Ahan, drooling with hunger. Raising its front body, Feng Ahan summoned his murderous intent, transforming it into a great axe. His eyes filled with disdain. He recited an incantation, and two scarecrows swiftly attacked. However, when their fists made contact with the creature, they felt as ineffective as if they had not eaten in days. Recalling how Feng Ahan had previously commanded the scarecrows to leave shallow marks on trees. Yet, this punch was akin to a mere scratch to the beast. The creature lunged forward, its gaping maw intent on consuming Feng Ahan. With bared fangs, he lifted his body and charged fiercely, slamming Wind Aohong against a tree, sending a surge of pain through his back. In that moment, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Wind Aohong's palm, transforming instantly into a sharp blade. Armed with the weapon, he felt fearless, raising it high and leaping forward to strike, landing a decisive blow at the center of the monster's head, causing blood to splatter. The creature's tentacles tore through Wind Aohong's clothing, leaving scratches on his chest, yet it recoiled in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Wind Aohong pursued, wielding his sword with raw force, hacking down with the precision of a lumberjack, resulting in a deep gash upon the monster's skull. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a figure emerged from the bushes, clad in black satin. The black-clad individual, noticing Wind Aohong poised to strike the creature, quickly hurled several small knives. Wind Aohong deftly evaded them with his agile footwork, wondering about this child's astonishing speed. "What are you doing, little one? You harmed my steed. Now pay with your life," he bellowed. "Uncle Wind Aohong, this vile creature is your steed? Are you not aware it seeks to swallow me whole? You worthless life. What does it matter if I consume you?" Wind Aohong retorted, his blade morphing rapidly into a sword. Sweat formed in the palm of his hand. He had just finished battling and now faced this middle-aged man, bracing himself for yet another fierce confrontation. At that moment, Wei Long, nestled in the hot springs, seemed to sense the commotion. His tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly, hinting at a struggle within. "Brother, are you all right? What is happening below? Do not concern yourself with me. Remain still and continue your meditation," Wind Aohong urged. "What is this call echoing in my mind?" Wei Long pondered. Wind Aohong's inner thoughts raced. "Oh no, this boy seems to be losing control." He cleared his mind, halting the intake of air, instead expelling half of it for his own use. "How do you expel?" Wind Aohong instructed the black-clad figure. "Focus your energy into your dantian and contemplate slowly." Unfazed by the impending doom, the black-clad man unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes upon Wind Aohong, who, having mastered the second stage of his technique, struggled to evade each deadly blow. The black-clad man, like a fisherman in pursuit of slippery prey, found Wind Aohong as elusive as an oiled eel. After repeated failed attempts, the assailant finally drew forth an exquisitely crafted sword from behind him. "You foul brat! Who are you? What devilish technique are you employing?" he demanded. "I am Wind Aohong." "A mere waste of space from Sacred Spring Village," Wind Aohong replied. The black-clad man, brandishing his sword, executed a devastating move, catching Wind Aohong off guard. Unable to evade due to his incomplete training, he felt a sharp pain as the blade pierced his shoulder, forcing him to stagger backward. "You are Wind Aohong. Then I owe you my gratitude," the man said, wiping the blood from his sword before sheathing it. "Since you bear that name, I shall spare your life." "Why is that?" Wind Aohong inquired. "Julai and I are of the same kin. I have long wished to eliminate him, and you have done my bidding. Your debt for injuring my steed shall be repaid when I am in a foul mood," he explained, producing a vial of white powder. Skillfully shaking it, he sprinkled the powder over the worm, which writhed in agony before he swiftly severed its head, leaving the creature thrumming with excitement against the man's attire. Much to Wind Aohong's disgust, as he prepared to depart, the black-clad man glanced at Wei Long, who sat by the pool, head bowed. "Master, I feel unwell," he lamented. The black-clad man smirked. "You are the master of that plump boy? What do you want?" Wind Aohong interjected, but before he could finish, the man lunged forward, striking Wei Long's shoulder with a fierce blow, causing his brow to furrow. "You harmed my steed. It is only just that I injure your disciple, he proclaimed, then leapt onto a high tree, swiftly disappearing into the foliage. Wei Long, are you all right? Wen Daohong called out. Master, I feel as though I might explode. Wei Long exclaimed just as an unfamiliar voice resonated within Wen Daohong. Feed him your blood to alleviate his suffering. Isn't Feng Godin dead? Who are you? Show yourself. I am not afraid. Wen Daohong demanded, but the voice remained silent. With no other options, he realized his gourd contained no miraculous herbs for treating the disturbance. Dragging his injured leg, he slowly made his way to the pool where Wei Long was submerged. After an indeterminate amount of time, he reached the side of the chubby boy. A faint black mist hovered above Wei Long's head. Fate is cruel indeed, Wen Daohong thought, hurriedly slicing his finger and letting the blood drip onto Wei Long to heal him. The boy's expression gradually calmed. The water was shallow, and Wen Daohong kept one leg on land while the other dipped into the pool, inspecting Wei Long's shoulder where a red handprint marked his skin. Master, I feel so sleepy. Let us go home, Wei Long said. Have you recovered so quickly? Wen Daohong asked. I will dress, and then we can go to Wei Jingling's for dinner, Wei Long replied. Wen Daohong's mind raced with thoughts. I recall the Book of Life and Death stating Feng Godin is but a mortal. Why does this mortal's blood possess such miraculous properties? Wasn't he deemed a waste of space? After dressing, Wei Long noticed the blood on Wen Daohong's leg. You are injured. How did you climb up here? Your foot is bleeding more and more. Wen Daohong glanced down in alarm. Quickly, I must bandage my thigh to stop the bleeding. With the flow of blood halted, the two descended the steep slope, and upon landing, Wei Long felt rejuvenated. He hopped ahead like a rabbit while Wen Daohong appeared pale and weary. Although he had treated his wound and applied medicine, it inexplicably began to bleed again. Great God, even your soul struggles within this body, Wen Daohong reflected. I am unlike you. You are a revered deity, while I am merely an unnamed individual. I only appear when you are in a state of extreme weakness. The voice returned, then vanished again, leaving Wen Daohong in a state of despondency. Noticing Wen Daohong's uneven gait, Wei Long rushed to support him, and together they made their way back to Sacred Spring Village. Shui Yuega had prepared a feast and awaited their return. Upon entering, Wen Daohong's mother, remarkably without her cane, welcomed him inside. Using sign language, Shui Yuega expressed that her vision was not entirely lost, merely blurred. I have long known, Wen Daohong thought. Shui Yuega took a step back, continuing to communicate. I sense the scent of blood on you. What have you been doing today? Wen Daohong replied honestly. I have been training. I wish to become a useful person. Shui Yuega gestured. You have changed, grown more sensible. She approached him, resting her hand on his forehead. My son, just a month ago, you were a waste, but now you possess 26 layers of murderous intent. Remarkable. She signed. The mother and son sat down to dinner. And Wen Daohong cautiously inquired, Mother, the scar on your face, was it inflicted by a blunt weapon? Shui Yuega set down her chopsticks and signed. You are still young. When the time is right, I shall tell you the story of your father and me. Feng Daohong's inner monologue, through mere physical contact. He could sense the aura of killing intent. What could be the true identity of his mother? Her rank must surpass that of a demon slayer. There are 10 levels of killing intent. Killing disciples, killing paths, killing demons, killing saints, heavenly descendants, purple palace demons, transcending demons to become immortals, titled true beings, titled immortals, titled celestial lords, and emperor lords. That night, various factions gradually poured into Shengquan village. A small number were participants in the selection, while the majority, under the pretense of the selection, were actually drawn by the allure of Feng Daohong's wealth. The village could no longer accommodate everyone, compelling many to purchase tents. The only vendor for tents was the refining workshop, resulting in a booming business. Those without accommodations flocked there. Tents sprang up outside the village, densely packed and resembling a cluster of mushrooms from afar. The proprietor of the refining workshop assured, Rest easy, our tents are fireproof and beast-proof. Just inject some killing intent into the tube, and even if a beast approaches, you need not fear. The defensive capabilities were exceptionally robust. Customers exited Shengquan village, holding their tents with smiles. At the Feng family's thatched cottage, Wei Long had returned home. The wolf rested in Ziyui's room, while Feng Daohong sat in meditation in his small bedroom. Master, behold, the stars tonight foretell a calamity. Feng Daohong, eyes closed, bore an uncanny resemblance to a worldly fortune teller, incessantly speaking of disasters. Master, your medical skills are second only to the divine healer. Yet why do your bandages appear thus? Perhaps it was due to prolonged use of this body, leading to a degradation of his spiritual awareness. Or perhaps he had grown rusty from lack of practice. Master, do not deceive yourself. Today is indeed your day of misfortune. Feng Ahan, a deity in his own right. Acknowledged, today is indeed my day of misfortune, yet I am currently inhabiting a mortal frame. Master, abandon this earthly child. He has long since perished. Were it not for your soul residing within him, he would have decayed by now. Return to heaven and be revered by the realms. Feng Ahan replied, I am a born deity, exalted for countless years. What meaning does it hold? It is far more enriching to experience the myriad flavors of mortal life. You wish to experience? Why then, do you occupy the body of a useless mortal? Feng Ahan mused, this child exceeds my expectations. He is not the useless being inscribed on the death ledger. I wish for you to investigate the truth of this child. Such a phenomenon exists. I shall depart immediately. Feng Ahan cautioned, mind the gunpowder and gold. Rest assured, I have prepared everything. Be at ease. There is a natural cave in the rear mountains, which I have sealed with a stone door. Here is the key. He handed Feng Ahan a hexagonal stone. In mere half a day, all was ready, truly the foremost engineer of the three realms. I am honored, yet it is thanks to your guidance, Master. I take my leave. As his words fell, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and departed. Outside Xinquan village, tent area, a shadow, resembling a human, approached a tent near the forest. The tent was imbued with killing intent, appearing impervious. However, the goods from the refining workshop, as Feng Ahan had stated, were merely overpriced shoddy products. A mere flicker of killing intent could dismantle this barrier. The shadow extended a hand to lift the tent flap, only to be rebuffed. It chuckled softly before opening its mouth, extending a slimy tongue into the tent, silently ensnaring a gaunt youth. A bony spur protruded from the tongue, lightly pricking the youth, who then fell into a stupor, dragged into the woods in under 2 minutes. Once in the forest's depths, blood splattered as the youth's muffled shriek lodged in his throat. Unvoiced, the shadow voraciously consumed the boy's remains, trembling with satisfaction. Under the moonlight, its back appeared eerily sinister, teeth grinding together with a chilling sound. The shadow expelled the bones and returned to the camp, depositing the body within the tent. Having completed this task, it turned its attention to the next tent, this time a double occupancy. Though Wei Long had consumed Feng Ahan's blood during the day, he had succumbed to madness and ventured out at midnight. He stood atop a roof, gazing at the moon, his eyes now a blood-red hue, his nose transformed, capable of detecting scents from afar. Sensing the aroma of blood, Wei Long was exhilarated. Upon catching a whiff of the metallic scent, he leaped from the roof and headed toward the village's outskirts. Traversing the tent area and heading straight for the forest, parting the tall grass. It was then he stumbled upon the shadow consuming its third victim. The shadow, appearing sated, no longer devoured in haste, but began to savor the exquisite flesh. It extracted an object, skillfully peeling the skin from the flesh. The sound crisp and reminiscent of tearing tape. After relishing the skin, it methodically dismembered the limbs, akin to a person relishing roasted chicken legs. The sound of flesh grinding against teeth echoed in Wei Long's ears. Overwhelmed, Wei Long clamped his mouth shut, forcing himself to witness the grotesque spectacle of consumption and bone spitting. Just a mere child of 10, he could no longer contain himself, yearning to flee home. The shadow, noticing his panic, dropped the bones and pursued Wei Long. In his madness, not only had his sense of smell sharpened, but his hearing had as well. He discerned the creature's relentless pursuit. Terrified, he slipped and fell, but quickly regained his footing and fled. With the moonlight guiding him, Wei Long saw blood staining his palms. Realizing he had stepped in a pool of congealed human blood, the shadow drew ever closer. With a considerable distance still separating him from home, he had no choice but to sprint towards Feng Ahan's abode. Small and short-legged, he was on the verge of falling prey to the shadow's clutches. Feng Ahan's home loomed before him, and like a drowning soul grasping a lifebuoy, he felt a surge of hope. Tears nearly spilling as he summoned his last strength to leap into Feng Ahan's home. As Wei Long entered the courtyard, the shadow halted, as if something surrounding the thatched cottage instilled fear. It retreated, scattering blood along the path leading to Feng Ahan's door. Before Wei Long could fully enter the courtyard, the wolf awakened. As it stepped outside, it witnessed the shadow pursuing Wei Long, observing the bloodshed. Upon entering the yard, Feng Ahan remained seated in meditation. Hearing the commotion, he dashed out. The The redness faded from Wei Long's eyes, returning him to his normal self. Feng Aihan exclaimed, "Wei Long, what brings you to my humble abode at this hour?" Wei Long stammered, I. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he fainted. Feng Aihan dragged Wei Long back to the room and checked his pulse, discovering an erratic rhythm and an unsettling flow of energy within. He retrieved the Qian Kuan gourd but found himself at a loss, sighing under the moonlight as he contemplated the gourd in his hands. Eventually, he too succumbed to slumber, as did the wolf, retreating to rest. A night of silence followed. The next morning, as the sun began to rise and roosters crowed atop the fence, Feng Aihan prepared breakfast, awaiting the others to awaken. Just then, a large group of people approached Feng Aihan's home. Clutching a bun, he widened his eyes in astonishment. "Senior brother, look. The blood trail ends here. Senior brother, there is a child inside." Feng Aihan surveyed the scene, counting approximately 50 individuals. An ominous throng surrounding his small thatched cottage. He sipped half a bowl of porridge, maintaining his gaze. The crowd eyed him with ill intent. "May I inquire what brings you all to my humble abode?" Feng Aihan addressed them with composure. "My humble dwelling is too small to invite you all inside. Last night, the disciples of the Withered Vine sect and the White Snake sect were brutally slain, meeting their demise through horrific means, skinned alive, flayed, and dismembered before their remains were returned to the camp. The Windaohong faction, I presume, must have procured some magical tents? How could a mere child like myself possibly access such tents?" Unexpectedly, at that moment, the owner of the weapon-making study was brought beside my thatched cottage. The owner pleaded, "Hero, spare my life. My tents are of poor quality. That boy named Windaohong has always been aware." Windaohong retorted, "You are slandering me. Your employees are also aware of the issues with your tents. Previously, I merely knew that your store sold counterfeit goods. Brother, I doubt that child could have killed 3 murderers in a single night," the owner lamented. "Yet, Lady K has stated that Windaohong is a prodigy. He mastered the path of killing in under a month. What many do not know is that Windaohong was once a wastrel, and such rapid progress must stem from some nefarious cultivation." Windaohong's accusations were baseless. A wolf approached him, and he remained calm, seated in the center of the courtyard, savoring a bowl of porridge. His mother, veiled in purple, emerged from the house, leaning on a large cane draped with rustic cotton cloth. "Everyone here is sensible. Let us await the village chief before making any decisions." Windaohong echoed his mother's sentiments. The sun ascended higher in the sky. The deaths of 3 individuals overnight are commonplace for murderers. However, the gruesomeness of their fates caused shivers among those who beheld their corpses. Thus, when the news spread, the entire Holy Spring village erupted like popcorn in a heated pan, with onlookers surrounding Windaohong's home, their numbers swelling as time passed. Windaohong surveyed the gathering from his courtyard, recognizing many familiar faces, including members of the K family and the gilded young master's entourage. The village chief inquired, "The blood trail leads from the village outskirts directly to your home. How do you explain this?" A child in the crowd spoke up, "Chief, last night, I saw Wei Long with bloodshot eyes heading toward the village outskirts." Windaohong glanced in that direction, realizing the child was Bai Yu. A tremor coursed through Windaohong's heart as he contemplated. Last night, Wei Long exhibited chaotic energy. Indeed, it raises suspicion. But could his strength contend with that of the disciples from those sects? Bai Yu added, "Chief, last night, as I was selling flowers along the street, I grew weary and leaned against the fence, at which point I saw a figure with bloodshot eyes. Wei Long." Windaohong thought, Wei Long is merely a killer's apprentice. How could he, in one night, slay 3 disciples from major sects? Wei Long's mother interjected, "Chief, I know my son well. When he was young, he trembled at the thought of killing a chicken. This must be a misunderstanding." The chief pressed, "Bai Yu, are you certain of what you saw?" Bai Yu replied, "I just thought that person resembled Wei Long." An elderly man from the White Snake sect lamented, 2 of my disciples were slain, and 1 from the Withered Vine sect was killed. You must provide me with an explanation. The blood trail ends at this thatched hut, indicating something amiss here." Lady K remarked, "I hesitate to speak, but this child has exhibited some mental deficiencies. However, the changes over the past fortnight have been astonishing. I find it hard to believe there are no sinister forces at play." Shui Yugu expressed through gestures that her son and the chief's son had past grievances, but insisted that her son was not responsible for these acts. Windaohong prepared a bowl of porridge for his mother, articulating her thoughts. "Mother, have some porridge." Outside, individuals with malicious intent circled, wishing for Windaohong's demise, believing it would provide them the opportunity to rob openly. The K family eagerly awaited Windao Hong's downfall, stoking the flames of discord without understanding the true reasons. 100 miles away, 3 young men in white robes flew on swords. The leader, tall and slender, was flanked by a plump boy on the left and a somewhat effeminate boy on the right. The leader remarked, "The beam of golden light has vanished. Our master instructed us to eliminate the bearer of that light, but did not provide its specific location. We have been searching for a day," the effeminate boy noted. "The golden light flashed by too quickly to be easily found. However, the stone our master gave us can identify the bearer of the golden light when it glows. The person is the one who emitted it." The leader pondered, "We are unaware of our opponent's strength, nor do we know if the 3 of us can defeat him." The plump boy suggested, "Where shall we go now?" The leader proposed, "The mountains are vast. Let us take our time. Since we have come down from the mountains, why not visit Holy Spring Village for a bath?" The plump boy exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. We toil daily in our cultivation, subsisting on wild beast meat. Surely, we can indulge in delicacies for once." Thus, the 3 set their course for Holy Spring Village. On the outskirts of Tang Mountain, several individuals from the demon realm, disguised, sought to locate Windao Hong and eliminate him. Following Windao Hong's confrontation with K Lai, where he was struck in the brow by a sword, various factions from both the demon and human realms began searching for Windao Hong's whereabouts. At Windao Hong's thatched hut, Wei Ling also arrived. Standing far beneath a large tree with Fo Shang, Wei Ling appeared anxious. "Who do you think killed those 3? Fo Shang teased. "What? Have you developed feelings for that boy?" Wei Ling retorted, "As a dragon spirit, how could I fancy a mere mortal? I merely fear that formidable adversaries may have arrived in Holy Spring Village." Fo Shang reassured her, "I examined the corpses. There is nothing to worry about. The killer's methods, in my view, are beneath our concern. That man in black is not our match." Wei Ling implored, "Fo Shang, is it possible to ensure that boy's survival?" Fo Shang questioned why. Wei Ling replied, "As a dragon spirit, I am not one to go back on my word. Since we promised to protect him, we must uphold our commitment." Fo Shang incredulously asked, "What? Do you intend to remain with that boy for 100 years? Wei Ling explained, "My mother forbids me from associating with Windao Hong. Our only option is to ensure his survival. I recall he once saved me by the 100 Sun Spring." Fo Shang realized, so it was he who relocated the flowers. "If he saved you, then if he encounters peril, I shall rescue him once, as recompense." Windao Hong sat in the courtyard, with the wolf nestled at his feet, gazing fearfully at an elder among the crowd, trembling with dread. At that moment, the entryway to his home was filled with assassins from various sects, each poised to tear Windao Hong asunder at a moment's notice. 100 miles away, 3 cultivators approached, intent on his demise. The demon realm had also dispatched individuals to seek him out, leading to a convergence of forces all desiring his death. Windao Hong had become the target of universal ire. The wolf contemplated, "I have never witnessed such a grand spectacle. It is all Windao Hong's fault. How shall I extricate myself from this situation?" Under a large tree not far from the thatched hut, Fo Shang and Wei Ling whispered together. Shui Yugu, having suffered grave injuries, lacked her former strength and was now deeply concerned for her son's safety. Should the opposition strike first, she feared she could not ensure Windao Hong's safe retreat. Within the White Snake sect, a young man named Dao mourned the loss of his brother, Fei, among the 3 slain last night. Devastated, he was consumed by thoughts of vengeance against those who wronged him. The true culprit has yet to be discovered, yet without hesitation, Dao firmly believes that the murderer is Feng Ayahan. Gung Jin, feeling bitter after being outsmarted by Feng Ayahan, is unwilling to accept defeat. He hopes that Feng Ayahan will face some misfortune. Thus, he persuades the elder to continue the investigation. Gung Jin, village chief. This fellow Feng Ayahan is said to possess a cunning mind. If we let him go now, who knows what tricks he might play. Dao, village chief. All signs point to this child from the Feng family. Why not investigate him thoroughly? The crowd of villagers and visitors continues to swell. Village chief, Feng Ayahan. You are to be taken back for questioning. Do you have any objections? Feng Ayahan, a clear conscience fears no accusation. Shuyuego looks on helplessly as her son is taken away by the village chief. At that moment, someone whispers to the elder from the Withered Vine sect, claiming, "The culprit is this boy. If he is released, the people of Xinquan village will protect him." Startled, the elder turns around, but finds no one. Upon reflection, he realizes the truth in the words. Indeed, Feng Ayahan's situation is quite extraordinary. With a decisive command, he stops the village chief, elder of the Withered Vine sect. clad in heavy robes. The one killed was one of ours. This matter should be handled by us. Elder in gray from the White Serpent sect. Among the deceased, there were also my disciples from the White Serpent. Feng Ahan, I am not the one who killed them. Village chief, everyone, do not panic. This matter is still under investigation. Once the truth is revealed, we shall provide a satisfactory resolution. Those who should be freed shall be freed. Those who owe a life shall pay with one. The two elders are left speechless. At this moment, Gadao, a headstrong 15-year-old, grows anxious upon hearing that Feng Ahan is to be taken away. In a fit of rage, he draws his sword and lunges at Feng Ahan. Feng Ahan leans back, but Gadao swiftly alters his grip, piercing Feng Ahan's shoulder. The act ignites chaos, as onlookers draw their weapons and prepare for battle. The spectators of Shengquan village flee in terror as the factions of Shengquan and the White Serpent clash. Members of other sects stand back, merely observing. The K family, also from Shengquan village, finds themselves compelled to fight, with a blade poised at Madame K's throat. In the distance, beneath a towering tree, Wei Jingling remarks, Fa Shang. It seems trouble is brewing over there. Fa Shang produces several spherical objects from his sleeve. I will protect him. His eyes gleam green as he gracefully navigates the crowd like a swallow, tossing the spheres which release thick grayish smoke that blinds those nearby, engulfing everything in a haze. Amidst the confusion, Fa Shang knocks Feng Ahan unconscious and rescues him. The wolf girl, catching the scent of Feng Ahan, follows closely behind. Fa Shang, from this day forth, we owe each other nothing. He carries Feng Ahan through the forest, pursued relentlessly by three factions. Fa Shang, from this day forth, we owe each other nothing. In Feng Ahan's memory, he has never actively saved a mortal before. This middle-aged man's identity remains a mystery to him. The girl, transformed into a wolf, closely trails the two. Fa Shang, focused solely on carrying Feng Ahan, is oblivious to the blood seeping from Feng Ahan's wound, his only trail for pursuers. On the spring ground, fresh grass sprouts, its tender shoots glistening with vivid crimson. Feng Ahan, where are you taking me? Fa Shang, be quiet. There seems to be someone behind us. He heads towards the K family's estate, skillfully evading the household servants, and ascends the mountain. The summit of this mountain is shrouded in a terrifying legend. Anyone who ascends will meet a fate of no return. The last time Feng Ahan ventured up, he fortuitously encountered a benefactor. Otherwise, he too would have perished. Feng Ahan and Wei Long can be considered among the first to survive the descent from the mountain. Now, in order for Feng Ahan to evade his pursuers, Fa Shang must confront the perilous legend. To Fa Shang, the mountain poses no fear, for he has deciphered several intricate formations and traverses the paths he has unraveled. The Forbidden Peak is merely a passage for him. The Village Chronicle describes the Forbidden Zone as a one-way journey. Centuries ago, 200 killers ventured into the Forbidden Area, yet only Elder Miejin returned alive. He sacrificed his life to seal the Forbidden Zone, erecting a stone tablet as a warning. For centuries, no one dared to trespass. Those who entered the Forbidden Area vanished without a trace. However, Fa Shang has succeeded. He has found a gap and created a small opening. He tosses Feng Ahan onto the mountaintop, leaving behind 2 bags of water and 1 large bag of provisions. Feng Ahan, this should sustain you for 3 days. I shall return to rescue you then. With that, he turns to leave. Feng Ahan, why are you helping me? Fa Shang, I am merely fulfilling a request. With those words, he exits the Forbidden Zone. The wolf, concealed in the shadows, waits until Fa Shang departs before revealing itself. Feng Ahan, overwhelmed with joy, reflects, am I so reliant on you? The wolf internally muses, narcissist, I fear your demise solely because my blood essence would be irretrievable. Feng Ahan strokes the wolf's head, seemingly forgetting his pain. Moments later, shouts echo from a distance. Elder, look, that boy is over there. Members of the White Serpent sect and the Withered Vine sect rush forward. Gadao, consumed by rage, longs to shred Feng Ahan to pieces. They shout as they ascend the mountain. The villagers of Shengquan halt at the village chief's command, too fearful to advance. The K family is aware that Feng Ahan has reached the mountain peak, and they too stop at the foot of the mountain. The village chief warns, everyone, do not proceed. That area is perilous. An elder from the White Serpent sect exclaims, that boy has gone up, we cannot follow. The village chief, once inside, there is no return. Despite the warnings, the two sects press onward toward the summit. Feng Ahan, noticing their approach, scrambles deeper into the forbidden area. Unbeknownst to him, what awaits in the Forbidden Zone remains a mystery. Previously, he could navigate using formations. Now, he runs blindly, perhaps driven mad by pain. The wolf bites Feng Ayahan's pant leg, preventing his escape. Feng Ayahan, what are you doing? Turning back, he sees his pursuers closing in. Just then, the tree ahead shifts ominously. Its vines, resembling serpents, ensnare those behind, ready to strike. The wolf conjures ice to freeze the vines, allowing Feng Ayahan to dart past. Meanwhile, the pursuers are ensnared by the vines, hoisted into the air before crashing to the ground, their bodies shattered, leaving a gruesome stain of red upon the earth. An elder from the White Serpent sect commands, "Cover us as we advance. Inner disciples, join me in capturing that boy." Gadao insists, "I must go too." The elder retorts, "Your murderous intent is lacking. You would only meet your demise." Gadao declares, "That child from the Feng family is not as fearsome as you think. I seek vengeance for my brother." As he speaks, Gadao is seized by the tree's grasp and pulled upwards. Hundreds of miles away, a disciple in white remarks, "Let us first head to Shengquan village, then seek the child our master wishes to kill." Thousands of miles away, a disciple of the demon sect, Hindu, muses, "The light has been absent for several days. How shall we locate its source?" His brethren express fatigue, suggesting they enjoy a nearby city instead. The crowd cheers, "Hindu, you are wise." In the Shengquan Forbidden Zone, the tree resembles a colossal deep-sea octopus, its vines grasping and tossing people into the air before they crash to the ground, their bodies dismembered, appearing as a grotesque pool of blood from a distance. On the path of cultivation, one must slay many beasts, to the killers of these sects. The tree presents little challenge. Yet this mountain is peculiar. The murderous intent of those who ascend is stifled. These individuals are rendered as helpless as ordinary folk. At the mercy of the tree's wrath, the elder from the White Serpent sect commands, "Do not pursue. This mountain is strange. Retreat." As the voice fell, the adept struck down a branch, and he survived. He disregarded the elder's command and continued to pursue Feng Ayahan. The village chief had just mentioned that this mountain was a one-way trip. Where was the White Snake sect's elder? Returning to the elder. Perhaps he was slain by that great tree. The elder of the withered vine suggested, "That young man surnamed Feng is doomed if he entered here. We should retreat and let the disciples cover our escape." Upon the command, everyone hastily withdrew, yet the casualties were still grievous. The group retreated to the edge of the forbidden area, where the village chief and his companions awaited. The members of the White Snake sect discovered they could not exit. A transparent barrier had formed at the mountain's peak. The elder of the White Snake sect realized the dire situation. They were trapped by a formation. The elder of the withered vine had a stone tablet. "Let us examine it." The village chief observed that the inscriptions were incomprehensible to the average person. "I, an elder with profound experience, understand the scripts of all nations on this continent." He confidently approached, gazing skyward with an air of superiority. However, when he bent down to examine the stone tablet, his demeanor shifted entirely. Confidence morphed into fear. "What did you see that frightens you so?" the village chief inquired. The elder of the White Snake sect could not decipher the inscriptions, yet the stone evoked an inexplicable chill and despair. At some point, Hong Sha had blended into the crowd. The tablet contains the method to break the seal. There exists an altar on this mountain with a means of salvation. The miasma permeating this mountain has the power to transform murderous intent. If one stays here beyond 7 days, their murderous aura will be completely absorbed, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of the mountain's ferocious beasts. The village chief, bewildered, questioned how an outsider could possess such knowledge. "Believe it or not, you cannot escape now," Hong Sha retorted. At that moment, a member of the withered vine produced a rope and gently tugged, drawing Hong Sha into the forbidden area. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in terror. The elder of the withered vine replied, "Seeing the adornment upon your forehead, it is clear you are a dancer. Dancers are the most skilled deceivers. Only by placing you in the same predicament can we extract the truth from you." Hong Sha, furious, thought, "Is this the conduct of a major sect? What claims to righteousness can they make?" The elder of the withered vine dismissed her, saying, "You, a mere dancer of lowly status, dare speak of righteousness? Enough staring. Lead the way." Internally, Hong Sha mused, "Feng Ayahan has shown me kindness. Should I save them? Would that not grant them the opportunity to harm him? The method inscribed on that tablet is not something just anyone could accomplish." The murderous intent of the group had been suppressed, and Hong Sha pondered how they would respond to a formidable presence. "Enough chatter, lead us." commanded the elder of the withered vine. As Hong Sha prepared to rise, the elder of the White Snake sect offered her support, a lewd expression on his face. In his heart, he contemplated, this woman is no ordinary dancer. If I could extract her bones and cultivate them, they would become soul bones, a rare treasure. She is indeed a killer as well. Though her beauty stirs my conscience, this is an era where the strong prevail. I must find an opportunity to eliminate her. In the depths of the forbidden forest, Feng Ayahan traversed the perilous terrain alongside a wolf. Utilizing the medicinal herbs from his Qiankuan gourd, he staunched his wounds. The wolf contemplated, I shall transform into my true form to reclaim my blood pearl. This young man should be healed by now. As Feng Ayahan advanced, the wolf halted, concealing herself in a thicket, preparing to reveal her true self to him. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as the wolf transformed into a celestial maiden. Her ethereal beauty unforgettable. Feng Ayahan turned at the sound of her voice, initially startled, then elated. He raked his fingers through his hair and adjusted his attire. This place is perilous. How did you come here? He exclaimed. Actually, just as he was about to speak, danger struck from behind. Feng Ayahan, beware. A massive green mantis appeared behind him, its eyes resembling dark basketballs, with antennae as thick as chopsticks and menacing fangs dripping with slime. Before Feng Ayahan could react, a large droplet of the disgusting liquid fell upon him. He raised his head just in time to sense the mantis's blade aimed at his skull. With the speed of lightning, he executed a series of evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike as the mantis's blade plunged deep into the earth. Feng Ayahan sprinted towards the wolf girl, grasping her hand as they fled. The mantis, extracting its appendage from the mud, promptly pursued them. It was spring, and although the forbidden area was a place of terror, it also boasted breathtaking scenery. As they ran, they passed fields of flourishing flowers, untouched by human presence. Distracted by their escape, they failed to notice the beauty surrounding them. What were you about to say, my lady? Feng Ayahan inquired as they dashed away. I was actually, but before she could finish, he realized with alarm that his wolf companion was missing. What shall we do now? He pondered, halting. Actually, I am your wolf brother. Though I am female, she shyly confessed, turning to face him, only to find he had vanished. Feng Ayahan, she called out, only to see him lifted by a gigantic ant. She looked up in terror. Feng Ayahan had not heard her previous words. The flower field's suppression of murderous intent was not as potent as that of the forest. Feng Ayahan gathered swirling energy in his palm, preparing to confront the colossal ant. The murderous intent seems to be revitalizing, the white-clad girl remarked, summoning a shimmering crystal sword. In response, Feng Ayahan manifested an axe in his hand. This is bad. I'm losing focus. I wanted a sword, yet an axe has appeared instead. I suppose I'll have to make do. With the axe in hand, he struck the ant's head, leaving only a small gash from which yellowish fluid oozed. Too hard, he exclaimed. The ant, incensed by the attack, charged forward. The white-clad girl executed a somersault onto the ant's back, narrowly avoiding a fall. With the agility of a swallow, she sprang aloft, channeling all her murderous intent to sever the ant's antennae. The ant, thoroughly enraged, hurled Feng Ayahan against a tree before turning its attention to the girl. The ant was swift, tossing her aside and nearly sending her crashing to the ground. Fortunately, she possessed extraordinary reflexes and landed gracefully. In Feng Ayahan's eyes, this nameless white-clad girl surpassed even the likes of Chang'e and Baiqian in allure. As she led the ant deeper into the forest, Feng Ayahan descended from the tree to follow. I have cultivated for countless years, untouched by worldly affairs, solely focused on the path. Only by taking on a child's form can I experience the myriad flavors of life. Could it be that what lies before me is affection? The white-clad girl had previously sustained an injury to her ankle from a tracking arrow shot by a bird woman. Feng Ayahan's mother, Shui Yuega, had treated her, and though she had healed, remnants of the injury lingered. Her power was formidable, yet due to the formation within the forbidden area, it was suppressed. The effects of this formation were somewhat extreme. The stronger the individual, the more severely they were restrained, while those of average strength felt little impact. As Feng Ayahan entered the forest, he quickly climbed a vine-covered ancient tree, seeking an opportunity to strike the ant. Meanwhile, the white-clad girl continued her assault, aiming to slay the ant. She spun gracefully, executing her sword technique, but unexpectedly, her old injury flared up. A small tear opened on her ankle, blood seeping forth. As she landed, the gravitational pull caused her to stumble once more. The ant raised its forelimbs, preparing to consign her to oblivion. In a moment of crisis, Feng Ao Han's ingenuity shone through. He transformed his axe into a wisp of white smoke and bound his waist with vines. Grasping the vines with his left hand, he leaped from the tree, resembling a grand pendulum, swiftly catching the girl in white. His movements were graceful. The girl clung tightly to his waist, burying her head in his chest, fear evident in her demeanor. Feng Ao Han's cheeks flushed, his heart racing for the first time in this realm. "Ants are coming. We must ascend quickly," he urged. The girl regained her composure as they instinctively swayed on a gnarled tree. They hastily untied the vines and fled. An hour prior, Feng Ao Han had been wounded by a sword thrust from a sage, and the vigorous activity caused the wound to bleed. He wore a thin black-blue garment, obscuring the crimson stain. In the Forbidden Land, the insects had turned to vicious carnivores, engaging in a brutal struggle for survival. The ants, capable of lifting objects 3 times their weight, were formidable. As Feng Ao Han and the girl distanced themselves, the ants, perceiving their food escaping, sprang into action. One ant uprooted a stout tree and hurled it, obstructing their path. With a triumphant gait, the ant approached them. With the tree barring their way, they began to climb. Feng Ao Han hoisted the girl onto his shoulders, allowing her to ascend. As she reached the top, an ant lunged at him. Halfway up, Feng Ao Han was snatched down by the ant, his palm grazed by a branch, drawing blood. The ant carried him towards its nest. "Feng Ao Han! Feng Ao Han!" The girl called from atop the tree. Blood flowed more profusely from Feng Ao Han's wound as the ant bound him with vines, encasing him like a pupa. "Do not concern yourself with me. Flee," he urged. The girl, despite her injuries, hobbled after him. The ant, noticing her, turned and captured her, binding her alongside Feng Ao Han. "Why are you so foolish?" he questioned. "My blood bead is with you," she replied, her expression sorrowful. "If only Brother Wolf were here. He is incredibly powerful." That night, he activated a formation that decimated hundreds. Truly invincible. In her heart, the girl lamented. "No longer should I place my hopes on the wolf. I am the wolf. That formation cost me years of vitality. I will have to cultivate for another decade. It is better not to speak of it, lest you despair." At that moment, the ant halted. "What is happening?" Feng Ao Han inquired. The massive ant dropped them to the ground, fixated on something ahead. "What is occurring?" Feng Ao Han repeated. "The mantis from before has caught up," the girl said. "How can such a small creature contend with this colossal ant?" Feng Ao Han's killing intent coalesced into a small blade in his hand, swiftly severing the vines that bound him, granting him freedom. He quickly untied the girl, and they fled the scene. The ant and mantis clashed violently. Though small, the mantis possessed formidable attacking power and gained the upper hand, while the ant retaliated with brute strength. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Ao Han and the girl escaped. After running for a short while, the girl's ankle bled profusely, staining the hem of her white dress red. Feng Ao Han tore a strip from his garment to staunch her bleeding. Once this was accomplished, he carried her onward. "Your shoulder is wounded as well." "I can walk on my own," she insisted. "This minor injury is of no consequence to a man," he replied. In her heart, she thought, "He may call himself a man, yet he is merely a boy." "If my memory serves me right, the flower field lies in that direction," he stated. "What purpose do we have in going there?" she asked. "I left provisions and water there," he replied. "Oh," she exclaimed, settling quietly on his back, closing her eyes in an attempt to endure the pain. Feng Ao Han found her slight frame surprisingly light. Time passed unmeasured until the sun sank toward the distant mountains. Arriving at the flower field, he was struck by its beauty, an ocean of blossoms swaying in the gentle breeze, exuding a delicate fragrance. He located his supplies and set the girl down, retrieving tools from his bag to tend to her wounds. "Withdraw your foot. Tend to your own injuries first," she protested. "Do not be silly. We must continue our journey soon," he insisted. Finally, she relented, allowing him to treat her wounds. Once her injuries were attended to, they shared some provisions and water. "Rest for half an hour. We shall depart shortly," he instructed. "The sun will set soon." "Where shall we go?" she asked. Feng Ao Han surveyed their surroundings. The mountain's peak is shrouded by a formidable formation. It is manageable during the day, but at night, spatial shifts may occur in certain areas. If we do not leave, we may find ourselves in unknown territories. "Let us hurry before darkness falls," she urged. Feng Ao Han sat down. "We must wait for nightfall to ascertain a safe course. You should rest. The night ahead is long." Lying on his lap, the girl struggled to sleep due to her injury. Meanwhile, the group in red gauze navigated the forest, having previously encountered a spider, resulting in the loss of 2 disciples. If their killing intent were unrestrained, even a single elder could have dealt with the spider effortlessly. By a twist of fate. They drew closer to the flower field where Feng Aohan was. "Why have you stopped?" "Move," commanded the elder of the withered vines. "I'm hungry," Red Gauze replied. Squatting. "Eat your provisions," the elder retorted. "Have you forgotten? I was forcibly brought here by you all." The lecherous old man of the white snake sect crouched down, beckoning her to partake of his food. Red Gauze felt a wave of nausea at the sight of his smile. Yet her hunger compelled her to accept the old man's offering. After eating, they continued onward. As night deepened, they sought a secluded spot to pitch their tents and rest. Red Gauze lay with the other sisters from various sects, but sleep eluded her as thoughts of searching for Feng Aohan consumed her. She resolved to escape. Her true identity was not that of a dancer. Her backstory had been fabricated to deceive Feng Aohan. As the night grew darker, Feng Aohan and the girl in white began to move. The sisters in the tent had fallen asleep, while Red Gauze crept stealthily, inserting a pill into her nose before scattering powder into the air, ensuring the girls within the tent slept soundly. With utmost caution, she slipped out of the camp. An old man with white hair stealthily followed her out. Another elder from the white snake sect trailed behind, a lecherous smile on his face, clutching a white vial filled with dubious contents, intending to take advantage of the girl. Those knowledgeable informations had cleared a small area within the woods to set up camp, patrolled by teams wielding torches. Red Gauze moved with the grace of a cat, deftly evading detection, and as she delved deeper into the forest, she retrieved a luminous bead, its light illuminating her path. In her heart, she mused, "I once despised these objects, now they serve as my salvation. How ironic." She followed the direction inscribed on the stone tablet. Feng Aohan, having calculated a safe route based on the stars, found it aligned with Red Gauze's destination. Exhausted, they paused to rest, and by chance, Red Gauze arrived at the same moment. As dusk descended, the moon hung low in the sky. Feng Aohan detected a disturbance and swiftly pulled the woman in white behind a large tree, silencing her with a hand over her mouth. As Hansha passed by, Feng Aohan drew a small knife and emerged swiftly from his hiding place, wrapping his arms around her from behind, the blade poised against her throat. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, "Who are you?" The strength of his grip rendered Hansha breathless. In a faint whisper, she replied, "I mean no harm. I am merely a passerby." Recognizing her voice, Feng Aohan exclaimed, "Hansha, what brings you here?" "I am here to help you break the seal." "There is no time for explanations," she retorted. "Can you comprehend the inscriptions on the stone tablet? Where do you truly hail from?" He pressed. "My benefactor, do not question it. Simply follow me," she urged. Meanwhile, the elder of the White Snake sect observed the unfolding events from the shadows. After a brief exchange among the trio, they resumed their journey, with the old man trailing behind. Just 100 meters later, they encountered a colossal creature, prompting them to hastily conceal themselves once more behind the tree. "We are almost there. We are taking a shortcut," Hansha reassured. "How do you remember the route so well?" Feng Aohan queried. "Because this path," she hesitated, as if burdened by a secret. Unbeknownst to them, the elders sensed a surge of ominous energy nearby as a strange wind swept through. Suddenly, the wounds on the girl in white reopened inexplicably, leaving Feng Aohan puzzled. Despite using celestial medicine, her injuries remained untreated. The monstrous entity caught the scent of blood, descending into a frenzy. It extended a large, fleshy pink tongue, covered with suction cups reminiscent of an octopus, evoking discomfort in those who beheld it. In the darkness, the tongue, seemingly sentient, ensnared the girl in white. Feng Aohan struck fiercely at the tongue with his knife, loosening its grip just enough to rescue her. "Run!" he shouted as the creature pursued them. In the shadows, Hansha's beads illuminated their path. They might have evaded disaster, but in the chaos, Hansha dropped a precious jade pendant. Once nestled with the beads, the pendant's cord unraveled as the beads were now used for light. To Hansha, the pendant was more valuable than her own life. She abruptly turned back to retrieve it. "What are you doing? This is dangerous," Feng Aohan exclaimed, grasping her sleeve. "No, that item is my lifeline," she insisted, breaking free from his grasp, tearing her sleeve in the process. Disappearing into the darkness, Feng Aohan clutched the torn fabric and pursued her. While the elder watched from a distance, Feng Aohan chased after her, with the girl in white limping behind due to an injured ankle. Hansha searched through the grass with her beads. The air was thick with a foul stench, and the creature's howls resonated like thunder, each cry sending shivers down their spines. Amidst the panic, Hongsha finally located the large jade pendant within a tuft of grass. Overjoyed, she picked it up, caressed it, and tucked it into her bosom. At that moment, a pair of monstrous black hands seized her. She instinctively screamed. Hearing her cry, Feng Aohan called out, "Wait here for me." He then hurried towards the source of her voice, while the girl in white decided to remain where she was. Once captured, Hongsha found herself in the palm of the colossal creature, which moved swiftly, its destination unknown. Although its steps were light, they still produced a resounding noise. The elder of the White Snake sect, wishing to extract Hongsha's bones for his cultivation, felt a pang of sorrow as he realized that their precious prize might soon be lost to the enveloping darkness. He suddenly recalled that if the girl perished, they would forever be trapped in this forbidden land. If they did not escape within 7 days, the murderous energy would be absorbed by the Great Formation, rendering them mere mortals, subject to the beasts of the mountains. Determined to survive, the elder resolved to rescue the girl. He withdrew a small red flag from his robes and planted it in the footprint left by the creature. Once this was accomplished, he hurried back to their camp. In the darkened forest, Hongsha cried out for help, attempting to break free, but to no avail. The towering trees appeared as mere saplings to the beast. "Hongsha, hold on," Feng Aohan shouted, knowing she was aware of his pursuit. Throughout their journey, Hongsha directed him with her voice. This forest had never been traversed by human feet, flourishing with untamed growth. Strangely, the creature's inherent murderous aura was unrestrained by the formation. Wherever it passed, the wild beasts of the mountains dared not approach. It seemed the undisputed sovereign of this forbidden realm. The creature did not crush Hongsha, who lay uneasily within its grasp, watching the scenery change rapidly. The monster moved slowly, akin to a leisurely stroll, allowing Feng Aohan to catch sight of its legs. What manner of being is this? I have never encountered its like, he mused. After what felt like an hour of pursuit, the beast finally halted in a rugged area strewn with strange rocks. Upon entering this place, Feng Aohan felt a sudden heat surge through his body. Here, the murderous energy was free from the formation's control. They reached the edge of a cliff, and Feng Aohan stopped, aware that for the creature, this precipice was but a gentle slope. It effortlessly leaped into the valley below, with the moonlight illuminating the scene. Feng Aohan finally discerned that the creature bore a resemblance to humanity. Upon reaching the valley floor, the creature realized Feng Aohan had been following it all along. Fixing its gaze upon him with drool hanging from its maw, Feng Aohan, pacing along the cliff's edge, sought a way down when he suddenly heard a gust of wind followed by a plunge into darkness, leaving him bewildered. When light returned, Feng Aohan found himself in a peculiar cavern, illuminated by a massive oil lamp suspended from the ceiling. Still reeling from the transition, he was startled by the appearance of enormous eyes behind him. "You are awake?" The words, accompanied by a powerful gust, sent Feng Aohan tumbling several meters back. Steadying himself, he turned to confront the source. "What manner of creature are you?" he exclaimed. The creature placed a finger to its lips, signaling for silence. "Lower your voice. Do not draw attention. Where are my companions?" "What do you mean by it?" Feng Aohan inquired. "That little red thing was taken by my brother. I feared he would kill you, so I brought you here," the creature explained. Feng Aohan scrutinized it closely. "Given your appearance, are you of the ancient giant race?" The small giant nodded affirmatively. "Aren't the ancient giants extinct after the Great Calamity?" Feng Aohan continued. "You are aware of the calamity. You are not like other humans." The small giant replied. "Ancient giants are benevolent. Why has your brother captured my companion?" Feng Aohan asked. "Many years ago, my father brought my brother here to undertake a task left by a formidable human. Was that person named Miejin?" Feng Aohan queried. "No, absolutely not Miejin. Miejin is a villain who appeared later." "Allow me to finish," the small giant insisted. "My father brought my brother here to accept a mission from a powerful human. At that time, my mother was pregnant and possessed an innate gift for divination. She foresaw the danger that awaited my father, prompting her to flee to this place in search of him. The events that transpired in between remain a mystery to me. All I know is that the sword of annihilation struck my father down, and my mother, despite her grievous injuries, brought me into the world." The little giant wiped away his tears. "After my birth, my mother sought out the sword of annihilation for a duel. Subsequently, the sword of annihilation trapped our family upon the mountain, but my mother managed to slay him. From that moment on, my brother became exceedingly bloodthirsty, reveling in the act of killing. Initially, it was for sustenance, but soon he descended into madness. There was an occasion when a group of fleeing giants descended the mountain. Yet the sword of annihilation's formation barred their entry. When the heavenly tribulation struck, I helplessly witnessed my kin perish before my eyes. Feng Ahan remarked, just now. The woman in white bled, which caused your brother to go into a frenzy. However, the one he seized was that woman in red. Will your brother consume her? The little giant replied, he would not devour her. My brother's madness is not merely due to the scent of blood. The small creature he captured is a remarkable offering. Feng Ahan countered, an offering? The woman in red is merely an outsider dancer. The little giant insisted. I believe that the one named Hong Sha is concealing something from you. She is no ordinary individual, though we are within a cave. The ornaments here resemble those found in human dwellings. At that moment, the massive wooden door creaked open, and a voice inquired, who are you speaking with? Feng Ahan found himself thrown into a tangle of black grass, only to realize he was resting upon the chest hair of a creature. He lay upon the giant's clean chest, which bore no odor. Brother, how did you arrive here? What of the human girl? The little giant questioned. Knowing you do not consume flesh, I have gathered numerous wild fruits for you, all of which I have washed. Do eat, replied the middle-aged giant as he bent down to place a massive sack in the center of the stone cave. The human has already been bound to the altar by me. I left her a fruit sufficient for a day's sustenance. Fear not for her life. In a few days, once I have gathered all the necessary items, I shall fulfill my dream. With that, the middle-aged giant turned and exited the dwelling. Brother, you have grown taller. You must now stoop to enter my abode, the little giant remarked. The middle-aged giant chided. Your aversion to meat has stunted your growth. You hardly resemble a giant. The little giant laughed. All the creatures in these mountains have offspring. Should we consume them, we would become like me, children without parents. The middle-aged giant turned, stating, it is getting late. You should retire early. I must go capture that human boy. He has been following me. He pushed the door aside and departed the cave. The little giant placed his hand upon his chest. Come out. He has left. Feng Ahan leaped forth. I heard what your brother said about an altar and a dream. What does it mean? Feng Ahan inquired. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I am weary. The little giant replied. I have a friend in the forest. She is in danger due to an injury, Feng Ahan added. You bear a striking resemblance to that older man. Perhaps you can help me escape this mountaintop. If you promise to take me to find your friend, I will accompany you, the little giant responded. Feng Ahan stated, a friend of mine has opened a secret passage in these mountains. We should be able to exit through there. I promise you. The little giant retrieved a fruit from the sack and began to devour it, placing Feng Ahan upon the table. Are you hungry? Would you like a fruit? He inquired. Feng Ahan nodded, and a massive wild fruit was tossed beside him. The two exchanged silent glances. The little giant smiled slightly, as if realizing the fruit was a bit too large. He rummaged through the sack, and moments later presented a date, saying, Here, I have just the right thing for you. The date, a sizable treat for the giant, appeared as a watermelon to Feng Ahan. He took out a knife and sliced the date into pieces to eat. What is your name? The little giant asked. Feng Ahan. He replied, Wind atop the peak, gazing down upon demons and celestial beings, the cold lake reborn in marriage, slaying all treachery in the world. The little giant remarked. That name carries a beautiful meaning. I am called Kwa Jiangqin. My mother greatly revered a deity named Jiangqin, hence my name. The little giant responded. His face, though undeniably that of a cherubic youth, bore an inexplicable patch of chest hair. By human reckoning, he was merely a boy in his early teens. After finishing his meal, Jiangqin donned a cloak, placing Feng Ahan upon his shoulder, and they exited the cave. The valley was encircled by mountains, with only one path leading down. Guided by Feng Ahan, the little giant navigated the terrain for over an hour until they reached the forest where they had previously encountered the girl in white. Just as they were about to approach her, they noticed members of the White Serpent sect and the Withered Vine sect advancing toward her. Following Feng Ahan's counsel, Jiangqin wisely concealed himself behind a large tree. Volume 30078. A small battle in the forest, they found the young woman in white. Just as they were about to approach her, the members of the White Serpent sect and the Withered Vine sect advanced towards her. Under the command of Zhuangchun, Feng Ahan concealed himself behind a large tree. Where has your beloved brother gone, Enchantress? Inquired an elder of the White Serpent sect, brandishing a torch. What beloved? Replied the young woman. Her foot injured, yet she was a trained assassin, enduring the pain to stand. She staggered back, blood seeping onto the grass beneath her. Stop pretending. Little girl, the elder continued. I saw you with him and that girl in red silk just a moment ago. Her brows furrowed. She retreated to the side of a large tree, her inner thoughts revealing her predicament. In this wretched place, my killing intent is suppressed. How can I contend against these seasoned assassins? With a fierce expression, she confronted them. What do you want from me? First, capture this girl, commanded the elder. We must hurry to rescue the girl who can lead us out of here. At that moment, Feng Ayahan swung down from a vine like Tarzan, a gust of wind carrying him as he snatched the young woman into the air. Their moment, suspended in time, resembled a beautiful painting of youth. The world faded into darkness, and in her eyes, there was only him. He too gazed at her, an unfamiliar sensation washing over him. Seconds later, they landed atop a gnarled tree. It's that kid from the Feng family, exclaimed an elder from the Withered Vine sect. Quickly, follow him. Only a third of the members had made it, as others were busy securing their camp. They rushed toward Feng Ayahan. Despite the suppression of their killing intent, their true energy remained. He placed the young woman on the tree before leaping down alone, gripping the vine tightly as he gathered his energy in his feet. As he descended, the vine swayed, and unexpectedly, his technique for displacement transformed into a combat maneuver, kicking a young assassin away. In this grand array, everyone's killing intent was subdued. Otherwise, Feng Ayahan would not have been able to move those disciples so easily. He moved gracefully like a swallow in flight. How can he wield killing intent? Questioned the elder of the Withered Vine sect. That does not seem like killing intent, replied the elder of the White Serpent sect. At that moment, a youth brandishing a massive sword charged at Feng Ayahan. He swiftly ascended a nearby tree, took a moment to assess, and then leaped down, severing Feng Ayahan's vine without engaging him directly. Before Feng Ayahan could comprehend what had occurred, he fell to the ground. As he landed, the youth descended from the vine, illuminated by the torchlight. Where did you go? The elder of the White Serpent sect inquired, realizing the youth had managed to find him. The youth stepped on Feng Ayahan, who lay on the ground. The elder, burning with vengeance, questioned, why not kill him? He lacks the ability to eliminate my brother, the youth retorted. Then, a strange wind blew, and the youth struggled to maintain his balance. Feng Ayahan, lying on the ground, saw Zhuang Chun emerge under the moonlight. Upon his arrival, the young assassins scattered behind their elders, save for the youth, who remained rooted in place. Zhuang Chun scooped up Feng Ayahan and then rescued the young woman from the tree. She screamed in surprise as she was lifted into his palm. Feng Ayahan whispered to her. She nodded in astonishment, and they began feigning fear, calling for help. Oh, elder, please save us, she pleaded, pretending to be pitiful. Zhuang Chun, hurry and act fierce, Feng Ayahan urged in a hushed tone. Zhuang Chun, a gentle giant, had never learned how to intimidate others. He attempted to appear fearsome, baring his teeth. Unexpectedly, the crowd below began to show signs of fear. Feng Ayahan, may you find your own salvation, the elder of the White Serpent sect declared. Let us retreat. As the words fell, the elder and his companions fled. Zhuang Chun led the young woman and Feng Ayahan back to their cave. In the center of the woods stood the elder of the White Serpent sect, pausing. That creature is formidable. How can we defeat him? Do you intend to return? He summoned the camp members. We must find the girl in red silk. They regrouped in the forest, where the elder had previously planted a flag in the giant's footprint. Finding the flag would reveal the giant's direction, as it was a rare treasure. The elders of the White Serpent and Withered Vine sects guided their disciples through the mountains, arriving at the canyon's edge. Here, the suppression of killing intent is remarkably low, observed the elder of the White Serpent sect. Do not advance further. We must find a suitable place to camp in the woods. With a command issued, everyone began to prepare. Meanwhile, Feng Ayahan, Zhuang Chun, and the young woman settled down to sleep, devising their strategies for the next day. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, the sun ascended above the valley, and everyone emerged revitalized to face the day. The middle-aged giant left his dwelling, approaching an altar adorned with peculiar carvings. As he exited the cave, he reached a 10-sided altar surrounded by stone pillars, thick with dust and cobwebs. At the center of the altar, a striking splash of red caught the eye. It was the red silk. The middle-aged giant first unearthed a burlap sack buried beneath a stone pillar on the east side, then advanced toward the red silk. What do you intend to do with me? She asked, bound to the stone platform. You are such a charming beauty. I truly cannot bear to see you perish. The giant replied. Do not blame me. Blame your parents for this wretched frame. What do you mean? She queried. Ah, it seems you are unaware, the giant remarked. It appears your awakening has come late. Awakening? She echoed. Do not inquire further. All you need to know is that your demise will serve a significant purpose. Do not question me, for I will not divulge more. If you do not even know of your awakening, it is clear you have been cast away. How do you know this? She demanded. If I were you, I would not run about aimlessly, he cautioned. With tears in her eyes, she implored, you do not understand. I am being forced into this. Enough with the human act of pity, he growled. Our giant race does not believe in tears. Beneath this altar lies a seal. Your blood will awaken what should have been completed centuries ago. I comprehend the inscriptions on this stone tablet. You do not necessarily have to kill me, she countered. I revel in slaughter. I delight in taking life, he declared. With that, he opened the burlap sack, retrieving strange vessels, arranging them around the altar. Once everything was set, he sat cross-legged, and at that moment, the earth seemed to tremble. As the giant settled, he produced a scroll from his waist. On the edge of the cliff, the elders of the White Serpent and Withered Vine sects searched for a path into the valley. Not far from the altar, in the vast forest, Zhuang Chun crouched beneath a tree, with Feng Aohan perched on his shoulder while the young woman rested within a stone cave. What is your brother saying? Feng Aohan inquired. It's too far to hear, Zhuang Chun replied. If we move closer, he will sense our presence. Giants can detect the scent of their kin. Are you not worried about offending your brother? Feng Aohan asked. My brother delights in taking life. I am merely helping him accumulate virtue, Zhuang Chun explained. What material is that book he holds? Feng Aohan wondered. Its size nearly rivals that of the tomes from the demon realm. The scroll is crafted from the skin of an entire giant crocodile, Zhuang Chun explained. I have truly never seen such a large crocodile skin, Feng Aohan admitted. In ancient times, crocodiles were that size, prevalent across much of the giant's territory, Zhuang Chun noted. Feng Aohan's inner monologue. Though I hail from ancient times, I was but a child then, wholly devoted to my cultivation, lamentably unaware of the vast oceans and majestic mountains across the 9 realms. Alas, by the time I emerged into the world, these wonders had already vanished. Zhuang Chun, you mentioned a demon realm. Pray, what is this demon realm? During the calamity that befell me hundreds of thousands of years ago, a fissure appeared in the heavens, and the souls illuminated by this rift transformed into demons. The earliest demons were the spirits of the deceased, while most of the present demons are born from the womb. That calamity nearly obliterated the giant race. Were you not within this grand formation, you too would have faced dire consequences. What do they look like, these giants? Feng Aohan, once you are free, I shall show you the way. You may see for yourself. Then I shall take my brother with me. After we rescue Miss Hongsha. How will you explain this to your brother? I do not know. First, release me from this place, and I shall return to bring my brother out. Are you not afraid I may change my mind? I have saved you thrice. You cannot go back on your word. When did that count reach 3? The first time, you were pursued by a group of humans, and I unleashed the white mist. The second time, you chased my brother to the cliff. He initially intended to return and slay you, but I intervened. The third time was to rescue the white-clad human and yourself. Indeed, you are my savior. I see now that the strange mist on my first ascent was your doing. Thank you. My brother will soon begin his incantation. As he starts, I will release the white mist, and you shall save the others, just as they devised their plan. The followers of the White Serpent sect and the Withering Vine sect found their way down the mountain. This valley has but one entrance, leading first to the altar and then to the stone caves where the giants reside. The elder of the White Serpent sect possesses remarkable scouting abilities, far exceeding many. This valley does not suppress murderous intent. Otherwise, I would not have located the entrance. The elder of the Withering Vine sect cautioned everyone to prepare for a fierce battle. After consuming some rations and drinking water, they stepped into the valley. The giants, having resided here for eons, had driven away nearly all surrounding monsters, and thus they encountered no danger. Within the altar, a middle-aged giant began to silently recite the words inscribed on the crocodile skin scroll. The text, carved with a blade, glowed with a purple aura upon the scroll's opening, signifying insatiable greed. Brother, it is beginning. He cannot pause once he commences. The giant, absorbed in his chanting, caused red light to erupt from the stone pillars, intertwining to create a crimson halo around the altar. Those illuminated by this aura felt a profound discomfort. The middle-aged giant slowly closed his eyes, aware that intruders had entered the altar, yet the ritual could not be interrupted. Amidst the white mist, Zhuang Chun guided Feng Aohan, placing him upon the altar. Miss Hongsha was bound at the altar's center, a fiery cloud materializing above her, resembling a flower of sin, beautiful yet malevolent. Under the light of this cloud, Hongsha appeared in agony and frailty. The middle-aged giant sensed his brother's defiance. "You dare to oppose me?" Zhang questioned. "Is this truly worth it?" The giant responded, "Do you still not comprehend?" Something seemed to be drawn from Hongsha's very being, and Feng Ahan hurriedly untied her bonds. Just then, the fiery cloud transformed into red snowflakes, cascading down like human blood. The snowflakes were frigid. Upon contact with the altar, it began to crack, trembling violently as if quaking. Feng Ahan and Zhang Qin struggled to maintain their footing, while the 10 intricately carved stone pillars stood unwavering. The middle-aged giant opened his eyes, laughter rumbling through the forest, echoing with a menacing resonance. Too late now. It has already been unleashed. His smile was enigmatic. As the white mist enveloped the atmosphere, the followers of the White Serpent sect and the Withering Vine sect entered the valley. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they proceeded cautiously, sending one to familiarize himself with the surroundings. On the altar, Hongsha lay unconscious, while Feng Ahan was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, the stone platform collapsed, sending Hongsha tumbling to the ground. As the crimson clouds continued to illuminate her, a chasm opened beneath them, and Feng Ahan fell into it, a bottomless abyss of darkness. As he descended, the white mist gradually dispersed. The middle-aged giant scolded, "You ought to cultivate diligently. See how quickly your mist has dissipated." When the white mist fully vanished, the followers of the White Serpent sect and the Withering Vine sect charged in with murderous intent. Rescue is paramount. Once we save her, we must retreat. The elder of the Withering Vine sect, having regained his killing intent, urged his comrades to unleash their lethal techniques. "We do not know the strength of our adversaries. If we cannot win, we must withdraw. Without saving Hongsha, fleeing would lead to our demise. Only she can guide us out." The group steadily advanced toward the altar. Hongsha lay amidst the rubble of the shattered altar, surrounded by gray, white, and blue stones. The elder of the White Serpent sect spotted her immediately, while the middle-aged giant reached out to grasp her. "Brother, do not," Zhang Qin implored. "If the giant kills her, everything will be perfect. Do not be so obstinate. Killing her will not bring our parents back." The middle-aged man insisted. "We made a promise to that individual. We must fulfill it. That individual has vanished. Our parents sealed this place with their very souls." The middle-aged man believed that breaking the seal would reunite them. Zhang Qin positioned himself protectively in front of Hongsha. At that moment, Dao arrived at the altar and swiftly lifted Hongsha into his arms. "Look behind you," cried the middle-aged man. Zhang Qin turned, only to find Hongsha had been taken away. The middle-aged giant pushed Zhang Qin aside, pursuing Dao alone. The crimson clouds above began to lose their luster. The giant chased to the valley's entrance, conjuring a cyclone that uprooted a massive tree. He hurled it toward the others, striking Dao and causing Hongsha to fall to the ground, while he himself collapsed. In the depths of the abyss, Feng Ahan found himself ensnared by vines, suspended in midair. Gazing downward, he felt an eerie familiarity with the surroundings. Volume 3, Chapter 0081, A Moment of Crisis, First Update, Beneath the Black Abyss. Feng Ahan found himself ensnared by a tangle of vines, suspended in midair. Peering down, he was struck by a sense of familiarity with the surroundings below. A beam of crimson light illuminated the cavern, causing the vines beside him to suddenly snap. In a flurry of panic, he grasped onto a vine, the red glow continuing to cast light into the depths of the cave. As he looked down, disbelief washed over him. Directly beneath him lay a colossal coffin. This was the very coffin that had entered the crypt on that fateful day. At this realization, the anxiety that had gripped Feng Ahan was replaced by a surge of joy. The vines were thick and lush. As he reached out, 2 vines coiled around his legs, securing him against the stone wall. Having stabilized himself, he settled into a meditative posture, embarking on a journey of enlightenment. The path of the great Tao is manifold, and the stone wall bore inscriptions of 6 distinct paths: the demonic Tao, the monster Tao, the mysterious Tao, the Qian Tao, the Kuan Tao, and the immortal Tao. Previously, Feng Ahan had observed from below, unable to see the entirety, but this time, his wish was granted, even if he could only view one side of the wall. Clinging to the vine, he floated in the vast expanse of the crypt, directly above a somberly hued, massive wooden coffin. With the aid of the red light, he could barely make out some runes etched upon the stone wall. As Feng Ahan delved into his meditative state, the coffin beneath him began to tremble. Above the altar, a middle-aged giant shielded the path of the Enlightened One with a century-old tree. The red veil was cast aside as the Enlightened One sustained a gash from the branches, blood flowing freely. An elder of the White Snake sect brandished a sharp weapon. The middle-aged giant advanced towards the red veil, intent on retrieving it. The elder of the White Snake sect, having devoted over 40 years to his craft, could not allow this rare talent to perish. With a swift motion, the elder charged towards the giant. Witnessing the elder's actions, the disciples of the White Snake sect, undeterred by fear of death, followed suit, rallying towards the altar. Jiang Mo of the Withered Vine sect halted, commanding his followers to refrain from rash actions, and they concealed themselves in the woods to observe the unfolding drama. The atmosphere was thick with killing intent, a progression of 10 stages, slaying disciples, exterminating paths, vanquishing monsters, destroying saints, the inheritor of the heavenly origin, the mysterious Tao of the Purple Mansion, transcending demons to become immortal, titles of true immortal, immortal, and immortal sovereign, culminating in the Emperor Sovereign. The Withered Vine sect was comprised of 5 elders. The one before us was named Mu Yi, having sustained severe injuries in his youth. He had become the weakest among them, now merely an inheritor of the heavenly origin. A disciple of the Withered Vine sect questioned, Elder Mu Yi, why do you not join them in battle? Elder Mu Yi replied, what do you understand? The enemy's strength is unknown. A hasty approach could lead to our annihilation. Let those from the Earth Tilt sect engage first. Their disciples possess a higher average strength. A voice from among them interjected, it is evident you fear death, yet you cloak it in eloquent words. Elder Mu Yi emphasized the necessity of exiting the formation. Seize the opportunity, if there is a chance. We shall carry the maiden in red away. A disciple protested, what of our code of honor? Another, impulsive, expressed a desire to assist the White Snake sect. Elder Mu Yi retorted, in the face of death, what value does honor hold? I am aware that half of you hail from the flourishing flower hall. Yet you have families. Do you not wish to leave alive? Elder Mu Yi continued, if you survive, joining my Greenwood Hall will offer far better rewards than the flourishing flower. The disciples of the Withered Vine sect reflected, having originally been tasked with seizing gold. They found themselves in this predicament instead. They exchanged glances, their thoughts turning to darker schemes involving Feng Ahan. The middle-aged giant wielded a massive axe, flames licking its blade, turning everything it touched to charred blackness. He was reluctant to harm these humans, focusing instead on defense. His white mist could only be released once a day, otherwise, he could have utilized it to escape. The flames upon the giant's axe resembled hellfire, incinerating any who fell beneath its wrath instantly. Earth Tilt, acting on the master's command, sought the source of the golden light, only to find themselves facing potential demise. The enlightened one mused, Elder Mu Yi is truly devoid of conscience. The blades of the White Snake sect's disciples were mere trifles against the giant, creating a dazzling yet chaotic spectacle of battle. The enlightened one bent low and leaped, executing a front flip while wielding a colossal sword, landing directly at the giant's waist. With a fierce expression, he sliced through the giant's belt. As the giant swatted at him, it was akin to swatting at a fly, utterly ineffective. At that moment, the enlightened one severed a second strip of cloth, causing the giant's trousers to fall, exposing his most vulnerable shame. The enlightened one anticipated the giant would attempt to cover his embarrassment, yet the giant fought back with even greater fervor. Injured and bleeding profusely, the enlightened one was dragged away by Earth Tilt's men for medical attention. The middle-aged giant, unashamed of human vulnerabilities, declared, I shall not fear what you find shameful. Earth Tilt countered, our intent is not to shame you, but rather to expose your flaws. This revelation resonated with the onlookers, eliciting knowing smiles as they reformed their battle positions. Those surrounding the giant hastily redirected their efforts to support Earth Tilt, preparing to overpower the middle-aged giant. Quickly, the middle-aged giant is besieged. Rescue the young lady behind him. Elder Mu Yi urged. A disciple of the Withered Vine sect inquired. May we join the fray? Elder Mu Yi cautioned. These individuals are still too young. The middle-aged giant, perceiving the lecherous expressions of those around him, realized they aimed for his most vulnerable area. His body hair bristled. Despite having encountered a female giant only once prior, he was determined not to face extinction. Covering his groin, he dashed into the forest, leaving the White Snake sect members in his wake. Brother Jiangchen, I come to your aid. Jiangchen appeared quite endearing, seemingly gentle. However, when the disciples of the White Snake sect recognized him as a giant focused on defensive killing intent, they disregarded him, intent on confronting his brother. Jiangchen uprooted a giant banyan tree, its roots tearing through the earth, and hurled it with all his might towards the White Snake sect. His actions were a desperate bid to buy time for his brother. The middle-aged giant entered the woods, rapidly fashioning a crude grass skirt from the vines, and emerged, poised for battle. Earth Tilt and Elder Muyi stood guard outside the forest, their fire attribute killing intent awaiting the moment to unleash its fury. Below the altar, Feng Aohan closed his eyes, embarking on the path of enlightenment. Though he inhabited a frail vessel, the essence of creation itself coursed through him, and his inherent spiritual awareness surpassed that of many seasoned warriors. His understanding deepened swiftly, the killing intent within him swirling rapidly. Wounds upon his body bled profusely as the intense energy surged through him, droplets of blood trickling onto the ancient, darkened coffin beneath. The coffin lid commenced to tremble, and as Feng Aohan meditated upon the vines, his formidable awareness sensed an anomaly below. Anxiously, he opened his eyes. This was not good. With a series of thunderous rumbles, the entire subterranean tomb began to quake as if an earthquake had struck, the coffin lid seemingly burdened by something fearsome beneath. In the forest above the altar, the immense coffin shook violently, the tremors palpable even on the ground. The middle-aged giant pondered. Father never mentioned that the emergence of a demonic artifact would cause the earth to tremble. The disciples standing upon the altar felt the quaking more directly, the intensity of the tremors reverberating through their very beings. What is happening? Earth Tilt. Moments later, the earth stilled. Indeed, this giant is weaker than we anticipated. Let us pursue the advantage. The middle-aged giant, having cultivated his killing intent for centuries, should not have feared these individuals. However, having just recited an ancient scroll, he had exhausted over half of his power in the process. Now, he found himself evenly matched with the disciples of the Whitesnake sect. If the Withered Vine sect joined the fray, the outcome would be dire. The middle-aged giant gazed into the distance, observing a fleeting crimson hue in motion. He understood that the red silk was being drawn out of the valley, and once the sacrificial rite commenced, blood must be spilled. Otherwise, the entire valley's inhabitants would be offered as tributes to the altar. The middle-aged giant maneuvered through the forest, while the disciples of the White Serpent sect surged into the thicket. "Elder, that fellow has escaped," one shouted. Elder Diching noted that the fugitive seemed to be heading towards the valley's entrance, where the Wood Leaf faction awaited. Jiangshan brandished a colossal shield, leaping before Elder Diching and his companions. "You shall not harm my brother," he declared. Elder Diching retorted, "Your brother has slain my disciple. You lack the standing to settle this score. Step aside, little one, for you are not a villain." Jiangshan, gripping his formidable shield of murderous intent, stood resolute, embodying the notion that any attempt to harm his brother would have to first pass over his own body. The middle-aged giant sensed a disturbance behind him and called out to Jiangshan to stand aside, asserting that they could not contend with him. Upon uttering these words, he approached Elder Mai. "Release the girl in red, and I shall spare your lives. Should she perish, it will be you who follows." The girl in red was the key to unlocking the altar's seal. As Elder Diching's disciples engaged Jiangshan, he and the enlightened one maneuvered beyond Jiangshan's defenses, positioning themselves behind the giant. Upon realizing that the giant intended to slay the Red Silk Maiden, Elder Diching was filled with a fervent urgency. She must not die. If she were to perish, they would be eternally trapped within the grand formation atop this mountain. He pondered that her demise could only occur after they descended the mountain. With this thought, Elder Diching unleashed his murderous aura. Elder Mai exchanged glances with Diching. The giant wielded a cumbersome axe and donned a grass skirt, presenting a rather ungraceful appearance. Jiangshan, a defensive giant, struggled in combat against the disciples, who had thrust numerous blades into his feet. Seizing the moment when Jiangshan sought to retrieve his sword, they swiftly maneuvered beneath him and reached Elder Diching. The disciples under Elder Mai excelled in controlling deceased trees. The grass skirt adorning the giant was woven from lifeless branches. They concentrated their lethal energy to manipulate the vines around the giant's waist, causing them to writhe as if tickling him, prompting him to hastily discard the skirt. Elder Diching and his disciples whispered among themselves. At that moment, Elder Diching led his disciples, armed with silver swords, into the air. The disciples who had previously assaulted Jiangshan's feet, although they had mastered soul weapons and could engage in battle without cold steel, were now cowards, maintaining their distance to avoid damage to their bodies and minds. Taking advantage of the giant's distraction, they all launched a surprise attack from behind, unleashing a flurry of dazzling sword techniques. White Serpent Sword Technique, 7th Form. White Serpent's Tail. Elder Daotao proclaimed. White Serpent's Sword Technique, 5th form. White Scales revealed. Echoed the disciples. White Serpent's Sword Technique, 3rd form. White Serpent's Tongue. They chanted in unison. Before the giant could react, he was struck down by beams of white light, sustaining numerous gaping wounds, each gushing blood. The middle-aged giant fell to the ground, while Elder Diching and his companions gracefully descended. Elder Mai clapped, having finally witnessed the true essence of the White Serpent Sword Technique. The girl in red, Hongsha, has awakened. Elder Mai exclaimed, glancing at the maiden cradled in his disciple's arms. How can we descend the mountain? Quickly, reveal the method. Hongsha responded, the way lies within this altar. Once the seal is lifted, you shall be freed. Upon hearing this, Elder Mai recalled the giant's words. This child was indeed the key to unlocking the seal. A murderous intent flickered within him. This girl in red must perish. Elder Diching interjected, you must not. Do you not wish to escape? Do you wish to remain atop this mountain forever? Elder Mai retorted, I mean to say, we do not know how to unlock the seal. We cannot kill her. Elder Diching replied. With pale lips, Hongsha asserted, to unlock the seal, it need not require my death. Blood will suffice. The stone tablet states that blood from celestial beings, demonic beings, or lich is acceptable. Yet only this giant can decipher those characters. What do you mean? Elder Diching inquired. The stone tablet mentions that beneath the altar lies runes. They must be spoken to break the seal. Among us, who can read them? Only the giant, I presume. Elder Daotao's eyes darted, recalling another giant clan nearby. Jiang Chen knelt, weeping, as he helplessly watched his brother fall to the hands of the humans. The disciples of the two rival factions hurriedly surrounded Jiang Chen. Volume 3, Chapter 0083. The mission scroll. The pale lips of the crimson gauze opened the seal, declaring that my death was not a necessity, mere blood would suffice. The inscription on the stone tablet indicated that the blood of celestial beings, demonic entities, or liches would be acceptable. However, only the giants could comprehend those characters. What do you mean, Diching? The stone tablet stated that beneath the altar lay runes which, when invoked, could shatter the seal. Among those present, who could decipher them? Only the giants, of course. De Dao's gaze shifted, revealing another giant clan nearby. Jiang Chun knelt upon the ground, weeping. He watched helplessly as his brother was slain by humans. The disciples of the two major sects hastily encircled Jiang Chun. Diching does not wish for your brother to meet the same fate, he urged. Please complete the sacrifice. I will not, Jiang Chun retorted. Then you must perish. Diching declared coldly. In disbelief, Jiang Chun gazed at the humans. Then suddenly, his brother rose, seizing the crimson gauze and sprinting toward the altar. The giant's strides far outpaced those of humans, and he quickly reached the chaotic pile of stones that formed the altar. He placed the crimson gauze back upon the damaged stone platform. Adjacent to the altar was a gaping chasm leading to a tomb, suffused with a continuous stream of red light. The giant used his nails to tear into the shoulder and arm of the crimson gauze. I do not wish for your demise, the middle-aged giant reassured, but I shall keep you alive, though it may be painful. The middle-aged giant was riddled with wounds. Appearing on the brink of death, he poured the last remnants of his killing intent into the altar, shattering the seal entirely. A vast expanse of red light illuminated the altar, captivating Elder Diching. The disciples of the White Serpent sect and the Withered Vine sect rushed toward the altar. Abruptly, Elder Diching regained his focus. The giant's life force has run dry. Kill him. Under the altar, the coffin lid finally creaked open, releasing a torrent of black and purple light. Vines around Feng Ahan snapped, and he plummeted into the coffin. On the altar, the disciples of the White Serpent sect were filled with murderous intent, while the bloodshot eyes of Diching rendered him even more sinister. That girl cannot die, Diching insisted. Why? The Dao inquired. I have my own purposes, Diching replied. I will slay the giant. You seize the girl. The Dao dashed to the bloodied crimson gauze. While the middle-aged giant reveled in the joy of the seal's opening, the Dao swiftly lifted the crimson gauze into his arms. Upon witnessing the Dao's success, Elder Diching's expression turned ferocious, unleashing his most formidable technique, named Heavenly Fire, which consumed his life force with each use. Each strike divided into three. The disciples of the White Serpent sect, known for their bloodthirsty nature, could not comprehend Diching's motives. His actions were not born of genuine intent. At the moment the seal broke, a wave of dark energy surged into the old man's body. Now, he teetered between reason and impulse. He lunged at the giant. leaping higher than usual, and struck the middle-aged giant's knee with his blade, producing a sharp crack. The giant collapsed in agony. Jiang Chen witnessed his brother's fall, standing afar and crying out in anguish. Yet, after a fleeting moment of sorrow, he re-entered battle mode, engaging the disciples of the Withered Vine sect with his shield. Jiang Chen possessed an innate talent for offense, yet his inherent timidity and the loss of his parents in childhood left him solely capable of defense. Eagerly, he sought to reach his brother, who lay on the ground, eyes bloodshot yet still open, gazing back at Jiang Chen. Tears streamed from his brother's eyes, their meaning unknown. Jiang Chen fervently moved his body, charging toward the altar. His throat was parched, yet his eyes began to moisten. In a short while, he reached the center of the altar, where his brother lay fallen. Diching prepared to unleash heavenly fire upon him. The first strike had already occurred. Each subsequent strike would grow more lethal, with the final blow poised to claim a life. Jiang Chen infused his shield with killing intent, causing it to swell to an enormous size. The middle-aged giant weakly declared, "It is futile. Your meager killing intent would be better spent on fleeing." With unwavering resolve, Diching unleashed the second strike of heavenly fire. The massive shield suddenly intercepted it, producing a thunderous roar akin to a storm. The shield absorbed the damage. Yet Jiang Chen bent under the weight, expelling a mouthful of bright red blood that splattered across his brother's face. His brother's expression was grave yet tinged with sorrow, while Jiang Chen smiled, bloodied yet triumphant. "I have blocked it," he declared. "Blocked it? How can this be?" Diching exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth revealing the toll taken by the 3 strikes of heavenly fire. At that moment, the earth began to tremble, and the sky exhibited peculiar phenomena. Flocks of birds soared through the heavens, emitting cries of terror. All turned their gaze skyward, witnessing a radiant web of light appearing and vanishing in a mesmerizing dance, until the final manifestation shattered like glass, becoming translucent. "The formation is breaking. You are free to emerge at last. This is your mission. Take it, for that entity must be released." As the light web dissipated, large flying creatures joyfully burst forth from the seal. Jiang Chen held the shield aloft, while the middle-aged giant seized the opportunity to forcefully thrust the crocodile skin into Jiang Chen's embrace, then exerted all his strength to push him aside. It was unimaginable how much killing intent his brother had expended to propel Jiang Chen away from the crowd. Before the disciples could comprehend the unfolding events, they merely felt a significant tremor beneath their feet as Jiang Chen safely landed. The formation shattered, and all erupted in cheers. Yet, the mere thought of his disciples being slain by the middle-aged giant ignited a furious wrath within Diching. He grasped his weapon, preparing to unleash the final strike of heavenly fire. A triumphant smile crept across his face, for he believed the last blow of heavenly fire would spell doom, even for his master. The corners of Diching's mouth curled upwards. As he descended from the sky, no one could withstand this final strike. The culmination of heavenly fire dazzled the eyes, the blade transforming into countless swords, ultimately converging into a colossal weapon. Suddenly, the earth at the altar's center began to bulge, akin to a volcanic eruption, as a surge of golden energy rushed toward Diching's heavenly fire. It was as if fire met water, extinguishing Diching's flames, leaving over 100 disciples of the sect in stunned silence. Just then, a young boy emerged from the ground, yawning widely. "Finally out. Who disturbed my slumber?" With that, he lay back down to continue sleeping, cradling a large chunk of charcoal in his arms. The golden energy surged toward the heavens, visible even to those at a distance atop the mountain. Outside the inner city, "Look, disciples of the demon sect," Hendu exclaimed. "The light has vanished for several days, yet the mountain peak has reappeared. Huawu, go take a look. The rest of you come with me to explore the city." The crowd responded, Hendu, wise as always. On the streets of Holy Spring Village, 3 young men clad in white carried a golden engraved great sword along the road, one gleefully munching on a skewer of candied fruit. The plump boy remarked, "The artifact has brightened again. It must be atop the mountain." The slender boy responded, "After searching high and low, it appears that fortune has favored us." Diching, having exhausted himself from the use of heavenly fire, stood by the altar, his expression dazed as he gazed at the boy lying not far away. What sort of person could withstand a strike even his master could not? From the sound, it seemed a boy had defended the giant against that blow. Diching commanded his disciples to rush forth and ascertain the boy's identity. A timid disciple was kicked forward by Diching. The boy snored quietly, and the timid disciple approached the altar's center, traversing the giant's shins until he finally glimpsed the boy's visage, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. As the disciple shouted, he ran, "Master, we must flee." Upon hearing these words, the timid assassins began to feel the urge to escape. However, the elders remained steadfast, causing hesitation among the rest, who awaited the timid disciple's return for clarification. "What lies beneath that golden light?" inquired Elder Diching. The disciple, panting heavily, replied, "Humans." Diching, with a swift motion, retorted, "Nonsense." The disciple continued, "It is Feng Ao Han. That lad is still alive." Diching expressed disbelief. "I thought he had escaped. But it seems he has been hiding underground all along. Yet, he is but a mere child. How could he possess such power?" Dao interjected. "That prodigy conceals his true strength. My brother must have been slain by him." Hongsha coughed softly, asserting, "Feng Ao Han is not that kind of person." Diching asked, "Where's Muyi?" Looking around, the members of Qutiang's sect, upon realizing that Feng Ao Han was the one who had received the heavenly fire from Diching, had already begun their retreat. Muyi transmitted a message over 10 miles. "Comrades, we shall take our leave, perhaps never to meet again." Diching spat, "What a heartless lot. Without them, we stand weak. Let us depart. We have already lost most of our disciples." With a command, the group hastily left the altar. Dao cast a lingering glance at the altar's center, vowing to avenge his brother's death by slaying Feng Ao Han one day. Hongsha refused to leave, and despite the Dao's attempts to pull her away, he could not understand why the elder insisted on taking her along. Dao suggested, "Elder, let her stay. After all, she is allied with Feng Ao Han." With a gentle smile, Elder Diching approached Dao and, in a faint voice, uttered, "Is that so?" He then struck Hongsha, rendering her unconscious. She fell into Dao's arms. Dao began. "Do not concern yourself with this matter," Diching instructed. A disciple remarked, "Master is truly remarkable. Even injured, he still possesses the strength to act." As these words were spoken, the group departed from the altar. The seal was broken, and the great formation on the mountain was dismantled, causing numerous colossal creatures atop the peak to descend, with the swiftest being the avian species. Their massive wings enveloped in murderous intent as they soared like a tempest. Feng Ao Han lay on the ground, snoring, mumbling in his sleep. "Unblock the meridians. Connect heaven and earth. The spirit flows through all things. The Dantian falls into the purple celestial mist. Flames rise from beneath my feet, binding me. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Empty the heart. All things are wondrous. Drifting can be free, and observing oneself brings clarity. Wondering can transcend. Yet the world remains sorrowful. Only in freedom shall one not grow old." The golden energy that had erupted from the ground not only obstructed the third strike of Diching's heavenly fire, but also devastated the entire altar, causing its 10 pillars to collapse with a thunderous noise, affecting even the fair maiden in the distant cave. She quickly sprang from her bed, exclaiming, They didn't call me to save anyone." She descended from her bed and, using a sugar cane as a makeshift cane, limped toward the altar. Above the clouds, 2 celestial beings observed the radiance below with intrigue. "What is this phenomenon that even the heavenly realm can perceive? Dispatch someone to investigate the source and uncover what has transpired." Volume 3, Chapter 85. The enigmatic use of black carbon. The young girl in white, leaning on a sugar cane, limped her way to the altar. The middle-aged giant had already breathed his last, and Jiangchen approached from a distance, while Feng Ao Han lay on the ground, murmuring in his dreams. The girl in white crouched beside Feng Ao Han and said, "Hey, it's time to wake up," with a swift slap across his face. White mist emanated from her hand. Slowly, Feng Ao Han opened his eyes. "What has transpired?" he inquired. "I should be asking you," the girl replied. "Why didn't you summon me to rescue anyone?" She surveyed the surroundings, her thoughts racing. It seems a fierce battle has occurred here. The fracture surfaces of these stones are freshly formed. Jiangchen coldly stated, "They killed my brother." "Jiangchen, can you tell me what happened just now?" Feng Ao Han asked, filled with curiosity. "Don't you remember?" Jiangchen slowly recounted the events to Feng Ao Han, who nodded, perplexed. "Are you implying that I shielded your brother from the final blow?" "I truly have no recollection of it." As he attempted to recall the events that transpired underground, he only remembered falling into the massive coffin, after which his memory became a void. As this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain pierced through his head, causing him to roll on the ground, clutching his skull. Something within the coffin sought to erase his memory. Yet the essence of Feng Ahan was that of an ancient deity. Such an endeavor was not easily accomplished. Thus, the force within the coffin could only temporarily seal his memories, specifically those related to the underground tomb. Forget it if you can't remember, the girl in white advised. Feng Ahan sat cross-legged, calming his murderous intent, and then looked up at the heavens. The formation has been broken. We can descend the mountain now, he declared. This girl in red is remarkable. Her blood alone has dispelled this centuries-old seal, Jiang Chen remarked. But it is not solely the blood of Hongsha. A hoarse voice emerged from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Yin, you have not perished. I am not long for this world, merely holding on to my last breath. Jiang Yin replied, let me tell you, the blood that unlocked the seal is not entirely Hongsha's, if I am not mistaken. The key to this seal's dissolution lies with that human boy before us. He continued, the power of Hongsha's blood is feeble. I have calculated the time. It would take 2 hours to break the seal. So when Hongsha's blood fell onto the altar, I noticed a disturbance in the sky, and I knew that something below had begun to awaken. Protect well the items your brother entrusted to you. Take them out to study when you have the chance. Your brother has been preoccupied with his cultivation for years and has not taken good care of you. You do not hold it against him, do you? Jiang Chen gazed at the fruit trees in the forest. My brother picks wild fruits for me every day. He treats me very well. Jiang Yin's finger lingered in the air, and as he spoke those last words, he breathed his last, collapsing, his fingers still pointing towards Feng Ahan. Jiang Chen knelt on the ground, weeping, brother. Feng Ahan, his legs numb, lay back down to massage them, temporarily setting aside the black carbon in his hands. Jiang Chen quickly dug a grave for his brother, using a broken pillar as a tombstone. The girl in white paid her respects at Jiang Yin's grave. And after bidding farewell to Jiang Chen, Feng Ahan took the girl in white and departed. Jiang Chen rushed back to the cave to gather his belongings. Using the sugar cane as a staff, the girl in white walked slowly. Feng Ahan, injured himself, supported her as they ambled through the mountains. Most of the wild beasts had fled, leaving behind a serene paradise. Just as they exited the valley, the girl sensed movement behind her. She turned, but the sound vanished. How strange. Could there be a fierce beast behind us? After half an hour, Feng Ahan glanced back and then smiled, standing still. Jiang Chen, come out. You have been following us for quite some time. With a rustling sound, a gigantic straw sandal appeared before them, followed by the charming visage of a young boy. How did you know it was me? Jiang Chen asked. The black carbon in my hand allows me to sense your murderous intent. Why do you follow us? The seal has been broken. You are free to roam the world, Feng Ahan replied. I have lived within this great formation since I was small. Venturing out carelessly would likely lead to being slain by the humans, Jiang Chen countered. So, what do you intend to do? The girl in white asked. Feng Ahan, may I accompany you? I possess great strength, Jiang Chen pleaded. My family is quite poor. Following me would be a hardship. Are you certain? Feng Ahan replied. I can help you gather firewood and fetch water. What is poverty? Jiang Chen asked. I forgot. In your era, the concept of wealth and poverty had not yet emerged. Feng Ahan responded. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Chen hoisted Feng Ahan and the girl onto his shoulders. Speak, where shall we go? He asked. Feng Ahan teased. I have yet to agree. The girl in white interjected. Jiang Chen, do not heed his nonsense. We should descend the mountain first. Jiang Chen carried the two as they traversed the mountain. After some time, they reached the entrance of the Great Formation. At that moment, Fo Chang, cradling Wei Jingling, stood atop a distant tree, observing. Though I am unaware of what has transpired, that boy seems to be faring well, Fo Chang remarked. Wei Jingling added. Since Feng Ahan and the others ascended the mountain, a series of murders have occurred in the village. It appears the perpetrator remains below, with Feng Ahan's paltry murderous intent. How could he possibly be the culprit? The true murderer is likely our equal, Fo Chang replied. Wei Jingling, your mother forbids you from associating with Feng Ahan, but I, Long Linger, have used your body and will fulfill my promise to you, Fo Chang said with a sorrowful expression. Are you feeling jealous? Do not worry. Once I have accomplished Wei Jingling's wishes, I will change my name back, and then we can roam the world together, Wei Jingling reassured. Fo Chang nodded, donned a hat, and then took Wei Jingling away from the mountaintop, returning to the residence of Wei Jingling. In the thatched cottage of Feng Ahan's home in Shengquan village, in the thatched cottage of Feng Ahan's family, due to Jiang Chen's large stature, he remained outside while the village chief and several villagers came to visit Feng Ahan. each carrying fruits and meats. The girl in white seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. You were taken up the mountain for several days, and during that time, murders continued to occur below. It appears we misjudged at first, the village chief said. The murderer still lurks within the village. I wonder how many more will perish, Feng Ayahan replied. Are you not concerned, chief? Feng Ayahan asked. The news of this strange individual has drawn even more killers to Shengquan village. We are too busy celebrating to worry about that, the village chief thought. Feng Ayahan was taken aback. What do you mean, celebrating? I did not say anything. The village chief responded, internally questioning. How does he know what I am thinking? Feng Ayahan stroked the black carbon in his arms. It turned out that the black carbon allowed him to hear the thoughts of others. He set it down, and indeed, the village chief's words became inaudible. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Wei Long arrived, bringing a banquet for Feng Ayahan's family. He had even purchased numerous buns for Jiang Chun, whose appetite was prodigious. When did the girl in white leave? Feng Ayahan asked. Jiang Chun, munching on a bun, replied. She departed just as the village chief arrived, having left Feng Ayahan's home. The girl in white walked along the mountain path. Suddenly, she spotted a group of disciples in yellow robes and prepared to circumvent them. But the old man in yellow noticed her. The old man, accompanied by his disciples, cast a large net towards the girl in white. She swiftly dodged, but half of her body was ensnared. However, upon contact with the net, she felt a surge of pain, as if struck by electricity, and instantly transformed into a wolf, gnawing through several of the net's ropes. Volume 3, Chapter 86, Elder Vulture, First Update. 3 youths clad in white traversed the path to the summit, bearing a golden inscribed sword. Following the remnants of golden light, they arrived at the altar in the valley's heart, only to be met with the sight of crumbling walls and ruins. The slender white-robed senior lamented, "It is all your fault, after devouring that candied hawthorn. You went and indulged in pig trotters. Look around, there is nothing left to find." The plump junior replied, "There is someone nearby." As his words fell, a shadow darted through the forest. Despite their battle-hardened experience, the formidable aura emanating from the figure sent chills down their spines. The medium-built white-robed disciple remarked, "What a chilling wind for spring. Perhaps we should descend the mountain and deliberate further." The artifact in the fat boy's hand flickered ominously. The artifact still glows, which confirms that the master of the golden light must be within 3 miles, he stated. The slender youth smacked the fat boy on the head. "Do you think 3 miles is trivial? Do you even comprehend its vastness?" As the sun set, darkness enveloped the land. The trio made their way down the mountain, while the wild beasts began their slow migration to lower ground. Their training on the Celestial Mountain had yielded little due to a lack of practical experience, which is why their master had dispatched them to eliminate the master of the golden light. The master had yet to fully manifest his powers, allowing their master to feel secure in sending them on this perilous task. "Senior brother, do you feel that?" the plump boy asked. The slender youth nodded. "It emanates from the altar." The 3 exchanged knowing glances, akin to spies communicating vital information, before arriving at a fork in the road. They swiftly split up, darting in different directions. The grasslands in the sunset resembled a maiden adorned in golden garments. After running for a brief moment, a devilishly alluring woman in purple emerged from the woods. Draped in a black cloak, she stood at the fork, her fists clenched in frustration as she kicked the ground. She then pursued the plump boy, who was clutching the artifact. As the purple-clad maiden chased him into a thicket, she realized he was alone and hastened her steps. However, as she stepped into the grass, she fell into a trap. "Well, what did I say?" "It was a woman," the plump boy exclaimed. "Count it as your victory." The slender youth conceded. "Am I not skilled at digging holes?" The short one chimed in. "How could you dig such a large pit in such a short time?" The maiden retorted. "I am a master in the art of excavation," the short youth boasted. "Is digging truly a profession?" she questioned, puzzled. The 3 youths unsheathed their great sword, intent on subduing the maiden with their murderous intent. "What is your purpose in following us?" the plump boy demanded. The veiled maiden's eyes fixated on the artifact in his hand, a peach-shaped glass lamp that flickered erratically. Like a wild beast, she sprang from the pit, seized the artifact, and kicked the plump boy away. In a sweet, mocking tone, she declared, "With such weaklings as you 3, how could you possibly restrain me?" The short youth lunged forward, his blade imbued with malice, but the maiden deftly sidestepped, a lock of her hair severed and a pouch falling from her grasp. Such potent sword energy. "I shall not play with you any longer," she exclaimed. clutching the stolen artifact as she departed. The plump boy rubbed his backside and picked up the fallen pouch, which bore a ferocious beast embroidered on one side and cryptic characters on the other. "What do these characters say?" he asked, astonished. "These are demonic runes," the short youth exclaimed. "Your knowledge of demonic scripts is commendable. What do they mean?" The slender youth inquired while munching on provisions. "Flower mist. It refers to flower mist," the short youth explained. "What does that signify?" the plump boy pressed. "It could either be a name or the title of a sect," the short youth replied. "Which sect would have such an absurd name?" "It sounds like a person's name," the slender youth scoffed. "Let us not dwell on this matter. Our artifact has been stolen. What shall we do now? If we return empty-handed, our master will surely flay me alive," the plump boy fretted. The short youth chuckled. "The artifact is lost, but we cannot kill that person now. We've come down the mountain. Let us enjoy ourselves before returning. This mountain is high and the road long. Our master will not find us." The plump boy sighed in resignation. "If we must die, then so be it. At worst, we shall meditate in the Demo cave for 2 years. Let us first indulge ourselves." The three companions linked arms and descended the mountain, resolved to seek merriment in Sacred Spring Village. Unbeknownst to them, the purple-clad maiden, having stolen the artifact, descended the mountain and inadvertently took residence in the same inn as the three youths. Previously, a white-clad maiden had been pursued by an elderly man in yellow. At this moment, the wolf-like figure raced back to the home of Feng Aohan. Feng Aohan and his companions were dining when the battered wolf appeared at the doorstep. Feng Aohan, initially believing the wolf to have been devoured by a beast on the mountain, was surprised to see it return alive. "Wolf brother, come. I shall tend to your wounds." He beckoned. The wolf thought to herself, "I am a woman. Alas, this fool." Setting aside his meal, Feng Aohan led the wolf inside, where he heated a pot of water and a jar of medicine in the yard. Moments later, he returned to wash the wolf's wounds, applying the medicine before wrapping them up. "These herbs were originally for my own cultivation. Who would have thought I would end up using them on you? These are rare medicines, found only in the heavens." The wolf mused. "Heavenly medicine? He appears to be an ordinary person, devoid of any special aura. How can he possibly be associated with the heavenly beings?" Feng Aohan rushed out to bring the wolf a meat bun and half a bowl of water. The wolf devoured the bun and lapped up the water. While she was eating, Feng Aohan procured 6 blankets for Jiangchen. "Your size is significantly smaller than your brother's. Thankfully, or else there would be no place for you to sleep," he remarked. Feng Aohan then returned to his room. Lying down beside the wolf, he pushed open the window, allowing the evening breeze to flow in. The moon hung full and bright as he leaned against the windowsill, gazing at its luminescence. At that moment, he recalled the stash of gold bars hidden in the rear mountains, a smile forming on his lips. The elderly man in yellow was none other than Elder Vulture, who had narrowly escaped death previously. Now, he led a group of disciples to capture the white-clad maiden while simultaneously dealing with Feng Aohan. Elder Vulture and his disciples stood beneath the expansive canopy of a massive tree outside Sacred Spring Village. As Aso contemplated the candied hawthorn, he thought, "Grandfather, you murdered my master and falsely accused them. Alas, you are now Aso's only kin. I have no choice but to aid your wicked deeds." Elder Vulture gazed at the stone tablet of Sacred Spring Village, muttering, "Feng Aohan. Feng Aohan. Tonight, in the late hours, shall mark your demise. Over the past few days, I have dispatched my men to uncover this rascal's background, and now we shall directly confront him in his den," he continued. In Tang Mountain, 2 groups of bandits were headed for Feng Aohan's riches. During the days he was entrapped in the Grand Formation, they had visited his home, but found nothing. Hence, they temporarily settled in Sacred Spring Village. With Feng Aohan's return, they sought the opportunity to kidnap him, and their men were mobilized for action this night. 10 layers of murderous intent. Kill the disciples, kill the path, kill the demons, kill the saints, the inheritors of the celestial source, the Purple Palace Demon Path. Transforming demons into immortals, titles of true immortals, titles of celestial immortals, titles of celestial lords, and the Emperor Lord. Feng Aohan was originally a practitioner of the path of killing, with a murderous intent at the 28th level. After observing the stone tablet in the underground tomb, his strength had increased, though he remained unaware of his current standing. Sitting cross-legged upon his charcoal, he slipped into a slumber. The wolf lay on the bed, and upon noticing that Feng Aohan was asleep, she quietly exited his chamber. In the courtyard, Jiang Chun was resting, and she stealthily slipped past him, leaving the thatched cottage. She glanced back at the cottage with reluctance, whispering, "Feng Ao Han, thank you. I cannot bring you down with me." As fate would have it, just moments after departing, she encountered a group of individuals clad in yellow. Still in her wolf form, she swiftly concealed herself amidst a pile of firewood by the roadside, its sharp edges unable to pierce her thick fur. The yellow-clad figures made their way toward Feng Aohan's residence, stirring a sense of unease within her regarding his safety. She opted for a shortcut to return to Feng Aohan's home. Upon pushing open the door, she found Feng Aohan still in a deep slumber, his eyes tightly shut, hands resting upon his knees in a meditative position, cradling a piece of charcoal that resembled a slender weapon at first glance, but appeared shapeless upon closer inspection. The wolf, in a state of urgency, leapt onto the bed and nudged him with her paw. Startled from his dream, Feng Aohan nearly lost himself to madness. Yet his formidable consciousness prevented any mishaps, and he soon noticed the wolf lying in his embrace. The wolf grasped the hem of his clothing, attempting to lead him away. Confused by the wolf's actions, Feng Aohan pushed her away, questioning her intent. At that moment, he unexpectedly heard the wolf's thoughts. "Fool, if we do not flee now, we shall surely perish. Those people are approaching." It was then that Feng Aohan sensed a palpable aura of malevolence permeating the air. Alarmed, he declared, "This is a formation." He hurriedly donned his shoes and adjusted his attire before flinging open the door, only to find Jiang Chen still in a peaceful slumber. A glance outside revealed their thatched cottage encircled by a throng of individuals, sitting cross-legged as they laid down a formation. In the inn of Shengquan village, 3 youths donned in coarse white garments were seated within a room, partaking in drinks, having only just begun their revelry. Duan Xiu savored a peanut and exclaimed, "Brother, tomorrow we shall venture to Jinli City." The slender youth in white replied, "I would rather visit Huadu to behold its beauty." The stout youth interjected, "Huadu is too distant. It lies in another country. It would be wiser to go to Jinli first, and then from there, we can journey to another location." Duan Xiu noted, "Our funds are dwindling. Perhaps we could enjoy some time in Jinli before heading to the largest killing arena in Tangshan to earn some money." The stout youth urged, "Look quickly behind you, brothers. In the opposite building, there are beauties bathing." Duan Xiu remarked, "The inn across the way is exquisitely decorated. Lodging must be quite expensive." The slender youth countered, "What beauties? That is clearly a demoness who has stolen our artifacts." Duan Xiu, filled with excitement, urged, "What are we waiting for? Let us go." The demoness shed her violet robe, revealing her fair skin, preparing to bathe, having already removed half of her clothing. The slender youth embraced Duan Xiu and the stout youth, swiftly turning around with remarkable strength. "Do not gaze," he cautioned. Duan Xiu protested, "Qingji, release us." As they turned, the violet-clad maiden had already submerged herself in the water, leaving only her fragrant shoulders and a tub of petals visible. The 3 youths drew forth their ornate golden swords, preparing to fly into the room. Just then, a dark figure emerged from behind the screen where the demoness was bathing. Duan Xiu whispered, "Brothers, do not panic. Look." The trio simultaneously displayed expressions of terror as a pink, fleshy tongue extended from behind the screen, adorned with 2 small barbs. "What manner of creature is that?" Duan Xiu exclaimed. The stout youth observed, "It seems to be human, yet that tongue is peculiar." Qingji remarked, "Are we to stand idly by?" Duan Xiu proposed, "Let us drive that creature away and retrieve the glazed lamp." They conferred before soaring into the opposite inn on their swords. Due to the short distance, they arrived in mere seconds, but their momentum caused Qingji to plunge into the maiden's bathing water, while Duan Xiu and the stout youth toppled the screen. The screen was thick, and beneath it lay a man who cried out, his voice unmistakably masculine. The demoness and Qingji were both in the water, and Qingji, blushing like an apple, cast a shy glance at the demoness. The demoness swiftly slapped Qingji and tore down the curtain to cover herself. She then leapt from the tub and dashed to the bed to retrieve her weapon. Although her speed was remarkable, Qingji still caught a clear glimpse of her exquisite form, causing her to nearly lose control of her senses. The demoness exclaimed, "It's you again." Qingji retorted, "Are all demonesses so alluring?" The demoness, blushing, slashed the tub with her sword, scattering rose petals and bathwater everywhere. At that moment, a fleshy, pink worm crawled out from beneath the screen, its hundreds of meaty tentacles reminiscent of a newborn pink rat, its surface covered in white fuzz that made one's skin crawl. Qingji urged, "Miss, let us first deal with the person beneath the screen." Duan Xiu noted, The malevolence here is overwhelming. Suddenly, the center of the screen tore apart, flinging two individuals away as a cloud of white powder filled the air, blinding the four with its noxious fumes. The dark figure fled through the window. When they regained their composure, both the man and the creature had vanished. The violet-clad maiden hastily donned her garments, clutching the bundle containing the glazed lamp, and bolted out the door. Duan Xiao inadvertently stepped on the curtain wrapped around her, nearly exposing her, but she swiftly severed the portion he had stepped on. Qingji remarked, "Isn't it dangerous for such a beautiful maiden to run about wrapped in a curtain?" The stout youth retorted, "Danger? Nonsense. Hurry." She is escaping with the glazed lamp. In the lobby below, the innkeeper was preparing to close the door. "Miss, what are you doing?" "I am a married man," he exclaimed. The maiden, wrapped in the curtain and still damp, would lead any normal person to speculate. She kicked the innkeeper aside, inadvertently striking him in a sensitive area, prompting a yelp of pain. As pedestrians dwindled, the maiden swiftly dashed into a nearby thicket to don her violet attire. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow lurked atop a tree, watching her change. At Feng Aohan's thatched cottage, he donned his shoes and adjusted his garments, then quickly opened the door, finding Jiang Chen still asleep. A glance outside revealed their thatched cottage besieged by a crowd, seated in a formation. Feng Aohan roused Jiang Chen, who groggily protested, "Why awaken me at this hour?" Without a word, Feng Aohan gestured toward the perimeter of the yard. Jiang Chen turned to survey the scene, swallowing hard. "Who are they? They seem quite unfriendly." Outside the fence, the elder vulture declared, "We have come to take Feng Aohan's life." Jiang Chen stood alarmed. Feng Aohan questioned, "What purpose does this formation serve against me?" The wolf trembled behind Feng Aohan. The elder vulture laughed heartily. "Aha! This formation is not for you. It is prepared for the beast behind you." Feng Aohan glanced at the wolf and nodded reassuringly. "Fear not, my wolf brother. I shall protect you." No sooner had he spoken than Feng Aohan felt an unsettling sensation within his body, and the voice from that day at Baihui Spring echoed in his mind. He felt as though he had entered another realm, surrounded by darkness. "Great deity, your spirit is ill-suited for this body. Now, with others forming a formation, you find yourself powerless." Feng Aohan's internal monologue pondered. "Who are you? How long have you dwelled within this vessel? Why have you resurfaced now? I am not like you. You are the revered deity of the 4 seas and 8 realms, whereas I am but an unnamed being. Did I not tell you? I shall manifest when you are at your most vulnerable." Feng Aohan responded inwardly, "What do you desire? You are a deity. You cannot perish. I fear being obliterated by you. This vessel you possess serves as a commendable container. Allow me to take over, and you shall no longer fear the formation." Feng Aohan, what do you know about this child? You have always deemed him worthless, solely based on the records of the King of Hell. Yet, you remain oblivious to the fact that this child is not devoid of potential. His very being is a conspiracy, and I am but a victim of that conspiracy. For now, I shall reveal no more. Feng Aohan, very well, speak. What must I do to harness the power of this grand formation and deliver to you what lies in my possession? Feng Aohan, what exactly is this black substance? It is quite absurd that, despite your revered status across the realms, you remain ignorant of its nature. Pray tell, from whence do you hail? If not from the heights of divinity like Fuxi and Nuwa? Feng Aohan, you, confound me. Come forth. Simply sit cross-legged and transform the power of the formation into a medium. Feng Aohan, how is this to be accomplished? You are the deity, why inquire of me? Ponder it yourself. Quickly now, this body is on the verge of collapse, and it cannot accommodate both of us. Feng Aohan gazed in silence at the black substance in his hand before returning to reality. He swiftly seated himself cross-legged, endeavoring to transfer the enigmatic essence within him into the black substance. Elder Vulture was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Feng Aohan's actions. "Elder Vulture, what is happening?" A disciple clad in yellow replied, "He is absorbing the power of the formation." "Elder Vulture, what purpose does that serve? Does he intend to absorb this power to vanquish us?" Yellow-clad disciple, "It appears to be a method to break the formation." "Elder Vulture, this child is merely a rural wastrel. Can he truly ascend by merely ingesting a modicum of murderous intent? Let him proceed. He shall surely meet his demise in the end." Yellow-clad disciple, "I share your sentiments, Elder." Meanwhile, the others continued to unleash their murderous intent upon the formation. Centered around the thatched cottage, the aura of malevolence began to weave a web, gradually encircling the area, while Feng Ayahan sat at the heart of the formation, transmuting the murderous energy. Feng Ayahan's body strained under the pressure, his blood boiled, igniting within him. He felt as though he might explode at any moment. Beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like pearls. At that moment, amidst the darkness, Feng Ayahan once more heard that familiar voice. Huh, it is truly amusing to see a deity reduced to your state. Fool, utterly foolish, beyond measure. Feng Ayahan, you dare deceive me. You are dead. This body now belongs to me. In the art of war, deception is paramount. Do you comprehend?